make it easier for people to rebuild and heal. As the chair of civil rights, we talk a lot about trauma and how that can impact our whole village. There isn't one easy answer or remedy to this problem, and it's going to take all of us to figure out how to build trust and to heal. And I also just want to uplift the importance around the stigma that exists in when you're talking about sexual abuse, especially in the Latino community. I know that there's a lot of hush hush happening, and in many ways, not even trying to acknowledge that this is happening. And I think that that part of the healing and that part of the denial doesn't help when you're trying to heal. So I think that as we continue to have this conversation, I just want to uplift the stigma that exists, particularly in communities of color, when it comes to this. And I know in the Latino community, this is running rampant. So really happy that the makers have brought this forth and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Thank you, Councillor Edwards and Flaherty for filing the hearing order. Councillor Braden for chairing this important hearing as well. Child sex abuse is extremely traumatic to the victims and their families. And it's, as Councillor Mejia mentioned, it's often not talked about, especially in the immigrant communities. I'm glad that we're having this conversation now about how we can help the victims heal and help the community heal as well. I worked with Councillor Campbell last year on a sexual assault and domestic violence hearing. We held that at Northeastern University with their domestic violence task force at Northeastern University. And it was powerful to hear the panelists' testimony. I know that these types of issues are difficult to talk about and often underreported because of the stigma, as Councillor Mejia just mentioned. I hope that we can come together as a community to provide what is needed for our sexual abuse victims to heal and rebuild their trust. I look forward to listening to the panelists and learning more about how the city can be helpful. Thank you, Councillor Braden.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Councillor Edwards, would you like to introduce panel number one, or shall I do that? I'm happy to do.
Happy to introduce the panel. So for panelist number one, or for the first panel, we have some civil or city, state, and county agencies or partner agencies who will provide logistical perspective of the existing system that we have in either monitoring, labeling, and also in responding to child sexual abuse. We have Chairman Kevin Hayden from the Sex Offender Registry Board. We have Judy Norton, also from the Sex Offender Registry Board. Susan Goldfarb, Executive Director of the Child's Advocacy Center from Suffolk County. This is the office that our Suffolk District Attorney's Office works with the most. We have Anne Marie Delaney, the Director of Family Justice Center as well. And we did get written testimony from Stephanie McCarthy from the Massachusetts Office of Victims Assistance, though I don't believe she'll be here today. She may be if I didn't see her sign in, I apologize, but we did have that as well. So I wanted to first, again, set the stage for the current system that we have so we can ask questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Chairman Hayden, would you like to start?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you to all the city councilors and to Councilor Edwards and Flaherty in particular for calling this forum together on this important issue and inviting us. It's good to see some old faces, and glad to be here to give a little insight on the Sex Offender Registry Board and sort of what we do. I'm going to be decidedly brief in my comments because I want to turn the bulk of our time over to Judy Norton, who runs our Victim Services Unit for the Sex Offender Registry Board. Probably probably her input and her expertise that's going to be of much larger interest to the folks here. But I did want to just give a brief overview of our classification process. That's how these offenders are identified. As most people here probably know, but I'll just repeat it. Our primary mission is to educate and inform the public and to promote public safety and prevent further victimization by making sex offender registry information and information with regards to certain sex offenders available to the public. That happens through our registration and classification process that I'm going to just talk about here briefly. So all sex offenders that are required to register within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts go through a classification process whereby they're ultimately determined to be either a level 1, 2, or 3 sex offender. Level 1 sex offenders being of the lowest risk and lowest degree of danger to reoffend. Level 2 offenders being considered to be at a moderate risk of reoffense and degree of danger, and level 3 is determined to be of the highest risk to reoffend and to have the highest degree of danger if they should reoffend. There are several triggering events that can result in that classification process. I'm going to mention them briefly and then talk about the classification process in and of itself, because the reality is that regardless of which category you fall into, the classification process they go into will be pretty similar. So one could be required to initially register and be classified upon the commission of a new sex offense, i.e. a sex offender who we have not seen before. They just got convicted in court. They just got received a sentence from the court for a sex offense, that sort of thing. Maybe they got probation, who knows, but they were convicted of a new sex offense. They're now required to register in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, or they were convicted of a sex offense outside the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and they moved here. That would be what we generally call an initial classification. Offenders can also be reclassified up at the request of the board if we have information or reason to believe that their risk of reoffense or degree of danger has elevated in some way, and offenders can be potentially be reclassified down upon their petition if they believe they can demonstrate to the board that their risk of reoffense or degree of danger has decreased in any way. All of those different scenarios will essentially go through the same process. First will be either notice to the offender of that classification process, or notice to us from them if they want to be reclassified, and then an assignment to our classification unit for the workup and investigation of all the information that needs to be gathered in order for our board to conduct the classification process. So we have an entire unit of individuals at the Sex Offender Registry Board whose job it is to compile, gather, investigate, and organize all of the documentary evidence relative to a given offender and relative to the issues at hand with regards to their criminal history, their sex offense, anything that might bear upon the matters at hand that need to be classified for. So that could be, it can be police reports, it can be their court convictions, it can be their border probation record and their prior criminal history. It can be documentation relative to sex offender treatment that they've received. It can be a whole litany of documentation relative to that offender that we use and look at in order to determine that offender's risk of reoffense and degree of danger. Once that information is compiled, is put together in a file, that file is provided to the board, and the board conducts what we call a preliminary classification of that offender. So we have, by statute and by regulations, we have 38 risk factors that have been designed and used to determine risk of reoffense and degree of danger. And our board members will go through that file, apply those risk factors, and determine what that offender's risk of reoffense or degree of danger would be, either 1, 2, or 3. The entire process is a it's a quasi judicial process. It's a qualitative determination on a case-by-case basis of an offender's risk of reoffense and degree of danger, not a quantitative one. It's not, we're not running information through some sort of actuarial assessment tool in order to make these determinations. So the entire process is quasi-judicial. So once that preliminary determination is made, the people that need to know what that determination is, the offender and the various parties are notified of that level. And at that point, the offender could accept that preliminary classification, or they could ask for a hearing before a member of the board or before a hearing examiner who sits in the same capacity as a board member presiding over an administrative hearing to hear testimony, to look at all the evidence in order to make that determination. Almost all of our offenders will ask for that hearing. I mean, the hearing process is really fundamental to what we do, because I would say 9 times out of 10, maybe more, the offender is going to ask for their hearing. So hearing will be conducted. There are counsel on both sides. There's counsel for the board and counsel for the offender. All of the documentary evidence, as well as any testimonial evidence with regards to the offender and anything that impacts the risk of reoffense or degree of danger, is presented to that board member or hearing examiner, and that board member or hearing examiner, at the conclusion of that evidence, will go back and analyze all that information, look at it. They will look at all the factors. They will write a detailed decision. Those decisions can range from, they can really run the gambit depending on the nature of the offense and the amount of information that's involved, but they'll write a decision that could be anywhere from 15 to 40 pages that reaches that determination as to what the risk of reoffense is. That is
Chairman Hayden, just in the interest of time, can you wrap this up and we'll go to the next Ms. Norton? Thank you.
So that's what I should still have to do. So that decision is subject to judicial scrutiny, and that's essentially how our classification decisions are reached.
Very good. Thank you. I'm sure the panel, our attendees, may have further questions as we go further into the conversation. We've been joined by Councillor Anissa Savage-George, Councillor at Large. And Councillor Anissa Savage-George, would you like to make a very brief statement just to...
No, I apologize for tuning in late. Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Norton, would you like to take it away?
Sure, thank you. Just like Kevin, I thank the council for having us, and to acknowledge some of my longtime colleagues that will be presenting today too. As Kevin said, we have a victim service unit, and basically how victim survivors and their families enroll with us is upon the conviction of an offender for a registrable sex offense. And while we take victim referrals from all state agencies and our community-based agencies, the predominant amount of referrals that come to us are through the district attorney's office. We've set up a referral process with a registration form, and they complete that form and send it to us when the cases have been resolved in court. And right now we have 11,600 victims and parents and guardians registered with us for notification and support and assistance. Everything that Kevin described in terms of the process, we notify victim survivors and their families of the process as it goes along. So when someone first is being assigned for that the preliminary classification review, we send that notification, and we invite survivors and their family to do a victim impact statement, because under the law, they're allowed to submit a statement to our process. If the offender requests a hearing, to challenge the level, they're also notified of that. And it's also a second opportunity for them to submit an impact statement if they hadn't done it at the prelim process. And then whenever the level is finalized and it's published, we notify victims and survivors of what the level is. It's the same thing as if there's court orders that we receive that, if an injunction is filed stopping us, barring us from publicizing that information, we will notify people of that. And if there is a reclassification to increase or the offender requesting to have their level lowered, then we will provide that notification. And then also if the offender is no longer subject to any jurisdiction within Massachusetts, we also notify them of that. But as all of the statements that you all made in the opening, the trauma continues for victims, survivors, and their family because, folks register for post-conviction notification, which is really important because it'll tell them if the offender's trying to get out on parole or when they're going to be released into the community or when we're going to be classifying them. But what that causes people to do is to revisit all of that trauma they experienced when the crimes are being committed against them. And so we try to provide as much support and assistance through our process as we can, and being mindful of the fact that the process itself can cause more trauma to people. And I think survivors understand that, there's laws that govern what we do. What's hard for them is when the laws that get changed or there's court rulings that impact their ability to access information or get things from the system that they might need. With the development of the impact statement, it's different than what people might typically know about the sentencing impact statement through the trial process, because as part of our process, the impact statement gets marked as an actual piece of evidence. So that's something that we notify victim survivors of. But so much through the process when we're working things, issues will come up, and we do a lot of referrals and connecting victim survivors with community-based agencies. There's oftentimes need for restraining orders and so forth when the offender's getting out of custody, or things might happen like the offender might be using the victim's address for their registration, or there might be contact in violation of restraining orders and so forth. So we're contacting our partners, our law enforcement partners in probation or parole, or the district attorney's office if those situations tend to come up as we're going through the process. And because some offenders have to register for, quite a long time, we're dealing with with victim survivors again and again over time, so that support and information that we provide them. I've the longest standing employee at the registry, and some people I've been working with for over 20 years. And so whenever anything is happening like that, we do provide that notification and information. And we encourage people to use the website and go to the local police department for the level 2 and level 3 information, because address registration changes for offenders. They're moving to different places, they're getting different jobs and so forth. And so a lot of victim survivors use that information for their own safety planning. And it can be very important, even just for the general public, to use that information for safety planning. I really admire the courage and the strength that we often see from victim survivors and their family, their willingness to stay involved with the system, despite the challenges that they encounter over time. That's pretty much it in terms of the program that we provide for services.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy. Let's see. Susan Goldfarb, would you like to share your testimony now?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting the Children's Advocacy Center of Suffolk County to this important hearing. My name is Susan Goldfarb, and I'm the Executive Director of the CAC. So the CAC is a Boston-based program that works in close partnership with the Office of Suffolk County District Attorney Rachel Rollins, the Boston Police Department, the City of Boston, the Department of Children and Families, and many countless community partners. And our mission is to ensure that child victims of abuse and their families have access to immediate expert care and supportive services when there's a concern of abuse. We've been doing this since 1995, and our focus is squarely on taking a complicated, overwhelming system and replacing it with something that's streamlined and really offers access to safety, healing, and justice. Just since the start of this calendar year, over 1,100 youth under the age of 18 have been referred to the CAC. And of those 1,100 referrals, 776 or 70% involved a concern of sexual abuse. And nearly 200 referrals were due to a concern of commercial sexual exploitation or child trafficking, which often is considered a form of sexual assault. And the most vivid way to describe the work that we do at the CAC is to imagine a team that includes all of the agencies who are responsible for protecting and supporting children. And together we call this team an MDT, or a multidisciplinary team. And the reason we do this work that way is because before the CAC, a child who reported abuse or disclosed had to travel from agency to agency, from the police station to the hospital to the district attorney's office to their counselor's office, instead of going to a single place to get help. And a lot of families fell through the cracks. But now a child and their caregiver can walk into one building at the CAC and they can enter a welcoming space where their team is all in one place, ready to listen and support them. Central to this approach that the team has in place is the forensic interview. And I know some of you have visited our center and seen where this happens. A forensic interview is a sensitive and non-leading interview conducted by a specially trained interviewer. And I think an easy way to imagine that is a conversation that a child can have in a safe, comfortable place where they can describe the most personal and painful experience they've had in their own words and at their own pace with one person. Because the rest of the team, rather than speaking with that child individually or repeatedly in succession, observes this one forensic interview and listens through a one-way mirror. The team is vital to supporting children, and this interview is vital because it minimizes the number of times a child is interviewed and limits the number of people who have to speak directly with the child about their victimization. Equally important, while this interview is happening, a clinician from our team is sitting with the child's parent or caregiver and seeing how they're doing, finding out about their concerns, helping them understand what's happening and think about and help them support them in best supporting their child. That's where the counseling begins. That's where the trauma intervention begins. And it's so important that that happened concurrently with the interview, because one of the things that we really believe wholeheartedly at the CAC is that kids survive abuse, they thrive after abuse when they have a supportive adult in their life. And the adult who's supporting that child needs support equally as much as the child, because without that support, they're not going to be available. So it's really not just about the child or just about their parent. It's really about both and making sure that they're all receiving the support. Following the interview, we have a pediatric sexual assault nurse examiner on site at the CAC who can see the child. For kids under 12, they can conduct forensic evidence collection at our site. For older children or other kids, if it's non-acute, they'll conduct a medical exam. And honestly, most of the time they're helping kids understand that their bodies are okay. And the investigative members of the team focus on safety and accountability of the alleged abuser and whether or not there will be a prosecution. All of these services are offered at no cost, and transportation is provided to ensure that children from every neighborhood in Boston can access the center, regardless of how difficult or challenging it may be to get there. I think it would be impossible to be here today and not mention the impact of COVID-19. For kids and families impacted by violence and abuse, the pandemic has added immeasurable stress to the pre-existing trauma. And we feel that every time we're talking with a family, the conversation is never just about the abuse at this point. It's about everything else. It's about school. It's about food. It's about whether or not they'll be able to stay in their home. It's everything that we've, obviously we're all talking about every day. But when you put that all together, it's a burden that we're feeling and that we're really trying to rise up to meet, because families need the support at this time. I think it's important to mention that our services have been uninterrupted during COVID, that despite being unable to meet families in person, forensic interviews are happening virtually, teams are happening virtually, trauma counseling is happening virtually, training is happening every day virtually. And in instances where children may need extra support, either because it's not safe for them to participate in an interview from their home, or if they're too young, or if they have a disability, we will open the center and they come on site for an interview. Before closing, I do want to just sort of take a moment to thank you for making space to talk about this important issue, because honestly, it doesn't happen very often. That was mentioned at the beginning, but it's so rare to have space and time set aside just to talk about child sexual abuse. It's deeply personal for many, it's uncomfortable for most. But while child sexual abuse is hard to talk about, we know that children are safer when we make it part of the public conversation, and when we're ready to take collective action, both to protect kids, prevent abuse, be responsive when disclosures happen in communities, and help parents, teachers, community members feel ready for that moment when a child comes to them to disclose. Kids don't talk about abuse because they're afraid, they're worried they won't be believed, they're ashamed. There are countless reasons that prevent them from speaking up. When they do speak up, each of us has to be ready to listen, and we have to know what to do. So that's why another very important part of what we do is provide information and training for parents, for community groups, for church groups, for schools, everyone who needs to be ready to respond to a child's disclosure, but also ready to know how to talk to their child, as was raised at the beginning of this hearing, if they learn that someone in their community may have harmed another child. We want parents to feel comfortable having a conversation with their child about whether or not they're okay and if they have any concerns. So we're really grateful that you're putting this focus on this topic. We want to let you know we're here as a resource, both to support kids and families, but also to help with education and connecting the community, and together keep working to keep kids safe. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Susan. The next panel member is Anne-Marie Delaney. Would you like to share your testimony? Is Anne-Marie with? Oh, yes, there you are. I see you. Anne-Marie.
Hello, and thank you. Yes, good afternoon, council members. Thank you for inviting the Boston Public Health Commission to this hearing. I am Anne-Marie Delaney, the director of the Family Justice Center, which is a program of the Division of Violence Prevention at the Public Health Commission. At the Commission, we utilize a public health approach to reduce sexual and domestic violence and support survivors by implementing intervention and prevention programming across the life course, applying a holistic view by supporting organizations that interact with survivors to increase their capacity to offer trauma-informed care, and prioritizing a health equity approach that recognizes the impact of multiple forms of violence, including child sexual abuse, structural racism, and other forms of oppression. One way we operationalize our approach is in the cross-agency collaboration at the Family Justice Center, a co-location of 11 partner agencies supporting survivors of sexual and domestic violence and their families that are seeking safety, justice, and healing. Our partner agencies that provide services for children who've experienced sexual violence, as Susan has said, include the Children's Advocacy Center, headquartered at the Family Justice Center, units of operation from the Boston Area Right Crisis Center, and the program My Life, My Choice. Some of the data of those agencies in the last fiscal year, Susan referred to the numbers served by Children's Advocacy. The BARC staff served 40 youth on site, and My Life, My Choice provided for 108 new clients, in addition to the 143 they already have engaged in services. These are some of the examples of collaborative initiatives. One is led by CAC, and recognizing the significant benefits of a multidisciplinary collaboration, the Commission, along with 25 other child serving agencies and programs, have a formal agreement designed to support activities that, in matters of child sexual abuse, provide effective approaches to investigations, case management, service provision and prosecutions. The Boston Area Rape Crisis Center's legislative advocacy efforts, which you will hear more about today from a representative of BARC, include organizing, and in this case, in support, this example in support of the Healthy Youth Act, which would require school districts in Massachusetts that teach sex ed to do so in a comprehensive way, with medical accuracy and a focus on consent and healthy relationships. Also, My Life, My Choice provides a leading comprehensive approach to end sexual exploitation of girls, and along with the Health Commission works in partnership with 35 member organizations on the Support to End Exploitation Now coalition that was created by the Children's Advocacy Center in 2006. FJC partners also collaborate on public awareness and training initiatives, including our own training institute entitled Addressing Safety and Healing Through Cultural Awareness, which acknowledges the impact of structural racism and other forms of oppression on survivors and communities through a trauma-informed lens. Other programs within the Division of Violence Prevention include the Capacity Building and Training Initiative. CBTI has delivered trauma training to over 6,000 providers since 2013, including youth workers, those serving immigrant and refugee communities, homeless service providers, and to those in pediatric settings and the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement. Yet another program is Start Strong, is a teen dating violence prevention program with youth-led workshops that promote healthy relationships. They've trained over 20,000 youth and 7,000 adults in the past decade. They've also developed a web series that uses storytelling to help youth understand consent, gender, sexuality, and trauma, and that is thehallsboston.com. Together, we believe effective prevention requires an understanding of the interconnectedness of individuals, their relationships, the organizations they interact with, and their various communities, and the policies that impact their lived experiences. And we're very grateful to this committee for prioritizing trust building in communities as we do this work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne Marie. That concludes all our testimony from our panel. I'd like to pass it back to the lead sponsors if they have questions, or first of all. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Councillor Braden, and thank you to all the panelists who spoke today. A lot of what I heard today is an amazing set of resources and the analysis that goes into how we handle specifically the perpetrators, and I'm going to intentionally use the word survivors of child sexual abuse. And so thank you for that orientation. I think part of this conversation is about how we, one, end that stigma. And I think Susan said it wonderfully. It's about not just putting on the shoulders of the specific survivor and making it so that it's just about them and that moment and what happened to them. I think it is important that we provide resources to hone in on that person. But part of this conversation, the reason why it's bigger, is because the injury is reverberating as far as I have seen. As an elected official, I've had people come on both sides of a controversy, of an abuse scandal. I've had neighbors who have to live next to each other, right? You go back to the church at some point. You go back to school at some point. And the injury isn't just re-triggering for the survivor. It is everyone has a dark cloud around them because they know what happened and they know who they trusted, and they all were violated in some way, shape, or form. So part of this conversation is, what do your organizations do for that? Are there group healings? Are there community resources? I'll give you an example. When there's a shooting, there's resources from the police, social workers, street workers, people who go out to find the potential perpetrator, or not the perpetrators, but prevent the retaliation from those who are angry about what happened. And they stick around to try and help heal that hot-headed moment and to deal with the trauma subsequently. So here comes the scandal. It hits. It's a coach. we have outline resources for that particular child, that particular child's maybe immediate family, and we have resources for dealing with the perpetrator, whether it's the criminal prosecution and subsequent SORB classification, right? I'm asking you what goes beyond that, though, because as elected officials, Liz, myself, Ed, Mike, we hear beyond that. And that is, I feel that is, and I could be wrong. I don't want to use the word missing if it's really here and I'm just not hearing it. But when a scandal broke in one of the communities, you know, the mayor had to come out and address it. Neighbors had to deal with it, and people carry this with them. I believe in generational trauma. I believe that it can be carried by a community. So talk to me about that. Those resources for community harm.
Anyone like to take that? A comment? Or share your perspective on it, please. Susan?
You're muted. I'm sorry.
Unmute. Susan, we can't hear you. That's good.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I had unmuted. I think I can respond a little bit. I don't think I can. My feeling about responding to your question sort of mirrors my feeling when a community is feeling what you're describing, because the experience is this big and our ability to be responsive is not that great, is not as big. But I think what I would say is that what we've experienced often are feelings and concerns that sort of go in two very important directions. One, frequently when there's someone in a position of trust who hurts children and has had access to a lot of children, parents naturally and understandably worry about their own kids.
Yeah.
And in those circumstances, there's almost nothing we can offer that will take the worry away completely, right? But we have had sometimes the opportunity to have a community forum or to convene parents to hear about their most pressing questions and provide them some really kind of grounded and intuitive, I wouldn't say advice, because these are things they already know, but remind them of the ways in which that they can support their children and talk with their children to check in with them about their safety without bearing down on their children to ask them leading questions or impose a worry on them that the child may not have. So we do have, I feel like we are very comfortable talking with parents and communities about how to support their kids in the face of that kind of crisis. The other piece of it, the question of safety when there's someone in the community who may feel like they present a risk or everyone's trust has been betrayed, that is a different process of healing. And I think it takes partnership almost in responding to that, because we, for example, can come in as professionals and offer guidance from our professional standpoint, but sometimes I also think you need relationship, like people in community who have relationships with those who have been hurt, to partner with us to strategize about the best ways to really give voice to that hurt and talk about how to heal it. Nothing, like I said when I started responding, nothing as that feels ideal or perfect. But I think by even asking about what can happen, it's a big step, because, or very typically nothing will happen or nothing organized will happen. And instead every agency is left with those feelings alone. And I would welcome hearing from others too.
Thank you, Susan.
If I may, Councillor Braden.
Certainly, go ahead.
Just wanted to note, thank you. I didn't know about the resources you can provide to parents, which I do believe is necessary. I think we also just acknowledge parents or guardians, the PTSD that they go through upon hearing about this, whether their child was physically assaulted or not. PTSD is, you know, it can be brought on from knowing how close your child's physical safety was potentially, you know, threatened by seeing, you know, that a car just missed your child, right? And they didn't hit them in the street, but you saw how close it was to losing your child. PTSD then could result in you not wanting your kid to go outside by yourself, never allowed to cross the street, and so on and so forth. So I just want to acknowledge that and bring that into the room, And hopefully by bringing it into the room, we start to think as a collective. And I believe we're all partners in this. I don't believe anyone on here is in opposition. But I'm hoping that we start to talk about the PTSD that happens and what resources we can provide, again, community-wide. I love the thought of one day being able to say, community, this just happened. The forum will be to this day. There will be prolonged mental health services for PTSD, knowing what the signs of PTSD are in the community, and then prolonged conversations on community healing and being able to raise healthy kids. Something like that, like a how do we boom, 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 for as long as this community feels this pain. And, you know, you think about that with the church, you know, you think about all those different opportunities for people to change a narrative. And I feel that we lost a lot of that because the PTSD on me as a Catholic, just being in the church and being in the religion and trusting. So there's a lot of things that I'm hoping we can talk about different additional resources. And what that also means is as officials, as elected officials, what kind of funding we're willing to support as well, right? We can't ask you to do more and then not fund you. So I also think it's worth all of us to consider that as well. Thank you, Councillor Braden. I know it took an election. And thank you all.
Thank you. Councillor Flaherty, did you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, just thank you, Madam Chair. Just 3 brief questions to the entire panel or one on the panel. Just are there any prominent parts of the process that you believe are particularly outdated or problematic or in need of reform? And if so, how can we work together to bring about that change? That's the first one. Second one is, I guess, have the organizations that are present transitioned their operation to virtual? And how are we working to protect our children when they are now spending more time at home, away from mandated reporters? And additionally, while they're spending more time on the computer and the internet and all the creeps that and predators that are in that space, I guess, how are we training our educators and nonprofits to identify those signs of virtual online abuse? And lastly, for those that are the non-panel, but folks that are listening or tuned in, if they're watching the hearing and if there's a question that they have that hasn't been answered, or if they don't feel comfortable asking the question or they want to remain anonymous, then feel free to sort of private message me on the chat, and I'm happy to ask it towards the end of the hearing. So that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. If you can, if I can get some answers to those, that'd be great.
Anyone like to offer a comment on that?
I'll jump in real quick, just because I think that for us, sort of what we do in our mission is a little slightly far afield from the question you just asked, Councilor Flaherty, but just so people do know, our entire classification process has gone virtual. So we used to do it by way of in-person hearings, both in the communities and also in the houses of corrections and at the DOC. But as a result of COVID, we've transferred the entire process. It wasn't easy, but we've transferred the entire process to a virtual platform.
Okay.
And that's the same thing for our contact with victim survivors and their families.
It's all done virtually at this point in time.
Yeah.
I'm just going to follow up then in terms of a physical exam. This might be back over to Susan. In the time of COVID, like if a young person needs to have a physical exam and a proper forensic process, is that you said that still happens in the midst of COVID?
Yes. So in addition to all of our services becoming virtual, our pediatric sexual assault nurse examiner does come on site in emergencies or acute situations or when it's necessary, and she's got PPE, the full gear. So she is still available, and that is still happening. I will say too that as far as the remote, there's been a lot of concern about kids not having access to trusted adults and not having the ability to let someone know that they're being hurt. And that was an immediate concern at the time that we all started staying home. Very early on, we started developing training. We did a training with the Boston Public Schools in June, before the last school year ended, specifically around strategies for connecting with kids virtually to be able to check in around their safety and make sure that connections that otherwise would have happened in person could attempt to be maintained, virtually to make sure the kids were okay and recognize when they're being hurt. And just the last thing you mentioned, Counselor Flaherty, was about online safety. The reports of kids exchanging indecent images in just online risks have increased exponentially with the incredibly increased amount of time that kids are spending online while we're all at home. And so we work with the district attorney's office to deliver a program called Stop, Block, and Talk, which is an online safety curriculum. It's delivered to parents, it's delivered to professionals, it's delivered directly to kids in schools. And the demand for that and the need for that has blown up in the last several months. And it's being delivered Monday night. It was being delivered yesterday, I think, in a school. It's available. It's now available virtually, and there's a great need for that kind of training. So we do welcome inquiries about that, and are really trying to meet every request that can be right now to deliver that information.
Thank you. I want to go on to my other colleagues. Councillor Mejia, have you any questions for the panel?
I have a few. So I'm just curious about, the studies show that the LGBTQ youth are more likely to experience patterns of abuse, and how are we catering our services specifically to accommodate LGBTQ and gender nonconforming adolescents? I'm also curious about how are we preparing and training families for survivors to understand how to accommodate someone's emotional needs? I'm curious to know how we're working with communities and families to help them address the stigma. That's not something that we see. And I'm thinking particularly in the Latino community, where, like I mentioned earlier, we just often slip it under the rug. And then I'm also curious as to whether or not you're able to do outreach in multiple languages, and what kind of, how that outreach looks like in different languages, and also more culturally responsive to those individual needs. And then lastly, and maybe I don't even know if this fits here, but it's just worth asking, is that in certain communities, people, as young as 13 years old are dating or entering sexual relations with men as old as 20. And while that may not be considered sexual abuse in certain countries, I think it very much is considered sexual abuse in this country. And I'm just curious about how that is handled within your departments, and what that looks like. And if that does not fit within this conversation that we're having, we don't need to answer, but I'm just curious.
Anyone like to answer, offer comments on the questions?
Did I freeze, or did I
No,
ask
no.
questions not relevant to this
No,
conversation?
I'm trying not to be the one person who's answering every question, so I'm pausing.
Not to worry about it, Susan. Keep going.
So many questions. I'm not sure that I'm actually going to be able to answer them all. I can say for our team, and it's always our preference to interview children in their primary language. And so our forensic interviews are conducted in both English and Spanish. But unfortunately, if a child speaks another language, we do use interpreters. We're not able to interview them in their own language because we don't have trained interviewers in every language. We're a tiny team of 6 clinicians. That includes 6 clinicians, 3 of whom are Spanish and English speaking, and the demand for clinical services in Spanish and for Latinx families has been enormous. And we would love nothing more than to grow our mental health team to be able to offer more diverse staff and more linguistic capacity. We're just stretched to the maximum. And our team, I think, is, if you had asked us this 5 years ago, we had 1 Spanish-speaking clinician, and now with a team that includes more, we are striving to talk with the youth and their families to deeply understand their experience of what's going on, and to meet them where they're coming at this. So with your example of a 13-year-old and a 20-year-old, we want to respect the family's perspective, but we also bring in our perspective of where that 13-year-old is developmentally and the protection they deserve. So I would say we're, you know, it's a continuous process of becoming better at navigating these differences, but they're vitally important.
Susan, could I ask a follow-up before you answer the rest of the questions in regards to the 13 to 20-year-old scenario?
Yeah.
And I understand in terms of the culture that in certain countries that is more acceptable, but I'm just curious in terms of what your communication is to families who need to recognize that it is not acceptable here in this country, and that there is definitely some consequences for that type of behavior. And I'm just curious as to whether or not there's a push.
I don't know if I would, so I'm not going to use the word push, but I would say there's clarity. I mean, 13 and 20 is a very, 13, there's a lot of clarity about 13 and 20. I think where things get more challenging are 13 and 16 or 13 and 17. And I'll speak for myself as someone in this work. I'm not going to project my own values. The law is clear. The law is clear that that would not be legal. But I think coming, and I'll speak again for the CAC, not speaking for the district attorney's office per se. Of course, we come at this from through a legal lens, but we also have to come at it from a lens which respects the experience of the everyone involved. 13 and 20 though, big difference, not okay. And that will be communicated, you know, with a family in a way that helps them not only understand it, but cope with it and manage it so that it allows them to move on from that.
Thank you. And I move on to our next, Councillor Samby George, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the lead sponsors of this hearing. It's certainly fascinating. As a former classroom teacher, I do worry about, and Councillor Flaherty alluded to it or mentioned it directly, actually. I do worry about when children are home so much and learning remotely and have access to devices, and you know, every young person is looking for a spot to sort of hide in their house so they can participate in remote learning. It has certainly increased the risk and the exposure that our kids are now experiencing. And I think Susan mentioned the Stop Talk, Block Talk effort, both to inform and educate parents and kids and community and educators, all that sort of stuff. Have you seen an increase, anyone, in cases, in the severity of cases around sexual assault? And perhaps too, I would imagine because of isolation and the added risk, especially with technology in particular, access to so much technology, perhaps prolonged trauma and prolonged maybe emotional abuse because of a previous sexual trauma. That's for anybody.
Okay. No.
I can speak again briefly. I really, you know, during this time when each of us is experiencing our own stresses, sometimes it's hard to know if what we're experiencing is similar to what we used to or if it's different. But what I'm hearing from our team is that our meetings and visits with families when they come in are they're really intense. I think the impact of isolation, the responding to the abuse, a parent having to rally in the midst of all this to support a child, there is a real intensity that's being experienced. And when you pair that with other needs that families are having related to food and housing insecurity, I mean, it's a lot. And I do think it's reinforcing the need for all of us to need to be able to have services readily available that can support families, whether or not it's going to require a longer period of being involved with services, it's hard to say, but there is definitely an intensity. And I also, I mean, it's almost incredible to me that when it's so hard for a child to come forward in the circumstances, in the isolation that we're now experiencing, that when a young person does find a way to make a report, we are hearing about, serious, sustained, ongoing abuse, and it's troubling.
I would add to that too, that we've also been seeing that degree of intensity, elevating with what's going on with the pandemic. And I think, for sexual assault survivors, that feeling of powerlessness and not having control over so many things in their lives, impact on their jobs, impact on their kids' schooling, that all of that is just exacerbating all of the trauma that they experience. And it's, people are really expressing they're having a hard time gaining mastery over their day-to-day lives with all of these things being prolonged into the future, with no end in sight. There's hope with the vaccine, but people know this is going to continue for a period of time. So, a lot of survivors are expressing just degrees of trauma that they hadn't really felt since like the episodes of when the crimes were happening to them.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question?
Sure.
Sort of the silver lining and the benefit of technology. Are services able to be delivered and support virtually?
It is a real silver lining. In some ways, it's increased access for lots of families, and I think it's something we're going to continue to do, on an ongoing basis. When when we're able to see families in person, we're also going to continue to see them virtually. It's been really helpful.
Excellent, great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Flynn, I'm sorry, I seem to have skipped you in the first, just before. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Thank you to the panelists. And I failed to mention I had the opportunity to visit the Family Justice Center a while back with Councillor Campbell, and I just wanted to highlight the excellent work the staff does there. So, so I just wanted to mention that. And then the second point was I was a probation officer at Suffolk Superior Court for 10 years prior to being on the council, and I interacted frequently with a lot of convicted sex offenders that I supervised. But I'm wondering, I guess my question is, for young students that have seen sexual assaults or been a victim of sexual assaults in their home, or have seen one of their parents engage in it, what type of services or education or even philosophy do we have to make sure that we teach, we provide the right services to that family, but also to reach out to young boys too, to educate them on what is healthy and what is appropriate and what's not appropriate, and give them some assistance along the way. I wonder if anyone has any comments or any thoughts about that.
I know I wasn't part of this panel, but can I jump in?
Oh, certainly. And Kathy, it may have worked, but it may have been more useful for me to involve you in this panel as well, to throw you right in there. So please go ahead.
That's okay. So I work at the Boston Area Rape Crisis Center, so our perspective is a little bit different. We do provide services, but over the last 15 years, we have sort of switched our framework to the prevention work, because we know services are critical, but in order to win sexual violence, we have to prevent it. And how do we prevent it? By doing a lot of things that you were asking. Comprehensive sex ed is the key. There's so much research, pediatrics, OBGYNs, education, anyone that you ask, and they will say comprehensive sex ed, because that will prevent sexual violence in the sense that you're teaching young kids the tools of what a healthy relationship is and what is not, so they will not cross boundaries. You teach others the boundaries, you teach consent. Unfortunately, Massachusetts legislature refuses to address prevention. Prevention is not a topic that we really talk about. There's no comprehensive sex ed in Massachusetts. It has been in the legislature for 11 years, and it has yet gotten a hearing on the House. So it's up to many of us to do the prevention work. It's up to providers to do comprehensive sex ed. But until we have people like you, until we have DESE, until we have the commitment from the state to say we are going to take action to teach boundaries, to teach healthy relations, to say what is okay and what is not, we're not going to get there. So we're with you, or I'm with you, BARC is with you, that we need the support from many other organizations, because SORB, CAC, the DA's office, we are at the end of the services. And what we want to do is be like, and what we do, we want to end sexual violence, but we can't until the tools are given for adolescents and the youth.
And I could add 2 things to that. You know, the way that we look at the information that's available on the registry, that it's prevention. The purpose of that information is to help people be informed of offenders that may harm you or your children, as we know that access provides way for opportunity. And so we encourage people to use that information to be able to protect themselves. The second thing is the Massachusetts Legislative Task Force on Child Sexual Abuse Prevention just launched a website called Safe Kids Thrive that has, it's geared towards for people that work or volunteer or are recipient of services in youth serving organizations. And they help, if you go on that, there's all kinds of toolkits that people can develop for prevention to keep themselves safe.
Thank you. Thank you both. Katia, it seems like a really appropriate time to bring you into the conversation. I should have brought you in right because we had 2 panels and now we've got the makings of 1 large panel. So please, would you like to make your presentation and then we'll do a second round of questions?
That'll be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for all the work that U.S. councils are doing in CAC, the Family Justice Center, SORB. We're all critical to supporting survivors of sexual violence. So I appreciate and all your services. And I hope that you're all taking care of yourself, because the pandemic is traumatic to all of us. So I hope that you're all doing something to take care of yourself. So I'm here on behalf of BARC, the Boston Area Rape Crisis Center. Our mission is to end sexual violence through healing and social change. Our expertise in sexual violence prevention, response, and education is based on nearly 50 years of work with survivors and their families. We are the only rape crisis center in the greater Boston area, and we supported over 12,000 survivors, loved ones, and community members in the last year. We provide free confidential services to survivors 12 and over, their loved ones, and professionals. We work with survivors of all genders, from their immediate crisis to years and decades later after the assault occurred. This includes survivors of child abuse who often do not disclose or seek support for many years. Our goal is to empower survivors to heal and seek justice in ways that are meaningful to them. Our direct services for survivors and their loved ones are available in English, Spanish, and other languages as requested, and they include the 24/7 hotline, a web chat, barc.org/chat, 24/7 medical advocacy, which includes support at the hospitals when a survivor is there for a sexual assault exam and evidence collection kit. We are still providing virtual visits and support for SANES during the pandemic. So survivors requiring an evidence collection kit will still have access to a medical advocate. We also provide case management, assistance with housing, healthcare, financial challenges, and more. You can't focus on healing when you're worried about keeping a roof over your head or finding money to buy groceries. This program is even more vital now that we have ever seen. We have seen an 81% increase of requests for housing since the pandemic started. And safe and secure housing is prevention of sexual violence. We provide counseling for both survivors and loved ones, including individual, couples, family, and group counseling. We're doing so virtually, and if needed, we'll meet with survivors at the office. But we're continuing to try as much as we can with virtual visits. We also do legal advocacy, through which we help survivors understand their legal rights and options. We assist them as they navigate the civil and criminal legal system, as well as workplace policies and campus processes. We know the criminal legal system is not the answer for everyone, but if they need it, we will support them in that process. We also provide with immigration assistance, so that service we're doing in person because it's a bilingual clinic lawyer, so it's easier to do it in person. We collaborate with agencies, schools, hospitals, and other organizations throughout the city and region to best support survivors and advocate for their needs. In addition to our direct support services, we provide training, education in how to respond to survivors and prevent sexual violence. We also pursue change through the legislative and policy advocacy. And over the last 15 years as a rape crisis center, we have increased and really honed our prevention work because we understand that it's vital for healing communities and truly ending sexual violence to address sexual violence as a public health crisis. So we want to be immersed in the community, and we do provide community response after incidents occur. Healing and building trust after child sexual abuse requires a holistic approach in the communities that we live and work in. It requires partnerships and collaborations. It requires a response, services, and prevention and education and dialogue. We need to be talking with families. We need to talk with the community members. Without these, a community will be sending the harmful messages that survivors should stay in silence and feel ashamed of what was done to them. Silence and lack of information is part of what leads to the perpetrators inflicting harm on others. And it's really important to understand that it's not something that victims look for. It's something that is done to them. It's harm that was done from one person to another. Silence and lack of information also leads to survivors feeling shame and embarrassment and choosing not to share what was done to them because they're afraid that they're not going to be believed or supported. The silence of decades is what led to the Me Too movement. What we know, what prevents sexual assault and harassment is conversations about consent, about what healthy relationships should look like, about boundaries. Cultivating open dialogue about sexual health and consent can also increase the likelihood of youth survivors reaching out for support. We know that suicidal and depressive thoughts can significantly increase after a sexual assault. RAINN, a national organization, reported that over approximately 70% of rape or sexual assault victims experience moderate to severe distress, and it's a larger percentage than any other violent crime. We also know that response survivors receive once they speak about the harm that was done to them will have long-lasting consequences. Survivors are looking for validation and accountability. They hope to be believed. And when communities focus on supporting them, creating structures and cultures that support all survivors, which include basic needs such as safe and secure housing, access to equitable healthcare, food, education. That's when we start to prevent the harm that was done to them. And we can truly start building trust in safer communities. Sexual violence is significant and directs impact on the communities we live in and the communities, and it's a community's responsibility to take a step to prevent it. Often communities, providers, and policymakers focus on addressing how to provide services without focusing on preventing the behavior. Services are crucial for survivors. They help survivors and communities to better respond after the harm was done to them. And it is time for holistic support and services to consistently include prevention efforts. One of the prevention efforts that I mentioned was the Healthy Use Act. We need to take action, we need to educate, we need to provide tools, and we need to provide information. And that's when we're going to start taking a significant steps to end sexual violence and support survivors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katia. I understand we have someone waiting to make public testimony. Can we, let's see who it is. Kathy, would someone let Kathy in, please? Kathy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for
Hi,
coming.
Kathy.
Hello, Councilor Flaherty, Councilor Edwards. Thank you so much for getting this on the docket. It's so very important. And unfortunately, I had to be one of those parents that their son was a victim. So about 8 years ago, he was exploited in a sex chat by a neighbor in a longtime community. At the time, we thought upstanding person, dad, husband, etc. And he wasn't. So we went through the whole process of crimes against children, sex offender registry involved, who I tell you, Judy Norton, she's amazing. She helped me deal and heal somewhat through my experience. And the reason why is my perpetrator pled guilty to 4 counts of child pornography and was sentenced to 5 years probation with a GPS, and lived at the bottom of my street for all of that 5 years, where I had to go by the home and, and now he's gone, thankfully, but, and he was a level 2 sex offender, which made me as a mom happy because I knew where he was. And then I get a email or a call, I forget, from Judy Norton saying he appealed to the Supreme Judicial Court for reclassification and won. So the thing for me is, I'm still healing through it. My son's older now, but I worry about all the other children in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And so I think it's more conversation on the laws that only can go through the State House in the state of Massachusetts for these sex offenders. So I want to thank everybody for this panel because I think it's so important, especially these days, especially with COVID. So, and change laws to help the kids of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you,
Thank
Kathy.
you. I had one question. I don't know who's the best. Again, it might be Susan. Someone can answer this. When you have a child who was abused when they were pre-verbal, very often they're not able to articulate what happened to them. But they do know that there's something amiss with themselves, and sometimes they don't realize that, or they know something's wrong, but they can't articulate it. And maybe years later, when they're adults or teenagers or something, that this sort of becomes unmasked and they realize that there's something that happened back then. What's your strategies for working with kids that have been, children who have been abused when they were pre-verbal?
That's very hard. I think if there's a concern that a child who's either pre-verbal or too young to have an interview has been hurt, I think that's when we rely on others, whether it's police detectives or social workers, to be able to establish information so that we know what might have happened to them. I mean, it's always, isn't it always a shame that we have to rely on kids to tell us about their experience, that we have to wait for them to disclose and then give us the details? I wish in a better world, the burden would lie elsewhere. It would either lie on adults finding information and evidence or just some other way to confirm that a child's been hurt. When kids are pre-verbal, it's really, really hard. And I think it does turn into more of an investigation as far as determining what may have happened. In terms of healing, I would invite others here too to chime in on this. I would imagine that is different for different individuals and could be a lifelong process of understanding one's experience and what the source of it is and coping with it and coming to terms with it. Very, very difficult.
Thank you. Okay, everyone take a deep breath. This is a difficult subject, a sensitive subject, and thank you all for your work. I think Councillor Mejia indicated that she had some more questions. I will, as anyone else, if anyone else got a pressing question, I'd like to swing back to Councillor Mejia. Councillor Edwards, you're the lead sponsor, and then we'll go back to Councillor Mejia.
Thank you very much. I wanted to first thank Kathy for her leadership and her, it's hard as a parent to admit that happened. And I think she represents a lot more people in our city and our state than we care to admit. And so, Kathy, today you gave a lot of people a voice through your bravery, and through your own reaction to this. And I'm not a parent, but I can imagine those of us who are, how much, especially those who've gone through what you've gone through, how seen they feel right now by the city council, by a lot of these agencies, and also being on the other end of receiving the notice that you will no longer know where the person is who hurt your child or wanted to hurt your child. And so I think it's important that we carry that to the State House to understand the impacts of some of the laws that they're pressing, that Judy and other folks at SORB have to enforce. And I wanted to thank them for that. Thank you so much for that. So to Katya, the question is, so for the other parents like Kathy, for the larger community who are now either in PTSD or dealing with the reverberating effects, who might be living down the street from, what services does BARC provide?
Absolutely. And we do a lot. So in the series, we can do individual counseling. So Kathy will qualify for free confidential services as a parent of a survivor or a parent of a sexual assault survivor. So we will be able to do individual counseling for her son. We could do group counseling for her. We run different groups throughout the year. We could also provide civil advice. I don't know if it was a priest, we will be able to help them navigate with any process if they wanted to do any civil suits to the church, or if it was a coach. So we will be able to provide civil services by attorneys at the office. They will give them more information. We could also, at their request, we could come into the community and have a conversation, and we could try to hold a group in the community, a community response conversation. We do, they could volunteer to become part of our education COPES team. So it will be educating other people and other community members of what sexual violence can do. And not necessarily to her, but at a response of what happened. One of the things that we are really trying to do, especially with the COPES team, is to do a lot of bystander intervention. And bystander intervention doesn't mean that it has to be as a direct result of an incident, but it's the responses that we all have towards someone who's disclosing, a friend of ours who came to us like, oh, I just wanted to talk to you about something that happened to me 20 years ago. That is done, but I just want to disclose. I want to have a conversation. So we're constantly trying to educate people like us, the community, on how to really respond to survivors so they have the best supportive system.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mejia.
Yes, thank you. I know I asked a lot of questions and I only got probably like one answer because I went on and on and on. So sorry about that. But I would like to know a few things. One is around the LGBTQ support services, if you could talk briefly to that. And then I'm curious about what kind of training and support you're able to offer educators in the Boston Public Schools, our community health centers. Like, how are we utilizing this as an opportunity to engage all city service agencies in this conversation so that if they come across families, they're able to talk about it in ways that are not so much triggering, but at the very least that they know that this is a space where that they might be able to disclose if they need to. And then the last question is around Councillor Edwards was talking about the passed on trauma that exists. And I'm just curious about oftentimes parents do, those parents who experience their own experience with childhood sexual abuse, then pass it on to their children in terms of by being overly sensitive about certain things. And so what type of counseling and what kind of resources do you offer families so that things that they may be not creating scenarios in their heads about some of the things that if their child is displaying certain things that they don't automatically assume that it's something bad, it just might be just kids acting the way that they do. Like, can you talk a little bit about what type of support services are for families like that? That's a lot.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to sort of hone in one part. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico. I came to this country or United States for school and I stay. So working with the Latino community, Spanish is my first language. Working with the Latino community is my thing. Like, this is my passion. And since I started doing a lot of the prevention work and the policy side, that has been something that have been pushing a lot because of the amount of trauma the Latino community experience back in their countries in the process of coming here, the historical trauma. When I think about prevention and when I think about sexual violence, what I know now is not what I knew back in my early years because that's not how it was taught back home. And one of the things that I thought it was so critical is that it wasn't taught because so many people experience sexual violence in Latino communities. The rates of sexual violence in Latino communities is sky high. And they kept it secret and they passed some of the behavior. And for me, it's like, it's not that they don't want to talk about it, it's that they might not know what happened to them. They're coming to terms, they're dealing with the trauma, they're dealing with the PTSD. So addressing it with their children, they might not have the tools. So one of the things that we're trying to do, especially with the Healthy Youth Coalition, is to get into the gateway cities, is to do curriculum for parents of the Latino community. So we can start teaching the Latino community that behavior is not okay. It's not okay back home. It's not okay here. And we're going to give you the tools on how to address it. And that will most likely have to include counseling for the parents because they experience years and years of trauma. So one thing is the education. I'm trying to figure out how to do comprehensive sex ed for some communities that don't want to talk about it for many different reasons. So how do we break in those boundaries? We have Spanish-speaking clinicians. We have bicultural and bilingual clinicians. So it's not just bilingual work, it's bicultural work. It's people that have lived experiences. They grew up outside United States. They grew up in those communities. So we're trying to do that as much as we can. And especially with the LGBTQ community, there have been so many misconceptions, so much misinformation, and so much closure for them to be welcome. So we have been doing a lot of trainings. We do groups. So all of our services are comprehensive and they include the different communities. But the rates of sexual violence, especially in the youth on the LGBTQ community, is significant. And then the Latino communities. So it's two things that we're really trying really hard to address.
Thank you.
I don't know if that answered, but I'm more than happy to chat because we do want to bring the Latino group to Boston.
Yeah, I got your email. I'm looking forward to connecting.
Yes.
Councillor Mejia, did you have any other questions?
No, thank you. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you.
You know, the focus of the conversation was about healing and trust building for child sexual abuse. Just want to round back and think about perhaps, you know, laying down some must-haves in terms of how we get there, and like a roadmap for communities to help that healing process. You know, let's throw it. I think your suggestions about really good sex ed is a really good start, but the other thing about healing the harm after it's happened, like there's a whole intergenerational generational trauma that happens. Like very often parents, grandparents were victims of sexual abuse themselves. So when it comes to their children or grandchildren, the whole thing just kicks off again. And in bygone days, it was like not talked about. So in this time, the way we get to healing is to talk it out, take it out and look at it in daylight and talk about it. But for many cultures and families, that's not the way it was done in the past. So I'd just like to give it back to Councillor Edwards, perhaps to, we have about 20 minutes left. We can talk for as long as we want, but we have a sort of 4 o'clock target, and I just want to wrap up the conversation and make sure that the lead sponsors are satisfied that we have addressed all the issues that we wanted to talk about this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Councillor Braden. We certainly have addressed that and then some. I am very, very, very encouraged by the people who came and testified today and the services that are happening. But most importantly, I'm encouraged by their own words about how this was a long overdue conversation. It needs to happen again. So the first thing I would like is for the chair to consider keeping this in committee so that we can have this either on a quarterly basis or at least once a year conversation as we talk about our budget, as we talk about everything else on a regular basis that is in our forefront in mind. This should be there too. So I'd like to ask for that commitment. And then I hope that in terms of your timeline and building blocks, there's different ways to go here. One was the legislative process and the ideas around what we can support at the State House. And Kathy will certainly be part of helping to lead that way there too. And then there's also informing communities about resources we have, and then learning from BARC and other community-based resources what money you need to expand the resources that you have. Because hearing that we need to even get more resources for the Latino community, I can imagine it's the same for the Haitian community or for the Vietnamese community or for new immigrants from wherever they are in other countries. I mean, there's levels, right? And so how do we expand those things as well? I think the same trauma, the same understanding of how to work with police. These are all barriers that we face when we come to a new community or country even. So thank you all so much. I look forward to continuing this conversation and building on the resources that we have.
I just wanted to add one thing. I was remiss in not mentioning. We have a wonderful partnership with the Boston Police Department's Sex Offender Registry Unit, and they've been a great resource for victim survivors and families whenever there's been an issue of concern, a safety issue or something happening. Anytime we've ever contacted them to address that, they're very responsive and take action very quickly and are very good on the communication. And we really, really appreciate and value that partnership with them.
And if I might also add, the Family Justice Center, for those who aren't familiar with that framework, the Boston Police Family Justice Group, so the 4 units of detectives, crimes against children, domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, are all headquartered at the FJC and have opportunities back and forth with other community partners that we didn't mention today, but the Massachusetts Alliance of Portuguese Speakers, the Asian Task Force, and the Association of Haitian Women, and the collaborations that have gone on. As one example, I'm thinking one that the Alliance of Portuguese Speakers, along with Children's Advocacy some time ago, put together in targeting communities where, whether it's underreporting or specific communities, parents, clergy, or otherwise, who are looking for understanding the signs, response, long-term, sort of immediate, short-term, and long-term. So there is a lot to say and a lot to do, and we're very grateful for this opportunity. And for those who have been to the Family Justice Center, Councillor Flynn and Andrea Campbell most recently with me. I know many others have been there, and we look forward to 2 more. Thank you.
If I may say something, just quickly, the Boston Police Department, it took me probably 5 times to get all level 2 sex offenders in my community way back when. It wasn't easy for me. If they don't have it in my community, and I haven't been back since. So I still don't know. And that's one of the things that I don't know how we can make better, but it was every Friday I went and I was sent to, and they told me, no, you can't have it, until finally they gave it to me. But I had to sit there and look in a book while sex offenders were coming in to register. And I was just, that's something that I would hope there could be a better process for. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
We provide monthly training to all the police departments, including the Boston Police Department, about people's right to access that information. So we have made a lot of improvements along the way in the last few years.
Excellent. Councillor Flaherty, would you like to, have you any further questions, or would you like to make some closing comments?
Do closing comments, Madam Chair. So obviously this was very informative, and it's clear that we need to keep pressure on, particularly as it pertains to victims. It's it's an interesting phenomenon where the perpetrator is arrested, tried, convicted, sentenced, and then I guess through good behavior or not reoffending, gets to sort of move forward and maybe even step down on. Through probation and sort of, I guess, downgrade the level of how he or she is viewed as a sort of as an ex-offender. So, but that doesn't help the victim. It doesn't help the victim's family, who still lives across the street or around the corner or in the same community. And so, just want to make sure that we're doing the best we can to continue to provide resources for victims and their family. And I think this was very helpful in at least giving us the framework of everything that's going on, everything that's available. But clearly we need to continue to work together and do better. So I appreciate the courage of those that willing to come forward and to offer testimony, and we'll continue to stand with them in partnership as a city council to try to make sure that we're doing the best we can for them. And it's really about them. It's, we're obviously we're in a world of second chances. We're in a world of, recognizing when people have paid their debt to society and trying to find a way to allow them to move on. But this is a, particularly difficult situation. In many instances, they're pretty horrendous and heinous criminal acts and sexual abuse in particular that will stay with the victims for the rest of their lives. And it's, how do we carve out and pay particular attention and put a special focus on those victims and making sure that they have the resources and make sure they have continued support and protection from the perpetrators, even though the event happened a while ago or the person has paid their debt. So that's, for me, it was just about, recognizing that we need to continue to refocus on how we can do better, and I look forward to continue working together. So thank you, Madam Chair, for hosting on a Friday afternoon, and thank you for the panel, all of the time and talent that went into, it goes into all of the work that you guys do, and appreciate that. Family Justice Center obviously has been a great asset for our city. And again, look forward to working with everyone. And thank you to the co-sponsor on this, who's done great work in this space, also as an attorney and someone where we share constituencies, and we want to work together to make sure that we're doing the best we can for folks out there in our neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Mejia, would you like to make some closing remarks?
Just thank you to the makers. Thank you to you, Chairwoman, for moderating this conversation, and to the panelists, and to Kathy for showing up and speaking your truth and holding us accountable. We definitely have a lot of work to do around sex offenders who oftentimes go unregistered here in the city of Boston, and there's very little way for us to hold them accountable and our family safe. So thank you so much. It was a great conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia. Councillor Flynn, would you like to make some closing remarks?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Braden. And just wanted to highlight what Anne Marie mentioned and what Councillor Edwards mentioned on language access. But I do a lot of outreach in the Asian community, and went to the Asian Task Force Against Domestic Violence and met with the executive director. And I asked her what her number one challenge or concern was as an organization. And she said language access, just in the Asian community. I'm probably guessing at the number, but she said there's like 15 or 20 different distinctions of language or dialects. And they just don't have the resources, but language access plays a critical role, as we all know. And the other point I just wanted to highlight is the role of coming from the probation department or in the court system, but the role of the victim witness advocate that is assigned to the district attorney's office also is a great resource, working closely with the victim's family and sometimes interacting with the probation staff, interacting with the police, but especially interacting with the family, with the impacted family. So just wanted to highlight that as well. Thank you to the makers. Thank you to the panelists for being here, but more importantly for the incredible work you do on this important subject.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Just to wrap up, I really want to express my gratitude to the lead sponsors, Councillor Edwards and Councillor Flaherty, for bringing forward this really important conversation. I want to thank all my council colleagues, and more especially, I want to thank Kathy Doherty and all of you folks who work in the field every day. This is invaluable work. It's really important work. It's often work that goes unnoticed, but I think it's my commitment to keep this in committee and to continue this, to follow Councillor Edwards' suggestion that we will revisit this on a regular basis to make sure that we're moving the ball forward down the field. And I look forward to continuing to collaborate with you all. So thank you very much for taking your time this afternoon to come and talk with us. And with that said, unless there's any other comments, I will move to adjourn this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. God bless. Let's hope we change the world.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Yes, we can.
We already
Thank you.
started. We already started.
Really getting started. Thank you all. Have a good
Thank
evening.
you.
Thank
Take care now. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. We're gonna-
Good morning, Michael.
Can everyone hear me clearly? Because I'm going to have to join. I'm having computer problems, but I'm on the phone, so I can deal with it on the phone. So if everyone can hear me clearly, we can get started.
You're very clear.
Figure we have everyone with us. Let me look down the list. Very good. Okay. Kerry, you ready to roll?
Ready when you are, sir.
Very good. So we're going to bang in the meeting. Today, we're having an order for a hearing on docket 0503. Today is Friday, December 11th, 2020. And my name is City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty. I'm the Vice Chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice, and standing in on behalf of our colleague, City Councilor Andrea Campbell, who is the Chair. And we are here today to discuss docket 0503, order for hearing regarding access to wellness programs for first responders. This matter was sponsored by our colleague, City Councilor at Large, Anissa Asabi George, was referred to the committee on March the 6th, 2020. Today's virtual hearing is being held in accordance with Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 executive order, modifying certain requirements of the open meeting law and relieving public bodies of certain requirements, including the requirement that public bodies conduct its meetings in a public place that is open and physically accessible to the public. The City Council will be conducting this hearing virtually via Zoom. This enables the City Council to carry out its responsibilities while adhering to public health accommodations and ensuring public access to its deliberations through adequate alternative means. The public may watch this meeting live stream at www.boston.gov/city-council-tv. It will also be rebroadcast at a later date on Comcast 8, RCN 82, Verizon 964. It is also currently being streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv. We will take public testimony at the end of the hearing. So if you are interested in testifying, please email ron.cobb, that's COBB, at boston.gov for the Zoom link. You should also follow along on live stream, and we will announce when it's your turn to testify and then admit you from the waiting room. Please ensure your name on the Zoom reflects the name that you have signed up to testify under. With that said, today we are joined today by Lieutenant Patrick Calter, Emergency Medical Services, Lieutenant Patrick Hayes, Boston Fire Department, Sergeant Joseph King with Boston Police Department, Dr. Michael Hamrock, a former firefighter and department physician for the Boston Fire Department, who now provides primary care to Massachusetts firefighters at Stewart St. Elizabeth Hospital. And I also see that we have the great fortune to have our fire commissioner on, Jack Dempsey. So it's great to see Jack. And I'll obviously, as courtesy as the commissioner, I'll allow our commissioner to begin the presentation from the panel. But before I do that, I want to turn it over to the lead sponsor, my colleague, City Councilor Anissa Asabi George, and then we'll take folks in order of their arrival. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Asabi George.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I filed this hearing order back in March of this year to tackle a problem that is of a particular interest to me. First responders, our police, fire, and EMS are here to provide aid to those who have suffered traumatic events, and as a result are also the first to witness these horrible events. For many psychological and physiological reasons, continuously witnessing these events creates a particular kind of stress on the body that has led to higher rates of depression, PTSD and PTSI, and suicide for our first responders. Everyone deserves access to mental health care and wellness programs. Some improvements were made after the Boston Marathon, but there are still many more that we could do. We don't want first responders to be debilitated or triggered while on the job, and we don't want their families to bear the brunt of that trauma. It will be better for everyone if our first responders are getting the care and have access to the care they need so that they can give us as a city all that we need. I look forward to today's conversation and hearing how we can improve both mental and physical health support for our first responders. And I'm grateful for everyone who's joined us today for this panel, for this discussion, for this conversation. Especially pleased to see Commissioner Dempsey with us, and a special thank you to Dr. Hamrock, who's joined us to also talk about his work and his experiences. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Asabi George. And we've been joined by our colleagues, City Councilor Ed Flynn and Councilor Kenzie Bach at this point. And for brief opening comments in order of arrival, Councilor Flynn, do you have any opening comments?
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty. Thank you to Councilor Asabi George for filing this order, this important hearing order. and to you, Councilor Flaherty, for chairing it. With this pandemic still raging on, it's important that we ensure that our first responders are healthy, both physically and mentally. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation. Even before COVID-19, our first responders are constantly performing under stressful situations. And just as a reference, I filed a similar hearing order about creating a health registry for our first responders so that we can keep track of the impact of COVID-19 on those who are closest to it, so that we can better provide the services needed for those who may still need such programs, medical, mental health counseling as well. Just as a quick example, the stress that our first responders are going through now is almost like a deployment in the military. I served on 2 deployments, and let me tell you, after coming home, your life and your body is not the same. So we're going to have to recognize that the police, the fire, and the EMS have done an exceptional job over the last year, are going to need the needed care, and for their families as well. So I hope we can also have a conversation later on about a health registry. But in the meantime, thank you, Councilor Asabi-George. I think this is one of the most important hearing orders I heard that we filed all year. And it's important that we make sure that our city workers that are there for us all the time, that we're there for them, because I don't think at times society has been there for our city workers, especially during this difficult period in our city and country. Thank you, Councilor Asabi-George. Thank you, Councilor Flaherty, and to the first responders that are with us today.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. We've also been joined by our colleague, City Councilor Matt O'Malley. Chair will recognize Councilor Kenzie Bach at this time for an opening comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank Councilor Asabi-George for calling for this hearing today. I think that we in so many ways ask our frontline workers, and especially our first responders, to really confront all of the hardest moments and places in our society. And I don't think we have a history of giving enough support, especially on this mental health side. And it feels to me as though we've progressed in terms of talking about the mental health and PTSD implications of all of this. And I think we've made some good moves in terms of putting some programs in place in the city, but we're still in that phase of how do we get people to take advantage of those programs, and how do we really scale it up? Because I still think that we struggle with a real social stigma in which trauma is invisible and so not real for people. So really looking forward to the conversation today and learning more about what we're doing and how we can do more on this front. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Bach. Chair recognizes Councilor Matt O'Malley for a brief opening comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I too would like to add my voice to the chorus. Thank Maker Councilor Asabi-George for her leadership in this space. Proud to support it, and obviously underscore the points that have been made by so many colleagues. And that's, we know, or we don't know directly, but we can certainly understand the enormous stress, the physical, emotional, mental stress that our police officers, our firefighters, our EMTs, our paramedics always have to endure, but particularly during pandemic. You know, our public safety forward-facing personnel can't work remotely during this time, and they have done an exceptional job. So we want to make sure that the support is there and that the opportunities are there. And the purpose of hearings like this is just to check in, convene all the relevant stakeholders to make sure that we're not missing anything, and from our point of view, to make sure that the funding will be available as we proceed through the next year particularly. But really just wanted to add my voice in support. Thank you, Councilor Asabi-George, for highlighting this vitally important issue, and great to see my colleagues in government and thank you all for your great work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor O'Malley. And as councilors join, I'll make sure that they get recognized in order. So with that, and obviously through the lead sponsor, I guess I'm going to turn it right over to our invited guest, and I'll start with our esteemed Fire Commissioner, Jack Dempsey. So Jack, if you could take the floor. And I also see a dear friend and an old classmate of mine, Joe King, here as well. So make sure we get Joe on quickly as well. So with that, Commissioner Dempsey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all as city councilors for giving us the support in this very important part of our job. Between Boston Fire, Boston Police, and EMS, we have a great team that works together on this. It's a silent illness, that I guess we could put it that way, that the first responders are, we're used to being the rescuers. And so this is a very difficult thing to deal with from our angle, because we're used to rescuing people, and to be the victim is hard for guys to speak up and look for help on this. So this is critical, that we have the support from you, and that we're able to continue with this program for all our people. Thank you again, and I'll turn it over back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And if with your permission, of course, we'd like to maybe go now to Lieutenant Patrick Hayes for the Fire Department. Commissioner, is that okay?
That's great. Yep, Pat, take it away.
Pat, you have the floor.
Good morning, councilors.
Good morning.
Do you have a question for me, or you want me to just
Well,
describe?
I didn't know if you had an opening statement, or if you anything from your perspective. Obviously, you're in your position as a lieutenant in the fire department, and some of the things that you see on a regular basis, I think would be helpful for us as a council. I mean, the fire department, the police department, and EMS, our first responders have always enjoyed a great relationship with the Boston City Council. You're out there on a day-to-day basis. We see you out there. You're our neighbors. You're our coaches. You're at the local charity events and volunteering, and so it's like a big family relationship here. So we appreciate and respect the work that you do. But in your, I guess, in your formal position at the fire department, you see things that I think we need to know and learn about, and find ways to better service you as your council is.
Well, fortunately, we have a great commissioner, a great command staff, and a great local 718. They've always been pursuing and advocating for mental health and substance abuse treatment and physical fitness in the firehouses. So in the past year, we've trained another 50 members in a peer support program, and I believe the number is up to about 74 CISM peer support trainees, so it's about 2 per firehouse. Also, in the past year and a half, we've trained over 40 firefighters as recovery coach. They took a 5-day substance abuse class, and actually a couple of the Boston police and maybe a couple of EMS and city workers took the class with us at our office at Dry Dock Ave. So we've always been kind of on the forefront of trying to get people comfortable to talk to people about things. We also have a couple of members on the department that are great resources for us. We have one member that was actually, he's a clinical social worker that was part of the BEST team out of Mass General Hospital. And we also have another member that is an outreach coordinator for home base for veterans. And I've called them for assistance on a few things. We also have teamed up with McLean's, and I have to give credit to the Boston Police Peer Support for initiating that. They took that after the Marathon bombing and really were on the front line getting mental health and substance abuse treatment for our members. So the Boston Peer Support Unit really did a great job with that. And we work with them a lot. At admissions, they have the program, the LEADER program. It's LEADR, law enforcement, active duty, and emergency responders. They could do a 2-week inpatient program there, or they can do an IOP, an intensive outpatient. So we have a lot of resources that are available, and our members are pretty open to it, because a lot of them are veterans, like Councilor Flynn was saying, and talking about stress is becoming more of a workplace norm. It used to be that you didn't talk about that stuff, but now members are discussing a little more, and it's a good thing. It's an open conversation. Also, we've had to stop the live EMS training that we've been doing because of the COVID restrictions. But during that training, it's a 6 to 8 week training where they bring all the companies into the city for a training block. And usually once a year, they'll have me and a couple of people from the peer support and the CISM team talk to the members for 15 to 20 minutes before the class to give contact information on who to reach out to, who in their district, who in their firehouses. If they're uncomfortable coming to the EAP, they can talk to another member at the firehouse. And we can make an accommodation for people that way also. So we've always been pretty good with it so far, and I think we just got to stay on track with it and stay on top of it.
Good. Thank you, Lieutenant. And we're going to stay with the fire and go to Dr. Michael Hamrock, and I think who's beloved among the members and their families, largely driven by a lot of the early detection work that he's done as a physician. And also, I think some of the changes around the health and well-being have been a direct result of what he was saying as the physician in not just for the Boston Fire Department, but for firefighters across the Commonwealth. So without further ado, I just want to welcome Dr. Michael Hamrock to the panel to offer any comments that he may have at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if Dr. Hamrock is with us yet. I see him on the screen, but not unmuting. Perhaps we could go through police and then EMS and then back to Dr. Hamrock.
Very good. So with that, I see Joseph King, Sergeant Joseph King from the Boston Police Department, who's done great work in this space around health and wellness of our police department. So Joe, you have the floor. Good to see you, and let's hear your thoughts.
Thank you much, councilors, and thank you everyone who's spoken already. Actually, was some of the points were all made to start. I guess just a little something, so since we're on the record here, just, you know, the Boston Police Support Unit was created in 1974. It was called a stress program, and under Police Special Order 7485. It was since 74, it's evolved in a ton of different levels. It ended up becoming called the Boston Police Stress Unit, and then eventually we became the Boston Police Peer Support Unit. And a lot of that evolution came from a ton of assistance we had from Dr. Hayden Duggan and his crew out there at the Gardner Group that the police department has a contract with, which they provide a ton of assistance and services and counseling and therapy for our officers. We primarily got a lot of the stuff we were doing revolved around what we'd be calling known as critical incident stress management. And for us, it would be the typical stuff that the public thinks of, you know, police shootings, death of a partner, mass casualty incidences, i.e. The marathon bombing, and then the usual calls that, you know, police, fire, and EMS are dealing with all the time, which involve children and families, and a lot of intense scenes that I don't need to go into detail in this meeting about. So what we now have is the peer support unit here of the police. I myself is in charge of the unit as the director. We have full-time police officers and detective staff here at the unit. Also under the umbrella of my peer support unit is the family assistance unit, which is another name would be the hospital liaison unit. And that's staffed by full-time police officers, detectives also. And what they're doing is assisting. We have a regular, I'd say a couple times a day, it seems like, at least, depending on the week, injured officers on a regular basis, mostly minor stuff, you know, trip and falls, injuries occurring during arrest, motor vehicle accidents, things of that nature that are common stuff that happen on a regular basis. And then obviously up to the more intense, high profile stuff that people unfortunately hear about. So the family assistance officers are important in assisting the officers getting through the hospital system, assisting their families, getting through the hospital system. They also assist officers with retirement issues and also funeral arrangements for fallen officers or officers that have retired in the past, or active duty officers have retired. We also have what's a volunteer team, which is widespread throughout the city, called the Critical Incident Stress Team. And that team is made up of volunteer officers that are in all the districts, specialized units and such. And they're out there kind of being the eyes and ears for us of the peer support unit. We have monthly meetings with this team. We have training with this team. The team is a certified member of the International Critical Incident Stress Foundation, as well as a member of the Massachusetts State Peer Support Network. All the officers are trained in basic critical incident stress management, usually based on the Mitchell model by Dr. Mitchell. We're supervised, the training and the certification is also supervised by Dr. Duggan to make sure we're in compliance and up to date and all the latest techniques. The officers assigned to the peer support unit here with me I have the basic and the advanced training, as well as I have 2 officers that are licensed alcohol drug counselors which is a huge benefit, that are working here full time. So, and those are our full time officers. Just to be clear, the unit is a highly confidential unit. We don't keep records. We're not fit for duty. We're not doing evaluations to determine if somebody should be at work, not at work. The department has other resources that dictate that, and we're not connected to the drug testing or internal affairs or disciplinary issues or anything of that nature. We're here basically to support exactly what the name says, be a peer support unit and support our officers. Couple of just things when I was briefing yesterday, and then the bullet notes I had sent out prior to the meeting. Most people know, especially the people I think here on this panel, obviously understand what's going on in the daily life, and the police officers. When I say officers, a lot of these things are going to also cross over on about 100 different levels to fire and EMS. But I can only speak to my portion of this. Right now, I think there was a great point that was brought up earlier, that we are members of the community. We have been members of the community, most of us lifelong members of the community. We come from the community, we still live in it. Most of us spend more time out in the community than we actually do in our own homes. It's been the breakdown of it when I look back. And just like anyone else in the community, we have families. I think people forget we have spouses, maybe elderly parents, children, all with different various issues that everyone else is going through, whether it be bills, school choices, illnesses, all that, marital issues, all that stuff. And I say that because I think lots of times what happens, and what I see happening, especially with police, is people see an outside, they see a blue uniform, they see the police, and they forget that, these are people that actually are going home, paying taxes, paying bills, having spouses, having issues, everything that goes on with everybody else in society. Everybody knows the job. They're familiar with it here. We see what we're doing out here all the time. It's, the usual stuff, domestic violence, motor vehicle stops, lost kids, landlord-tenant disputes, all the normal. And those calls come in by the hundreds, thousands throughout the year. And then you have the stuff we have, the usual high-profile stuff that everyone likes to talk about, the shootings, the firearms, the homicide rate, which is, it's gone through the roof. And officers actually, most importantly, I think, and which we've learned in peer support, is what officers will always talk about the last is themselves. They'll be the last ones to tell you about them being assaulted, them being hurt, them being the victim of a crime. They won't bring that up. They won't talk about it. But, prepping for this meeting, I took a look and I realized that since 2013, we've had 8 Boston police officers shot in the line of duty. Since that's 1 per year, if you count 2013 and include 2020, shot, not shot at, but shot, hurt, and probably retiring because of their wounds. That doesn't count the amount of times officers have been shot at, threatened with firearms, and it also doesn't count the marathon bombing and the officers that took shrapnel with that. I bring that up not to be dramatic. I just bring it up because it's a backdrop and an ever-present reality of a police officer and their state of mind. Since we're talking about officer wellness, I think the biggest thing with officer wellness, and the doctor will be able to get into a lot of it too, with issues of adrenal fatigue and things of that nature, and the stress response that's a major part of the physiology of any human being is so hyper exasperated in the life of first responders. And like I said, and obviously, but the thing with police officers is the issue of we just respond to calls. We're expected to be proactive. We're out there initiating a lot of our work, which is part of community policing. We're not there to respond. We're there to be out and be proactive, be in the community, and with that brings a lot of I guess a heightened state of awareness, because we're talking about officer wellness here, and the physiological effects that come along with that. And I think I'm going to leave a lot of that to the doctor about the overloads of adrenaline, cortisol, fatty acids being dumped into the body, all that stuff. It's a kind of above my pay grade and expertise, but it is something we're very well versed with here at the unit, which leads to a lot of obvious cardio issues with officers, and then also the chronic exposure to the stress and physiological and mental exposure to constant stress is, you know, I don't want to say obvious, but I think when you do it, it becomes our heightened suicide rate that comes with the job. And, you know, the primary mission of the peer support unit is suicide prevention for our officers. You know, I kind of listen right now as the director of the suicide prevention, job retention, and family success. Because if you don't have the first two, you're not going to get the third. And if I can keep the third, maybe I can get the first two. It's those three and in that type of order. I can say since March, since COVID has started, all the stuff I've talked about, it's just been like throwing fuel onto a fire. We're all dealing with the same thing. Spouses, you know, we don't work. We're not allowed to work remotely. We don't work remotely. We show up every day, and on top of not working remotely, we're actually getting ordered to work at a level they haven't been working at. More officers talking to me that, you know, I thought I was going home. I told my wife I was going home, and guess what? You're ordered. You're not going home, or you're going home but come back in 6 hours to go to work, whether you want to or not. And then they get portrayed as being greedy for the money, and it's like half of them are like, I don't even want to work the shift. It's just been this, and these are all things that are chronic stressors in the officer. I call it, I like to call what happens with police work emotional erosion. It's not hitting you all at once. It's just all these, like, you know, death of 1,000 cuts. You know, calls, which you're going to get. If you're in a busy district, you're going to get a bunch of routine calls, and then you're going to get spikes of very high intensity calls. And that's within one shift. And then now you have to deal with, my kids are learning remotely. You know, my spouse can't be home tonight. We have to, I just got ordered. I'm going to have to call my parents. Hopefully they can make it. If they don't, you know, these are all the cumulative effects of that come with this job. And like I said, most officers, they're not complaining about it. You know, the only thing they do anything is just mostly their time off being taken away from them. And when they do have it, that seems to be the biggest thing. Also since March, you know, I mean, the obvious thing has been it kind of, Councilor Flynn touched on it. And I'm an Army veteran from the first Gulf War, and I've been in multiple critical incidents on this job. But what's happened as of late is, especially in the internet, and as our officers and their families are getting now threatened and attacked remotely. It's not just aimed at the officers. We're having a bunch of reports of their parents being verbally threatened, their children being cyberbullied constantly, or bullied or threatened in real life, or, you know, they walk out of the house and neighbors screaming at them and calling them all sorts of vile names and saying that their parents are evil. It's been a whole new level. We have documented incidents of vandalism, officers' addresses being displayed on the internet. There are identity issues. We're having a lot of problems now. I'm hearing about identity theft with officers because of certain websites putting out officers all their personal information, and people are taking and running with that. And now we're getting a lot of issues with identity fraud with the officers. And I bring up the issue of being deployed is that I remember from being deployed, and the difference from being employed and being a police officer was when I was deployed, they had to be at work 24/7. There was no safe spot. I couldn't go home. You know, if I was in at night, we'd be dug in, you'd be in your hole, you had 360, you had fire watch, you had this exact, you know, and then during the day you did your mission. Or maybe at night you did your mission, and during the day you slept, but you still kept a perimeter security. Being a police officer, the idea is you go do your job and you come home and you have some respite. And now what's happened with this whole new thing is there is no respite, because the officers are being portrayed a lot in the media as the ultimate evil empire, for the lack of a better term. And now what's happening is their families are under threat, literally. Their private homes are under threat, literally. And they're not even able to get down to drop that heightened level of awareness, and hypervigilance never leaves. They're constantly at this alert state that's up here, and they constantly have their head on the swivel, and the burnout is evident in it. And I think also too, it's a game changer, because once you start involving people's personal life and their family, police officers accept and understand the fact that not everyone's going to like them, and that's part of the job. You're basically here to tell grown people, no, you can't do this, you shouldn't do this, we're going to have to stop you from doing this. And the society we live in, it's a hard thing to deal with, which we understand. You know, and we handle it professionally. We've been called names, we've had racial epithets thrown at us, we've had all sorts of things done. But what's happened now is it's gone to a level where our families are being assaulted and threatened, and that's for a lot of these officers, that's where the line's getting across, and that's where they're having a lot of issues, even questioning whether they should even be doing this job, to be quite frank, because there's that line. That's the line that did it for a lot of them. And like I said, the physiological effects, and which we've known about in the peer support unit, thanks to Dr. Hayden, and Dr. Hayden's been singing the praises of Dr. Hammerrock's work. It just seems to dovetail so much together, all the stuff we've been dealing with that I know, my experience in peer support for 20 years. Just the overload, the constant stress response, the constant alertness. The burnout rate is severe. So, not to paint a grim picture, I'm not trying to. I'm just basically saying what's going on right now. The officers get on this job, they want to be police officers. You go through 6 months of the academy, of intense training, and they stick around because they want to do it. I counsel a ton of young officers. I call them the prime ones, the ones you want to get there, between 25, 35 years old. They get 7 to, couple of years to 10 years of experience on. They're very proactive. They're very intelligent. A lot of our officers are, thanks to Quinville, are highly educated, and they're insightful, and they're motivated, and they're proactive, and they're in the old term way. I look at it as an old guy. I'm the old guy now with them. I'm like, they're good cops. They're real good cops. Yeah, but they're also at the point like half the time they're sitting there talking to me, going, "Why am I even doing this anymore?" And it's just due to more than anything, the feeling of no support. And I'm not saying that as an accusation. I'm just saying that this is where it is, because with the department, I believe, and especially with the commission we have now, and the past couple of commissioners, we've been ahead of the curve. And I'm not saying to blow our own horn on peer support for years. The doctor we have has been ahead of it. He's debriefed people. Hayden's done people from both World Trades to Rural Ridge to Waco to Oklahoma City. It's just a wealth of experience we have. The past directors we have here have been phenomenal. I have big shoes to fill. It's really how I feel. And it's just a different time right now. The officers are feeling it. But we do have, just so we know, I guess the other thing, we do have the unit. We're still doing a ton of confidential. We're still doing a ton of one-on-ones. The grant that we got, that the city council approved for us earlier this year that I testified at, is already paying dividends. We were able to, like the fire, we trained 50 guys and women in basics, critical incident stress management. We've increased our hours for the counselors to be able to come in and have one-on-ones and do wellness checks with the officers, and increased our residential hours that we get up at the on-site academy. We have leader. I've been able to establish a really good rapport with the vet center and have a good contact with them down in Black Falcon, which I believe is probably one of the best programs there are for veterans. But the thing is, like I say, I think the whole concept is to dovetail all these services together as much as possible, have them working hand in hand with each other, because there's so many things that go together. So thank you. I have a bunch more, but I'm going to reserve, just give up the time at this point. I appreciate your patience in listening.
No, I appreciate the heartfelt response, Joe. Obviously, we've known each other over 35 years, so you have firsthand lived experience serving our country and serving our city, and your commitment. First of all, your proof that the wellness program works, but also your commitment on part of the peer support, as well as the critical stress management on behalf of the men and women of your department and as other departments. I'm very proud of you, Joe. Really, really am, and I wish you continued success in this program. This is a great role for you, and you're doing great work on behalf of the department in our city. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to EMS briefly. I know that Dr. Himmick has also joined us as well. We're going to go to him last on the panel, but if Patrick Halter could just introduce yourself, and you have the floor.
Councilors, thank you for having us. It's almost hard to believe it or not, that we're here talking about this topic, and it's a testament to your commitment to supporting those of us, including yourselves, who serve this city, residents and visitors. And Massachusetts, historically, is the home of peer support, and Boston has often been the units that are pushing the envelope. Not to toot our own horns, but most of our programs have been around since the 70s and 80s. Back when, even still today, it's still stigmatized, but we're getting better. And part of why we're getting better is culturally the generational differences that are coming in the doors that we're committed to hiring. And they're not as apprehensive to talk about things that generationally you may not be comfortable doing. So having a program in place that serves all of the backgrounds of an agency is important, but also a commitment to saying, and I challenge every recruit in the first week of the academy when we see them, if you treat trauma, mental health, and the things that you're going to see like you would a physical injury that you can visibly see, if you commit to doing that, you can walk out the door at 32 years of a healthy career the same way or better than you walked in. Now, it's a lofty goal. It is a very, very lofty goal. And it's something, and it's the benchmark that I strive for. And I'm, if you're busy putting out the shed fire and you don't realize the house is smoldering, it's very easy to lose track of what you're trying to do, which is not only prevention, but resilience. And to commit to that upfront through initiatives like health and wellness are part of the way of getting there. It's not the full way, but it is certainly a very good way of starting. Just 9 months ago, and we have a presentation, I'm not sure, Chair or Councilor Sabi George, if this was where I would put that up or where Fernando would put it up, but it's a very brief. I look forward to showing you it's a quick 10 minutes on just looking specifically at health and wellness and keeping in mind that we're currently in a pandemic. There's not a person in this not room, but virtual room that is not aware of that. But we had to double down efforts. We had to change essentially everything we know about delivering services to the members that we serve. And that was kind of calling an audible. We had to quickly shift and pivot towards delivering service virtually to an extent. So it's a testament to you folks that we're here talking about this important topic. It's also amazing we were able to get all of us in the same room at the same time. And I look forward to showing you the steps we've taken to not only help get our members through this incident currently, which it's unusual stress that we're under, but also where we're pushing the envelope to where we intend to bring them in the coming days, weeks, months, and years.
Good. Thank you very much. And we're also joined by Dr. Michael Hamrock, and I had introduced him earlier as someone that the fire department, particularly our Boston Fire Department and their families really have a great deal of respect and indebted to, and his efforts, particularly with early detection around heart and lung and cancer issues, that arguably has probably led to sort of a recommitting ourselves and a refocus on wellness for the fire department. So without further ado, just want to introduce Dr. Michael Hamrock, if he could give opening comments.
Thank you, Councilor Flaherty, for the nice invitation, and also Councilor Sabi George for inviting me here today to present. It's a real honor for me to take care of first responders in the city of Boston, and as a long-term city of Boston resident, I think we're blessed to have such a dedicated force of first responders. So with that, I'd like to start, and also like to give a shout out to Commissioner Dempsey and Pat Hayes from the Boston Fire Department, who really did help develop a model program on first responder health and wellness. So I'm going to do a slide presentation. It's about 20 slides. We'll go through kind of explaining what the work we've done with the Boston Police Department. And we're going to talk about medical screens, but as you will see, most of these medical conditions have an underlying mental health component to it that I believe is causing, heart disease, cancer, and stress in first responders. So I do hope you can pick that up. Everyone can see that okay?
Yes.
Okay,
see everything, Doctor.
So I'm going to talk about promoting culture, health, and safety and fitness for Boston Police EMS. As I said before, the fire departments are 5 years ahead of us in this matter. We screened 402 Boston police officers, EMS members for occupation-related heart disease and cancer, and found a lot of significant diseases. I'm glad we get these screenings done, but my ultimate goal is to actually prevent these illnesses from happening in the first place. And that's where we really need to focus on health and wellness of all first responders. Really thinking about them as tactical athletes to eat, train, and sleep like an athlete. Most athletes retire in their 30s. First responders have to stick around until their 60s, still doing the same job that's beating them up tremendously. It's going to focus on mental health and physical wellness, peak performance, longevity after retire. I know there's about 80 Boston police officers retiring this month. Unfortunately, statistics do show that 50% of them will not be alive in 5 years because of the stress of the job over the years. So we really got to prevent that from happening. Cost savings to the taxpayers. You know, I'd rather spend my tax money in Boston on health and wellness programs for prevention purposes than what we're spending millions of dollars in treating these diseases and overtime costs. And I think we should all agree with that. I'm showing you here 7 pictures of Boston police officers, active duty members who passed away from job-related conditions in 2018. And this is what kind of spurred what actually pushed Boston Police Detectives Benevolent Society for coming to St. Elizabeth's and asking for help in preventing further police officer deaths. And to their credit, they've worked tirelessly to make sure this program has been up and operational, and it's been a huge success. The officer up in the left-hand corner, Joe Lamusio, has happened to be a good friend of mine, and I can tell you his family is still suffering after his loss 2 years ago. And I really believe his death could have been prevented if we had this program in place now, instead of in 2 years, in 2018. If we had it then, I think he'd still be alive today. So I hope as we move forward, the legacy of these 7 officers will be to starting a real significant health and wellness program. You have to be in pretty good shape to be a first responder, to pass the drill school, to be police, fire, EMS. You know, it takes a lot of work. They do a lot of screening background. You have to be pretty fit. Unfortunately, what we see though, after the officers graduate from the academy, we see significant deteriorations in their health and wellness. The job beats them up physically and mentally. And we see a tremendous amount of heart disease, behavioral health issues, including suicides, cancer, and unfortunately early deaths. And it's not just one exposure that they're exposed to. You know, we talked about the marathon bombing and that terrible tragedy with the Christmas Day event with a mother and killed herself and her 2 young children. And that took a lot of emotional toll on first responders. But it's usually the accumulation of the daily work that first responders do is really harming them mentally, that really sets the brain up for really having a tough time when as a tipping point, a traumatic event that we just talked about. So it's the daily work that police officers do. They're seeing people suffering every day, the human conflict, the volatile domestic incidents, working overnight shifts, forced mandated double shifts takes its toll on the officers. And it doesn't matter how tough an officer you are, how many years you've been on the job, you get that ongoing release of these stress hormones, cortisol and epinephrine, that really beat up the cardiovascular system in the body, as well as they suppress the immune system, and they certainly impair mental health in the officers. So this is the daily grind that's really taking its toll on officers and the first responders. You know, compared to the civilians that the police officers serve, significant heart disease risk, average age of a heart attack is much lower, life expectancy 15 years less, almost 3/4 of them have hypertension versus 30% of the general population, and obesity is increased as well. We also see police officers at high risk for certain cancers that are listed here as well, and the job also takes a terrible toll on behavioral health issues in officers, from anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress injury. We're trying to use that word now, injury versus disorder, because of the stigma attached to the disorder. And we know that also that injury means it occurred from the job itself, from the accumulation of these stresses. And as an injury, we also can say it's a treatable condition, and people do recover from injuries with the right help. So I think it's a better term. We do see a lot of self-medicating as well in the police service because of what they've been through on the job. And unfortunately, suicides are much higher than line of duty deaths, including shootings. But as you can see, all these conditions are tied to job stress, sleep deprivation, excess weight from the job itself. And they play a role in all of these conditions. So what we've done at St. Elizabeth's, we put 402 Boston police officers and EMS members through screening programs to screen for cardiovascular disease and cancer. We actually have put about 120 Boston firefighters through the same program, and the results are strikingly similar. And what we've done with these screening tests, every officer, I discussed the results with the officer and also with their primary doctor to make sure there's some very good follow-up. And a lot of officers, went to primary docs, promoted lifestyle changes, many end up on medications, hypertension, cholesterol medications. Some result in stress tests, and I can tell you there's been at least a dozen officers who have had some life-saving cardiac interventions, including catheterization, stents, and surgery because of what we found on these screening tests. And they didn't know about these problems until they participated in the screening program. And several officers had some cancer treatment successful as well because of the going through these screens. So we did 4 tests. The first one was a carotid artery ultrasound, looking an ultrasound of the carotid artery. That's the blood vessel in the neck going to the brain that supplies the blood to the brain. So we're looking for any narrowing or constriction, which will give an indication they are at risk for a stroke. And about all of officers, 14% had carotid artery stenosis, which can set them up for stroke. That's a very large number to have. What's more striking is our female officers. We only had 43 go through so far, but they were 4 times likely to have carotid artery stenosis than the male counterparts. And I'm talking to some of the specialists at St. E's that can look into this a little further why this may be. As the stress of the job maybe have more direct effect on the cardiovascular system. We also screen officers for ultrasounds of abdomen, which looking for aneurysms, and 10% actually had aneurysm formations that could put on risk of sudden death if it's not treated properly. And we looked at the lung scans to look for any early changes in the lungs that may put them at risk for lung cancer. The other thing with these scans, they look one from the neck up to the upper abdomen, so we found other things that we'll discuss soon. 35% of officers had lung nodules that need to be followed closely with their primary doctor to make sure they don't get any bigger or any intervention if they do. It's a pretty high amount as well. At the same scan, when we looked at the lungs, we also looked at their heart, and we got as what they call a coronary artery calcium score. It's been a new test. It's only been out for a couple of years. It really looks at the calcium buildup in the coronary arteries, which is basically a direct marker for plaque development. So if someone has a high calcium score, we know there's a lot of plaque in the coronary arteries, and it puts them at significant risk for coronary artery disease. And 60% of officers we screened had elevated calcium scores that puts them at risk. And about 3/4 of officers over 50 had these elevated scores. So these numbers are extremely concerning. The other thing we found, as I mentioned, when we looked at the lung scans, we looked at other things too, and 17 of the officers had ascending thoracic aortic aneurysms. And these things aren't typically found on the doctor's visit or other screening tests unless they get these tests specifically that we've obtained on the officers. And, these aneurysms can kill you. They can rupture suddenly. So I'm very glad we found these tests, these aneurysms, I think, in the treatable stages, because normally they are found on autopsy when they open up and kill you. We also seen a lot of thickening of the esophagus that could be pre-malignant as well, that officers had to go further testing with. And we've seen a lot of lesions in the liver, the thyroid, and the kidneys that their primary docs are following up with. So what we learned from the cardiac screenings, again, over half the officers had elevated calcium scores. 71% of these were higher than what we expect for the age group. And again, 3/4 of the officers over 50 had high scores. And these put you at very high risk for coronary artery disease and acute coronary events, and unfortunately sudden cardiac death. And we're glad we found these conditions early. A lot of them had elevated scores, followed up with their primary docs, got on blood pressure meds, cholesterol meds, exercise program, weight loss program. Some required stress tests, some required catheterizations, some required stents, and actually some required bypass surgery and valve surgery. So these programs are very effective in finding these these diseases in a treatable stage, and that's our goal for the program. Obviously, we want to prevent them from happening in the first place, but this is where we are right now. This picture here shows the coronary artery. That yellow big piece of plaque is what we're looking for when we look at the calcium artery calcium scores, coronary artery calcium scores. So the more damage is done to that coronary artery, the risk factors including hypertension, diabetes, high cholesterol, job stress as a police officer, excess weight, they all damage the inner lining of that coronary artery. That leads to scab formation, it leads to white cells come in, the platelets, and calcium comes in there, and then a plaque forms. And this is what we see, and that's what we measure on these scans. The problem with this plaque is, if you're doing, police work or fire work in challenging situations, that plaque can rupture and cause complete blockage of that coronary artery and lead to a coronary infarction or sudden death. So I'm glad we picked up these narrowings and these plaques, but again, my goal is to prevent it from happening in the first place. So what do we learn from our vascular screenings? Again, carotid artery disease 2 times than what we see in the general population, what we see in our Boston police officers. And as I mentioned earlier, about 4 times in the female officers compared to the males who were high enough to begin with. This is kind of striking. And 2 times in expected rate of abdominal aortic aneurysms as well. Lung screenings, again, we had more high expected lung nodules than we'd like to see in these offices. They will need ongoing surveillance with their primary doctors for lung skin cancer prevention. One good thing about it is once they had these scans done, their insurance company will pay for the follow-up because they have a diagnosis of a lung nodule. So we don't have to get further grants for those offices. I think the police need to think about particularly working fire details, particularly when you're downwind from the fire, but really wearing protective masks because it is a source of exposure from the smoke, from the toxic smoke from the fire ground. So I spoke to 402 officers and EMS members after each of these scans was done, and a very common conversation that they talked to me about is almost straight across the board. Stress and sleep disorders they're suffering from, poor eating habits, behavioral health concerns, limited exercise and excess weight gain. They were working extra shifts, forced extra shifts. They weren't working out properly, they eating crappy food, and it's just set up for disaster. And a lot of them don't even go to physicals because they're doing double shifts and they're missing an opportunity to get screened properly. But all of them who've been through the program really felt they were great motivating factors for better self-care and lifestyle changes. And I could tell an officer your blood pressure is 140/90, they're probably not going to care much about it. But if I tell an officer you have a calcium score of 400, you're going to think differently about your life and hopefully get back to your primary doctor and do some lifestyle changes. So my recommendations from this program, we should really consider screening officers with 15 plus years of service, starting probably at age 40 for these scans is when we're really starting to find these diseases. The City of Boston should really negotiate with their insurance companies to provide coverage. I think the City of Boston budget for insurance is like $390 million. You would think we could, have a little bit extra for our first responders to cover for these tests that to me are very necessary to save lives and save us actually more money in the long run. And I believe we also have a healthcare day set aside for the officers to get these screens done, as well as a comprehensive physical exam that we give to primary doctors. We have a special form for police and fire that really helps identify the diseases early. And I think we need to dedicate a full day for officers, each officer to go through this program. I know the City of Boston actually has a half-day screening covered for cancer for all city employees. I think we should do the same thing for cardiovascular disease, make it a full day of screening. So prevention is really the real mission. It's great we're finding these tests and hopefully saving lives, but ideally we need to prevent these illnesses from happening in the first place. And I think we need a dedicated health safety wellness division for the police, just as the fire department does now, and really focus on these conditions and prevention purposes. Really promoting the tactical athlete mindset in our first responders, and work with the O2X department, the O2X program that the fire department has done. And to me, it's been very successful in changing the culture of the fire service into a much healthier and fit service. And I think that is the way to go. And I'm hoping to get some more studies on our female officers to see why they have such a high rate of stenosis of the carotid arteries. So part of the role of the Safety, Health, and Wellness Unit really should be directing and leading the mission to optimize the mental and physical health of the officers. That's really educating the force about the unique risk for mental and physical illnesses, whether it be at the academy, at the police stations, and through videos and media venues. Collaborate with the O2X program. You know, the fire department's been very good about getting grants to cover some of their programs. They just got a $750,000 FEMA grant for cancer prevention, and it's going to be a very effective program. And also, we want to monitor the program's effectiveness as the taxpayers are paying for these programs to see the reductions in injuries, illnesses, and sick time. And we talk about prehab. You know, I'd rather prevent a cardiac disease from happening than to treat it afterwards. And that should be the whole idea about this program, is preventing these diseases from happening in the first place. Promoting better self-care, healthy nutrition, get back to your ideal weight, help them with sleep. And as I mentioned, that dedicated healthcare day for the first responders. You know, the big topic today is talking about, you know, mental health management. And I think it's all tied together. The physical conditions and illnesses we see in first responders, a lot of it is tied to the mental health component. And I know the fire department has done a good job with peer support. It would be nice to have at least one officer in every station and every shift to be a peer support person to help out with critical incident stress issues. We really do a better job to remove the stigma of behavioral health issues in the first responders, and they should never be afraid for asking for help. I look at behavioral health conditions, substance issues as medical conditions, just as I look at diabetes and hypertension and coronary artery disease. It's the same type of disease. Should be treated like one as well. And the idea behind this program really should be looking at post-traumatic growth, all the trauma that you see. You know, there is an opportunity to grow and strong as a person with the right help as well. Person that define your life and mental health. And avoiding self-medicating behaviors is the key, because unfortunately, particularly with access to handguns and mental health issues, we see too many police officer suicides, and some of it is prompted by self-medicating behaviors. We need to do a much better job in suicide prevention, and we really got to train all first responders to never ever be afraid of asking a coworker if they feel like they're hurting themselves. Because when we talk about, you know, first responder suicides, you know, looking back and talking to the coworkers, they always felt that they had opportunity to maybe bring it up, and they reluctantly didn't, and probably would have saved some lives. So that is important to get that out there. And we really should have confidential access 24/7 to a contracted therapist specialized in first responder mental health issues, who really understand the unique job that first responders have, and confidential access when officer needs, and not wait 1 to 2 weeks with the primary care doctor to get an appointment. As I mentioned, the fire department went through the O2X Human Performance Program. It's a 4-day workshop. We really learn about nutrition, lifestyle changes, teach you about your unique occupational health risk, a lot of mental health counseling, suicide prevention, stress reduction, better sleep hygiene, and preventing injuries, and the strength and conditioning program. This program was met with tremendous success in the Boston Fire Department. Over 1,000 Boston firefighters have been through this program now, over 2/3 of the force. In every drill class, the first week of drill school is this program. This is an introduction to the job. It just shows the city of Boston cares about the first responders, and dedicates the first week of the academy to really teach them how to better take care of themselves. And this should be the model for all first responders in our city. This is one typical workout. There's no weights at all involved at all in this program. This is just one simple workout, 15 minutes, squat jumps, push-ups, squat thrusts, a burpee, and lunges. If you do this 15 minutes every day, it's going to improve your cardiovascular fitness, and it's going to be done on the job as well if you set aside 15 minutes. So you start at 5, 10, 15, 20, you go up and down, and this is a great workout to do. Something simple. It doesn't require any equipment at all. And I can tell you, the physicals we do at St. Elizabeth's on firefighters, we look at the firefighters who've been through the O2X program. I see dramatic changes in the firefighters' health who've been through the program because they're sleeping better, eating better, they're taking better care of themselves. And I see dramatic changes in body weight, blood pressure levels. Some would go from 3 meds to 2 meds, 1 med, or no meds because of this program. Cholesterol levels improved, sleep apnea scores improved. So I think it's tremendous benefit to the departments. They calculated that this program saved the city of Boston about $4.7 million in reduction in firefighter injuries and illnesses. And another reason why I think taxpayers would be behind a program like this. It's also boosted the morale on the force and strengthened the resilience in the job as well. Improved substance abuse and suicide prevention. And the family told, you can't put a price on what's happened to the families of the officers who are going through this trauma and injuries. As I mentioned the picture of Joe Lamusio earlier, and his family's still suffering 2 years ago from his death. And I believe this program would help prevent things like that from happening. So in summary, this is the police officer lot at Mount Hope Cemetery and Wackill Street in Mattapan. This is a great place to visit, but police officers should not be in here, residing here in the 40s and 50s and 60s. So I do hope by adopting a model program like this and the legacy of those 7 officers who died from heart disease, cancer, and suicides, that we can really develop a health, safety, wellness program for all first responders so they don't end up in this site prematurely. Again, thank you for your time. I appreciate you having me on board.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And before I turn it over to the lead sponsor to start the line of questions, I just had one question, I guess, for the whole panel, which is how do we incentivize all of this for the men and women of all of our first responders to encourage them to utilize these programs? I assume that, as referenced earlier, some folks are not sort of running right in with whether it's symptoms, whether it's physical or mental. So I guess is that something that we can work on with insurance companies to provide incentives somehow, whether it's gym memberships or I could run the gamut as to ways to explore incentivizing attendance at wellness courses. But as Sergeant Joe King had referenced, just sort of the rigors of the job now for the men and women of the police department, and we've heard from both fire and EMS that that's my only issue. I know clearly the fire seems to be ahead of the game with respect to both police and EMS, and Dr. Hamrock is sort of charged with maybe sort of getting them up on par with each other. But that said, how do we continue to, there's more members than we're analyzing or we're getting in for examination, and can we and should we could we do more on that front? And other than that, if anyone has an answer for that, and we'll turn it right over to the lead sponsor, Councilor Asabi George, to start the line of inquiry.
I don't know, Councilor Flaherty, was that a question to the panel?
Yeah, I just wonder if there's any way we can incentivize and encourage our first responders to take advantage of the peer support unity and do a visit with Dr. Hamrock, or follow through on some of the things that we saw on the slide. It's I don't know if do we drag people there kicking and screaming? Do they come in voluntarily, or can we incentivize it so that everyone has an opportunity to kind of run through this wellness program?
Well, I think it's certainly a conversation around money and budgets, because that work that Dr. Hamrock's doing certainly costs money, and there was some sort of collaboration around the funding for that study for the 402 officers and EMTs and paramedics. But I also think that that's certainly something that we can talk about as a body, and as we are preparing for next year's budget cycle. I do think that Pat Coulter from EMS, he's pulled together, and I know he'd like to share a presentation on some of the work that they've been doing over at Boston EMS to really engage members in physical wellness for sure, and engage members in some of the mental health support. So maybe Pat could do his presentation, and then we can get to questions.
So Pat, do you have access, or Carrie, can you give Patrick Coulter access to put his material up on the screen?
should be able to just share screen and we should be able to see it. There we go. Thank you.
So good stuff. Here you go, Pat.
Is that viewing as a slideshow right now?
Yes.
Okay. So just to point out, very early on in February, actually, of this pandemic, we realized and identified this incident to be a prolonged incident with potential loss for our members. That's one of our 7 or 11 deadly sins that we look at very, very aggressively in peer support as a high probability of causing detrimental effects to our members. So we geared up even in a bit of a time of crisis for not only us, but for the Commonwealth and the country to best serve the membership at that time. Just some overview, obviously, that we talked about earlier. We were created in 1989. In 2004, this became a full-time department position for a member of the service. My prior predecessor served in that position from 2004 to 2016. 2016 is when I came over. It's a voluntary confidential program with 20. Although the first interaction you have when you're getting support will be from someone that looks similar to you in a similar uniform and similar experiences, we're overseen by clinical guidance, Dr. Hayden Duggan and Lauren Tempesta, who's a nurse practitioner on staff with us. As I said, we identified this to be a prolonged incident with a potential loss. And we knew that we had to turn everything that we knew on its head, shake it out, and figure out where we're going to move and how we're going to move and do it quickly. So we moved to a virtual platform, which to some was, including myself, a learning curve, and I had a lot of fears and apprehensions about utilization. But what we found by using DoxyMe, which is a secure telehealth program for our clinical services, basically outreach and therapy and interventions, was that we got an increased utilization. More people were seeking services, more meetings were happening with our clinical staff than ever before, and especially prior to COVID. But what we did identify was members of service that were seeking services we'd never seen before. So we could attribute that to being in a pandemic and having increased stressors. But what we found was actually historical barriers of geographically where we are. People were not going to come into headquarters and parked amongst command staff or potentially be seen. So by dissolving that barrier and moving to a virtual platform, that gave us a temporary fix to better serve the membership. But what we also found was we needed to go into the internet. A majority of our membership is relatively young. They seek services through virtual services, and we created a website for peer support, which another pushing a little bit of our comfort zone. But what we use that for is a clear, concise place to disseminate information, clear information that's been parsed down. The command staff here did a great job of daily updates on personal protective equipment, what we know about the virus, what you can expect from the department to support you. But we found that it was a lot of information that people didn't necessarily read. So we created a clear, concise place, BEMSpeersupport.com, where they could seek services, not only for what we have available to them, but just a pairing of information. Very early on in February, we, although participated in the O2X pilot, we don't currently have O2X here at Boston EMS as a department-wide initiative. So in the time as a stopgap and just to continue to push our members out, we proposed and gained approval for a health and wellness pilot program, which is similar to what Dr. Hamrock was describing, but we knew that we were going into, as you hear it now, the dark months, but telling members to isolate, and some of which is a city or a state they don't come from, they don't grow up here, they don't have support systems here, they live with their peers in communal apartments in the city, and they were feeling or potentially feeling that they were alone. So what we did is we created a community and an environment that they could, am I frozen?
You're good.
Okay. We created a community essentially of belonging where there was no paramilitary structure. There was no rank in a room. It was a place where an hour a day you could focus on yourself. And we offered that department-wide, and we'll get into that in just a moment. But it's a testament to Chief Hooley and his leadership, as well as the union and the medical director, that they were even willing to hear us out on this in a time when we were looking at certain long months of a pandemic ahead of us. Also, in order to continue member health, our MIS and data department, along with Do It, created and launched the Boston EMS chatbot, which you can see on the right side of your screen. This is a daily check-in that you get from the department that asks you about any screening symptoms that you may have: a fever, sweats, body aches, headache, loss of taste or sense of smell. You answer yes or no, and that's it. Well, you think so. But after that, there's a follow-up question that says, great, if there's any other needs essentially that we can help you with, let us know. And that allowed for free text. And that free text actually came into myself and Lieutenant Savicki and for peer support review to see those of our members that were just struggling or that needed someone to talk to or that were feeling alone or were, had a family member that was sick. Basically, it opened a conversation and created a soft touch point for us to reach out and offer services. As far as the information sharing, we were, like I said, we were pushing out and paring down information that the department was communicating, but we also went into podcasting, which I am not one to like the sound of my voice, but we covered topics that we really kind of monitor the membership. What were they talking about on social media? What were they arguing about? What were their fears? What were their apprehensions? And to try to mitigate what was going on, we covered those topics in podcasts with experts that we found. And whether it's on health and wellness and coping or parenting or just disaster psychology of saying, this is going to be a long incident. This is what you can expect from your body. These are the stresses you may face. And this is where you are, where you may end up. So where you are, where you're going, and when you expect to arrive there. If you give that information and communication is the antidote to chaos and anxiety in an organization. If you clearly communicate that, plus enhance it with lifestyle changes and recommendations in asynchronous learning through virtual platforms like YouTube, you will best prepare your agency to be resilient in a prolonged, protracted event. So some of the information that we had posted is not just from Boston EMS and not just from the command staff. It's from experts in their field and mental health providers, as well as, unfortunately, coping with grief. On September 16th, the EMT you see horizontally here being held by her peers, we lost as a result of COVID-19 complications. And that was something that rippled through our agency. You may notice she's not standing amongst this group. She's being held by them. She was loved by many, admired by most, and just an appreciated motherly figure at Boston EMS. And this, unfortunately, was just one more element of grief and trauma added to an otherwise stressed workforce. These are some of the other topics we covered. We won't beat that to death. We're also centralizing services. Ourselves, myself, Pat, Joe, we often bounce things off of each other. And usually it's a sharing of resources and a pooling of what would you do in this instance? I just need some guidance. Never breaching confidentiality, just what would you do? So we centralized services that Boston EMS was offering, and I know most city agencies were offering about housing, what to do if you're sick, how do you self-monitor. But what we identified early on was that having a younger workforce, they didn't have as many resources. They didn't have the support structure. They may not have families in the city, state, or even country for that matter. So we kind of had to instill a support network amongst them. And we did that through our department's infectious control office. We enhanced that office to supplement the physicians that are currently, they work for Boston EMS, they're our medical directors. They hired nurses and nurse practitioners to continually track COVID-related exposures, illnesses, symptomatic patients, members, and treat them and guide them to their primary care. But what they noticed very early on is a majority or a lot of our members had no primary care. So when you speak to Dr. Hamrock and people that were not necessarily seeking or that had not seen a primary in a long time, it may be because they don't have one, or their primary is in Connecticut or Cape Cod or somewhere that's just not feasible for them to go back and forth to. So we knew that we had to early on break down that barrier. So we're working now with a new, soon to be hired additional nurse. We'll be focusing on touch points such as that, creating a system for them to get into primary care if they don't have one, know what you should be doing when you're 35 years old and 40. If you don't have parents to show you that, you need to learn it from somebody else. There's certain preventative measures that can be taken to best get them out the other end in 32 years, not only alive, but healthy and thriving. Part of this was taking care of those that are sidelined. It's very, very difficult for our membership to not be in the game, to be told, you must stay home. I'm not sick, but you must stay home to protect those that are still active because you've had an exposure. So keeping those folks in the game, having a daily check-in through the chatbot really opened the communication. But for those of our members that were homesick, the DICO team, the Department's Infection Control Office, identified peer support as the confidential conduit to getting these department-funded care packs to our membership. So 51 to date care packages have been delivered. You can see it's mostly comfort food, Tylenol, masks, a thermometer, hand sanitizer, cleaning supplies, things that just help them not have to leave the house. And they be supplemented as needed. So a daily verbal check-in from the DICO staff, an opening of conversation with peer support, just provided a more protective measure for those that are home isolating and potentially feeling a little depressed, feeling out of the game, and if there's something going on, our members want to be there. It doesn't matter what it is. They want to be there and they want to serve the public and they want to take care of the residents and visitors. So what's important to note here is that 2020 has brought on additional stressors to a population of Boston EMS and people of color. With George Floyd and COVID-19 and the economic decline and civil unrest, we're really kind of being pulled in two separate directions. And members of color are feeling that even more so. They're seeing people that we love and respect in the Boston Police Department being vilified at protests. And we're amongst them. We serve with them and we serve the public, but we're here for everyone's safety. And members experienced, oftentimes we get a pass as the helpers. We go to scenes that are potentially hostile and dangerous, but often, most of the time, we are given a pass to treat those that are injured or ill. And what we're seeing is the opposite currently. We're not being attacked every day, but there is a certain level of uncomfort in a uniform. And then when you go back to the community that you live in, that you've lived in your whole life and not necessarily being accepted, they have increased risk of COVID-19 and the detrimental effects of it. And just in general, in March, we had a forum at the BPBA EMS Division Hall, and we heard a message loud and clear from our membership. And that was they felt that they were underserved or underrepresented in peer support. And I heard it loud and clear. And what we did is we knew we had to take steps and measures. If people are in crisis or in trouble, they often seek people who look like them, are similar in age to them, similar religion, age, gender, orientation. And we need to push the envelope and make sure that we represent everybody in this department. And everybody has a conduit to care. So we committed to training in January to diversify the peer support team, Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, LGBTQ members of service. There needs to be a touch point and a clear path to services for everyone. So if they vocalized it, we will respond to it. And this is the response currently, and we'll continue to expand and learn as we go along. We talked about earlier, just in general, of suicide prevention. That is the ultimate goal, keep everybody alive. But if we settle with that, we'll never get to the next benchmark that we need to, which is keep everybody well, retired, happy for as long as we can possibly get them. We need to commit to that, not just alive. US statistics of suicide are ever increasing, but the best chance of cardiac arrest survival is in Seattle, where the highest rate of people that are trained in CPR exists. So there's no unusual phenomenon that training and treatment go hand in hand. So we've committed to training every single member of our agency in the next training cycle in January in QPR, which is Question, Persuade, Refer, which basically says that every single member of our agency, uniformed, will know how to identify, refer, identify a potential suicidal person, persuade them to get treatment, or push them towards peer support, or refer them to a clinician. So no one is going to walk through this alone. Essentially, we understand that the membership is under stress, even unusual stresses that we could have never predicted. But to have every member trained in this, not just a subset or a small group of folks, will better help capture anyone that is at risk for completing suicide. So out of all of this and what we've just talked about quickly is the Health and Wellness Pilot Initiative that we proposed in February and gained approval and launched before the beginning of Recruit Class 20-2. So the goal being is it was a 3-phased rollout. It was really an Recruit initiative in phase 1, but just keeping in mind, we're bringing members of service into a workforce that's known to be stressful, but then throwing a pandemic on top of it with folks that are struggling potentially in a new city, for competing for a new job, for 28 weeks of training that they may or may not get. And we had to create and instill resilience. And we didn't do it through the normal measures that we've taken in the past. So we instilled this wellness component. And what we really focused on was multiple touch points, being clinical guidance, taking mental health and stigma out of the darkness and putting it right out into a program that they will see 1 hour every single day, bringing yoga and meditation into Recruit PT, bringing CrossFit, personal training in every single one of our recruits. While we don't give nutritional advice, we help them seek success for themselves. So prior to coming in, they upload everything they ate the week before the academy to our Health and Wellness Staff platform run by Felicia Hickey. And they go through everything and they say, hey, what are you trying to do? So when you talk about unhealthy eating habits, if you stop it where it starts in an industry that historically, most of our guys eat in the front of ambulances on street corners or from sub shops or from Chinese food restaurants or places that they can get something quick and get back on the road. And if we can stop that by teaching meal prep and teaching how to plan for success early on, we can change systemically the culture that knows differently. So if we commit to that in the beginning in phase 1 through fitness, yoga, meditation, nutrition, being within yourself for 1 hour between your own ears and reflecting in, plus the clinical component, which is every single member of the recruit class that started in this met and sat down with a department clinician. Not ordered, there was no therapy going on. It was just an introduction of who they are. Take the stigma out of it, take the mystery out of who they are or where they are, and create a relationship from the jump. So when you are in crisis, you wouldn't think twice of picking up that phone and saying, hey, Lori, I'm in crisis, and this is what I need. Just real quickly is phase 2 and 3 that are now all rolled out. Phase 2 was opening it up to the membership. We're still under COVID restrictions, obviously, so it requires pre-signing up, wearing a mask, and exercising or meditating or doing yoga at a distance. But we found great success in getting members out. Quarantining and isolating for those that are first responders in the public to do work, home, rinse, and repeat for months on end is going to be detrimental. We have to make some concessions, and this is the one that we're choosing to make right now in creating the safest environment that we can. So what we have seen is success. We've now branched out where members of Health and Wellness are doing Zumba, they're doing golf, they're doing yoga, meditation, and they're just basically a community amongst themselves where they are taking care of each other. In phase 2, we created future leaders, recruits teaching deputy superintendents, recruits teaching classes to captains of this department in a equal level playing field. So members of this recruit class that you see are now working as associate instructors in health and wellness and really breaking down the barriers of, if you haven't been here for 15 years, well, I know that deputy, I teach yoga to them. So what we're trying to do is now it's rolled out department wide. So following the restrictions that we have to keep our members safe right now, they're working out amongst each other. They're treating themselves right. They're treating their body right. And it's really a unique time to capitalize on this because our members, although they're stressed and working more than ever, they've never had more free time as well. When you think about everything, every social activity, weddings, christenings, everything has stopped. So we've asked them to fill that void with something for themselves and hoping that we create a culture and just a general understanding of this is how you should be treating yourself. And we hope that in the years to come, we will see this ripple through a department and change a culture that's already starting to grow. So thanks for listening out.
Thank you very much. So with that, we're going to turn over to the lead sponsor. I know we have colleagues that might have some questions as well. So Anissa or Sabi George, if you want to start the inquiry. And
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you everyone for those for the presentations and the conversation and the work that you're all doing to support your members and to support members of other departments during this time, and by extension their families, and then by extension our communities across the city. I'm just very grateful for your time, your work, and your commitment to this. Dr. Hamrick, my first question is for you. A lot of your presentation really was great to just have a deeper understanding of the impacts of stress and chronic stress. I appreciate too the education around the post-traumatic stress injury as opposed to disorder, and I will take that on as a part of my regular vocabulary as well. You know, a lot of your work certainly was focused on BPD. When we think about the statistics and the impacts, I imagine that it's similar across EMS and fire too when we think about the impacts of stress on the body.
Yeah, I talked about the police today, Council, but certainly the similar with police, the EMS and fire as well. And I can tell you it affects their physical health as well, the mental stress they deal with on the fire scenes, and dealing with critically ill patients, beats them up physically and mentally. And I see the same stats actually, the 150 or so Boston firefighters we put through the screening program, the results really mirror the police department as well from the mental effects of their job. I don't have as much numbers for EMS because the majority of those 402 we screened were Boston police officers. But the ones that we do see certainly have significant diseases as well related to the mental health effects of the job.
Right, and I appreciate too your focus and your continued focus around the impacts on female officers around the prevalence of disease and or presentation of potential issues. For Pat and Joe and Pat, where do we see the gaps in care? Like where is what's missing? Or what are the things that are missing that we can be supportive of? I know, Lieutenant Calter mentioned members have to go through headquarters to get support services. To me, that is a potential challenge or barrier to accessing care. Where are some of the other gaps in services that you're not able to give your members?
Well, I would say one of the main gaps is the insurance issue. Harvard Pilgrim, as we discussed briefly yesterday, I think the number 70%, 75% of city employees have Harvard Pilgrim. The mental health component of Harvard Pilgrim, the billing component, is a hurdle. So a lot of clinicians that we did use before, they don't accept us fire people anymore, just because the comment I would get was, Pat, I meet with someone for an hour and it takes me 3 hours to get paid. And so I'm not sure what the process is because I'm not a clinician billing, but I know that that's been an issue, an ongoing issue. We've lost some good clinicians because of it, and we have kept some people in the loop. The Leggett group from Rosendale has stayed with us, Sarah Henderson, Chris Walsh. There's certain individuals that don't mind doing the extra, but they have, some of them have family members that are on the police or fire, so they want to be there for us. But I do know it is an obstacle trying to keep good clinicians because of the hurdles of getting payment from these companies. So whenever I go into the drill class, when they bring a new drill class into the academy, I often talk to the members that are coming on, and I say, you were pitched a program of an HMO, and if you pay the extra $100 now and get a PPO, it serves you better because you'll have more access to more health care. You can go where you want pretty much. Another issue that we do have with the healthcare is that the city incentivizes the veterans to not buy into the city insurance because I think they get a $2,500 reimbursement a year, or I don't know what but if they don't buy the policy and they use the VA, then they get a refund or an incentive check for not using the city's insurance. And then when we come to certain issues where, say there's a substance abuse issue, say we have a firefighter that had a knee replacement or shoulder surgery and they're on pain medication for 2 or 3 months, they cannot be on Suboxone when they come back to work. So, because they can't work on that. And then we'll have members that'll say, well, I have a problem here. What do I do? And if they try to go on Vivitrol, which wouldn't come up on a drug test, if they get injured, now pain medication won't work for them because it's an opioid blocker. So their device is to go to the VA, and the system there, if they go to a detox at the VA, they might only get 3 days. They might not even get seen in an actual residential setting. They might get Suboxone to take home. And again, it would be the insurance issue. So the other problem I look at is that in Massachusetts, if you come in with a substance abuse issue, we don't really have a 28-day facility that we can send you to in state. So if I'm talking to you and you're on pain medication, you're trying to get off it, and I'm telling you the only 28-day program we have is down in Pennsylvania, and you got to uproot and go down there for 28 days, it's a big ask for someone. And then again, with the threat that you're in trouble with the job if you test positive. So I think looking at the insurance issue would be very helpful. And if we could somehow figure out how to get people a longer term in treatment in state, like at a Gosnold or a NORCAP, or High Point or St. Elizabeth's or the Faulkner or one of these facilities or McLean's. I think that would be helpful, because a lot of people look at it and the residential component is overwhelming, but then having to pack and leave the state is also another effect. That's what I think.
Great. And I do want to just echo your accolades for the Leggett Group. Jen Leggett's been someone who's taught me a lot about accessing mental health services, and the work that she does and her groups do are amazing. So grateful for mentioning her and her work. Joe, do you have something to add?
I think the biggest thing is time, and you made mention it before, Council, is time for my officers. That's the biggest issue. Is a lot of them they want to get the cardio workout in. That's the biggest thing we preach when we do a critical incident debriefing, and that's been something I've been focusing on since I've been involved with the unit on a volunteer basis prior to taking over for 20 years. Is that cleaning out of the bloodstream, that 20-minute to half-hour workout or some kind of elevated heart rate we can get for the officers to prevent this blood buildup from all the chemicals the AR have dumped in the stress response. Excuse me. So the biggest thing for us right now is time. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I don't know if anyone has anything else to add before I return to other colleagues.
I'd like to say, with the, city of Boston, you pay about $20,000 per employee for health insurance. And I think questions are we really getting a bang for the buck with that, and particularly mental health issues. If you have an orthopedic condition or a cardiac condition, I can get you seen today. But if you have a mental health condition, the insurance takes several phone calls, may take a week or two to get an appointment that should be seen today. So I think we need to leverage insurance companies that the city of Boston's paying, saying, let's guarantee same-day visits as we do for other conditions, including diabetes and orthopedic conditions. I think it's going to take some leverage in that part, but we're spending a lot of money for these insurance plans, and are we really getting the money for what we're paying? I mean, unfortunately, I have some good connection at St. Elizabeth's where I can get someone seen by a counselor with a couple of different phone calls, but not everyone has that access. And I think we really need to look at that and really focus on insurance companies. Are you treating behavioral health issues as you're treating these other medical conditions that people have?
Yeah, certainly there's no parity, although it's been legislated, there is no parity between mental health and physical health care. And Lieutenant Coulter, anything to add?
I think access does remain an issue, especially since most of us are seeking specialized programs. So I think it really speaks to, enhancing the first responder. And this is a private sector thing, but, certainly creating more spaces. Currently, for example, Leader, which we all use, I think, I know the fire does at least, and that's 6 spots right now. That's 6 beds for men total. So they operate at a 2 to 3 week waiting list to get our members in. So insurance, I could say, and I think I would speak City Hall has gone to bat to help us advocate for ourselves where we couldn't necessarily do it. But certainly just barriers when it comes to PPO and HMO. And I think that the city would have some leverage considering the amount of us that are on different plans, but certainly insured through the city. That is a glaring need, is just access. It shouldn't be, the hardest part shouldn't be getting in. The hardest part should be convincing someone to get in.
Right.
And if we able to get all of the legwork done to get someone to the point of clearly deciding they're going to seek treatment and then being stonewalled is disheartening in the least, or being told you got to wait 2 weeks. That's also a problem that both sides can feel the effects of.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We maybe have lost Chairman Flaherty's audio, so I do know that Councillor Flynn was next on the list. Councillor Flynn?
Thank you, Councilor Asabi George, and again, thank you to the panelists for their tremendous work on these very difficult issues, and we really appreciate everything that you're doing. The fire department, I know the stat was 50% of those that retire die within a couple of years after retirement. Many of the firefighters knew my Uncle Dennis very well. He died young from heart disease, and he was like a second father to me. So I miss him. So this issue is very personal, and whatever I can do to be helpful to the fire department, the police department, EMS. But I think the rhetoric and the verbal assaults on police, on EMS or fire is having a devastating impact in cities across the country. Police are already under PTS-related challenges. And about the last thing you need is someone, verbally assaulting you. I think we also have to have a public awareness campaign about the destructive comments that take place, that they really hurt so many people that are trying to do a good job on our behalf. When I think of the police officers in my community, I think of Bobby Flynn, who's a Little League coach, or Richie DeVoe, who's active in the community, or fire department, Willie Osterguy. But those are people that are always giving back. But I guess my question is, thinking of it, especially the police department or the fire department. I know you have a lot of veterans on your department, and we hear about the forced overtime, especially the police department. Many of them working double shifts. When I finished my deployment, I had access to the VA hospital medical care, and I went frequently, and I still go to the VA. But how can you access, medical care at the VA if you're a police officer when you're working so much? And the department is counting on you to work, 14, 15 hours a day, 6 days a week. You need a break to, go to your medical appointments, your mental health appointments, to take your daughter to a dance lessons, or your son to a baseball practice. But I wish there was an extra part of sick time, for our city workers that they can use to deal with a lot of these ongoing challenges. But I am concerned that we don't give city workers enough sick time so that they can deal with a lot of these ongoing mental health challenges. We see 24 veterans commit suicide a day. Certainly that's a staggering number, but I also know it's a high number as well in the police departments across the country. But I just wanted to ask Joe, is there any way we can think about, short term or long term, of how we get access to sick time for our police officers or for our EMS or fire department? Just generally speaking, if you had any thoughts about that.
Well, I hate to default to the standard answer, but that's above my pay grade, but it's way above my pay grade. But I can say, at least on the veteran end of it, because we do have a good deal of veterans, and we actually have a lot of officers that are still in the reserves and still deploy and come back, have multiple deployments under their belts and come back and have to step down. One thing the on-site and Dr. Duggan started and pioneered years ago was Restore. It's a Restore weekend, and we send our officers who are veterans. He holds it about, and he does it pro bono. That one's for gratis. It's pro bono. It's not part of the contract we have with the city that he has with the city. And about every 6 weeks right now, we'll have a group of veterans up that are either fire, police, EMS, and they go through his Restore program. And I think it's important, especially for all branches, and not to, like I said, I can only speak for the police too. There is a big mindset change. You're coming off deployment, and now you're going back into the streets of the city, and you're armed again. It's it's a crazy downshift, if I could put it that way, or a crazy shift of gears of being deployed. And I can say for a fact that because of the riots and the protests, and a lot of these protests are more ad hominem personal attacks at officers standing in line and then being directed at them and their families. And in language, to be honest with you, I've been on for 30-some years. I worked at the old Charles Street Jail, Nashua Street Jail, and I've been on the police department since '94. The threats being made and the statements being made to officers are at a level I've never heard, being directed at families. And for a lot of these officers are saying the level, and when they're not just being said, their personal space is being violated. These people are technically, not to sound silly, but social distancing. They're getting right up in the officers' faces, trying to provoke them to do something. And a lot of the veterans, officers who are veterans, have said, I feel like I'm back into a deployment. I'm not even sure which, for a minute there, I feel like I'm back overseas with the level of, there's a cruiser down the street burning, there's people screaming, it's just insanity. And that has been a big issue, on the veteran end of it. And so the big thing we had is Restore with Dr. Duggan, which is huge. And we also, like I said, made some great inroads with Dr. Marika Solhan at the Boston Vet Center, and her and the community outreach person there, Clifford Coy, who is a vet at the Boston Vet Center, to expand my services to officers. It helps. To Pat Coulter's point, McLean is down to like half capacity for the leader program. So you think of fire, EMS, and Boston all sending personnel to the leader program that has 4 beds now, or 6 beds. It depends on when I talk to them, when we have our people call. And they're not, and we obviously, we pioneered it, we got it going, which was great. Like everything from McLean, now it's wide open to everybody. The whole state's using it. So it's, so right now my biggest thing is, it kind of speaks to the insurance too, because without having a PPO, where, my resources are limited. So a lot of times what I'm doing is, are you a veteran? Yeah, or maybe I can farm you out, not to be crude. We can get some services through the vet center. We have our people through on-site. We're going to get you appointments with the doctor. We're going to get you appointments with the licensed social worker. We picked up extra hours through the grant, but just like, but part of the issues we're having getting outside help. Sometimes people just need different services that we can't necessarily get our hands on. One is the insurance, and 2, because of COVID, a lot of these docs, these psychs, these therapists just aren't taking any more patients. They're overwhelmed. So I hope that answered that the best I can. As far as the sick bank thing goes, it's really like I can't say it enough, at least in the police end, because our schedule is different. There's time, trying to have some built-in time in there to get stuff done. And lots of times when these officers have time, they go home. They want to, like you said, see their kids, go to games, do this. A lot of them are. I don't know how we all did it. I coached my kids. Yep. They participate in a lot of things, and you just, and it gets back to the same old thing again. a lot of these officers will do for other people, but they're very, very hesitant to ask for themselves. And it's just part of the culture in which we try to overcome on a regular basis. And also with the police too, obviously there's issues with, if I come in, I ask for help, if I say X, Y, and Z, are they going to take my gun? Even if it's physical. If they say, hey, they might find out that I have a bad heart or my lungs aren't working right or whatever the case may be, I'm not going to that because they find that out that I'm I can't make any money and because I don't have my gun. And it's, like I said before, I said at the meeting yesterday, the firearms is a tricky thing because a lot of people look at it as a symbolic political hot button firearms, but for the police officers, it's just a tool of the trade. And I'm not saying it to be crude. It's an essential part of their equipment. It's an essential part of completing their missions. It's something that's almost never used. The stats bear it out. Probably 1%, 5 to 1% of officers ever discharge a weapon in the course of their careers. And that's, but the reality of the matter is without it, they can't go out on the street. They can't do their jobs. They feel incomplete. And the reality is they bear a financial penalty. So that's kind of where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And you definitely answered my question. And I have no further questions. And just wanted to leave you with one final comment, if I may, is I had the opportunity to talk twice to police officers' spouses, just on a Zoom call, just listening to their concerns about family life. And it's very, very similar to a veteran coming back home and dealing with ongoing challenges. But the challenges police officers are facing and their families is very significant. I'm so glad that Councilor Sabi-George and Councilor Flaherty have called this. It's probably the most important hearing I think I've attended in the City Council in 3 years. So I want to say thank you to my colleagues for calling us, and I hope to focus on my hearing after the new year. And that would be basically a registry of any type of illnesses or issues, medical issues someone had during this critical time, and making sure that we try to document it, because I think these medical conditions are staying with the police, fire, and EMS, and having a significant negative impact on a family's life as well. So I want to say thank you to the panelists, say thank you to Councilor Sabi-George, Councilor Flaherty, and no further questions. Thank you, Councilor Sabi-George.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Flynn, and Councilor Kinsey Bark is still with us if she has any questions of the panelists.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I really appreciate the presentations from all the services, and I have one comment and then a question. The comment and commitment really is that when I first got on the council at the beginning of the year, I think it was in January, that we had the hearing around the new PEC arrangement around insurance, right? We do those in these 5-year batches. And one of the things that the council heard at the time was that part of the negotiation was that the city was going to engage in some new plan structuring. And I think it sounds like it would make sense for us to check back and find out, because I think those plans, what we were voting on in January had not yet gone into effect. And so I think it probably makes sense for us to figure out in what ways the new 5-year agreement is going to help with some of these issues we've heard about today vis-a-vis insurance. And then, to the extent that it's not going to help, we really need to put that front and center for the next negotiation, or think about whether there's a need for a supplementary one. So I just wanted to flag, as the Ways and Means Chair, so obviously a different committee than where we are today, that's something that we'll definitely follow up on, because I think it sounds like it's a concrete barrier for some of these things. And then my question, and it's really, I guess, for Dr. Hamrock and for Joe, is in a hearing we had a few weeks ago, we heard about this really significant uptick in officers out in sort of extended sick and injured category, and the first instance of that uptick, it had been kind of sitting at about 150 officers. And then last year, so between January 2019 and Jan 2020, so before the pandemic, in the most recent issues, it had gone up by 60 officers, which is like, almost 50%, 40% rise. So I was wondering, it was really helpful for me, all the context that I heard today about the pressures of the job and the way that plays out in people's sort of body and mental health. But whenever I see something that dramatic changing, I obviously am asking to myself, like, what has changed and how can we reverse it? And because it's prior to COVID and prior to all of the developments of this year, I'm trying to get a feel for what that could have been. And I was wondering whether either of you are able to shed any light on what new pressures or new dynamics on our officers are causing that.
I mean, to me, it's possible just the cumulative effects of the job are finally catching up to these officers, and it's probably showing in some of the illnesses and injuries. Because before COVID, certainly we see a lot of officers come down with COVID, and some are still suffering the long-term effects of the COVID, and they're not 100%, unfortunately. But I would say it's more just accumulation of things. I haven't heard anything specific around that period of time why there would be an increase in the time off like that. But I could see, the cumulative effects of this job catching up, particularly these officers in the mid-50s and late 50s, really seeing the effects of beating them up physically and mentally. And I think it's finally catching up to them.
Joe, did you have any comments?
Excuse me. Well, yes and no. One is I can't comment on the numbers because I don't know, individually what each officers are going out, or if there's a certain type of injury that's maybe there's a significant rise in certain types of injuries. I'm not really sure. But I'd have to echo the doctor's point. And I think a lot of it is, I don't know if the numbers, if the initial injuries going up or the amount of or is the duration of time that the officers out staying longer. So they're driving that number up. So it's a larger aggregate that's out. You see what I'm saying? Where it's an issue like we have a lot more officers out, but if you're looking at it, they've been out for a longer period of time, and they're not getting back as quick. And I think a lot of it does get down to what we're talking about here, whether it's PTSI or physiological determinations. And I think, I like to write a little equation I call like emotional erosion is equal to physical plus mental maladies, and then all of them together add up. And, so I really couldn't say as far as the numbers, but I would think it's more along the lines of like what the doctor said. And also I'd want to check if it's just an aggregate that's grown because the recovery process isn't as quick as it used to be.
Yeah, no, I agree. That would be really helpful to understand. And in terms of what the doctor said about catching up, I guess to me then, I guess that would make sense if we have a particular sort of bubble of officers all in the same age range, right? Like if there's something that's changed. I was struck by how much it had been sitting pretty consistently. Obviously those 150 that it was sitting at consistently were changing who they were, right? And now for it to go up 60 in a year, and then, it's gone up another 60 this year. But I think there we can have more of an understanding about the COVID impacts and other things, right? But like to have gone up last year by 60, it just, it's really striking. I think you're right, Joe. It would be good to understand whether that folks who were on that injured sick category in 2016, 17, 18 are just still there because there's a really long duration issue or what. But it's very concerning to me. There are obviously, budgetary and other implications when we're replacing 94 officers a day worth of folks. But more concerning to me is just the idea that we've got this like real sudden swell in long-term injury. So I'm hoping, I know there are folks in the department who are looking at it. I'm hoping that, as folks figure out what's going on there, that you could share it back with the council, because again, if there's a policy thing, if there's a conditions of the job thing, if there's a, anything that's causing that bubble, I think it's like pretty urgent that we know, because now we're at like 12% of the force or something in that category. So it just really underscores the importance of this hearing today. Mr. Chairman, I think those are my questions for now.
Very good. Thank you, Councilor Bach. And anything from the lead sponsor? Any final comments before we let the panel go back to doing what they do best?
No,
Protecting
thank
the
you.
city and protecting our members.
That is right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you everyone for this hearing today and for, again, the level of conversation. I think has been really in depth and educational for all of us. And I think it highlights the importance of us as a city being more proactive around making sure that there's access to both physical and mental health care and wellness programs across the board. And that proactive certainly starts at the academy level, and we'll probably see, as we've done more of that as a city at all academies, we'll see that benefit over the long time. But the members that are members now need to make sure that we have access to the right care, and being more proactive saves energies and resources for when we have to be reactive to incidents. And, I think for me, it's making sure that as a city, it's our responsibility to ensure that our first responders, those that protect us and respond to our calls, our police, firefighters, and EMTs and paramedics, that they have access to high quality services across the board, across the spectrum, and that we make the time for them to access those services. Because we're hearing that it's one thing to have a desire to do, or to be seen, or to be well, or to get well. But if you don't have the time to do it, it often just gets pushed down on the list. So I think that we've got a few sort of tasks before us when we think about the work that's left undone, that we need to focus our energies on as a council, certainly in collaboration with all of you. So just grateful for the education and for your time and for your continued commitment to the physical and mental well-being of our first responders across our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Pat, Joe, and Dr. Hamrock for being with us.
Good. Thank you, Councilor Sabi-George, for putting this forward, for my colleagues, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Bach, Councilor O'Malley for attending, and obviously the panel, our Commissioner and our Lieutenant Sergeant and the Doctor. I think it goes without saying that the Boston City Council loves our first responders. You guys have a great ally in the council. Anything we can do to continue to work together to support these programs that help protect the men and women of the Boston Police, the Boston Fire, and EMS is something that I wholeheartedly support, as do all my colleagues. So thank you again to Councilor Sabi-George. And with that, docket 0503, it's an order for a hearing regarding access to wellness programs for first responders. This hearing will be adjourned. And have a great weekend, everybody. It's great to see you, Joe.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Is that okay? I know that President Janey, Councilor, Jesus Lord, I gonna get this right before my term is done. President Council Janey is here, so Council President Janey is here. So I want to make sure that we take advantage of this time and get things going. So I am going to get started. And if we're good, we're live and all that good stuff. So I'm gonna make the screen bigger. Even with my glasses, I still can't see y'all. Hold up. Okay. So I'm gobbling us in with my iPhone. I'm calling this hearing to an order. Good afternoon, everyone. I am City Councilor at Large Julia Mejia, the chair on the Committee of Civil Rights. It is Thursday, December the 10th, 2020, and we are here today for a virtual hearing on docket 0230, order for a hearing regarding civil rights and the creation of sanctuary safe spaces in Boston. This matter was sponsored by myself and was referred to the committee on January the 15th, 2020. In accordance with Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 executive order modifying certain requirements of the open meeting law and relieving public bodies of certain requirements, including the requirement that public bodies conduct its meeting in a public place that is open and physically accessible to the public, the City Council will be conducting this hearing virtually via Zoom. This enables the City Council to carry out its responsibilities while adhering to public health accommodations and ensuring public access to its deliberations through adequate and alternative means. The public may watch this meeting via live stream at www.boston.gov/city/council-TV. It will be rebroadcasted on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, Files Channel 964. If you wish to testify, please email shane.pac@boston.gov to sign up. And there's still time, so make sure you make it happen. When you are called, please state your name and affiliation, residency, and limit your comments to no more than 2 minutes to ensure that all comments can be heard. You may also submit written testimony by emailing ccc.civilrights@boston.gov and will be made a part of the record and available to all counselors. Recognizing counselors in the order of arrival, I'm joined today by Council President Janey of District 7, Councilor Ed Flynn of District 2, Councilor Michelle Wu at large, Councilor Elizabeth Breeden, District 9, and Councilor Campbell, District 4. Wow, thank you guys for coming. That's great. So our expected speakers today include the administration, Yusufi Valley, the Director of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement, Sam DePina, Chief Operation Officer for the Boston Public Schools. I did see Chief Coakley, so I'm not sure if she's going to be joining us, but I did see her in the room. So if she's going to speak, we're going to create space for you as well. And then we also have our advocates, Laura Rotolo, a staff counsel and community advocate at ACLU of Massachusetts, Emily Langu, a supervising attorney of Immigrant Unit Justice Center for Southeast Massachusetts, Yvonne Espinosa Magardi, who's the Executive Director of the Lawyers for Civil Rights, and Valeria Del Valle, who's the Director of the Student Immigrant Movement. I'd like to begin with a brief opening statement. Good Lord, it's gonna be brief, y'all. Don't worry, we're gonna get through all of this. And the thing is that my internet is unstable, so I hope I'm still even on Zoom. Let me just go check. Am I still here?
Yeah.
We see you. We can hear you.
Okay, just I don't have the Zoom screen. I just have my doc here, so I'm like probably talking to myself. Okay, this hearing means so much to me because it's incredibly personal. But this hearing isn't about me. Decades ago, I was growing up in Boston with a mother who was undocumented for a period of time. But even before today, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of little kids like me going through the same thing, experiencing the same fears, wondering if their mom or dad or brother or sister is going to come home at night. We've been having the same conversation for far too long. And it feels like no matter how many times the Trust Act or anti-surveillance bills we pass, ICE still shows up on our streets to harass our people, and it has to stop. Now, I'm not going to pretend that we're going to fix ICE in a 2 or 3 hour hearing conversation, but we've got to do something. So during this hearing, I'm going to be focusing my attention on looking at what we've done in the past and looking at what is working and what is not. I plan to continue this conversation with each and every one of you throughout the break and into the new year, so that in 2021, we can put something on the books that puts to rest the attacks and the harassment and the intimidation that undocumented residents face every day here in the city of Boston. So for many of you who may or may not know, this was also my maiden speech, and it's an issue that is deeply personal to me. So I'm so incredibly grateful that I have a platform to be able to utilize my voice to create space for others. So thank you so much for those who are here with us today. And I'd like to give my colleagues an opportunity for any opening statements. And I'm going to go to President Council Janey first.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Many thanks to you. And certainly I want to acknowledge and thank Chief Coakley, Chief DePina, Chief Valley from the administration, certainly our panel of advocates and activists. It is great to be in space with you today. I wanted to make sure I was here. I can't stay for the entire time, Madam Chair, but I knew this was very important to you as your maiden speech, and it is very important to me and the city of Boston. Our history in this country, as you know, as people on this call know, is one of who is legitimate, who belongs, and who doesn't. And that still plays out to this day, especially with the current administration. Now more than ever, it is important that we create sanctuary spaces and safe spaces for everyone in community. Just ordinary things like registering for school, trying to take a COVID test, applying for housing, all of those things can be very intimidating for someone who was not born on this land, and particularly if their papers, if they're undocumented. And so it is really important that we do everything we can. And if there is an action that will come from this, I hope you consider me a partner in this work with you. So again, many thanks. I will stay on as long as I can and hope to have a very productive hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Ed Flynn, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia, and like Council President Janey mentioned, I'm also proud to be with our colleagues, but especially with you today, as this was your maiden speech, and so I know it's an important issue for you, for our body, and for the city. So it's good to be with you, Councilor Mejia. Thank you for sponsoring this hearing. Thank you for your continued advocacy for our immigrant neighbors. Immigrant neighbors are an integral part of our city and country, and we should do what we can to protect the rights of our immigrant neighbors and make sure they feel safe and protected in our city, in our country. We are a nation and city of immigrants. I'm proud of the immigrant roots we have here in Boston, and every time I walk into this building, I'm reminded of the immigrant memorial outside of City Hall that was placed there by Mayor Flynn a while back. I'm proud to represent a large number of immigrants in my district. I know the contribution immigrants play, and they need to be included and engaged in our city. And just on a personal level, when I had the opportunity to get elected to the city council 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to hire 5 people on my staff, and I wanted to try to get the best people I possibly could. And the best people I possibly could get out of the 5 people on my staff, 4 of them are immigrants, the women of color and the immigrants. And I could not do this job effectively without their input, without their advice, without listening to them and talking about their life experiences of how they grew up, because I didn't grow up like that, but like a city council, we're always learning. And the more we learn about immigrant roots the better we are as a city and as a government. So I just wanted to highlight that personal fact because our staff, but diversity is a critical part of being an elected official, because when you surround yourself by immigrants, you have a better opportunity to learn about your district and your city and the struggles of people. And when you learn about the struggles of people, you can focus on issues that are of concern to them, not of what's concerning to you. So I just wanted to highlight that personal issue. But again, thank you to Councilor Mejia, and it's good to see Councilor Braden as well, who's an immigrant that has also made tremendous contributions to our city and country. So having said that, I want to welcome the panelists as well, and especially my good friend Yusuf, who I see there, who does a terrific job working for Mayor Walsh. Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. I'm going to move on to at-large Councilor Michelle Wu. You now have the floor.
So much, Madam Chair. I, like the others, wanted to just echo how powerful your speech was, and it just feels like ages ago when we were all in person in the council chamber, and now especially as this crisis has worsened and worsened and along so many dimensions, focus on our immigrant communities and on making sure we are creating safe community buildings, spaces, and every action we can as a city is that much more important. So just wanted to thank you for your leadership and thank everyone for being part of this, and to our many advocates, especially for all you've been doing to hold up our communities in this time of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to Councilor Breeden. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations. This is your the hearing order that you called in your maiden speech. It is such a vitally important subject for us to address, to make our city safer for all of our residents, regardless of where they come from, or what language they speak, or what color their skin. It's such a very, very important subject, and I look forward to the discussion this afternoon. And thank you for raising this up and being such a strong advocate for immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And my last colleague, Councilor Campbell from District 4, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your thoughts and your story, right? You're an example in this moment of representation matters, right? Your opening remarks and maiden speech, we were all in person, was emotional, it was powerful, it was passionate. So of course, wanted to be here to support you. I will tell you, this hearing is going to be a painful one, right? Just listening to your story, but we know that ICE is still out there. We're constantly getting calls and emails and just text messages, just devastating things from our residents in the city of Boston around some of these very unfortunate, traumatic and painful moments. And it's not just traumatic and painful for the individual, of course, it also is for their family and for the community. And so I'm absolutely looking forward to this hearing to see how we can build upon the Trust Act and the previous work of even of counselors that were here before I got to the council with respect to these issues, and expanding upon specifically what we can do in terms of creating more sanctuary spaces. So folks always have a place to go. I also want to, of course, thank the advocates, all of the panelists who were here, and of course, those from the administration as we think about these critical issues, and of course, look to work in partnership. And lastly, I will say, before I got on the hearing, I was taking me back to the chamber in which you stood up and gave your maiden speech, and all of us, of course, applauded. But the thing that you lift up all the time in these conversations around issues related to immigration are those we label as undocumented. And I think that's critically important because we sometimes separate, even in the immigration space and conversation, who deserves what benefits, who deserves access, who should be at the table, who should be included, and much of that often has a political layer.
And you lift it up in such a way to say, everybody, all means all, right? And so I think it's critically important that we do away with some of the labeling, including undocumented. If they live in the city of Boston and are residents here in the city of Boston and choose our great city to live in and be a part of, then it's our responsibility to work in partnership with them to give them all the supports they need and all the opportunities they deserve. So I just wanted to stress that point. Thank you again for your leadership, and thank you to everyone on the panel today.
Thank you. Thank you so very much to my colleagues, to the panelists, and to the advocates for being here with us today. I will be checking to see if we have public testimony throughout the hearing so that we can prioritize their voice. You know, I always like to lead with the people who are living these realities. So Shane will let us know once we have people who are here to testify. And we'll ask you to introduce yourself and to keep your comments to 2 minutes. As of right now, I don't think we have anyone here for testimony. So we do have some time constraints. So I'm going to ask those folks to begin with the time so that we have time for questions. So we're going to start with Emily, followed by Yusufi, and then Sam. And then we'll pause for questions from the counselors. So I'm going to ask Emily, and I think we're going to do a timer so that we can get through this. So let's go. Emily, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Councilor Mejia, on your maiden speech. Thank you for the invitation to speak on these important issues. My name is Emily Lung. I'm the supervising immigration attorney at the Justice Center of Southeast Massachusetts. I've had the privilege of working in and around the greater Boston area and in the Commonwealth as an immigration attorney for over 12 years in a variety of roles, but primarily working with nonprofits, working with indigent, low-income individuals and families. And it's been my great honor to do this work, even during these very, very difficult times. I know our time is short, so I just kind of want to say that the last 4 years have been an incredibly difficult time for immigrant communities, and that's not to diminish the fact that it is generally difficult, in particular, to be an undocumented immigrant in America. And I don't want us to think that while there are brighter skies on the horizon, that there is not still work that needs to be done. A lot of the damage that was inflicted during these last 4 years will not be able to be reversed at the drop of a hat, and will take time and maybe years to even get back to the place that we used to be. And I think in some ways, what we've seen over these last 4 years is really just how critical a role localities and states play in providing a protective environment for immigrant communities, especially when you have such a hostile federal administration. And so I really just want to make that point that it is not our time right now to sit back and say, well, you know, things are changing, things are getting better on the federal side, so we don't need to do work on a state and local level. I think if anything, what we see is that we do that work. And the City Council has been doing so much work in still gaps, and we've seen during these last few years. I just want to spend time on my other colleagues will also spend more time on these issues as well. But for example, we know that these are well publicized examples, so I think they're good ones. The case of the immigrant worker, where we had the joint task force between BPD and ICE that led to that person's arrest and detention by immigration. That was in 2017. We have the students who have been deported because of the BPS school reports that were not alleging any criminal activity. We also have a lot of other immigrants and immigrant youth who have had deportation cases brought against them, or have had their immigration cases denied because of field investigative operational reports made by Boston Police Department. So I have been working with a lot of other individuals and a lot of wonderful coalitions and organizers and other legal services groups to try to uncover, and with City Council, to try to uncover all these different interlocking things, these different task force, how the gang database and the Boston Regional Intelligence Center operates, what is the Boston Public School policies regarding information sharing. And I think that we have a large web of interconnecting agencies, and we still have not yet figured out where all the holes are and how to plug those holes. And so I would really like to see that be the work of the future and the work of the coming year, to just really get down to where those gaps are and start to make sure that our policies are really covering those. And I think that this past year has really shown us, COVID has really shown us the extreme vulnerabilities, particularly of the immigrant community, because they represent a really large share of frontline workers and essential workers, yet they are left out entirely from any sort of minimal federal assistance that has existed. And once again, what COVID has shown us is that we are only as strong as we are all together. COVID doesn't care if you're undocumented, doesn't care if you're a citizen, if you're old or young. It can be spread between everyone in the community. And so we need to protect and lift up everyone in Boston. I think COVID shows us that. This last 4 years under this administration has shown us that. And I think as a city, I really appreciate the city council has been digging in on a lot of these tough issues, but I think we need to keep pushing forward and not step back just because the federal administration might become a little bit more helpful in the next few years. There's still a lot of work that we can do. And I really look forward to working together with City Council and working with all the folks I've been able to work with to continue to push these issues. I'm really grateful to Councilor Mejia for continuing to raise this issue up, and all the other councilors that we've worked closely with on the BRIC, on the public schools issues. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to note that my internet is unstable and I may have to disappear, and I will have to ask one of my colleagues to step in and facilitate if I shall disappear or if I freeze. So Emily, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to working with you in partnership. You finished under time, so good job. Okay, that's enough. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I wanted to just also note that we did extend an invitation to BPD, which is the Boston Police Department, but they were not able to attend. They did send this letter, and I think I'm going to read it into, because I feel it's important for, even though they weren't here, but they should be. And we are committed to working in partnership with all communities to ensure public safety and equal access to service and services and supports. The BPD Civil Rights Unit is focused on investigating potential violations of civil rights. Through our proactive community policing model, we work with residents and community leaders in all of our neighborhoods to address concerns, solve problems, and connect those in need with resources and opportunities. The Bureau of Community Engagement, our district community service officers, and many other divisions and units run programs, events, and activities to support our most vulnerable at-risk youth and families, as well as victims of crime. Many of these efforts are focused on reaching immigrant communities. For example, in Dorchester, we have civilian liaisons and community service officers for the Vietnamese and Cape Verdean communities. The Bureau of Investigation Services detectives assist victims and witnesses in the process of applying for U visas. Many of these cases involve victims and witnesses of serious violent crimes such as sexual assault, domestic violence, and aggravated assault. We are very aware of concerns that immigrants and immigrant communities may have regarding law enforcement, particularly those who may be undocumented. We have worked very closely with the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement, the Boston City Council, Boston Public Schools, and other city agencies in the creation and implementation of the Trust Act. We look forward to continuing this critical and important work with our city partners and in partnership with the community. Thank you. So that was great. Thank you so much. It would be great to get the BPD in the room for future discussions, because I feel like we still have so much more questions, but do appreciate the letter nonetheless. There is a voice here, and it's welcomed and appreciated, and looking forward to working with you as well. Anyway, Yusufi, you now have the floor.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Councilor Mejia, and congratulations on this hearing and pulling off your maiden speech here. Thank you to all the counselors for prioritizing Boston's immigrants and providing me the opportunity to address this esteemed body. I also want to thank the many advocates here today. Mayor Walsh and all of us have been working together tirelessly over the years, and even in those instances where we didn't have complete agreement on a particular issue, we all came to the table dedicated to doing our best to serve our immigrant communities, and we're grateful for your dedication and tenacity. Our city is a better place for all the conversations we've had, which led to truly historic actions of which we can all be proud of. I also really want to thank my colleague, Sam DePina, Chief Operating Officer at Boston Public Schools, for his partnership in working towards making our schools safe and welcoming to all. My name is Yusuf Vali, and I serve as the Director of the Mayor's Office for Immigrant Advancement. To all the attendees of this hearing, please know that the Mayor's Office for Immigrant Advancement is here to support and to advocate for all of our city's diverse immigrant residents. Under Mayor Walsh's leadership and partnerships with our city departments, as well as with you all in this room, we're making sure our residents, whether born here or somewhere else, feel safe and have opportunities to make a life for themselves here in Boston. I want to begin my remarks with our values, who we are as a city. From day one, Mayor Walsh and our team here at the city have been clear. To be a Bostonian means to take care of one another, to stand by one another, and to work together across our differences for the common good of our city and all residents. That, of course, includes our immigrant residents, regardless of status. The mayor and our team have done our utmost to adhere to these values and put them into practice, while at the same time learning along the way, persevering in the dogged and difficult work, often with many of you present here today, of removing the inequitable ghosts of the past in many of our systems, and recognizing that there is always more to do. Allow me to provide some examples of how we have put our values into action. From the moment election results for the 2016 US presidential election became clear, Mayor Walsh and our team have been on the front lines of fighting back against the demonizing rhetoric and countless anti-immigrant policies from the Trump administration. Each of you will recall that right off the bat, our mayor was the first in the nation to proclaim any immigrant who does not feel safe can be housed in City Hall. We have, as a last resort, we have backed that rhetoric with countless amicus briefs, public comments, and advocacy efforts to oppose the federal government's attacks on DACA recipients, TPS holders, families seeking asylum, applicants for citizenship, refugees, people from Muslim-majority countries, low-income applicants for visas, and participation in the US Census over the past 4 years. I'm hopeful the demonization of immigrants will change with the incoming Biden administration, and my office is working on ways to help shape the federal agenda, though I agree with Emily, we can't take anything for granted. Meanwhile, in addition to the above, under the mayor's leadership, we as a city have been focused on things we can control through the power of local government. The mayor has invested in programs and services to make sure immigrants aren't just safe, but able to thrive regardless of immigration status. I'll just name a couple of programs because I could go through a litany. Because there is no mandate to provide defense lawyers in immigration court, many immigrants are unable to afford lawyers and face one of the most consequential. Without legal representation, they themselves must make their case before a judge why they should be allowed to remain in the US with their families, their children. As a result, in 2017, Mayor Walsh took the courageous step to work with our foundation partners to launch the $1 million Greater Boston Immigrant Legal Defense Fund, and made the city of Boston the first New England city to contribute public dollars for this fund in 2018. This fund has continued in year 3 and year 4, and this year we have doubled our investment into the Greater Boston Immigrant Legal Defense Fund from $50,000 to $100,000. I hope the advocates at this hearing will push surrounding towns and the state to do the same. The fund increases our capacity to protect and defend immigrant and refugee communities by increasing access to 1, legal representation for individuals facing deportation proceedings in immigration court who cannot afford a lawyer, and 2, community education and preparedness programming such as Know Your Rights trainings, legal screenings, and referrals, among other activities. In its first 2 years, the fund allowed legal aid organizations to hire 6 additional immigration attorneys and community organizations to hire 8 additional advocates to serve immigrants in our communities free of charge. Just another example I'll give is another important initiative that the mayor and my team launched this summer was our Dreamers Fellowship Program. Our immigrant youth, regardless of status, need to have the same kind of job opportunities as their native-born peers. This summer, we started an unprecedented pilot program that paired 50 Dreamers with nonprofits to gain hands-on work experience and education while receiving a stipend. Am I seeing my time's almost up, Counselor? Okay, just give me a minute. So these are the kind of programs that we were engaged in. I do want to just comment on Sanctuary. As we consider the creation of sanctuary safe spaces for purposes of transparency for the public, I'd like to just remark on this term. There is no legal definition of a sanctuary city, nor an agreed upon definition. But the term has been so weaponized that much of the public, both on the right and the left, think a sanctuary city is a city where ICE cannot enter and operate. This is not accurate, and this is neither practical nor within the purview of local city government. Just as we cannot stop any individual from coming into the city, we cannot stop ICE agents from entering the city. The continual use of the term sanctuary may be counterproductive to the goal of keeping our immigrant residents safe because it could create false impressions. And I think clarity for our immigrants is so important during this time, because clarity is what allows them to really understand what their rights are and not. Now, the city of Boston has never been self-identified as a sanctuary city. However, many media outlets, political observers, and pro-immigrant and anti-immigrant advocacy groups have labeled Boston a sanctuary city because of our local laws, policies, and practices to protect immigrants and make sure all residents feel safe. The Trust Act is an example of that. I'm happy to get into that later if you like. And in regards to limiting access to physical spaces, my colleague Samuel DePina from Boston Public Schools can talk about what the schools have done to ensure that students have healthy learning environments. Counselors, thank you so much for your time today. And I'd like to thank you again for keeping Boston's immigrants in your minds and hearts. I'm looking forward to working with all of you, community leaders and our residents themselves, about how to make everyone feel safe and welcomed in Boston. I believe we're on the right track and doing powerful things, impactful things that I'm eager to see develop in the short and long term. I do believe that Boston is one of the most safe and welcoming cities across America. If you step right out of Boston, you're not going to see some of those same policies. Boston has passed the Trust Act, but we do need to pass the Safe Communities Act of the state, so that there is uniformity in policies across police departments. I'll end with that, Counselor, and I could speak more to the programs and I can get into the Trust Act if needed, but I'll leave my comments at this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sweet. Thank you so much. In the interest of shaking things up, because anybody who comes to my hearings, you're gonna have a little bit of fun. So I was gonna go to someone else from the administration next, but I think it's important for us to balance this out a little bit, to give Yvonne an opportunity. Just think in the interest of keeping the, I think it would be great if Yvonne, you.
Thank you, Councillor Mejia. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here this evening with you and your colleagues. Always wonderful to be in such distinguished company. City Councillor Ed Flynn, Andrea Campo, Michelle Wu, Liz Brereton, among others. It is always a pleasure to see you, Councillor Kim Janey, as well, and to hear all of your powerful remarks at the onset of this important hearing. And thank you for the opportunity to go next. I appreciate it. I fully agree with much of what has been said by my colleague and friend, Yusufzai Valley, who does an incredible job in immigrant affairs. It is absolutely true that the city cannot stop ICE immigration officials from coming into the city. And so I want to make that very clear. And the city's position that maybe the nomenclature, the way that this is, the public messaging may have to be adjusted, is a actually useful suggestion. But I would give some pushback. I would say that the city has some control. It might not be able to control some of the testimony that we heard from my colleague, Emily, happening right now. And it wasn't immigration officials going into East officers, to be precise, people who work for the city, people who to city officials, who turned over student records to immigration officials via the Boston Police and the Fusion Intelligence Center, the BRIC. And so I would submit to this distinguished body that even though there are limitations to what the city can do, it can certainly hold all city officials to a very high standard, a standard that means not just alignment with the values that have been expressed here, but with the practical realities of protecting families. And so for us at Lawyers for Civil Rights, which I have the honor of leading as executive director, we've been working on these issues with many members of this distinguished body and with many community partners. And for us, it really isn't about should we keep immigration out of the city. Those are issues beyond our control, as has been identified. But it really is about how do we make sure that city officials do not have these loopholes available to go around the Trust Act and the values of the city. And so that means that all city agencies, and by here I mean not just the Boston Police Department or the Boston Public Schools, but all city agencies should all be on the same page about making sure that immigration status is irrelevant for access to municipal services. That's number one. And number two, that any collusion with federal immigration officials is not just frowned upon. This can't just be a slap on the wrist. It has to have real consequences as a breach of the commitments that this city has made to its residents and taxpayers. And so I respectfully submit that we still have work to do, which is why I commend you, Councillor Mejia, for convening us this afternoon to speak about the work that remains to be done. We can applaud this city and all it has accomplished while still keeping a very firm eye towards how we can make the city even more welcoming, even more protective to immigrant families. I am happy to answer any questions that you or your colleagues may have, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I love this rich dialogue because it gives us an opportunity to identify the bright spots and also the areas of growth, right? And I think that if we can, I wholeheartedly believe that everyone who's participating in this conversation knows that we're working towards getting to some place where all of our people can feel safe. And so I think that that is a commitment that we all have, and I'm so incredibly grateful for the dialogue that is happening here. So in the interest of going, I switched it up a little bit. So now I'm gonna give Chief DePina an opportunity. And I know that Chief Coakley is with us as well from the Boston Public Schools, as well as the operations the Swanson Public School Police, as well as the operation. So Chief Coakley and Chief DePina, I'm not sure which of you are interested in kind of answering in many ways, kind of like giving your opportunity now to hear, having heard from Emily and having heard from Yvonne and Yusufi, would love for you to continue to build, and let's follow the string of the thread that we're talking about in terms of the information sharing, and in terms of the fact that regardless of all of the things that we have done, it seems that there's so much more that we can be doing. And that's what I'd like to hear a little bit more about from our next speakers on behalf of Boston Public Schools.
Sure.
Chief DePina?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for gathering us here today and for taking on and keeping this issue at the forefront for the city. So just want to thank you openly and publicly for that. I also want to thank and acknowledge all the other members here this evening, the other city council members, panelists, and the public at large who has taken this hearing in. Immigration is very near and dear to my heart as a Calvillian man, and I've witnessed firsthand the trials and tribulations of immigration and deportation, in my community. And as a BPS employee, I can also say that it's very near and dear to a lot of the staff and leadership at Boston Public Schools, including Dr. Caselius. And we are constantly eager to help and work with anyone who's willing to help improve and keep our kids safe as possible. So I acknowledge and welcome that opportunity and look forward to further dialogue. I also want to thank and acknowledge all of our city partners, including Yusufi and the Boston Police and Boston Center for Youth and Families and all other city agencies who also take this issue very seriously and work very hard to keep our citizens safe, and always will look for ways to do better. So we're here and are eager to be part of that conversation. The Boston Public Schools acknowledge that, we welcome anyone who comes to our doors to get an education, regardless of their immigration status. We want all immigrants to know that whatever their legal status, they're beloved members of our community, and we'll continue to welcome them and support them and honor their constitutional right for free and uninterrupted public education. BPS is committed to providing safe, open, and inviting spaces for learning for all of our students, including immigrant students, and we have incorporated this commitment into some of our existing policies. We're glad and always willing to improve and strengthen these policies, and we welcome that opportunity. But right now, just for the record, we do not require or ask any student or parent to provide or confirm immigration or citizenship status. We continue to translate all of our communications in our 9 major languages to ensure that there's communication between families. We recently strengthened our information sharing policies by creating a policy that governs the sharing of student incident reports with law enforcement, as well as restricting the types of information we deem as directory information that can be shared without parent consent. And those few things that can be shared without parent consent are students' name, age, grade, and dates of enrollment, and that's it. A student's address, date of birth, neighborhood of residence, and school name are not shared without parental consent. So again, we do not share any of that information. BPS has a specific policy entitled Superintendent Circular 8 called Education Access for All, and that governs access to students by federal immigration officials. Under that policy, we set specific protocols that must be followed if law enforcement officials appear at any school and seeks to access a student. While we don't anticipate that this will happen, we have to be prepared in the event it does as a precaution. And we feel it's important just because you never know, and we want to just ensure that there's procedures in place for our school administration to follow, so there's no confusion about what to do in that event and no one's surprised by it. And we train our administration on the policy as well, so we're constantly reminding them of what to do in this regard. Just to briefly go over the steps, no officially granted access to the school at all. School administrator must request identification from the person that visits the school, and then inform our safety services department or Boston Police for further assistance. Whether or not a school official, whether or not the official presents with a warrant or not, the official is informed by the school administrator that all requests for students must go through our central office, and is directed to the Department of Safety Services and our legal office. If the official appears with a warrant, the warrant is presented to the BPS Office of Legal Advisor to review and ensure its validity, and issues a judicial warrant. Consistent with the Trust Act, we will not allow access to a student with an administratively issued warrant or warrant not issued by a magistrate or judge. Our Office of Safety Services, or BPD, will take the lead in facilitating access to the student, but only if required by law and so instructed by the BPS Office of Legal Advisor. The Superintendent's Office is also notified, and the BPS Communications Health and Wellness Department is also notified. If the official appears without a warrant, the same process followed, and the school official or Department of Safety Services notifies the family. In this instance, no access to the student is granted unless there's parental consent. So again, we don't allow access, but if the parent agrees otherwise, then we'll proceed appropriately. But our first position is not to allow access. If the official does not abide by the protocol, the school administration is instructed not to interact with the official any further and wait for Safety Services of Boston Police to arrive to respond further to the request. So again, these are steps that we currently take, and to your point, Councilor Mejia, any way we can strengthen them, we're glad to engage in a dialogue to see how we can do that, and we welcome the opportunity. Thank you.
Your time was up, but I let you live a little bit longer. Okay, so I know I have my colleagues who are waiting to ask questions. I think it's important for us. I know Chief Coakley, you're here with us too. I am curious, in terms of timing, I'd like to have one more advocate kind of speak and kind of respond just to what they've heard recently from Sam, and then move to you. Is that okay? Will you still be able to be with us?
Listen today. I'm here to support Sam and our mission over at BPS. I'm just honored to be in the room. Hello to all the counselors, and special thanks to Council President Janey and yourself for really leading this challenge. And we just really appreciate being in the room and having the opportunity to be heard and to also listen. And I adhere to everything that Chief DePina spoke to, and we're willing to be a continued partner in this challenge.
Thank you, Chief Coakley. I'm glad that you're here. It means the world to us and to those that we serve. So thank you for being engaged in the conversation. I am going to then, with that said, because this is a conversation, they should not call it, it's a hearing, but sometimes it sounds so formal, which it is, but this is really an opportunity for us to convene as a collective. So I think it would be helpful if we can hear now from Laura Rotolio. And I got glasses and I should be embarrassed because I can't even read. But I know it says staff counsel and community advocate for ACLU. I'm just curious if you are prepared to speak now. It would be incredibly helpful to just hear some of your reflections and remarks, especially to the things that you've just recently heard. And then I am going to move on to my colleagues for questions.
Sure, yes, I could definitely speak. Thank you so much. And thank you, Councilor Mejia, for pulling us together today, for having this amazing hearing. And just want to congratulate you, as everyone else has done, for your maiden speech. And it speaks volumes that from the moment Councilor Mejia took office, this was the very first issue that she focused on, making the city safe and welcoming for immigrants. It means a lot to the community. And I think from the very beginning, Councilor Mejia has challenged us to really think outside the box, to revisit existing policies, and to give new life to promises that have been made by the city. So I just want to be thankful for that. I want to say a few things. My colleagues Emily and Yusufi have already spoken about this, but I think it bears repeating. The issues that we are discussing here will not go away under a Biden administration. While candidate Biden has made a lot of statements, pro-immigrant promises about rolling back harmful Trump policies, none of those campaign promises really get to the heart of what we're talking about here, which is the collaboration between cities and ICE. And I want to remind us all that it was under the Obama administration that this was really ramped up, that the sharing of information and the reliance on cities as a key part of the sort of local to deportation pipeline, that was really ramped up under a Democratic administration with Biden as vice president. So we do not expect that that is going to go away. You know, deportations are not going to stop. ICE is still going to exist unless we are successful in defunding it. But that has not been the focus of the Biden campaign. So we do expect deportations to continue, and we do expect the federal government to continue to rely on cities for information and help. And I just wanted to focus a little bit on the Trust Act that we touched on. In terms of the history, you know, in 2014, this council passed the Boston Trust Act for the very first time. It was a groundbreaking ordinance then. It prohibited the city from holding persons on ICE detainers, which was a practice that was widespread before it was struck down as illegal by the Supreme Judicial Court. And then 1 year ago, this very week, this body passed a revision of the Boston Trust Act, sort of a Boston Trust Act 2.0, in response to reports that Boston police officers had collaborated with ICE in a very harmful way with an employee of a company who was being retaliated against. And this body took it upon itself to talk about, you know, the Trump era attacks and what the city could do better, and revised it to a Boston Trust Act 2.0. Now that was also leaps and bounds beyond 1.0, but it left a few things out. The places where it did go forward were that, for example, police will now not ask about immigration status of anyone, including survivors of crimes, domestic violence. These are very powerful statements. We've heard that the police didn't do that, but it's important for that to be codified. Police will not perform the functions of an immigration officer. We've heard about how it does limit the information sharing by other agencies, including, you know, the school. But it left a few very important things out, and I would encourage this body to think about a Boston Trust Act 3.0 next year under a Biden administration, continuing to grow upon the progress that we've already made. And the things that I think are important to highlight that are still missing are that, unfortunately, some data sharing can still happen, especially through task forces and through places like the BRIC, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. Unfortunately, what happened in the Paz Flores case that was really the impetus to the Trust Act 2.0 can still happen today. The language does not completely prohibit an officer from sharing information with ICE. There are some limits to it, but because it is not complete, that same situation could actually happen one more time, again, under the Trust Act 2.0. And then there are a few other areas that I think also need to be tightened up about how we work with these task forces, about why the ordinance allows the police to investigate a federal statute that makes it a crime to re-enter the United States after being deported. That's not something that we want our Boston police officers to be doing. That is written into the Trust Act, and we think it really should go. And so I would just encourage the city to take a look at revising it even further, to building on that progress, to continuing to live up to the promise of being a safe and welcoming city for immigrants. And I just want to thank all the counselors, and Councilor Mejia especially, for having us here for this discussion today.
Thank you. I'm so excited because we're gonna work on all of this. Just so you know, Laura, we're gonna do a 3.0. This sounds really exciting. And I know that UCFE and the administration, you guys are going to be so enthusiastic about this work because I know it's going to create the type of environment that we are all yearning for our residents. So really excited about this work. I am going to now, we have one more speaker, and then I promise my colleagues we're going to go into questions, but we're ending with what I believe is the future, which is young people. And Valeria, you now have the floor. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your patience.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Valeria. I'm the lead coordinator of the Student Immigrant Movement. We are the only immigrant-led, youth-led organization here in Massachusetts, and we're based in Boston. We have young people across Massachusetts in schools, in high school and colleges. We work with them on leadership development. We believe that we should engage, recruit, and politicize young people so that they can become change makers in their communities. And that's precisely what our members do. And so one of the major things that we focus on is one-to-one peer mentoring. As immigrants ourselves, we help others come into their identities as undocumented folks, as DACA folks, TPS, refugees, all sorts of different statuses, and navigating those different statuses within education, their daily lives, and even with their families and the obstacles that their families face, whether it's around housing or healthcare, whatever it may be. And so we usually serve as a place of reference for them in terms of resources. We also focus on our college access program, which helps young people go to get a higher education. This has been a key part of SIM's identity, including the ways in which we have led in becoming undocumented and unafraid, meaning that we have been the first pioneer both here locally, but also across the nation, what it means to come out and speak our stories, speak our truth publicly, without voiceovers, without covering our faces, and really talking to what are the issues that we're experiencing, because we know best, right, what we are experiencing. And so with the higher college access, we take young people who usually are told that they cannot go to college, that they cannot obtain a degree, either by counselors or educators, and we talk them through the process. We also just have different sub-programs that explore the different identities that immigrants are facing, right? We're not just immigrants, but we're also women. We're also people of color. We're also, poor people, middle class, working class. And so there are various issues that we're facing with that identity of being an immigrant. So that's a little bit about our work. We usually hear about the issues going on in the city and statewide from our members, right, or ourselves. I think a lot of the folks here today who we've been given the opportunity to work with have spoken really well on those issues and what that is. And so I would just say, I think some of the other things that we don't really talk about is that when we use language, when we claim to be immigrant friendly and we say, regardless of status, we don't always mean regardless of status. I think a lot of the programs, a lot of the efforts actually don't include enough undocumented folks. We use regardless of status as a way of actually only serving the bare minimum for those who actually have some status, because we don't even give them the full of what we need to. And then we completely leave undocumented folks out. And so that happens a lot. And it's why we see the issues that we are seeing that a lot of my colleagues have brought up already. And also, I think we have to just learn that in order for these things to no longer happen, we actually have to institutionalize what it means to be immigrant friendly. It's not enough for us to speak on. We actually have to make policies that speak to that. We actually have to practice those policies. So it's not enough for our city leaders to get up and say that they're immigrant friendly, say we're a city of immigrants, but then turn around and there's a bunch of incidents taking place that actually are the reverse of that. It's also not enough to claim that we're representative of the population to get here and claim, yes, I'm also a DACA person. Yes, my mom is undocumented. My sister is a DACA person. We have a lot to lose. When I get here and I say I'm undocumented or I'm a DACA person, I have a lot to lose. And so I don't think I think a lot of folks come up lightly saying, oh, I was a child of immigrants. Oh, I'm an immigrant. And yes, that may be true. And yes, that experience is extremely relevant and it impacts, everyone's lives in different ways when they are an immigrant. But it's a different reality when that precise existence doesn't impact you in the same way anymore. So I think, even myself, I have privileges as a DACA person that I have never faced detention myself. I have never faced a parent being detained. Thankfully, yet that has not happened. I hope it never happens. If it did ever happen, I would hope that I can actually take my mom to City Hall and just keep her there. Hopefully we won't be thrown out if she is in the process of being deported. But in any case, I think I just say that because there are people who actually have gone through that, you know? And it's not to say that others aren't experiencing other things that are difficult, like, you know, the various things that I have already mentioned, but it's just to say that it's a difference of reality that I think we're not actually being inclusive. We're not actually having an inclusive conversation about what all those different realities look like. As a white Latina, a woman, I'm not being put in the gang database. I don't know, maybe I am. There's no way for us to check that. But as far as I know, I'm not likely, right? It's usually young men, young boys, right? That are facing that. And so we need to have all those different conversations about how are the young immigrant women being impacted. From my perspective, the way that happens is when I was sexually assaulted, it was difficult for my family to come forward to the police. And so thankfully, eventually we did after a while, because we were extremely scared. And there were various ways in which, you know, we were helped, but there were also various ways in which we weren't helped afterwards. And so we also need to have those conversations about the lack of process and what's working and what's not working, and actually listen and take action, right? So I'll stop there. I know we have a lot of questions that are going to come up, but that's all I had to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing your full self to this conversation. I think that you struck a chord for me. In terms of the privileges that we often take for granted. You know, I've shared this publicly in the past, so this is not a big deal, but you know, when I was a teenager, I tried to commit suicide. And at the time, my mom was undocumented, and she was so afraid that if she brought me to the hospital, that they were gonna take me away from her. And because she was undocumented, she was afraid. And those are the privileges that we often forget, and the fear that so many people who are undocumented in the city are living with every day. So I really do appreciate you being so honest and so forthcoming with your story. And I think it's important for us to recognize how many other people right now in the city of Boston are not getting the services that they need or are living in fear. And that is why we're having this hearing. And it's not political. And this is one thing, I know we're politicians, but we can't politicize this conversation. We have to ground it in what is right. And I think that sometimes doing what is right may be difficult, but is what it is required of these times. So I'm really hoping that this 3.0 version is something that we can all lean into. So thank you, Valeria, for sharing your story and for bringing us along your journey. I am going to ask my colleagues in the order of arrival for questions. And I know that Council President Janey has done a lot of work around her ordinance around information sharing. And I think a lot of the things that we heard here today really speak to that. So Councilor Janey, if you're still with us, would love for you to have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to chime in again to extend my gratitude to you and to the panel for sharing very powerful stories. You're right, the ordinance that we have on oversight and information sharing would go a long way to make sure that we truly have safe spaces and sanctuary spaces in our city. And we hope to continue to work with you, my colleagues, the advocates, the administration, and getting that ordinance passed. I just want to say thank you again. I will have to sign off and look forward to catching up on any next steps in terms of action. Thank you for your leadership in this space, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to go next to, in the order of arrival, I'm going to go next to Councillor Flynn. You now have the floor for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Mejia, and I was really impressed listening to the panelists present their opening statements, so thank you for the incredible work they're all doing. I especially enjoyed listening to, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, Valeria. So one of the things I respect from your presentation is when you highlighted the struggles of immigrants, but you also highlighted that immigrants are also, many of them are also women of color, and they're also, many of them dealing with language challenges, discrimination, hiring, employment practices, access to healthcare, social services. And I work closely with Councilor Mejia on language access and cultural sensitivity related issues. And one of the first meetings I had 3 years ago was with the Asian Task Force Against Domestic Violence. And I asked the executive director, what is the major challenge that you face? And she said, language access. And a lot of immigrants coming forward, not coming forward, rather, on domestic violence issues because of their immigration status, sometimes because language challenges as well. But I just wanted to highlight what your comments were, but I guess my question is to Yusuf. Can you just talk a little about the outreach you're doing on domestic violence in the immigrant communities? It's a problem certainly in many immigrant communities. As we talked about, many people are reluctant to go to the police or some other related issues, but I know Boston Police and in your office especially has done a lot of work on that. Can you just go over that for us a little bit?
Thanks so much, Counselor. And what I'll just say is that it's a major issue, particularly during the pandemic with COVID. And just my heart goes out, really does, for so many of the spouses, particularly women, who are in such difficult positions now. Counselor, in full candor, our Office for Women's Advancement is the one that leads on the domestic violence piece. So I would suggest that the council direct the questions, there. But it's an important issue. Our office wants to be hearing about it. And if there are stories, we as an office are absolutely committed to moving on that piece and supporting our residents there.
Thank you, Yusuf, and had an opportunity to have a hearing with Councilor Campbell, and one of the issues that was on domestic violence, including domestic violence in the immigrant communities. And I hope we're able to continue that. Sure we will next year, but I know language access is a critical part of that as well. Just want to open it up to any of the other panelists about language related issues on domestic violence situations.
I would just echo from my experience with clients that language access is a big issue for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault, not only with the reporting, but also with the court process. As an attorney, even though I'm not representing that client as a victim witness, I've often had to offer to serve as translator with victim witness offices just so that my client can be in good communication about the process. And so just want to highlight and echo that those are concerns, and I'm glad that they're being worked on. And then also there is sometimes the issue in particular when an officer is called out for a quote unquote domestic dispute, if the abuser is an English speaker and the person who is the survivor of domestic violence is not. I have found instances where either my client was arrested even though they were the victim of the assault, or that there were dual arrests because the perpetrator is saying, they speak English, so they're speaking on behalf of the victim as well as themselves. So I just want to highlight those few examples that I've seen kind of come up repeatedly in those areas.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you, Emily, and thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councillor Flynn. I'm going to move on to, I believe, if Councillor Wu, I'm going back to the gallery to see if Councillor Wu is still with us. I also want to acknowledge that Councillor Bach has joined us. So welcome, Councillor Bach. We're in the process of taking questions. Not sure if you want to quickly, I know we're going to lose our some of our panelists at 6. So I wanted to just, if you wanted to just say very brief remarks and hellos.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am really just here because it's such an important topic, and I know it was your maiden speech back in those long ago days, just at the beginning of this year when we started on the council. So I wanted to come here and join you, but I obviously am late, and so I don't want to cause repetition. So I'll just be listening and not bring questions to bear so I don't make anyone repeat themselves. But I just see on the call so many people who are doing important work in the city. I mean, Yusufi and Moya, and just I think this is something where there's a whole network of folks who make safe spaces possible, and it goes way beyond city government. But I do think it's an area that we have to lead in. And I'm really grateful for your leadership on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel like, when you have a birthday party and all your friends show up to it, that's how I feel. Having my council colleagues here to participate means the world to me. Thank you. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Campbell. Let me go back to the order of arrival. I don't want to get anyone upset. So Councillor Breeden, you were next, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists, and thank you for sharing your experience and that those of the folks that you work with. One area I was very concerned about, families afraid to report domestic violence. I think we've already touched on that. The other area of concern is that when cases get to court, that are we still seeing ICE officers? I know court has been pretty much suspended with COVID, but is that still an issue of ICE officers turning up in court and making it so that witnesses and victims are afraid to turn up for court? Is that still happening? Or I know court is sort of not happening, but if court was happening, would that still be a concern? COVID has thrown a wrench in everything for me, so I can't really get things straight today. You get the question, I think.
Councillor Mejia and Councillor Breeden, may I respond?
Of course, this is a conversation. Please do.
Thank you, councillors. So Councillor Breeden, I very much appreciate your question. At Lawyers for Civil Rights, we filed the lawsuit that secured the injunction blocking immigration arrests in Massachusetts courthouses. That case remains on appeal to the First Circuit, the Federal Court of Appeals that covers New England. And so it remains under litigation and appeal. One important point here is that since courthouses have significantly diminished their in-person hearings and activities, we have not received any report of immigration arrests taking place in courthouses. We have been in close communication with our community partners, such as the Chelsea Collaborative and Centro Presente, among others, and they do not report any of their members being affected by this practice. Nevertheless, we continue to monitor this space, and we have already started dialogue with the Biden-Harris transition team, focusing on ensuring that under the Biden administration, that the definition of sensitive locations where immigration enforcement is not permitted encompasses not just schools, churches, and hospitals, but courthouses as well, precisely because of the impact on victims and witnesses that you identified. So this practice, although the federal government under the Trump administration may theoretically continue to be espoused to this. We expect a change under the Biden administration, and from a practical perspective, there has not been activity.
That's good to know. Thank you. And I'd also add to your list of sensitive spaces, I'm sure it maybe comes in under the umbrella of healthcare facilities, but community health centers, obviously, that are tremendous providers of care for our immigrant community. So that should be there on the list as well, I hope. Thank you.
Yeah.
Certainly, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, yeah, so obviously Ivan covered a lot of it, but we do know that there is still ICE taking doing operations, running rounds in Boston. Only 3 weeks ago, a Guatemalan man was arrested in a East Boston park. It's unclear what he did or if he's being charged for anything otherwise, but that is taking place. So that means that ICE is in the city and still conducting business as usual, as they usually do. So that is something to be aware of.
The other concern I've heard is that ICE officers are following children home from schools, and as a and again, that's a very not a very pleasant thing to be thinking about, and rather sinister in its nature. So again, thank you so much for your work. I really appreciate your leadership, and thank you for being here today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Breeden.
Madam Chair, may I add something on that question?
Absolutely. And then I know Councilor Campbell has been patiently waiting, and Councilor Campbell, you are up next.
Oh, no problem. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Just very briefly on the court arrest issue. I just want to congratulate, of course, Yvonne and the Lawyers Committee on their groundbreaking work on that. That was really sort of the first in the nation to do that. And just to highlight that while we were not seeing arrests in Massachusetts, thanks to the injunction in that case, we were seeing them right across the border in New Hampshire and Connecticut. So it did have a very important impact here. But, we don't know, obviously, where that case is going to end up and where the Biden administration is going to be. But, without those legal protections, they can still do that, right? So we do need to be very vigilant.
Madam Chair, I also think that when something happens across the border in New Hampshire, not that far away, then the chilling effect on the community here is impacted. So even though it might not be happening here, the fact that it's happening not that far away has a chilling effect on the community as well. So it instills fear and distrust in the system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just clarify one thing for the public, which is
how are y'all trying to take over? I'm the mob. Go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. I know all of us are so familiar with these issues, but I do want to clarify for the public that's watching that the courts are not under the purview of the city of Boston, just so that everyone is clear on that. And then I do also want to just confirm one thing, that we all saw the high profile incident that Valeria mentioned, and I did confirm with BPD that they were not involved in that in any way.
So, okay. Thank you for that clarification. We cannot confirm nor deny. I just think that there is a lot of mistrust in the community, and I think that I do appreciate the clarity, and I think it's important for people to be informed as to the role that our officers did or did not play in that. So thank you for that clarification. I'm really excited to hear from Councilor Campbell, because she does a lot of work around the trauma space, and I know that when I think about this particular issue, I think about the trauma that so many of us are carrying as it relates to this issue. And so I'm hoping that some of your insight will lead us in that conversation, Councilor Campbell.
I take care of my own trauma. We get the cases, we get the calls, it's painful. And so self-care is critically important too. And at times it involves family members or people we know and love. And for me, it's all about seeing the humanity in people, including those who are incarcerated, of course, right? Which is all near and dear. It's all connected. These pipelines as Laura was talking about. So I just want to thank everyone from the administration, of course, as well as those from the community-based organizations for the work you're doing. It is not easy work. And I've been in communication with many of you, specifically with respect to the BRIC, the gang database, BPD. That work is ongoing and it is still immediate. And so we will continue that because it's a big piece of this work, even though there are sometimes separated and siloed conversations. So I just wanted to lift that up. I just have a few things. One starts with just, as we specifically talk about those who are undocumented, and I'm always thinking about things, of course, the city can do with the authority that we have. And one of the things I think is where we're missing the opportunity is to really talk about, who are these individuals? When we talk about those who are undocumented, they contribute though. There's sort of a narrative, I think, out there in the public or in the community as if those who do not have status yet don't contribute to the city of Boston. That they are just, using our systems for some type of benefit, that they don't pay taxes, that they don't own businesses, that they don't work, right? So I do think there's an opportunity as we think about what steps we can take next, Councilor Mejia, some type of awareness campaign or something that is in your face. We know the data, we have the reports as to not just immigrants generally and what they contribute to the fabric of the city of Boston and have for generations, but those specifically that don't have a status yet, they also are contributing every single day and also on an economic front. And I often think that this city would come to its knees in many ways if these individuals were not a part of our economy, not a part of our city. So I think that's one missed opportunity that all of us could work together on in partnership. Because I often find myself in conversations with residents, including native Bostonians, talking about this very issue and reminding folks not only to see the humanity in everyone, but the contributions of this specific population of individuals. The second piece is, I guess, going more into my questions. And I think it gets at the 3.0, which of course I am happy to be a part of and to support you, Councilor Mejia, in what that might look like. Councilor Zachem was here pushing for 2.0. I was council president then. It was not easy to get that done. It was hard. It was very difficult. There was a lot of pushback. We can talk about that. But the 3.0 I think is timely and overdue. So happy to continue conversations. But on the 3.0 piece, I guess I have two questions for the administration related to that. One is, what programs or benefits do we require or do we expect someone to sort of talk about their immigration status? Or are all our programs and benefits available to folks regardless of their immigration status? That's my first question, which goes back to, I think, Yvonne's point of making sure the programs and things we have available to people are available to residents regardless of how they identify in terms of their status. That's one. What currently are the prohibitions or the barriers? And then the second is, in what instances are we mandated as a city to work with ICE, to communicate with ICE? What departments? Who's required to do so? Those are my two sets of questions, which I think will inform what the 3.0 could look like.
Those are good questions. I'm going to go to Yusufi. I think you might be well positioned to answer that question in terms from the city. And then if anyone else has anything they would like to contribute, just raise your blue hand or your physical hand. But Yusufi, I'm going to go to you.
Councilor Campbell, the only programs that we have with immigration eligibility restrictions are ones with state or federal requirements. During the COVID-19 crisis, we've unveiled a number of different programs that are actually open to anyone regardless of status. And in fact, I would argue really prioritize. So a good example of that for the public is the Rental Relief Fund, which basically is for residents that do not qualify for any federal benefits. So it's a real testament to the mayor for prioritizing that. And yeah, so that's number one. Another piece is we've used the Boston Resiliency Fund, as you know, and really on the website, it's very clear that it targets the population that does not qualify for benefits either. And we've distributed $28 million worth of money. A good portion of that has gone to our immigrant serving nonprofits. Also, my particular office helped facilitate the building of the Massachusetts Immigrant Collaborative, COVID-19 Collaborative, that we as the Resiliency Fund put $650,000 as seed money. And now they've raised up to over $4 million that's gone into the hands of many of the folks that we're really talking about here today. And that has been the lifeline for folks during this time. So, and the Dreamers Fellowship Program, the pilot fellowships program that we started in the summer, targeted exactly that population. And I'm happy to share, by the way, that we're exploring with the Health and Human Services Cabinet a second pilot for that, and are exploring how do we make the summer program more equitable in that way. So those are.
I'll just quickly, I know at some point I might get the gavel to wrap up. So I will say, and I want to give kudos not just to the mayor, but to the counselors too, right? Whether it's the Rental Relief Fund and other programs where counselors were on, the COVID-19 calls asking about specific populations of people, making language access available, very collaborative and powerful collaboration, right? And effective. But I would love to know, if we don't know right now, and maybe the answer is zero, if there are any programs that don't involve state or federal restrictions where there is a status restriction that we could change on our end. That would be helpful to know. And if the answer is no, we're good, wonderful. And then of course, it's a separate question on what we do with state and federal folks with respect to those program restrictions.
I'll look into it absolutely further, but my understanding is that's the case, but we'll certainly look into it more because my team is telling me that's the case.
Okay.
So, and then, yeah.
And then my second question.
Is there a second question? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, my second question was on where we mandated to communicate and talk to ICE and not just, so I'm gonna leave that question. That's it.
So the Trust Act, I do want to go over that. And I know that's been, we've been having a conversation. So, and I think just for the public's clarity as well. So as you know, Councilor, the Trust Act was passed unanimously in 2014, which the mayor signed into law. And then 2019, it was strengthened further by the council and the mayor. And what the Trust Act is trying to do is trying to make sure Boston is a safe and welcoming city for all by defining the roles and responsibilities of Boston Police from those of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And it means Boston police officers are all trained to not ask individuals about their immigration status, not share information with ICE, not make arrests based solely on ICE administrative warrants, not perform the functions of federal immigration officers, and not transfer an individual to ICE custody. An important distinction that the updated Trust Act makes is between ICE's two main divisions, and this is going to get right to your question, Councilor. The enforcement the two divisions are the Enforcement and Removal Operations Division, ICE ERO, and the Homeland Security Investigative Division, ICE HSI. The Boston Police Department will not work with either division solely for civil immigration enforcement purposes. Where we will continue to work with ICE HSI is with the ICE HSI division on matters of significant public safety importance, such as human trafficking, child exploitation, drugs and weapons trafficking, and cyber crimes. What I will say is that I'm proud to say that the Trust Act was a collaborative effort among the mayor, the city council, BPD, and community advocates, and a clear example of the value of working together for the common good. And when we all realized that it could be further strengthened, we took that step again together as a city. So I hope that clarifies, and answers your question, Councilor.
I would like to give Laura an opportunity to chime in on this, to provide some input. I'm going to let you live a little bit longer, Councilor Campbell, since you waited so long. So, and I do have my own questions, y'all, so don't think that we're done. So go ahead, Laura.
Thank you. And I do see Valeria's hand as well. Just on the question of a mandate, and I think that's a really important framing and question. In terms of a legal mandate, there is no legal mandate to collaborate with ICE, nor can there be, because under the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution, what is known as the Anti-Commandeering Amendment, the federal government cannot commandeer the resources of a city to do federal work. And so any time that the federal government has tried to force cities to do that kind of work, whether it was around, gun background checks or the Affordable Care Act or immigration, those have been struck down over and over again, because you simply cannot, as the federal government, force a city to do anything on behalf of the federal government, right? You can't have a city do the work of the federal government. So anything that the city of Boston does is legally voluntary. There is some data sharing that happens automatically, which is not to say that it is legally mandated, but under secure communities, anytime that a person is arrested in the city of Boston and fingerprinted, that information does go automatically to ICE. And it's something that needs to be dismantled at the federal level. It's a little bit harder and trickier for any city to opt out, because it would mean opting out of sort of the federal databases where you get information about arrests, right? It's trickier, but it doesn't mean it can't be done legally. Everything else, inputting information from a Boston student into the BRIC is done voluntarily. Having the BRIC be accessible to ICE is done voluntarily. And those are things that we could shut off at the city level.
Wow.
Very helpful. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that question. I feel like we don't ask it that way many times.
I've been thinking about this quite a bit, as you can imagine, and you guys know. So, Valeria, if you want to go, and then I'm all set, Councilor Mejia.
Oh, so you're facilitating now? I'm the chair of this. You okay? Go
Oh,
ahead.
I saw her doing this.
Oh. I have questions too. Go ahead.
She's like, Sam, you guys stop. I'm taking it.
Okay, y'all are too much. I'm the chair.
This is my last one.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I'll be brief because, like you mentioned, you guys are covering a lot of the student stuff. I just want to say, in terms of all of the efforts that have been done by the city of Boston and a lot by your office, Yusufia as well, I don't want to discredit any of that amazing work. However, there are big barriers that I wanted to speak to. Your question was around, how are the impacted communities having accessibility, how they're undocumented and temporary status folks, right, receiving these funds. And I want to just flag that immediately in the application process, there's a lot of barriers already that have, and there's a lot of ways that people may actually who need that assistance not get it. So I actually didn't want to get it wrong. So I'm here on the website. I actually wish that one of the things that I think we can strengthen is that when these application processes are created, that community organizations like mine are asked about the application process and how does it look? How do the questions look? Because some of these are like, are you a city of Boston resident? And when you use that language, people get triggered. They're like, oh, I'm not a resident, I'm undocumented. Or also, it has a section where it says, you are subject to verifying eligibility, which includes photo identification of head of household, copy of signed lease or tenant agreement, documentation of unemployment benefits. None of these things are things that undocumented folks or some other immigrants are going to have accessibility to. A lot of them don't sign lease agreements. A lot of them don't have receipts at times about their rent payments. A lot of times they don't want to share identification photos or anything of that sort. They don't have documentation that they can share with the photo identification. As well as information about income. It can be very tricky. Yes, a lot of folks do file taxes. It's one of the things that we try to teach a lot of folks is about, you can file your taxes, even with an IT number, right, a taxpayer number, but not everyone does that. And so, it can be very tricky. And these are the things that I wish, folks really honed in on, because it's not enough to say it's open to everyone, but then the application process is already not accessible.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Council Mejia. That was very helpful. So I look forward to continuing this conversation with you, of course, and thank all of you for the work you're doing. Stay safe and healthy, but looking forward to continuing to push it forward. We'll be in touch with your office. And thank you, Council Mejia, again for hosting this conversation.
Thank you for joining us. I feel like a lot of these questions really helped us actually move the conversation into a different direction. I know there's a lot of legalities and there's a lot of things in terms of creating safe sanctuary spaces, but even the language and how our people experience city services is part of that feeling safe. So I'm glad that we're having it, and thank you so much for bringing it. So I do have a few questions, y'all, don't worry. We're going to keep things moving. I'm curious, Yusufi, I'm hoping that you can shine some light on how the city is working with the country and with the state to work towards expanding protections for undocumented residents. And I'm also curious, we heard in the BPD's letter that they have been working closely with you. Can you please talk a little bit about what that collaboration looks like? County, sorry. I'm just excited because we're going to have a new administration. So, but I meant county.
Thanks for that question, Councillor. So at the state level, particularly on this issue, the mayor has been an advocate for the Safe Communities Act, right, which would essentially be a legislation similar to the Trust Act. In fact, the Trust Act is stronger than the Safe Communities Act, at least the current versions of it that are there. So that's one piece we've been doing. The driver's license bill, we've been a huge advocate for. The mayor wrote an op-ed just earlier this year on it, and as we all know, the mayor was among the first sponsors of that bill, and so it's a bill that we really hope gets passed. At the federal level, insofar as with the topic at hand, because we're, as you can imagine, advocating on a whole host of different topics, from food to evictions to, and we're doing that in the state as well. So, you know, the things, but insofar as this is concerned, what I'll just say is that since 2011, ICE has had a sensitive locations policy on not conducting enforcement at houses of worship, schools, hospitals, the site of weddings, funerals, or other public religious ceremonies, and at the site of a public demonstration. And so the mayor will advocate with the incoming Biden administration, just like Yvonne and Lawyers for Civil Rights are. Thank you for your advocacy on that, to further strengthen and clarify what this policy covers and to increase transparency and accountability about compliance. What I will also say is I think, you know, the mayor generally feels there's just could be a lot more transparency and accountability generally in our immigration system, and that's why we started the Greater Boston Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. Frankly, the mayor learned about it, came back really hot from a U.S. Mayor's Conference after learning about it, and launched the Greater Boston Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. We're the first New England city to contribute public dollars to that. We'd love if other cities stepped up to the plate, and so did so did the state, because there are state funds out there. So those are some of the ways that we're advocating on that piece. In terms of collaboration with BPD, it depends on kind of the situation, but it can range from helping constituents navigate particular issues with BPD. Just a couple of, well, one thing I'll say is that the mayor just, you know, has approved the position for us to hire a constituent services coordinator. So I'm really excited for that. And there's a conversation about a domestic violence piece. If we have a coordinator there, it's going to really help us do a lot more intake and, you know, help constituents kind of navigate city government. Go ahead. Sorry, Councilor.
Yeah, no, I'm just being mindful of time, just because I know we have 15 more minutes left, and I do have another question that I wanted to get in there. That's okay.
Go ahead, please.
So I'm curious in regards to COVID in particular. You know, we often say, and we say it proudly, that Boston is a city of immigrants, but COVID-19 has shown us in many ways how Boston can still be an inhospitable place for so many. And how would you say the status of being undocumented here has shaped their experiences of COVID-19. And I'm talking specifically around access to services, testing. I know that there even been some, even though it says free, sometimes people end up at some testing sites where they're asked for IDs, information, insurance. And so I'm just curious what the city has been doing in regards to COVID response and making sure that our undocumented loved ones are able to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, the fear is real, and what Valeria was speaking to is very, very real. That's the reality of it. We have been just working and persevering as hard as we can to break the trust gap there. Some examples of that is the Massachusetts Immigrant Collaborative, which I talked about before, the Boston Resiliency Fund. And one thing I do want the body to know here is that we have given from the BRF grants to these organizations, and being very cognizant of exactly what Valeria said, do not ask for, have actually said to those immigrant organizations that please do this in a way that does not ask for identification. As if you talk to Ronnie Millar, Natalicia Tracy, Fati Montes, Nikki, you talk to these folks, and I can tell you their process of giving that money out for basic needs is a phenomenally equitable process. And we as on the city side said that's exactly what we want. And so we're so aware of that and are trying to work around the regulations where we can, Valeria. I think the challenge is that there's so many things that exist that make that really difficult. Beyond that, Councillor, we really work closely with our community partners, and throughout this crisis, we have held number of community group gatherings, from in East Boston and different parts of the neighborhoods with different immigrant groups. And also we do these webinars every 2 weeks where Yvonne has been on, I know ACLU has been on at different times, and others have, where we know that the trusted messengers are the Yvonnes, the Valerias, the Lauras of the world. And so what we are trying to do is almost in some ways put them in the front lines, because we know they're the ones that can, get this information out in a better way than we can. So those are, I would say, some of the strategies that we've tried to employ. Lastly, I just do want to say this is that during, as money has been running out at the federal level through the CARES Act, we have built a really solid immigrant food network in the city of Boston through Catalina, our Mayor's Office for Immigrant Advancement Director. There is no other city that has this kind of food network, and the state just recently remarked to us that we need to replicate this model throughout. Again, this food network, immigrant food network, targets exactly the population that we're thinking about today.
Yeah, and don't forget, I was the one who helped you put that together.
Let me just say, partnerships with our counselors is always part of it.
First one yelling at you about this situation, and I was going hard around food insecurity issues, so I'm so glad to see the program that has been created. So I would like to ask the same question, but now I would like to hear it from a resident perspective, and just kind of for those who are working with our families. So this goes to the advocates in the room here, is how well do you feel city government has responded to the needs of immigrants living in Boston during COVID-19? What policies or programs have been most helpful? And how could the city be more responsive to the needs of our undocumented residents? Valeria, you have the floor.
Go first. Be happy to. So, it's a complicated issue. It's like all the other things that we're talking about. Obviously, this is why we sometimes engage in back and forth, because it's such big stuff. But in terms of COVID, undocumented families have faced a lot of hardship. To Yusufi's point about, the way in which the city tries to work with partner organizations, it's really difficult because it does place a burden on us. And it's almost like we always wish that the city did more, so the burden's not on us to do certain things, like get the word out and explain to people, oh no, actually you can apply to it. Oh no, actually you do qualify, even though it says you don't, or even though it may seem like you don't. Or even just the process of trying to help people navigate with communicating with someone from the city to ensure that the process is done smoothly. It's a big burden. And, you know, my organization, I think I can safely guess, has a much smaller budget than some of the city organizations. And so there's a lot of barriers. And I can tell you that, you know, yes, when you give the money to the organizations to disperse, it causes a situation where, yes, we can disperse that money, but at a much smaller value for reasons that I can't go in depth here. Otherwise, we may not even be able to do it anymore. But it puts us in a situation where we can't actually give out that much money when we're required to create that process where people who don't get the funds can get it without XYZ, or so that it's, you know, fiscally responsible, or whatever you want to call it. So I know we can maybe talk about this off the record some other time about why it is that this happens and how we can do a better job. But that's one thing. And then also, you know, aside from the language issues, the navigation, the bureaucracy, the money, and its dispersion, you know, as other folks mentioned, people go and they think that, you know, COVID testing is not free. People do ask for insurance. You know, sometimes it's not even because they need the insurance. Sometimes it's just to be able to pull them up in the system in the hospital. And so again, I think just going back to my initial point, we need to be explicit. You know, a lot of ways in which the community gets their information is from the news, from their local news, their language, right? And they also do a lot of misinformation. And so the way that we have to combat that is the city using the resources that they have to actually get that information out there. I know particularly from one issue that I saw was with the EBT cards. I think that's what they're called, that all the students received. I'm a college educated, I speak English. My mom asked me to do the call because my sister wasn't being able to do it. I had to do the call 20 times. I am not exaggerating. It is because part of it, the system was a little bit faulty. And the other part was that the information the system was giving, the automated system, was in contradiction with what was written on the paper. And so they were saying, if you don't have a social, use this, it was like your children's birthday or something like that. But it wasn't working out, and you had to do it in a certain amount of time and all of this. And so if I stressed with that and it took me that long to activate that card, I got an email from a foundation earlier that said, you know, we have an issue. A lot of the EBT cards were not activated. People didn't use it. It's because of that. It's because it was so difficult to use the actual system. But also I can say call systems are very helpful, especially when they're in your language. So if the city can do that, I don't know if there's a way to do that, but if the city could do calling systems in people's languages where they just list out the different information, well explained, you know, have places where they can get that information that's not confusing, that the language is going to trigger them in a different direction, then that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And Sam, don't think that I'm leaving you off the hook, Chief DePina. I'm saving the best question for last. Don't you think you're?
I'm waiting on you, Counselor.
No, I gotta ask you one question. Then I know that Counselor Bach is still with us, and I'm not sure if you're gonna have questions, but I'll go next to you, Counselor Bach. And then Emily, you know, I haven't heard much from you, and I'd love for you to provide some perspective to this question as well. Not to put you on the spot, but I would love to hear from you as well, okay?
Not to put you on the spot, but putting you on the spot.
Exactly, yeah. Everybody has to speak up in here. So we've heard from countless young people about how they're concerned for their undocumented friends and students, particularly due to the presence of school police officers. And I'm wondering, how are we instructing police officers in anti-racist behavior about providing a safe space for undocumented students? Can you talk to me a little bit about what BPS is doing, Chief DePina? And then Emily, I would love to hear what are some of the things that you would recommend?
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to first just I can't thank Chief Coakley Rice enough for all the work that she's done since she's been here since June, as far as really analyzing the department and understanding what the department's needs are, and really doubling down on our messages and our policies and our training around those policies. She's also done a great job at identifying much needed training for the officers regarding a lot of different areas and spaces, and this is one of them. So I'll turn it over to Chief Coakley Rice to just talk a little bit about the training and specifically around anti-racism lenses as well. But she's done a great job at working with her officers on that and making her officers keenly aware that it's important for them to engage in the community, work with the community, and be seen as an asset and a help and a resource instead of a position of fear or authority and that kind of thing. And I also just want to note that, under her leadership, we're also changing our school police officers' uniforms so they won't be in their typical uniforms. Those are still required, in the events of states of emergencies and, when duty calls, they have to wear those uniforms. But for the most part, we're going to move to a different, softer uniform where they're going to have khakis and polos, but I'll let Chief Coakley Rice speak more to that and the training.
Yeah, and I think, just changing the uniform, but we also are hoping that along change with those uniforms are also some policies, right, and how they show up. So can't change your clothes if you ain't going to change your action.
Absolutely right. Absolutely
just curious about what that looks like.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, we totally agree. And I was always been a big fan of, they don't know if you change if you don't do something different. So we've been doing a few things different in the short 15 weeks that I've been there. But one main thing I think in coming in on my appointment is really to change in the policy and our information sharing. I've heard a lot of discussion here about that today. And again, I have to just commend you, Councilwoman Mejia, just for really bringing up this and really staying persistent on this, because it's very important, not only to your community, but to our community as well, and our students and the safety. And one of the objectives that I really managed when I came over here is thinking about, the safety and security of our young people is definitely extended to their information. And I take that wholeheartedly because I have an accountability not only to you and your constituents, but to my community. I'm a longstanding resident of Boston. I still live in Boston. And so what happens in Boston and to Boston students is very valuable to me. One of the things I can look at real quick is just our new policy that we're looking at. A policy regarding preparing shared student incident reports and information with BPD. We put a lot of time and effort into this, and we hold this very dear to us. It's an expression of our transparency and also of our accountability to the city of Boston as students. We restrict the use of internal safety service reports. That's our general SSR1 reports, what our officers do. We've also restricted the types of student conduct for which safety service employees may prepare and file BPD 11 reports. We've also investigative reports may never contain certain information such as students' immigration status, their citizenship, the national origin, the ethnicity, the native and spoken language, or suspected gang affiliation, which is a total deviation from prior policies. We eliminate the practice of preparing intelligence reports. Safety service employees may inform student administrators prior to preparing an incident report. And it's not may, it will. Safety service employees will inform school administrators prior to preparing incident reports. School administrators must conduct affected students and their families, must contact them within 24 hours of receiving notification of a police report. Monthly meetings with the superintendent to review safety service data. In addition, school safety working groups. We meet with the superintendent and review the data and the recommendations on that data at least every month. Annual.
I'm sorry, Chief Coakley Rice. Can you also speak to the training around restorative justice and the anti-racism training?
And also I just want y'all to know that I know some of you all have to leave at 6, but y'all stay a few minutes extra just so we can wrap things up.
Right now, we have officers in a number of different trainings. We're planning to do a restorative justice training circle with BSAC, which is the Mayor's Council of Youth People. We're planning to do that right after the new year. We're in the planning stages now. We're going to have about 5 or 6 officers. I've had officers attend the training for homeless youth and how we can deal with them and the trauma related to a lot of them. We've also had officers train a trainer classes with the Municipal Police Training Council. We've also had 2 officers, no, matter of fact, we've had 10 officers training with ROCA and their CBT training. So we're just in the short time that I've been there, we've really been dedicated and committed to really getting out there and being a different and a more engaging department.
Thank you for that. And so I would love to just give Emily an opportunity to kind of, like, we've been talking about this since I first stepped foot into City Council. And so I'm just curious in terms of hearing the progress and the work that is being done towards creating a safer space for our kids. Your reactions, your thoughts, and maybe additional recommendations that we need to consider.
Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity, and once again for your dedication to making this a top priority for you and continuing to bring these issues. And very grateful to the City Council and all the different departments who've been very supportive. And I've been very happy to be following along with the very strong coalition of folks and giving lots of credit to those who are leading, such as Sim and Laura's committee and Unafraid Educators and other groups, and really appreciate their work, and Boston Public Schools on their work. But I know that our coalition of folks representing students are seeking further refinement of those policies, and so I'd be remiss not to say that we would like to see continued work. I know there has been progress and we're very appreciative of that, but I know that there have been additional issues that we believe would benefit from more refinement. So I would also like to raise that it's great that there have been more trainings done, and I think that's wonderful. I will say that over the last few years as immigration advocates, we have tried to bring some trainings into some of the Boston Public Schools, and that has not always been well received. We haven't necessarily been given access, or there hasn't been interest shown in having that kind of training for either teachers or students, or just kind of opening up that dialogue. And I will also note, and this predates Yusufi, although I see that An is on the call, so he was around. We also attempted to have some training for the Boston Police Department on immigration issues, and that also was unfortunately very poorly received. And so those are areas where I think we could continue to move forward and make progress. So I do think that, Trust Act 2.0 and the work that has been done in terms of the SSR1s and things like that in the schools, those are all positive strides, but there's still work to be done. And, there's more to be done on those policies. Those are great places to start. And in terms of trainings and education, I think there's still room for us to do more.
Emma, Madam Chair, if I can respond briefly.
Sure.
I'd love to kind of get with you and or others that may have professional development materials that you think our officers can benefit from. And I'd love to be able to look at the material, go over the material, and figure out a way how we can work with Chief Coakley Rice and our team to at least start with our officers with some of that information and training. I welcome that opportunity.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Because I will be gabbling you right now. I know. I sent you a text ago. That's why I'm stop all this disruption with Sam talking out of turn. Go ahead. Say your final words, Yusufi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Council. Thank you so much for your leadership and holding this hearing, and again, continue to focus on this. And I really do want to thank my colleagues in the school department. Chief Coakley, I look forward to meeting you. Actually, we haven't gotten a chance to meet yet, so I look forward to that. And I do really want to thank all the advocates, from Yvonne, Laura, Valeria, to Emily, for their real work on day-to-day work, which is very hard. And I want to recognize that they have played a really important role in also moving the conversations on a whole host of different issues. And so thank you for what you are doing. I know it comes from Sam, myself, Chief, the Mayor, all these conversations really help us move forward. Again, we may disagree at times, but it's part of us moving together. So thank you so much. Please forgive me. I have to jump off, and I look forward to continuing working with you all.
That's right. Thank you so much. I'm gonna ask Counselor
And Councilor Bach, she's awesome too.
That's right. Don't forget about her. And she's been here waiting. And I know she said that she didn't have any questions. She texted me to let me know that. But she's been so patiently waiting and just wanted to know if you wanted to just close out with some closing remarks or any other questions. And then I'm going to have my closing remarks and then y'all can go home. Okay? Councilor Bach.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. No, I've really appreciated the conversation, and because I had to come in late, I don't want to be repeating stuff that was at the beginning. So just I think this needs to be work that, isn't on the edges, but is in the center of everything that we do at the city. And I really appreciate you holding the hearing. So thank you. You're muted, Madam Chair.
Good job for a politician. You did good. Thank you. So I think in the interest of really appreciating everyone's time and honoring it, I'm going to recommend that this conversation, obviously because we're hosting this towards the end of our legislative cycle, is that what we're going to do is refile and pick it back up. And the hope is that to do what Laura recommended, 3.0 version. And the fact that the administration showed up and that everyone is here leaning into the conversation is very promising to me in terms of what we can do together. Because I do believe that everyone here has the best interest of all of our residents. And so I'm encouraged by the dialogue that we had here today and some of the great ideas that came of it. So really looking forward for us to taking Laura's, I'm going to coin it, Laura's 3.0 version of the Trust Act so that we can really restore the trust here in the city of Boston. And so let me go back to my scripts before I forget any formalities, because I know that there's certain things, and I'm probably frozen because my internet is really bad. So can you just hear me? Can someone just say yes, they can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so I'm going down to my script. I don't believe we have any testimonies. So I just want to thank again the members of the public, the panelists for their testimony. And just wanted to know if anyone had any closing remarks that they'd like to share, or if you guys are tired and done and ready to go home, you're welcome to do so. But if there's anything that you want to say, speak now or forever hold your peace. No? Great. I think we did a great job. And I am so incredibly grateful that I got to do my my maiden speech with you all. And thank you for your partnership the entire year. Helping us get to this point and looking forward to 2021 and making some things happen. And so I'm going back to my script so I can adjourn. So I'm drawing this hearing to a close. And thank you so very much. Everyone have a beautiful holiday. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Bye, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Good job.
All right, we're gonna get started, and I will hopefully see myself soon. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lydia Edwards. I'm chair of the Government Ops Committee here at Boston City Council. It's Thursday, December 10th, 2020, and we're here for a virtual hearing on docket 1100, an ordinance to ensure gender inclusivity on city form. Councilors Michelle Wu and Liz Braden are the lead sponsors, co-sponsors of this proposal, and it was referred to this committee on November 18th, 2020. In accordance with Governor Baker's executive order, we are hosting this hearing on Zoom. This allows us to do our jobs, but at the same time balance the public safety needs and concerns of the moment. The public may watch this meeting via live stream at www.boston.gov/city-council-tv. It will be also rebroadcasted at a later date on Xfinity 8, RCN82/Verizon1964. Or public testimony, written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.go@boston.gov and will be made part of the record and available to all counselors. In short, this proposal will require all city forms, documents, and certificates to have a gender or sex designation to include a non-binary gender identification option to be marked as X. The proposal includes a provision requiring that forms reflect gender inclusion and inclusion of all family structures. The proposal also requires the Office of Intergovernmental Relations to prepare a report for the City Council within 60 days of passage of this proposal that lists all city forms and documents that require a gender or sex designation, whether the form has a gender-neutral designation option, and if applicable, whether binary gender designation is required by city, state, or federal law. Participating today on behalf of the administration is Patrick Vandal, the mayor's LGBTQ liaison. And I'm going to get a list of other participants, but before I have them announce who's here, I wanted to go ahead and announce in order of arrival my colleagues who have joined us today. Along with the lead sponsors, Councillor Wu and Councillor Braden, we also have Councillor Flynn. And then announce who's here also to speak in today's hearing. So I'll let the lead sponsors lead, Councillor Wu, then Councillor Braden.
Thank you to everyone for joining us. Thank you to Madam Chair, because this is just one hearing after another on her docket before the end of the year. So I'm really excited that we have a chance to move this forward because this is a matter of ongoing urgency and impact. Boston has a legacy of being a leading city in so many ways when it comes to human rights and civil rights. And we had ordinance around public accommodations protections a decade before the state finally acted on statewide legislation. And so time and again, we've stood up, particularly when it comes to big sweeping changes. Now, today's ordinance is on something that really gets us down to the interactions between every single person and their government, right? So we need both the legislation on the books, but we also need every single piece of paper, every license, every form, every document, every confirmation of identity to really reflect our constituents and our residents' identities. So today we're talking about city forms and the need to be inclusive and have gender neutral options on our forms. I want to particularly thank those who have pushed this issue at the state in terms of completely reforming the way that driver's licenses and that the Mass Commission on LGBTQ Youth has paved the way for important documentation at the state level to reflect this change. And we're trying to build on that work today at the city level. Thank you especially to Dom for surfacing this issue and making sure that their experience in City Hall, which you'll hear about later, would pave the way for everyone's experience to be affirming, celebratory, and the welcoming experience that we expect from our city leadership. So I'm very grateful to Councillor Braden for partnering on this, for so many advocacy groups for always taking the lead and making sure Boston is doing the right thing. And thank you so much to all the colleagues who are joining us today as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Braden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Wu for spearheading this and inviting me to be a co-sponsor on this important initiative. I'm very pleased that we're working toward a real opportunity to step toward ensuring proper gender affirmation and inclusivity in our LGBTQIA siblings and family in the City of Boston, regardless of their gender identity or expression. I think this is really important work, and I'm really encouraged by the speed with which this is moving forward. And I really want to thank the advocates who have come in this afternoon, Dom and Trey Andre and Tanya, and our city colleagues, City Council College and the administration for joining in the conversation this afternoon. And I look forward to an ordinance that will be implemented quickly to ensure more equitable and inclusive city for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, in order of arrival, Councillor Flynn, followed by Councillor Mejia.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for chairing this important hearing. Thank you, Councillor Wu and Councillor Braden, for filing this and for your important work on civil and human rights issues. This is a simple act that we can do to ensure that everyone feels welcomed and accepted in our city. I represent a large LGBTQ plus community in my district, proud to represent a large LGBTQ plus community in my district. And I understand the struggle many residents face, whether it's discrimination or being excluded. And as a city, we should continue to celebrate our diversity, but to also recognize that people's gender identity should be respected and recognized. I think this is a further step towards being more inclusive, and I support it. I just want to say thank you to my colleagues, to the people on the panel, and to the mayor's staff that's here as well. Thank you, Councillor Wu. Thank you, Councillor Braden, and Councillor Edwards as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mejia, followed by Councillor Arroyo, then Councillor Janey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the makers for filing this. Surprisingly enough, I don't have much to say other than it's about time, and I'm happy to see that we're having this conversation. More importantly, that we're going to do something about it. Having devoted my entire life to working with young people and working with youth, I think this is definitely going to be the right step in the right direction to reaffirm who they are and how they choose to identify. So providing this option is incredibly important for all city residents. So thank you, Councillor Wu and Councillor Breeden, for putting this forth. Thank you.
Councillor Arroyo, then Councillor Janey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the makers for this. You know, as we head into the new year, I think it's fantastic that we're looking at ways to make sure that our government and our government forms better reflect the people who we are servicing. And so when it comes to gender inclusivity, this is one of those ideas that it seems so simple, but it makes such a big impact on people's lives. And so I look forward to seeing how quickly we can implement this and get this done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Janey.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I just want to echo the sentiments in terms of my deep gratitude to the makers, Councillor Wu, Councillor Braden, certainly to all of the advocates and those who we'll hear from in terms of their personal stories. This is really important as we seek inclusivity and make sure that we truly have a city that is equitable for everyone. It's kind of shocking that we don't already have this on our form. So I'm just grateful that, again, it's moving forward, to the makers for bringing it forward. And I'm hopeful that we will get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, me. So I'm beyond excited about this conversation. I think that's why we had the quick turnaround to have this hearing and to hopefully see if we can get something done even this year. We want to get it done right. We've been doing apparently it wrong for so many years. So this is an opportunity to right somewhat the course and to make sure that people feel seen and valued by the government that is supposed to represent them. I just will now read into the record Councillor Campbell's letter. Dear Chairwoman Edwards and colleagues of the Committee on Government Operations, I regretfully cannot attend today's hearing on docket 1100 for an ordinance to ensure gender inclusivity on gender forms. Thank you, Councillors Wu and Braden, for bringing this ordinance to the Council. The city government should belong to everyone in Boston, but inclusivity requires intentionality. Simple changes to the way we operate can make our city more inclusive, equitable, and accessible to all. I will be ably represented by a member of my staff at today's hearing and look forward to reviewing the committee's reports and working with the committee on any recommended next steps. Sincerely, Andrea Campbell, Boston City Councilor, District 4. So at this point, I wanted to also note that we have also been joined, and who will be testifying with us is, I have Dom Wilkins, Tanya Nesmith, Ness-Lucen.
Hi, I'm in my son's bedroom, also known as my teaching classroom. I'm a Boston public school teacher.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank
Should
you.
I go ahead and do
No,
the
no,
thing?
no, yeah, I'm just introducing everyone who's going to be testifying, and then just saying who's here. That's all. Can you hear me? Hello? No?
I can hear you.
No,
I can hear you.
Okay, okay. And then we also have, as I will try and say more eloquently, Tanya Ness-Lucen, apologies, from Mass Equality, Executive Director of Mass Equality, Trey Andre Valentine from the Executive Director of Mass Transgender Political Alliance. So the administration had asked, and I believe the sponsors were okay with the administration going first in their testimony. And then I think, again, looking to the co-sponsors, since this is, I think is a moment for us to be educated as well and to listen. So I would like to also go through and just allow all the panelists to speak. Very well. We've also been joined by Councillor Flaherty. So before you go, Patrick, Councillor Flaherty.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's great to be here with so many distinguished guests, and I'll obviously go on record of supporting the measure and look forward to hearing the testimony as the very first citywide official to support marriage equality before the Goodrich decision, and having been recognized by Mass Equality in the past. It's a great organization, and look forward to continued partnership. And this is much needed, and looking forward to having full support and get this thing on the books. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Very well, Patrick. Take it away.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and councilors. Thank you for providing this opportunity to have a conversation around ensuring gender-inclusive language on city-related forms. My name is Patrick Fandel, and I serve as the liaison to the LGBTQ community in the Mayor's Civic Engagement Cabinet. My pronouns are he, him, and his. In recent years, the City of Boston, under the leadership of Mayor Walsh, has been visibly and vocally on the forefront of championing equal rights and inclusive protections for every member of the LGBTQ community here in Boston. From installing gender-neutral bathrooms at City Hall to advocating for anti-discrimination laws and legislative barriers for transgender individuals and gender non-conforming individuals on Beacon Hill. More recently, in conjunction with Mayors Against LGBT Discrimination and in partnership with the Department of Neighborhood Development, the Boston Public Health Commission, and community stakeholders, Mayor Walsh stood up to oppose a Trump administration HUD ruling that would change and remove anti-discrimination protections and would allow shelter providers to actively discriminate against transgender and gender non-conforming individuals. The City of Boston's support for our LGBTQ family, friends, and neighbors is strong and unwavering. However, we acknowledge that there is still so much more work to be done, including right here at City Hall. It is heartening to see a generation free of gender-based limitations, prejudices, and antiquated social construct on the horizon. But at this current juncture, there are still significant limitations that present for the entire LGBT community, and more pertinently in this case, for gender non-conforming individuals. One of the most glaring limitations that has been identified as it applies to municipal government is gender-based language on city-related forms and documents. The notion of a gender binary is quickly becoming a concept of the past, and the perspective that male or female are the only possible identities an individual can hold is incrementally becoming obsolete. However, this summer it was brought to the attention of the registrar and the administration that a couple intending to marry could not accurately complete their marriage license as one of the pair did not identify with the gender binary options. This individual intended to note X, which was not available. As it currently stands, the City of Boston cannot offer the option because the Commonwealth of Massachusetts form is limited to male or female. Mayor Walsh promptly expressed his strong support for a legislative change relative to gender identity on Massachusetts identification and documentation to Chairman Michaelwitz and urged him to take action by bringing legislation that would allow this change. As a result of this occurrence, continued conversations with members of the City of Boston's LGBT ERG and in alignment with the administration's overall mission to provide inclusion for every resident, we've begun the conversation process of identifying city-related forms and documents with gender-based language and ultimately plan to reframe that language to include a non-binary option of X. We have established a preliminary working group made up of staff from the Office of Neighborhood Services, Human Resources, and other members of the administration and finance cabinets. We intend to expand this to include representatives from other city departments to streamline the identification and collection of documents. It is the intent of the administration to catalog these documents, identify the ownership, and the process by which the document would have to be updated, and then implement the gender-inclusive language as quickly as possible. While I am confident in the shift to a more gender-inclusive language, I want to emphasize the massive scope of this task. We will be working with every department here at City Hall, from human resources to small business and many more, to update these documents. As we saw in the case of the marriage certificate, state and federal barriers may hinder a standard and simple implementation of this process. We anticipate that this will be a fluid process that will result in a substantial inclusive shift for not only the employees of City Hall, but for every resident here in the city of Boston. In closing, Mayor Walsh wholeheartedly supports the intent of this ordinance, and we look forward to working with the council, city advocates, and residents across the city further on this much needed update to the city's existing and future documents to provide for a more inclusive representation for every resident here in the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, you're not unmuted.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for your testimony, Patrick. Mixdom Wilkins?
Hello. Now do the thing. Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. So, hello. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I also want to give thanks to Michelle Wu for being super responsive, and you rock. Cool. So creating a family looks different for everyone. We all know that. But based on my lived experience, there is also a direct correlation between where you fall on the gender spectrum and how easy it is for you to start your own family. Being Black, queer, trans, and non-binary, in my opinion, is as close to impossible as you can get. My partner and I had been waiting months to get an appointment at City Hall for our marriage certificate because COVID. We were ecstatic when we finally got an appointment. When we arrived to fill out forms, I honestly had not even considered that there would not be a gender X option. We live in Boston. It's, a giant liberal watering hole. And also from a more tangible, realistic standpoint, my license has an X gender marker. All of my healthcare providers give an option for multiple gender options. And honestly, as a former vice chair of the Massachusetts LGBT Commission on Youth, I'm very, very past disappointed. I cannot tell you how far my stomach dropped when I not only saw the form, but then was met with resistance from staff. After a verbal altercation with a City Hall staff member who dismissed me by saying, "Take it up with Marty Walsh," I decided to reach out to the people I knew who could help. And here we are today. My heart breaks for the people who arrived to be married and saw the same form that I did. My heart breaks because I know how they felt. This experience overshadowed our entire day. The rest of the day was spent making phone calls, sending emails. I spent my wedding day sending emails, trying to ensure that nobody else will have to. Amending city forms to be more gender inclusive is your way to, your effort to make sure that nobody else has to use their wedding day for the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of myself, the Committee for Government Ops, and I'm sure my colleagues will echo our incredible sadness at your experience, and that you have our commitment to do everything we can to do exactly what you said, make sure everyone's wedding day is a joyful, inclusive, beautiful moment. Again, I'm so sorry. Tanya Neslusen from Mass Equality.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And thank you, counselors. Today, my name is Tanya Neslusen. I'm the Executive Director of Mass Equality. It's really important to make all residents and visitors to the city of Boston feel welcome and valued. In that vein, it is imperative to implement this ordinance. When encountering gendered language on government forms, it serves to isolate a segment of our population. Most city forms are and government forms in general are used at extremely sensitive points in people's lives, times of extreme joy and extreme sorrow, and to risk being misgendered or not know how to fill out the form in that moment can be disheartening at best and discouraging and isolating at worst. And we need to make sure that every member of the Commonwealth feels included and welcome. Now that we have the Gender X designation on our state, at the state level, on our licenses, we need to make sure that we are keeping up with what the state regulations include, and we have the availability on forms to fill out markers that are in accordance with our state guidelines. Thank you.
Madam Chair, unmute.
Sorry. We may have some delay from Trey Andre. Is Trey Andre available? I got a last minute email saying there might be, they may not be available today. Okay. We do, to the co-sponsors before the counselors come in, I do believe we have one person signed up for public testimony. Would that be okay if we went ahead and let them and heard from them again? So I'm gonna ask that, I'm gonna go ahead and make Beck Pat Sanker. Beck, can you hear us?
Hi, yes.
Wonderful. Take it away.
Can I turn my camera on somehow? Is that
I thought yes, you absolutely can if you're not able to. Let me see.
Thank you.
Let's see what happened. My apologies. I didn't put you in a panelist. Are you okay? Are you able?
Oh, I'm muted. Hi.
Hi.
Wow, hi. Okay. So sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. You all talk so officially. It's freaking me out a little bit. I'm 17. My name is Beck. I'm a high school senior, and I use they, them pronouns. And I guess I'm just gonna talk a little bit about my experience with like public forums and stuff like that. You know, I haven't signed a lot of them in my lifetime, only being 17, but you know, the ones I have, even just every time I'm confronted with like a gendered, I guess, gendered language on official forms, it's it kind of stares back at me in a way that like it tells me that I'm not included and I'm not seen in my city, in my state, in my country. It says that I'm not a part of this, you know? So when I sign a form that's like, that has two options, like male or female, or it has like she or he or something like that, it feels dishonest. It feels like that form doesn't include me in some way. It's not applicable to me. And I've spent a lot of my life just kind of like trying to be seen and heard and acknowledged as like a fellow human being. And that's hard to do when your government doesn't even acknowledge you as a full human being on forms you have to sign. So it's just it's hard to have to choose one of those options. It's hard to have to choose the option that you know, I don't feel comfortable with whenever I have to sign something. It's hard to have no choice. It's hard to not have an option against that. And it's exhausting and it's sad. And I just wish that my country saw me as like another human being, just like the people who use she, her pronouns are seen, and the people who use he, him pronouns are seen. I'm tired of being ignored. forgotten. Yeah.
Well, Beck, I want to say your testimony was perfect and it was from the heart. And I'm going to invite you to stay on camera and to be part of this conversation because we have a lot to learn from you. And so I hope you see us as your city councilors seeing and valuing you and and also the mayor isn't here, but his liaison is here as well. So Patrick, but as you see your local government, I should say, seeing and valuing and listening and learning from you. Thank you so much. I think a lot of people could easily say that this is just about a government form, and you reminded us it is about who is reading it and what reminds them and what message is being sent to them when they see that form. So thank you. And yes, please stay on. And if you ever want to testify or answer a question or be part of the conversation, just raise your blue hand, okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay. So I'm going to turn it over now, going to the counselors. We'll start with the lead sponsors for any questions, suggestions, thoughts that they have about the language. And this is, I think, going to be a very productive conversation. So Councillor Wu, and Councillor Braden, and then Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to Beck and Dom for being part of this with us today. I think I'll start with Patrick, if that's okay. Patrick, since you're here representing the administration, you know, I hear you around the need for the state to also kind of finish expanding the reach of their changes across all of their licenses that also touch different pieces of how folks interact with the city. I think for me, you know, we've seen very many examples in the past where even though something was at the state, when the city did take action, it gave it that extra momentum and pressure and leverage to accelerate things. So I just want to, you know, for anyone who's watching, emphasize that the language of this ordinance, I'm running out of battery. Okay, I'm going to plug in while we're talking. The language of this ordinance is also to catch any other forms, documents that we might not even realize, right? So just basically put in a requirement that we are going to do a proactive sweep across everything, which it sounds like the administration is already beginning. Thank you so much. But to really just codify that into a requirement and make sure that the reporting and the results of that are transparent to the public and to the council as well. I will note that several years ago, I think it must have been 2014 or 2015, I had worked with the administration just administratively on an issue around birth certificate request forms, which at that time only said mother and father in terms of the names that you fill out to be able to request your child's certificate to be, you know, printed up and officially presented. So we had that changed overnight to say parent one, parent two, but you know, who knows, at least I don't know at this point what other forms there are out there that are having that kind of very significant impact. So Patrick, do you have any specific issue with this language, or is it, you know, from what you said, it sounds like it just about dovetails exactly with what's already happening and would be a good way to just codify that?
Thank you, Councillor. I think it dovetails very nicely with the work that we've, you know, embarked on preliminarily. I do, you know, I anticipate the scope of this to be quite broad. I think from a public-facing view, you know, the city's website serves as a great springboard into various city departments. You can find some forms there. To your point, I think as we expand upon this internally, the documents that we're using, you know, inside the building, behind the scenes, are the ones where we might find the most opportunity to make the changes that we need to update to make this a more inclusive form. So far as anything that comes, I think that, you know, so far I've done a preliminary search on some of these. I think most pertinently it will come up through HR and onboarding documents. It'll probably come up in anything related to small business or the Department of Neighborhood Development, kind of in those applications or any certifications necessary. I'm anticipating with departments, for example, like MOIA, the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Advancement, which interface with state agencies, but most pertinently with federal agencies. We might find documents that, you know, are restricted at a federal level or language by the agencies that oversee those. Last night I was just trying to cull some outward facing documents. And again, using the example of Moya, for instance, to apply to become a US citizen, all of that documentation is limited to the male, female, gender binary. So I'm hoping from the mayor's office, from the city councilors, to use these pulpits that we have to advocate to our state partners, to our federal partners and our federal delegation, the pressing need to foster a more inclusive, not only city, but inclusive Commonwealth and inclusive country overall. So I think the scope is broad. I think there is a lot that we can do on the local level, and I think it's going to require uniform advocacy for those ones that we can't change with the flip of a switch.
Absolutely. And I think even that what I appreciate about how we're approaching this with this ordinance is that the required reporting of what still remains and therefore be, within those categories, being able to specify, and this is a state form and this is a federal form, I think also just helps us direct public advocacy to back up the push as well. So you have no issue with the language as it's written. Great.
No.
Thank you very much.
Councilor, may I go to Councilor Braden?
Yeah, I'm good. I'll try to keep this moving along. So I'm good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. It's a question for Patrick in terms of reviewing the forms that already exist and reviewing the scope of the forms. Have you any idea? I know you've been talking about this issue for some time. Have you any idea how long that might take, or have we some sort of sense of how the scale of it? You say it is quite broad, but how broad is broad, and some sort of a timeline that we might be able to achieve these goals?
I think that, so I know the ordinance mentions the 60-day reporting period. I think that is something that we're still considering. I think there's a lot of work that can be done to identify, catalog, determine ownership, and identify what processes would be needed to change those documents. I would say that so far as scope, we're still in the early stages of evaluating that. I think by the 60-day benchmark, I think we will probably have accomplished some good work. I think looking past that, I think it's going to be more fluid. As I said, we're trying to establish a broad working group. So I think it's going to become a very streamlined process if we have one representative from every department there to forward documents and discuss the process needed to make that change. I am just trying to get ahead of any unforeseen barriers, whether it be, I think we're talking most readily about the barriers that might present from the state and federal levels, but I want to be cognizant of barriers that might present from a technical level. If we have to do any changes on the back end with any related forms, if it's an online form, if it involves a third party, let's say source, I just want to be cognizant of that. So I think we're still evaluating it. I think the 60-day benchmark is something that we can work with, and then beyond that, obviously, this is something that we need to do. I just want us all to be cognizant of potential hiccups.
Thank you. Have we time for another question, Madam Chair? In terms of interfacing with the Fed, not so much the state, because the state seems to have, I'm sure they have got gaps in their forms as well, but when we interface with the more at the federal level, I think, can you discuss what the barriers might be at that level?
I would defer to IGR for those kind of discussions, but preliminarily, I've noticed, again, with agencies like Moya and agencies that interface, I think with actions that require, the federal oversight, for example, immigration forms, if it's a federal grant, if it's something of that scope, I think that's what I would be worried about. So I would defer, again, to the IGR team on that front and other members of the administration on the direct contact with those agencies. That's just my anticipated kind of understanding of the situation.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Councillor Sabi George and Councillor Bach. I didn't know if either one had some brief opening remarks or if they would prefer that we continue on. Thank you. Thank you. Counselor, my apologies, Counselor Flynn, followed by Counselor Mejia. I'm sorry, I just got the text that I think Counselor Flynn had to go. When he comes back, I will put him back in the circulation. So Counselor Mejia, followed by Counselor Arroyo.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Counselor Wu and Counselor Breeden, and potentially, since you guys are the makers of this, I'm just curious, would this also include forms like in the Boston Public Schools? Because I know that during registration, you know, we have to pick genders. Is this for all, or just like things in City Hall?
If I may, Madam Chair, it is written to apply to everything within city government, including BPS.
Okay, well, you got it covered. Because that's what I was going to advocate for in the Boston Public Schools. That's really important in terms of the discussion. And I think that this is a no-brainer, to be honest with you, and I don't think there's a reason for anyone to occupy space for the sake of occupying space. So I don't have any real specific questions as it relates to this. I just think it's a no-brainer, and it's something that we need to move along with. So I appreciate Councilor Edwards. You all are lucky that she's the chair of governmental ops, because she makes it happen, y'all. And that's it.
Thank you, Counselor Mejia. I really thank you. Counselor Arroyo, followed by Counselor Janey. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm between the screens. I'm missing text messages that came through. So my apologies. Is Counselor Janey? I think she also had to.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you are. Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not at a place where I can be stable. I don't have my packet in front of me, but wanted to just say again to the makers how grateful I am for their leadership, and to those who have shared their stories, deep, deep apologies for how you have interfaced with city government and how that has made you feel. No one should be made to feel that way. And I'm glad that we are doing something about it in terms of this ordinance, and it has my full support. So I don't have any specific questions. I just hope that we can move it along quickly. I share the concerns and excitement that this is going to expand for all city forms, housing applications, school registration, etc. And it has my full support, and hopefully we can get this done and vote on it in our next meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, my deep gratitude to the makers.
Thank you very much. Counselor, well, I'm next, but then after me, I'll be Counselor Flaherty, Counselor Bach, and Counselor Sabi George. I just had a very quick question for the administration. I'm not hearing a no, but I'm not hearing a yes about the ordinance. So it's government op chair. I'm kind of wanting to know, is it red light, green light, yellow light?
We fully support this ordinance.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
And if I could, Councillor Willis, I just want to go back to Councillor Mejia's question about the Boston Public Schools. We will fully be encouraging all of the quasi-agencies, BPS, BPD, BFD, the BPDA, to take up action on this matter. I know the intent of the makers was to be a broad sweeping change, and we'd like to underscore that comment as well.
Excellent. So I look forward to working, all of us look forward to working with the administration. We're going to definitely bend this arc towards justice with this legislation. I just wanted to echo the sense of urgency too, because our city Human Rights Commission and city laws make clear that we as a city are not allowed to discriminate based on gender identity. So if our forms are not in line with our own legal code, we're subject to liability, honestly. So I prefer to close that loop and make sure that we are not, and with a sense of urgency, quite frankly, to make sure that we're lucky we haven't been on the other side of a lawsuit right now, because we have a law that basically bans this kind of discrimination. So since we're all on the same page, I agree with Councilor Mejia. No sense in beating this the same drum. Oh, I'm serious. I see a blue hand. Mixed Wilkins, would you
Hey.
like to? Yes.
Just got a quick, Patrick, you said for BPS, you're going to encourage BPS like partners and stuff to use that, or you're going to require?
Require.
Okay.
Require.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for your wholehearted support for the administration. Councillor Flaherty, Councillor Bach, and Councillor Sabi George. Oh, if I don't look at all my screens. We'll just go Councillor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks so much to Patrick from the administration, and especially to Dom and Beck for sharing your stories, and to Tanya for being here. From Mass Equality, I agree with everyone that this is urgent and something that we should be doing without delay. And I really want to underscore, to me, there's sort of two dimensions of this. One that I think we've heard really strongly and movingly from all of you is how, you should not, when you're interacting with government, be confronted with anything that sort of questions your identity, makes it feel like you don't belong, adds that negative aspect to what should be a joyous day, or just like a simple day of going about some regular business. I also want to add the fact that I think this is a really important step, just because of the many ways in which our society has long sort of like added gender in as a component of things where it doesn't need to be. So I think in addition to the importance of having this other option, I think it raises the question of why we have gender and gender narrowly defined in so many forms, when the reality is that the city and government in general should be interacting with people as people, and not in ways that are sort of differentiated on the basis of gender. So I think this is an important step for us on a couple of different fronts. And it sounds like we're in agreement about taking this action. And so I've got no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bach. Councillor Sabi George.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for coming into this hearing a little late and missed some of the earlier questions. But my one thought, my one sort of question, and wonder if this is an appropriate place for it. I think it may be. Have we looked at our building code regulations at all to see if there is language that requires things like a men's restroom or a female's restroom, women, or is that language in there, and can we adjust and adapt that language?
My understanding of the ordinance is that we would have to literally go through every single form ever used by any city department,
right,
and check for any gendered language, okay, and then confirm, one, that it's there, and then two, that it's now inclusive.
Where it's the specifically around building code, where that may be like state ordinances too, like there are certain requirements to certain things, so that language in that code may be something that we'll have to take a look at in a different way.
Correct.
But that's the only thing that I'd add to the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sabi George. Councillor Mejia has raised her blue hand.
Yes, I had one more question. It was more of an afterthought, and I'm not sure if this, I'm just going to throw it out there. Where's Councillor Edwards? So there you are. I like to see your face when I'm talking. So I'm just curious about, I know we're talking specifically about language on forms, but I'm also just wondering, and maybe this is something that we can consider down the pipeline, Councillor Wu and Braden, maybe something else, is that also how educators address students. Is there a way for us to utilize this opportunity to, it's not just about forms, but even how customer service, right? When you go pay your parking ticket, if you call me ma'am, what about if I don't identify as ma'am? Like, is there a way for us to take this one step further and not just about forms, but also verbal communication? Is that being extra? But I'm just curious if we could just throw it in there, just because I think it's worth considering. And I don't know who will answer that, but I'm just putting it out there.
I think that what we're learning is that the forms reflect culture and culture reflect the forms. And so just by virtue of having this conversation about the forms, we are informing and demonstrating to our constituents that we absolutely want to change, not just how we have people fill out forms, but how we talk to each other. And then how that is reflected in the ways in which that is done is going to be, especially if we're talking with HR policies and with policies within the city government and the training that we have in diversity. I think what would be great is if Patrick could come back to us with how gender identity and gender equity is taught in our, I know I did training, for example, when I worked for the city of Boston. You go through the training, you get an orientation. So it'd be great to know how we orient our employees. I think part of that, part of Dom's experience was somebody clearly did not have training, correct training in how to deal with gender identity. So that's one thing we should commit to. I don't know that the ordinance necessarily would be the proper vehicle for that commitment, but I think I see with Patrick's head nodding, I think we can get that commitment and training. And then as it transitions over into Boston Public Schools, I think we can easily get the Superintendent Casilius to commit to that as well for the training for the teachers, paras, bus drivers. I mean, I think it should be a whole entire culture of anyone who interfaces with the public on behalf of the city of Boston, especially with the city of Boston's tax dollars, our tax dollars paying for them to do so, needs to have an understanding in this. And I'll admit my own ignorance. My own, someone had to explain to me how to say MX for Dom. It's mix, by the way, I learned. So I don't, well, ignorance might be a little hard. It's more willful is ignorance, but just inexperience, I would say I have, and a lot of people do as well. And so I'm ready to learn. And I think we as the city of Boston should create the resources to teach.
Councilor Edwards, do you think in terms of this ordinance, would we be able to ask Councilor Wu and Councilor Breeden, since it's yours, so I should be asking y'all, but through the chair to however it looks, I just need that. Do you think it's possible to have like a dashboard so that we can see which of our city agencies have not been living up to this? Is there a way for accountability? How do we know once this gets passed, how do we know that everyone is abiding by this new ordinance? How will we know that? Is that, because if it's written in the law, I didn't notice it, but just curious.
Yeah, well, I think the goal was the ordinance will put the requirement formally out there and codify it, but then the 60-day report back of here is where everything stands across agency will give us a chance at least to dig in. And then if we need to make changes after that, to say, okay, now let's have real metrics. But I think some of that will have to come out of the working group that Patrick's talking about to really make sure that it reflects department by department what makes sense in terms of the types of interactions with constituents or types of forms that are put, or how often forms are changed. Is it the same forms that they put out over and over again or different ones every time? So I think for at least for on my part, I won't speak for Councilor Breeden herself, it was important to have the accountability piece of making sure that there was a formal requirement of a report back to the council within a certain time frame.
Okay.
I think also I'd love to see a verbal, like a written commitment on the front page of each department that this is something that it's a broad statement of inclusivity and non-binary language that should be across the board and invite feedback. This is what we're aspiring to. We might screw up, but let us know when we're screwing up, so to speak. As this is a learning curve for many people who are unfamiliar with this language. So I think a honeymoon period to educate and engage people in the conversation would be very appropriate. Training is very essential. Thank you.
We have 2 blue hands raised, so I just want to I think we've gone through one round with the counselors, so I want to go to Tanya and Beck have both raised their hands. I think Tanya was first in raising her hand, and then Beck, if you're, thank you so much. We'll have you go after Tanya, okay?
I just wanted to address Councilor Mejia's comment about, going hand in hand with training. In my experience, a lot of the misgendering that happens because people are just not aware. And just the simple act of having the proper gender on the form helps in so many ways when you hand it to your clerk or you hand it to a customer service agent, and they can look down and they can see the gender X and know not to address you by he or she, and then adopt gender neutral language because it's in front of them. Also, a lot of people are not aware just how prevalent non-binary people who identify as non-binary are. And just seeing those forms come in is just something that will breed familiarity and a layer of respect right off the bat. And I think that training is important, but I think that, updating the forms is just a really crucial first step in giving people the opportunity to address people by their proper and appropriate gender. Thank you.
Thank you. Beck?
I completely agree about, the fact that forms can really spark that kind of conversation or that thought process in people. And I agree that, just seeing how many non-binary people exist in your space, I think it's a good reminder, and it might prompt some people to stop, to be more open and willing to learn. I wanted to comment on the position of public schools and teachers when using they, them pronouns, non-binary, the way they treat non-binary students. As I said, I'm a senior, and there's only 2 teachers in my school who use my pronouns, and the rest of them consistently ignore them. And one of those 2 forgets all the time anyway, even though she tries. So yeah, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. Yeah, so the teachers don't really use my pronouns at all, which is a little bit weird because they're adults. They should, they're educators. They should have to learn about these things, and they should have to treat their students in ways that make them feel comfortable and safe. I don't think it's right that educators are just kind of not educated about these things because they can blatantly misgender their students and just make them feel unsafe and really uncomfortable in their classrooms. And I think it's also important to do the same thing with students. And I don't know if I'm totally off base here because I don't know much about the legal side of things, but I actually run the Alliance organization at my school. I'm the president, and last year we started this campaign to try to involve queer history into the curriculum, and we were thinking about somehow branching that to other schools in the area, maybe bring that to the legislative side of things, and even if it's not queer history, I think that it's definitely a really important topic of conversation to think about, including some kind of education around queer people, education about non-binary people in public school curriculums, because as a non-binary student who uses they, them pronouns, it's really difficult to walk into a classroom and have a teacher misgender you in front of 20 other classmates, or dead name you in front of 20 other classmates repeatedly. Or just have all of those 20 other classmates take that as a sign of, yeah, you can do that now. That's allowed. You can just misgender me and dead name me as much as you want. And it's because neither of them have the proper education and the proper tools to actually be, good about this and allow people to feel safe and comfortable in their spaces. And I'm tired of having to educate people everywhere I go and having to advocate for people using my pronouns and respecting me as a human being, because somehow I'm like different, somehow I'm like weird compared to other people, and people just don't get it, so they will choose to ignore it. I don't feel like that should be my job.
We agree.
Yeah.
We agree. And could you educate me right now? Were you saying dead name or deadening you?
Dead name, it's when you use a transgender person's former or birth name. So their given name at birth. So since a lot of transgender people will change their names to fit their preferred gender. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have the support of the administration and we have wonderful legislation before us. I think what we can do in the next less than a week, and in the next 6 days, 7 days that we have, we can make sure that we are all clear down to the comma. I don't think we need a working session on this. I think we can do this amongst ourselves. So I encourage advocates, I encourage everyone who spoke today. The legislation is not complicated. If you would like a copy of it, Christine O'Donnell, or you can email the committee, ccc.go@boston.gov. We will give you a copy of it. We'd love to hear your thoughts. I'm sure the co-sponsors would love to hear everyone's thoughts about how we're going to get this done next week. So unless anyone has anything else to say, so maybe some concluding remarks from the co-sponsors. Other than that, I'm going to go ahead and close out this hearing. All set?
I just want to thank everyone for their participating in the conversations. Beck, thank you so much for what you shared with us, and Dom and Tanya, thank you so much and Patrick, thank you for all being here. And I'm very, very excited to see this move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Patrick.
I just want to reiterate what the counselor just mentioned. This is truthfully my first city council hearing testifying at, but I think the importance of the discussion we're having here today has such greater implications than any one of us, and the little bit of kindness and value that this change will bring, not only the residents of Boston, but hopefully inspire other cities, municipalities across the Commonwealth. It's just very exciting to me. So I want to thank you, Beck and Dom, for sharing your stories, the makers of this, and then thank you for having me here today.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. So
thank you all.
appreciate everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your stories.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Bye.
low-income families or residents of color. That is unfair. And having a car can be very important for residents who need to travel for work, especially if they live in a neighborhood with a lack of public transportation options, which are often in areas with a concentration of low-income families and communities of color as well. So I'm glad we're having this hearing today to discuss this issue. I want to say thank you to Glenn and to Paul and to Attorney General Maura Healey. This hearing and this issue impacts so many residents across our city. And with the pandemic still raging on, it's impacting so many lives. So it's important to have this conversation. And I just wanted to highlight one issue. I'll just be very brief. I always wondered, maybe the Attorney General, if he has an opportunity to weigh in, with car insurance. If you look at a location like the South Bay Mall, which is literally in the middle of South Boston, Dorchester, and Roxbury, and if there is a car break in there, why would the rates be higher for Roxbury or South Boston or Dorchester just because the location is there? But also the other issue I always wondered about is if you're on the highway system, say you're on 93 and you're passing through Dorchester and you get into a automobile accident or fender bender or right near Chinatown off the Mass Pike, would the rates for the residents of Chinatown or Dorchester go up just because you had an accident driving through that community? You might live somewhere else, but I often wondered if it would be impacted, if the rates would be impacted and absorbed by the neighborhood where the crash happened. Just some general comments. Anyway, I just want to say thank you to you, Councilor Mejia and Councilor Campbell, for having this very important discussion. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Always. So I'm going to now ask my colleague, Councilor Arroyo from District 5, to share some opening remarks. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to thank the maker, Andrea Campbell, for this hearing. This is something when I was in high school, I'd noticed for the first time because I had a vehicle shortly after high school. And I remember just how different my auto insurance was to similarly situated friends in different neighborhoods and how much more I was paying than those individuals for, in some cases, less insurance. As we talk about right now, the reality is that communities of color and low-income communities are paying more for their insurance than others. Usually they have less to dedicate to these kinds of issues. And when I was a public defender, one of the major issues that we had for folks was driving uninsured because they could not afford insurance, but they still had to get to work. They still had to get their kids to daycare. They still had to get their kids to school. They still had to live a life. And then the effect of that was because we made insurance so unaffordable for them and their communities, we were now creating new pathways to criminalization, new pathways to criminalizing poverty. And so this issue has far-reaching consequences beyond just saving a couple dollars. It does have the reality of causing folks to put themselves in positions that otherwise they would not have had to put themselves in had the cost not been excessive. And so I look forward to hearing what solutions we might get to this, as well as some of the causes, the root causes we might be able to attack in changing this reality for so many. So thank you to those who are here today to discuss that. And thank you to the maker for bringing this important issue to the forefront.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Really do echo your comments in regards to the financial hardship that continues to impact families, particularly those who are already struggling to get out of poverty. I can speak from my own lived experience, having my license at the age of, I think, was 16, zooming around the city of Boston and trying to juggle having 2 jobs just so that I can maintain this car was kind of crazy, but I needed to do that because I had to work. And I think that if we're really serious about removing barriers for families and for people to get out of poverty, I think that every little bit that we can do as a city, and as fiscal being more mindful. Insurance companies who are doing business in Boston need to be a little bit more, I wouldn't say micromanaged, but I think that Councillor Campbell's idea of really examining how we're being targeted in many ways is a great pathway to trying to figure out how we can undo the harm. And I know that a lot of folks out here would really appreciate your due diligence in making sure that we do everything possible. And I just want to thank Councillor Campbell for always uplifting the issues that are impacting our most vulnerable communities. And this is what it looks like when we step into our power and lead in ways that are going to move our people forward. So thank you, Councillor Campbell, for doing this. I would like to just switch things up a little bit. I know that we have our panelists, and I know you're eager to speak, and you've been invited to do so. But if anyone knows me, knows that I'm all about the people first. So I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to lead with public testimony, because I think that it would be really important for all of us to hear how this is impacting those who are living the realities. And I also would like to give our panelists an opportunity to ask questions, those who are here for public testimony. This is a conversation. And I think that if we're really serious about creating space for people to be heard, then we need to change the way we do business. And so I'm going to ask those two folks that have signed up for public testimony to not only share their stories, but to really seize this moment to ask their own questions to our panelists and to the council. So get ready. I don't know what they're going to say, but I'm inviting you all to speak your truth, y'all. So I'm going to go first to, I believe we have Leon Rivera. If you are here and if you are camera ready, I would love to give you the opportunity to have the floor. Or I see that Andrew. Okay, so you're ready to go.
Yes.
So Leon Rivera, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. My name is Leon Rivera. I am a resident of District 7 in Roxbury, so I'm definitely being impacted by this myself. I remember being young, about, I want to say 16. I think I got my license at 18, I believe. And I remember having to have my mom help me with insurance because it was just so high. And I remember speaking to the agent, and the agent reminding me that the rates were higher because of the zip code that I was using, the zip code that I was living in. So I'm wondering what it will take for the council to work with, state officials. I'm seeing other states that are, working together with their local officials. Like in California, they're doing things together to ease the burden. So I'm wondering what, I'll join the conversation just to hear and see what you guys can come up with and work together as a council, and also bringing in state reps, I'm hoping, state senators as well, just to be able to come up with solutions, looking at other states and seeing what they're working with. But I would like to know what it will take for that to happen, because it doesn't only impact me, but I know plenty of friends, like Ricardo has said, they live in different areas of the city and their rates are much lower. And it's unfair, I believe, for families, especially when we're struggling now, even more with the whole pandemic. But even before, folks, I believe, shouldn't have to try to figure out if they're paying for insurance, or if they're paying, their phone bill late, or if they're paying their electricity. It's a real struggle. So I'm hoping to hear that some solutions come up from this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I'm going to then next go to Andrew Fisher, and then after Andrew Fisher, I'm going to ask our panelists, and then we're going to have a dialogue. Is that okay, Councilor Campbell? Okay, great.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilor Mejia.
Andrew, you now have the floor.
Oh my goodness. My name is Andrew Fisher. I actually live in Arlington, but I've studied the way insurance works and come up with what I kind of think no one thinks about. And I know I have 2 minutes, so the quickest way to say this is I would urge everybody to go on the website of the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia. It has about 3.6 million automobiles. is the only provider of auto insurance for basic auto insurance liability in British Columbia, single payer. Now, they're allowed, other companies are allowed to buy collision, but it appears from my research that everybody buys it from the ICBC, Insurance Corporation of British Columbia. And it was so profitable that around 2010, the Liberals came into power and made it for profit. And they used their profits to pay $1.6 billion to the province over 6 years. The last 3 years, they've been losing money. But the key is it's so transparent and so inclusive, and the spirit in which it's run is amazing. So, okay, that said, if you look at the way insurance has evolved, it's not a planned affair. It has the tendency to just fragment the community, and it removes the experience of mutual aid from the text of the community conversation. Mutual aid can be the glue that binds a community together. It informs people of loss experience, and it motivates people to do better. Texting would stop if people were aware of how badly it was hurting their. Just two other unrelated comments, well, disparate comments to wrap up. I love talking about this. I've given a talk at a UU church about similarities between church groups and insurance groups. They both gather as many people together as they can and get people to contribute a small amount of money to pay for losses. Insurance calls high-risk behavior a high-risk behavior. Religious group calls it a sin, whatever. The disadvantage for religious groups is their reason to be, their function as providers of mutual aid has been removed by the process of insurance, only where insurance is easy to do. So the last comment is one way to look at insurance is, and this has just evolved, it hasn't been done on purpose. Insurance only insures those parts of the social contract that are easy and profitable and subject to actuarial predictability. So a lot of money and information is taken out of the community and gone to 30 or 40 different companies. We've lost even the ability to discuss it intelligently. What I've tried to start here in Arlington is, part of my argument is this way of doing insurance that we do is old-fashioned, because people can find out for themselves. They can survey their own community and put on a spreadsheet what's going on. We have 32,000 cars in Arlington. The treasurer's office puts a excise tax on each one of them. About 600 cars in each precinct. And according to averages, all the reports I can find, Insurance Information Institute, they cost over $1,000 to insure. That means $30 million. So I'm trying to start this conversation, and I don't want to prattle on. I'd love it if people contact me, and I think I have something to contribute and get a conversation started.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you being here, and don't go anywhere because we'll plug you right back in, and we're going to move on to our two panelists.
Can I say one last thing? My electrician lives in Randolph. They do the same thing to many communities. Route 24 and 93 go through there. They're just as high as you are. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so thank you so much for our public testimony. Make sure that you stay tuned and
I think
I'm muting I don't know. I'm muting myself. I talk too much, I guess. I'm just going to shut myself down here. Okay, so thank you so much to those who provided public testimony. Please stay tuned because we're going to have our colleagues ask questions, so please don't go anywhere. I'm going to now turn the floor over to our expected speakers for today. We're going to start off with Glenn Kaplan for his remarks. Then you now have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Mejia and members of the Committee on Small Business and Workforce Development for the opportunity to testify at this hearing in the City of Boston. And thank you, Councilor Campbell, for inviting us to participate. Let me just start with a big picture summary, and then I'll go into testimony and it's illegal to rate for insurance on race and on income in Massachusetts. And yet, when we look and see what's happening, there's a big impact that appears to be tied to race and income in terms of what people pay for insurance. This is something that I think we need, and that my office believes we need to fix. Now, it's a policy question, because what this is really about is, should costs be more broadly shared, and how do we go about that? We may be diverted off into a discussion of whether or not the rate is actually accurate and cost-based, and I think there are issues to talk about with that, but I think it's important not to lose account of the bigger issue of, if we're not supposed to be rating based on race and on income, why is it then that there's such a big effect that seems to be tied to race and income? So that having been said, let me move forward. As was mentioned, my name is Glenn Kaplan, and I'm the Chief of the Insurance and Financial Services Division of the Attorney General's Office. And I'm here today on behalf of Attorney General Maura Healey to provide you with some information regarding the effects of the current auto insurance rating policies on communities of color and low-income communities across Massachusetts, and then to make some quick suggestions about what we might do to fix the problem. Now, our office has been studying auto insurance premium disparities for some time. We performed a review of insurance rating practices and the premiums that drivers are paying, and that took a look at where they live and their driving records and their driving histories. We've been advocating to the state legislature. We sent a letter to the Committee on Financial Services, and we've provided that for your review. What we found in these studies and reviews is that the current automobile insurance rating practices have a significant impact on Black, Brown, and low-income communities in Massachusetts. The automobile liability coverage in these communities costs more on average than in wealthier and whiter communities. In the most heavily concentrated communities of color and low-income communities, drivers pay nearly twice as much for significantly less coverage than drivers with comparable driving records in the whitest and most affluent parts of the state. This presents a serious economic hardship for many Massachusetts drivers and families that rely on cars to get to school and work. Let me give you some more additional information that can help better explain the impacts that we're seeing. So we did an analysis and found that drivers who were living in communities with the greatest concentration of non-white residents paid substantially more for liability coverage than the drivers living in communities with the lowest concentration of non-white residents. In the most highly concentrated non-white communities, the average premium for drivers was 90% more per vehicle. That's about $500 roughly. For experienced drivers, that'd be drivers that have 6 years of experience, compared across the same communities, the disparity was 95%. And even with experienced drivers that had excellent driving records, meaning they had no violations and no accidents that were in any way their fault on their record for at least the last 6 years, it was still a difference of 80% per vehicle. Now, these disparities actually understate the real difference in terms of what people are getting for what they pay. Because the drivers in the most highly concentrated non-white communities generally get far less liability coverage on average than the drivers in the whitest communities when they buy insurance. So the overpayments that I've mentioned really mean that those drivers are paying more and getting significantly less coverage at the same time. Moreover, the disparities that we found are so pronounced that an excellent driver in a community of color pays higher average liability premiums than bad drivers in the whitest communities. And this is true even though the drivers in the white communities on average purchase significantly more coverage. Now, when we analyzed communities based on income, we found a similar problem. The drivers living in the lowest income communities paid an average liability premium that was about 70%, about $340 more per vehicle than the drivers living in the highest income areas. Again, for experienced drivers, the disparity is about 75%. And for experienced drivers who had excellent driving records, it was still more than 60% per vehicle. And as was true when we analyzed communities by race, the disparities here understate the actual difference because of this issue about how much coverage people are actually getting when they pay their insurance. And also, being an excellent driver in the low-income communities does not help you to avoid this problem. In the lowest income communities, experienced drivers with excellent driving records still pay higher average liability premiums than their counterparts in affluent communities who have poor driving records. Again, this is true even though in the wealthier community drivers have significantly more insurance. The individuals in the low-income communities who are excellent drivers are still paying more. So looking at Boston specifically, our review pointed out two Boston neighborhoods, Roxbury and Dorchester, that top the list for the state's highest disparities. In Roxbury, experienced drivers on average pay twice the state average for auto insurance, and in Dorchester, those drivers are paying almost twice. They pay about 188% based on our study. Other parts of Boston, though, also have difficulties. East Boston, Hyde Park, Jamaica Plain, Roslindale, they all also have high disparate charges. All of those communities I mentioned are over 140%. I included in my testimony a breakout of the most impacted communities in the Commonwealth, and you can take a look at that just at your leisure to sort of see what some of these numbers look like. So as time has gone forward since auto insurance was deregulated, which happened back in 2008, these disparities have gotten worse. And we believe this is in part attributable to the increased use of rating factors that appear to be close proxies for things that are unlawful to rate on, such as income or home ownership. Even if the current rating system is accurate, I was talking about, important public policy questions remain as to the fairness of the system that results in large racial and economic premium disparities. Now, while the focus of this hearing is on Boston, these are problems really that are statewide and which deserve a statewide response. We need to take action and address this problem. A study, including a close review of recent data, can help us refine our options, but one possibility we should strongly consider is the adoption of a statewide California-style system, which bases insurance premiums primarily on three factors: driving record, miles driven, and years of driving experience. Such a system can be designed to provide a fairer way to rate drivers, and it can also offer low-cost insurance policies for good drivers who are income eligible. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue today.
Thank you so much, Glenn. I am even more upset now than I was when I first started this hearing. This is crazy. And I am so incredibly grateful to Councillor Campbell for calling this hearing. I think that those who follow along and are learning about this, because oftentimes we don't know what we don't know, and I think that we should all be outraged that this is happening in our community. So thank you so much again, Councilor Campbell, for bringing it to the forefront. I also have been notified that President Council Janey has also joined us, and I would love to open up the floor for some welcoming remarks. Councilor Janey, President Councilor Janey, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Many thanks to the panel and certainly to the maker, Councillor Campbell. This is a very important hearing order, important discussion. As you heard, once again, no matter where we look, if we're looking at healthcare, housing, education, wherever we look, jobs, income, wealth, we see huge disparities. So here we are with auto rates, things that we have known for generations, for decades, And it's unfortunate that we still in 2020 live in a time where this can happen, but I'm so grateful for the conversation that will move this forward. Hearing that Roxbury pays twice the state average is just ridiculous. And it's quite frankly, downright racist. And I think when we are bold enough to name it, then we can address it. Unless we are going to name it, we cannot address it. So again, I'm really grateful. It's great to have the AG's office here. Thank you for being here. And I look forward to what actions we will take in the coming year to address this. So thank you again. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, President Council Janey. I'm also curious, and I'm going to go next to Paul. I would love to open up the floor for your remarks, and then I'd love to spend some time with some questions from my colleagues. Thank you. Paul, you now have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the council. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Paul Tetreault. I'm the executive director with the Insurance Library of Boston. And I'd like to spend just a couple of minutes explaining what the library is and what it's about, if that's okay. I'm trying to share my screen. How's that look? Yeah, so the Insurance Library, it's right around the corner from the Boston City Hall. It's on 156 State Street, and it's we've been in existence since 1887. It's a unique institution. We're a Chapter 501c3 charitable nonprofit, and we're open to the public. We have a public mission similar to a public library, and we're there as an information resource. So I'm glad to be able to introduce you to the library in this context, because we may be able to be helpful for the subject of the hearing. These are our mission and vision statements. I won't go through them in any detail, but just we serve a broad community. Frankly, anybody with an interest in insurance issues is part of the community that we serve. That includes the public, consumers, scholars, and whatnot, as well as those working in the insurance industry. We're the only independent library in the nation focused on risk management insurance. I think it's worth noting for the council, because we're a gem nationwide for the city. There's no insurance library of Chicago or LA or any place else. We're the only kind of library in existence that serves the public in the way we do. We house the history of the insurance industry, and we conduct research services. We offer professional education and also networking events. I don't want to spend too much time. This is sort of my regular overview, but I know this is a hearing with a specific set of objectives or whatnot. I do want to reference our staff, though. These are the folks that would help with any information inquiries that the council or members of the public might have regarding the subject of the hearing today. We have 2 librarians who have their master's in library science degrees. I've been with the library for decades, so they have a lot to offer as far as understanding insurance issues from a historical perspective and how to find the information that you're looking for. As I mentioned, we offer professional education, everything from licensing to high-level professional designations to individuals in the insurance industry. We hold networking events in the library. When it wasn't a pandemic, we have a large Insurance Professional of the Year award every year. Now we've taken our events virtually, as everybody has. We're always interested in the exchange of information, learning about new things, learning about important public policy issues like we're discussing today. This is just how we're supported. I usually, when I do a presentation about the library, I encourage people to visit. Again, during a pandemic, I can't do that. But again, we are right down the street. We're right across from the Custom House Tower. So we're kind of a nondescript, quiet building, but we welcome visitors when the time is right. So just specifically to the subject of today's hearing, we just have a wealth of materials about auto insurance rating issues. We have many books and materials about the history of auto insurance. The library's been in existence since before auto insurance existed, before autos were common. So we actually have books that were written in the 30s talking about even just the need to create a sort of a state by state but nationwide insurance liability framework. We have a plethora of legislative and regulatory sources. A lot of Massachusetts-specific reports and analysis. Auto insurance has been a point of interest for public policymakers in Massachusetts for decades. So there's a lot of materials that we have in that regard that might help the council, obtain information quickly and see what other inquiries have been made in the past. And then we have information about other states, what they've done. Mr. Kaplan, mentioned California, that their law there is called Proposition 103, and we have a lot of information about that. But just any other state inquiries, a national things like the Federal Insurance Office in Washington D.C. and the National Association of Insurance Commissioners have all, in recent years, conducted studies and analysis of affordability issues that could be beneficial to the committee's inquiry into this subject matter. And just a quick reference to sort of the basics for Massachusetts law, what rates are governed by, specifically Mass General Laws Chapter 93A says that rates may not be excessive or inadequate or unfairly discriminatory. And the regulation 211 CMR 79, again, Mr. Kaplan referred to the prohibition in the state of using race or income as a rating factor, and that's where you'll find that. And again, really just here to provide the offer to be an information resource as the council gets into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Really do appreciate the presentation. I am now going to open up for questions from my colleagues. We also know that we will give an opportunity for more public testimony. We have a couple of people in the waiting room who we don't recognize. So if you're interested in providing testimony, please raise your blue hand. The people that we have in the waiting room are Paul Williams, Giselle Guerrero, and Ari Brands. So if you are looking for if you're looking to speak, just raise your blue hand and we'll let you in when that time becomes. Go back to the script. Okay, I think I went off script here. Sorry. So I'm going to now turn it over to my colleagues for questions. So I'm obviously going to start with our lead sponsor, Council Campbell. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Glenn and Paul, for your testimony. And of course, thank you to the folks who provided public testimony as well. And I will tell you that we had residents reach out who either could not attend because of the timing of the hearing or didn't want to participate publicly, but sent emails and other notes to the chair and others with respect to their concerns around these disparities. So I'll have a few questions and then I will keep track of time to be fair to my colleagues. One is around, and before I start, I also want to thank Dominique in my office who is interning, who put in a lot of research on this and on this particular issue. So I want to thank her. I did not in my opening, so I want to thank her as well. But the first is around data. I think, Glenn, we're getting the stories, right, of people. And as many of my council colleagues reference, I too grew up here. And so we know this to be true and have experienced it personally. But I'm curious what data is available. The study that you reference, what would we want that to get at? Is it data? Is it something more? And what role could a city play, as we wait on the state to do some of this? We obviously don't want to wait too long. So that's just my first question for you.
Yes, I think that, well, let me first just address the data piece. So what we did to come up with the conclusions that we had is that we got very granular data on auto insurance in Massachusetts. We did that by going to the Merit Rating Board, which in turn got it from this entity called CAR, which is, it's auto insurance, so it's an interesting acronym for CAR. It stands for Commonwealth Automobile Reinsurers, but they're the statistical agent for the Commissioner of Insurance. And so we were able to get data from them that broke out for us, and at a very granular level, how much people were paying and certain information about those policy risks. And we could then overlay that with both census data and updated census data that breaks down to the community and the smaller block level. And by block, I don't mean like city block, but the smaller unit level. To be able to then run the information, break the communities out by their demographics, what the percentages were of non-white versus white, different aspects of how the community was created. And then in addition to that, the issues of income. And then we were able to go ahead and use our other knowledge by breaking down the premiums. There are different components to insurance. You've got to make sure to look at the right things, because some parts of insurance are actually what everybody gets because they're mandatory, others are not. And there's a whole other part if you get the letter that we attached. And I was trying to be mindful of the time that we had, but some of these issues in my testimony, but in detail. But there's this whole issue, of course, of what people will actually buy and how that actually impacts things as well. And there's this whole interesting thing that even if you're buying sort of the lower levels of insurance, just the basic, in many instances, you're going to pay more than if you were buying, more products or you were buying higher levels of insurance. There's another whole income thing that ties in. But we looked at all this information. We then have a mathematician as well as an outside expert who performed some statistical analysis on this to try to figure out what factors were tying in so that we could be sure that the factors of the whiteness of the community and that income were actually relevant and were tracking the premiums. And we believe that when you applied statistical methods to this, and I'll get wonky for just a second, the P factors for this, the R squareds that show how closely the lines fit, all showed that there was a serious connection between the fact that these were, in many instances, the overcharged communities were communities of color, and that they were low-income communities, that other factors, while they may influence the numbers, and in some instances help to further streamline and fit the curve even better, that there was still a high connection to them. They were very correlative, and that troubled us. In terms of a future study, I think what we would want to do is to go ahead and to get more updated data. We found that it's harder now to get data than it was, and so to the extent that we can work with the City of Boston to try to do that, we'd be happy to do it. I think advocacy with policymakers and with the legislature is also a big help. I think the City of Boston has a big voice, and to the extent that you show that you are interested in these issues, I think that would be very helpful. And we're happy to continue to work with you on it. One other thing I would just raise, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to go on, but I think it's important also to always be ready for this issue and to think about this issue of, well, the rates that we're seeing, they're just based on losses. We're just doing what the losses tell us to do. And the data, to some extent, helps us to analyze that and poke at that. But it also helps us to see what the impact is, because there are many ways to do insurance rates, and there are many ways to sort of share burden. And we should be thinking about that in addition to these issues of how the losses stack up, because there are lots of different ways to get to the same result.
And then my second question is, obviously, Paul, you referenced Chapter 175E, unfairly discriminatory practices. But, the data seems to be clear to us, at least based on what we're seeing in Boston. Maybe this is a question for both of you. So how do we change that, right? How do we get away from using certain metrics, right, in zip code and others, and actually using what California is using right now in the City of Boston as an alternative method to determine these rates, which of course would then lead to a less discriminatory impact that they're having on communities?
And I just wanted to, before you answer, just wanted to be mindful that the timer did go off for 5 minutes, but since you are the lead sponsor, I'm going to allow the indulgence of extra time, but I would love to just make sure that our colleagues who are also waiting have an opportunity. So since you are the lead sponsor and you brought this to the table, I'm going to let you live a little bit longer. So go ahead and answer those questions, guys. Sorry, Glenn, or Paul, one of you can answer the question. That would be great.
Well, I'll just, since Council referenced my slide citation. Yeah, that's the standard that the Division of Insurance would apply to a rate filing by an insurance company. So to look at whether or not the rate factors are and
companies even looking at this impact and saying this is a problem.
Well, I think that there are two things going on. I mean, to Paul's point, the use of unfairly discriminatory in the statute itself has a specific meaning, but there are also other parts to that chapter and that statute that say, for instance, you can't discriminate, all right? And now put aside the unfairly discriminate. You're not supposed to be taking into account sex and marriage status and credit score and age. And the regulation is very emphatic, which has the force of law, that you're not supposed to take into account race, creed, national origin, religion. There's a whole list of them. And the big issue, and I mentioned this in my testimony, is that insurers understand they're not supposed to do that, but there's the second question of whether they're using proxies for those or not. And if they are, and if some of the factors they're using are proxies for those, then we should be addressing that issue, and the commissioner needs to be addressing that issue, and not the kind of thing that doesn't require the big structural changes that other types of changes to the system might. Getting them to use the factors that they should be using as opposed to ones that shouldn't.
But the only way to get at those changes is through state law, or them voluntarily, of course, choosing to use different factors.
Well, I think if by state law what we're talking about is either a legislative change or, again, I mean, as a quick example, let's say you're not allowed to use home ownership as a factor, and yet insurance companies turn around and say, well, if you have home insurance, we'll give you a break. Well, who has home insurance that doesn't own a home, right? Is it effectively a proxy for that? And if they're using a proxy and it's actually violating it, maybe there's a need to tighten up the regulations at the Commissioner of Insurance. Maybe there's need for just guidance to go out to them to be clear that they can't do it. It's in part digging in and figuring out whether there are other but certainly going to the legislature and making a larger change is another way to go about it, and would get broader results.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. I'll wait to the next round.
That's right, you will, because I was about to let you know about yourself.
I was like, 2 questions. It went by so quickly, but thank you.
Yeah, no, sorry. That was 10 minutes, just so you know. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Flynn. You now have the floor, and then followed by Councillor Arroyo. Let me start this clock over again. Okay. Councillor Flynn, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I guess my question is, and I may have missed it. I had to get off the call for a few minutes, so I apologize. But I was wondering if someone could explain if you are driving in Boston, say you're going a main road, say you go up Columbia Road to Blue Hill Avenue. Maybe you live in Milton or Dedham or in the suburbs. And you're going up Columbia Road, Blue Hill Avenue, and you have an accident. Does that mean the people living in Mattapan where that accident may have taken place, does that mean their rates might go up even if the people in the accident weren't from that area?
I'm sorry, Councilor, it looks like you froze.
Oh, okay. Milton. Does that mean the rates go up for the people in the impacted neighborhoods such as
issue I think you're asking about is you get into an accident, the place that's going to get tagged with that is going to be where you garage your car. Now, the thing about that, though, is if you may be in somebody who lives in that neighborhood. And so it can be more complicated. But if we're just talking about, let's say, like a thoroughfare, and it's all basically people who are not, are not living there, all right, then those accidents are going to generally be tagged to the outside. But at the same time, there are impacts on the people who live there. Like I said, you're going to have instances where the people who live there are then faced with this stream of traffic and are going to be subject to significant amounts more risk. And it's not really their fault that they live in a neighborhood that people use as a drive-through to get somewhere else. And so the policy question is, why should they pay for the fact that there's all this additional congestion that's right where they are? Shouldn't they be given some accommodation for the fact that they're helping, for instance, the city of Boston with its economic, lifeblood? And under the old system, before deregulation, there was a system of capping and tempering that went on to try to take account for some of these issues. And that's largely all been deconstructed because of the way the system works now.
Thank you, Glenn. If I'm, Council Mejia, do I have time for one more question?
Sure, you do.
Say, in using that example again, but say the South Bay Mall, which borders South Boston, Dorchester and Roxbury, a large shopping plaza. If there's say a larceny from a motor vehicle or a break-in and entering of a motor vehicle, do the insurance rates of the people in South Boston, Dorchester, and Roxbury go up just because that location is in their neighborhood?
Councilor, yes, I think that is a problem, and I'll add on to that problem. What about sort of fraud rings? I mean, there are instances where an organized group of people will set up someplace and they will be committing fraud on a high scale that has nothing to do with the people who live in that community, but they just happen to have set it up there. And all of that fraud is going to end up piled onto the statistics for that community. Now, is it fair that the people who happen to live there, all right, and are not involved in this stuff at all right, are going to have their, statistics and their rates impacted by this? Or is this something that we should be more broadly accounting for and share? So yeah, in answer to your question, I mean, the fact is that things can happen because of things that are outside of people's control. And right now, it can have a significant impact.
Thank you, Glenn. I have no further questions. Thank you, Councilor Mejia, and thank you, Councilor Campbell. Good
job. You see, you ended right at 5 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Councilor Arroyo. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Glenn. A lot of the questions that I have actually been posed by Councilor Campbell. But one of the questions I have, which I think you were starting to get into a little bit at the end there, is about, the role that the AG's office may be able to play in this. And what I mean by that is when we talk about discrimination, whether it be in housing, whether it be in insurance, often the way that they do discrimination is they know what they're not allowed to ask for and what they're not allowed to use, and they use proxies, which it sounds like we have a sense that this is, right? Whenever you end up with these kinds of disparities, specifically in these communities of color and these lower income communities, something about the way that they've shifted their data allows them to essentially have gotten the same results as if they were grading by race or income, right? Because we're seeing the disparity in those communities the way we are. And the question that I have is, what would an investigation into whether or not these companies are knowingly using those as proxies, are knowingly aware that these are proxies for those kinds of things, what kind of investigation into that would be available for the Attorney General's office? Or would you need sort of a smoking gun, and how would you receive that? If so, if you're not allowed to investigate whether or not these companies internally know that what they're using is creating this result?
Well, I think that there are a couple of things to that. The first one is that one of the things that we are looking for, and the reason that we looked at this in the first place, was to try to understand better what was happening and what was causing the problem. And we are concerned about the proxies, but to some extent also the proxies are things that are subject to these regulations that are put in place by the Commissioner of Insurance, which is why I mentioned that the regulations being the Commissioner's regulations, one thing we may want to think about is whether they need to be tightened up. Because from our perspective, what we have to look at is whether the existing regulations or the existing statute is being violated. And one of the big problems that we run into under the current system is rating by territory is actually still required by statute in Massachusetts. Now, how much of a weight you give to it is a whole other issue, but the statute itself talks about how there needs to be at least 15 territories. And so once you still have territory in there, even though we're talking about how these proxies add to the problem, and I pointed out some of them, because to some extent getting that changed and getting that tightened up may be a way to get at some of it. The reason I mentioned the statutory method also is that once we're rating by territory, what may happen is insurance companies may say, well, wait a minute. Once we're looking at territory instead, look at these losses. That's why I mentioned the losses again. I'm going to say, if the losses are high and we're looking at the territory, right, that's a justification for why we're able to do this. The state says that we're supposed to do it by territory. The losses in the territory are high. And because the losses in the territory are high, we're okay. Now, that doesn't mean that they should be allowed to sort of exacerbate the problem by using all these other factors, which kind of pop it higher. But a big part of the problem is what we looked at when we talked about, look, we did this analysis based on the communities themselves. And those communities, right, they're based on geography, and the geography being taken into account is a big part of the problem. So while we can certainly look at this, and I would say the first thing we would need is more data, right? And we're happy to help the city council do this and to work with you on this and to look at it more ourselves. But the biggest issue is if we want to make the system fairer, we've got to think about whether we want to spread the risk in different ways, whether we want to limit the factors clearly. Because if we go after certain factors now, the impetus will still be there for creative actuaries to try to come up with other ways, because they're trying to drive to get to the losses. And so, like, if we just knock these down, they may then come up with other factors. But if the system itself limits the factors and says you can only use these 3 or 4 factors, it eliminates all of that from happening. So I hope that then answered the question, but I felt like there were a few questions packed in there, and I apologize for going on so long with it.
No, that was actually very helpful. I appreciated that answer. And I guess I'll probably have time for just one more question. And so the question on that is, in terms of the status quo, how it's working right now, it hasn't been changed. It sounds, from what I've heard, like a lot of this is going to be at the state level. They're going to need to carry a lot of the water on making these changes. Who profits right now from the status quo? Is there a reason why somebody would look at this process as it exists now, with all of its discriminatory sort of, whether it's on purpose or not, but all of the discriminatory aspects of what's happening now? Who's profiting from that? Is there a reason why, say, a representative in another part of the state would want this system to be in place? In other words, is there a chance that these communities being burdened the way they are is actually subsidizing those communities? Or is it a matter of the impact of what the rates are in, say, Roxbury have no impact on what the rates are in Milton? They're not done that way. Or is it a situation where the rates in Milton are allowed to be where they are because they're subsidized by the height and the amount of rate in, say, Roxbury or Hyde Park or Dorchester?
Wow, that's a good question.
Well, I think all I can say to that is the issue of who profits is not something that I've looked at as specifically as what the impact is. The main thing that I was focused on was, who is suffering from the harm compared to the state average. I think that if you looked at our letter and if you look at the letter we sent to Financial Services that we attached to the testimony, it shows, the premium impact on different communities and shows which communities, are getting really low premiums and how that relates to the non-whiteness of those communities or the income of those communities. But
so I don't want to cut you off because I know I'm short on time, so I do appreciate this answer. But I guess mostly what I'm trying to figure out is, do we know whether or not specifically the fact that these rates are so high in communities of color, does that play a role in the subsidization of lower insurance for these whiter, more affluent communities? Are they tied together? Do they get to pay less because others pay more?
I think it's a complicated question. And the reason is it depends on what you mean by whether they're over or underpaying. I mean, if you have a factor that you're using that is harming the community of color, but is helping a high-income white community to bring their rates down, and you didn't use that factor, well, then that's probably going to raise the rates in those communities and lower them in the communities of color. But you know, putting it in terms of who's profiting from it is hard for me to do. Again, just because you're asking me now while I'm standing here, and that's just not the way we looked at the data.
Okay, but it would be fair to say that the way that the data is currently put together, certainly whiter, more affluent communities are benefiting from the models and the ways in which they put together what their insurance rate should be.
Well, I think that you could say that their premiums are lower because of the system that we have in place, and you can envision a different system for things that ask different questions in doing the rating, which would raise those rates and lower the rates in the other communities.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are really great questions, Councilor Arroyo. And I think that the who benefits from this is really key in terms of why we're even having this conversation. If you really think about it, I think that there's something there to definitely unpack. I'd like to give an opportunity. I do have some of my own questions. I'm just curious, if we know what we know, and I understand that we need to do a study and show data and facts and figures, but I'm just curious in terms of why, given the huge disparities, how have companies like Geico and State Farm and Progressive, how have all of these insurances gotten away with doing this for so long?
Well, I think that it all sort of has just been an evolution. Because remember, we used to have a regulated insurance system that, you know, basically set a specific rate and handled it in a certain way. And there was a hearing and there was one sort of set of premiums in a system, et cetera. And then during deregulation, it became harder to track what they were doing. If you look, for instance, at some of these insurers' filings now, it's like a black box. And even for our office, it's very hard to sort of tease out how they're using and treating the rating factors. And they set up a bunch of different companies for purposes of underwriting so that it's very difficult to track what's happening. And it wasn't until, you know, we went ahead and were able to get this data, which was hard to get, to be able to run this, that we were able to see the impacts here. So I think part of it is just, you know, it used to be many years ago that auto insurance was very spotlighted. There was one hearing every year. There was a ton of coverage in the Boston Globe, and everybody was focused on these rates. And now people don't even necessarily know when the rates are changing until they get their bill, because everything is atomized out. There's no central time when it's all happening all at once. And I think the companies are able to sort of do a lot of the changes they're making without as much public disclosure, without as much of a spotlight.
Right. And so for those who are doing business in Boston, Councilor Campbell, this question is probably more so for you, because I know this is something that you brought here to the floor. But I'm just curious, you know, on a municipal level, when you think about this conversation, what can we do as a council to even maybe perhaps put a moratorium, put a freeze, like until the studies could, I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but is there a way for us to even consider doing a price lift freeze until we figure some things out so that we can at least slow down the harm that we're causing so many of our constituents? I'm just curious if that's even legal. You're a lawyer, you probably will let me know whether or not that is even worth doing, but I'm just curious, what can we do right now to?
Yeah, so I don't know that we can do that. I mean, I think the purpose of this hearing, and I was really happy that that Glenn and AG's office could come because they've been in the weeds on this, was one, to really get at the data piece. And I think that part is critically important, right? To be able to even take the stories we're hearing to say these people and our residents aren't making this up, that these disparities are real. You need those numbers and that information and how hard it is to get. And so I think that us as a city pushing for more data and information and not waiting on the state is something we should be pursuing, because the state can take a long time. or, you know, the DOI at the state. We talk to them. It's hard to get information from them. It's just difficult and challenging. So I think that's one piece. I think the second piece is exploring what else we can do, right? So that was going to be my next line of questions, particularly for Glenn. You know, obviously, California is doing something different. We can wait on the state, but what is it the city of Boston could be doing with respect to insurance companies? What levers and what more levers do we have as a municipality to pull in order to create greater movement? Outside, of course, advocating and pushing through this hearing and calling people at the State House and reaching out to the Division of Insurance, what other levers could we pull at the city level to be able to have an impact on this issue that people can feel, right? You just talked about how everything is so hidden. You know, is there something we can do to promote more transparency so people know about these rates? So we require some kind of release of information so that people don't have to wait till they get their bill, or people at least can see the differences. I mean, there are folks who don't even know they're paying more and getting less coverage. Most of the folks who reached out to us were folks who moved literally from Mattapan to Dorchester, or from JP to Mattapan, or JP to Roxbury, and said, wait a minute, why did my insurance just go up for no reason? So what else could we do legally? It's something I'm still exploring, but I definitely wanted to hear your perspective and thoughts as well.
And before you answer, Glenn, I just wanted to recognize that we also have been joined by my colleague, Councilor Breeden, who has joined us. And just curious if Councilor Breeden, you wanted to say hello and any opening quick remarks while you're here. And then Glenn, I'll give you some extra time to answer that question, because we're gonna hold you accountable to some really good ideas that we can pursue, okay? So think about that while Councilor Breeden says hello and have an opening remark.
I think this is a really important. I'm sorry I'm late. I had a conflict this morning. I think it's a really important conversation to have. Ways that people try and get around this issue about their insurance rates in the city being a neighbouring suburb. It's definitely something I really appreciate the attention to, and I hope that we can change it and improve the situation. So thank you so much for your leadership on this, and I'll just continue to listen in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Breeden. Okay, Glenn, now you have an opportunity to save us. Give us something to work with.
Well, I wish I had more to tell you than what I mentioned before, which I think that the advocacy piece is a big piece. I know that, for instance, when credit scoring was an issue, this is years back, and obviously credit scoring can have a large impact on communities of color, and that was going to be put into the auto insurance system. And our office had opposed it, but it was after the city of Boston, weighed in and also raised issues about it, that then there was a change, and it ended up being put into the statute that they can't use credit scoring. So I would just urge you to think about the impact that the city can have. Separate from that, though, Councilor Campbell and our office have had discussions right previously on this, and I'm happy for us to have more. We'd like to work with you and brainstorm and try to come up with ideas and ways that you can use the vantage that the city has and the tools that the city has to try to help with this problem. I think that there may be things that can be done, but I do want to underscore that a legislative solution, if you want to get at the big picture issue, is probably a way to do this, because look, the insurers are just going to say that they're just following the losses, and that the reason things work out this way is they're looking at those numbers. And again, getting back to my initial comment, a lot of this instead has to be about, we got to think about what's fair, and is there a way to do this to make it a fairer system.
Councilor Campbell?
No, I think, we're definitely going to continue the conversation and bring back different ideas. we were trying to at least get this conversation started before the end of the year because of the concerns we were hearing, of course, from residents. But I think it's a step in the right direction. And particularly, I'm grateful to my council colleagues as well, because this is going to take all of us to do something here. But there are some concrete ideas on the table that have to be explored, and including legally, if it's possible. And so putting some thoughts together, and we'll definitely continue this conversation working in partnership with you guys.
Thank you. I'm going to see if it's okay if the two folks who I see, we have some folks who are in our waiting room. Not sure if there's Paul Williams. If you are interested in any public testimony, please raise your blue hand. Ari. Okay, but now I'm inviting them and they're all leaving. Okay, fine. You don't have to say anything. It's all good. But I would like to create an opportunity for our two public testimony that spoke earlier today to see now that what you heard and any additional remarks that you'd like to make, or things for us to consider and think about as we continue to move this conversation forward. And then I'd like to give my colleagues an opportunity. Ari, I'm sorry, I see Ari. Are you interested in speaking, Ari?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So before we move on to those who have already spoken, let me go to Ari. Ari, please introduce yourself. You now have the floor in 2 minutes.
All right. Can you see me? Great. Thank you so much. So good morning. My name is Ariel Brands, and I am a resident of Roxbury. I also could have started this testimony saying that I'm a resident of Boston, because last I checked, Roxbury is a neighborhood in Boston. A few months ago, I bought my first car. As I compared prices for auto insurance, I filled out AAA's online insurance quote. I filled out Boston and was quoted $1,688. A rep from AAA reached out to me to follow up with a more detailed quote totaling $3,353. That's almost double. When I asked why, the rep said, the price is higher than what you were quoted online, as your zip code reflects Roxbury rather than Boston. Roxbury has a higher rate. I countered that Roxbury is a neighborhood in Boston. He responded, the neighborhoods are categorized into different risk tiers based on whatever algorithms a particular insurance carrier uses. So let's be clear. Roxbury is 11% white, and Boston overall is 45% white. This reeks of racism. I love living in Roxbury, and I love living in Boston. And while I love our unique neighborhood pride, it reeks of racism that residents of different neighborhoods are quoted different prices on auto insurance. It especially incenses me that my Black and brown neighbors in Roxbury are charged more than the whiter residents of other neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ari. That is truth right there. So I would like to see if my colleagues, our two public testimony speakers earlier, Leon and Andrew, if there's anything else that you'd like to bring to the conversation before we close. And Andrew, I know it's going to be a quick question or a comment, and then I'm going to move on to Leon, and then I'm going to ask my colleagues. So this is just a courtesy.
Thank you. Mr. Kaplan said data is getting more difficult to obtain. And I just wanted to point a contrast to this single payer system at British Columbia. It says, because of COVID, with people using their cars so much less, insurance claims were 329.5 million less than were expected for the first quarter or second quarter. At the same time, premium revenue was reduced by $136 million. You can go on their website and find maps that you can zoom in on each accident, each intersection through the entire province, and see how many accidents occurred in each exit, in each intersection, and so on. It's just truly amazing, and it's a system that reflects the values that most people aspire to. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor Breeden, I know you had some opening remarks. I'm just curious if you have any specific questions that you'd like to bring to the floor.
I think just following on from the previous speaker, I think if we have a data-based system that's founded decision making that's based on data rather than just drilling down into the data and identifying, intersections that are problematic. Might be a way to inform policy better. I'm just not sure. I know that we have asked for a data analyst for traffic accidents in Boston, but I don't know whether and they were appointed this year, so I'm not sure if that is producing any better information than we had before.
So I'm not sure who.
So that's more of a statement rather than, to bring in the data analyst information that we might have to inform this discussion as well, so that it's based on real data from incidents of accidents rather than just a perceived prejudice against communities of color in our city.
Thank you, Councilor Breeden. So. Again, Andrew, let me find out. You live in Arlington. Now, hold on. Let me go to Leon first.
Okay.
So you know, okay? Leon, really quick, if you just have any other questions, follow-up, I'd like to then move on to our lead sponsor and my colleagues for final remarks.
Sure. I just want to thank Councilor Campbell for doing this because it's so important. And again, I'm wondering if maybe for our next conversation, we can have some state officials with us just to give us a better idea of what can be done as a whole, just working together, because I know it's hard for the city council. It sounds like listening to Glenn, hands are a bit tied. So maybe if we can include some state elected officials here, local elected officials, just to see what we can do moving forward, and get something done for 2021.
Thank you.
I'll just add, Councilor Mejia, that we did reach out to Rep. Frank Moran, has been doing incredible work on this in this space for a long time and filed legislation. This is craziness at the State House, but we will keep them engaged, and for the next conversation, plan around some of these other folks' schedules to make it happen for sure. So thank you, Leon, and thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. So I have violated all of the norms of hearings because I've.
Thank you.
So Andrew, this is your last question or comment, and that's it. Then I'm going to go to my colleagues and I'm going to put you on mute. Go.
Thank you so much for indulging me. My friend in Randolph said that his town is 65% ethnic, but he pointed out. And they have super high rates because of the two highways. He pointed out Avon is mostly white, and they have the same issue. So it's kind of a case where what's mathematically rational overrules what we really want. That's all. Thank you so much for indulging me.
Thank you, Andrew. So I'm going to go for Councilor Campbell. Do you think we're good to close out? Do you have any other questions? Any other? So we'd love to close out if you don't mind.
No, that sounds great. And I want to be mindful of people's time. I know it's a busy time. And I appreciate Glenn and Paul taking time out of their busy schedules to be here. And Paul, I appreciate you sharing about the institution that's right here in the city of Boston that most folks don't even know about, to learn around the history of this industry, which I think is critically important. And clearly we still have a lot more work to do. Although, as many folks have testified, it's illegal to use race and income in certain factors. The impact that we're seeing is very much falling along those lines. And the fact that communities of color are paying more and receiving far less coverage is just astounding and ridiculous all at the same time. And so we have to do something to change it. We definitely want, of course, to work in partnership with our state colleagues and Rep. Moran and others who have Frank Moran, taken the lead on these issues. But then, of course, thinking about what we can do as a city at the same time. And so I have a lot of notes and ideas. Looking into whether or not legally we can do certain things. But I think we can push for a study. I think we can push for more data collection, making it easier, and maybe some disclosures and other things that are useful, but then also, of course, some other pieces as well, and particularly looking at the work in California around this very issue to change the factors that folks use. So thank you to all my council colleagues. And of course, thank you to the panelists and those who testified. And Ari, thank you as well for coming and testifying. Stay safe and healthy and enjoy the holiday season, everyone. Thank you, Councilor Dia.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't go nowhere because I have my other colleagues. I'm the one who gravels us out here.
I'm here.
Blow your roll. I'm gonna go next to Councilor. I think Councilor Flynn has left, so I'm gonna go next to Councilor Arroyo for closing remarks. If you are still with us, he might have left. So I'm gonna go to Councilor Breeden.
Thank you. I think this is a really important conversation. I'm sorry I missed most of the conversation this morning, but I am very interested in following up and continuing to be engaged in this conversation going forward. And hopefully we will make some substantial changes and make this a more just and equitable business system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to just make sure that we don't have any other public testimony. So I just want to say thank you to the members of the public and to the panelists for their testimony. I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness of our interaction here today. And I do believe, as I'm looking forward to working alongside my sister in service, Councilor Campbell, because I see this as an issue that is impacting a lot of people across the city. And so looking forward to continuing the dialogue and more importantly, to moving us beyond the dialogue so that we can make some things happen. So incredibly grateful to you all. I'm going to gavel us out because I don't have a formal one. This hearing is now adjourned. Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Okay, bye.
Councilor Baker.
Yeah.
Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach.
Present.
Oh, thank you. Councilor Braden.
Present.
Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards.
Present.
Thank you. Counselor Asabi George.
Present.
Counselor Flaherty.
Here.
Counselor Flaherty. Counselor Flynn.
Here.
Counselor Flynn. Counselor Janey.
Present.
Counselor Mejia.
Here, present.
Counselor O'Malley.
Present.
And Counselor Wu. Madam President, we have a
Here,
quorum.
Madam Clerk.
Is that
Sorry, I was just
Counselor
having-
Campbell?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've been informed by our clerk that a quorum is present. We'll begin our meeting with our clergy and the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I will invite Councilor Flaherty up, who will introduce Bishop Dickerson, who is a great friend to me personally and to this council. Councilor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And for those that don't know Bishop William E. Dickerson II, he was raised in Boston. He's a proud graduate of the Boston Latin School and a longtime husband of Luella Dickerson, Lady Luella, and proud father to three children. Will Dickerson III, who worked, as you guys all know, worked in my office and doing great things for the city of Boston, and may actually even be joining our ranks at some point. And also a grandfather to 5 grandkids. He and Luella both founded the Greater Love Tabernacle Church back in 1989. His contributions to our community in our city here are hard to summarize in just a few sentences. Very civically minded and an active member of our city. He's the pastor of the Restoration Ministries, an organization designed to train 21st century pastors. He's also the president of the Greater Love Community Cares, which is a nonprofit philanthropic agency that helps economically marginalized individuals and families. He's also involved in many charitable organizations and boards, and has taught and counseled troubled youth and adults. He's also spoken frequently at schools and in jails and prisons. He's a former Boston Public School teacher and former adjunct college professor. He's also a former chaplain for the Boston Police Department and former member of the National Chaplains Association. Since probably the mid to late 80s, he and others have led walkthroughs through our neighborhoods, particularly around the issue of gun violence. Sadly, Bishop Dickerson has probably presided over the most funeral services for those that have been killed due to gun violence, but compassionately, like Simon and Cyrene, he has been there for so many families that have lost their loved ones through senseless violence. So that said, I'm honored to have him here with us. I'm honored to call him a very close friend of mine. I know he's close friends with several others here, and grateful that he had a few minutes today to take out of his very busy day to join us for today's invocation. So with that, I want to welcome Bishop William E. Dickerson II. Thank you for your time and look forward to your words of wisdom and inspiration.
Thank you to Council President, my sister Kim Janey, who I met years ago advocating for quality education for young people in Boston, to our counselor in our church district, Greater Love Tabernacle, Dorchester, Andrea Campbell, and also a fellow alum of Boston Latin. God bless you. And to, of course, Michael Flaherty, thank you for the warm introduction. A longtime friend and brother. I appreciate the work you've done in the city over the years, and it is not gone unnoticed, and I thank God for you. And of course, there are many others that are here. I thank God for you. And of course, I have to mention Maureen Feeney, who's, she grew up in the area where our church is located, over there in Franklin Field. So I got to mention that. And she's always been such a sweet sister, and I thank God for you, and so many others are on the call today. Of course, Julia lets you know that one vote does count, you know, and I see that Ed continues to forge ahead with the legacy of his dad, Ray Flynn, former mayor, who I worked closely with years ago. But we are praying for a peaceful holiday for everyone. As we approach the close of this year, I want to thank the Boston City Council for your arduous work and efforts over the years in terms of keeping our residents together. As this city and nation deal with the pandemic of COVID, we continue, we want you to know that we want you to know that we continue to work to make sure that peace prevails in our community. And we appreciate that you're continuing to work for peace in our community. Jeremiah, the prophet, states in Jeremiah 29, verse 7. Seek the peace of the city. As it prospers, so will you. So that's what we are desiring to see Boston prosper as that beloved city that we so often have heard in or read in Dr. King's literature. And so I want to let the council know that, you know, as one of the clergy persons of this city, I want you to know that you can rely on the clergy of the city of Boston to continue to partner with you as we move forward to stomp out and erase unjust situations, poverty, violence, racism, despair in Boston, because I know that's on your heart to come against those things. And so as Micah, the prophet states, Micah 6, verse 8, he'll show you, O man, what God requires of you, to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. So I pray for peace for our city, peace for the city council. I pray for peace throughout our nation and the world in the midst of these uncertain times. So I know that sometimes you get discouraged, you get frustrated, but I encourage you all to turn to one another, but more importantly, turn to God. And I say that with respect to all faith traditions, that we cannot handle these things by ourselves. We need the strength of God to direct us and to help us. So I encourage you as you go forward, as we look forward in the rest of this year, do all you can to put a smile on somebody else's face. Do all you can to encourage those that are going down the road of pessimism to be more optimistic, even as we hear about somebody is sick or someone has died because of COVID and other types of health disparities, because we know that there are many people that are being healed and recovering too. So let's pray. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, as we look to you for strength and guidance, we pray for the Boston City Council. We pray, Lord God, for Mayor Walsh and his staff. We pray, dear God, that you will give us all the audacity to confront, Lord, the hatred, racism, bigotry, and all types of evils. Father, as this council engages in the politics of the city, keep them with a heart of compassion for those that are suffering, Lord, those that are dealing, Lord, with this pandemic and they're not dealing with it so well. Father, we pray that you would touch, Lord, each one of us, that we might present a more just society. Father, we ask that you would, Lord, strengthen the poor and the marginalized in this city. Look upon the incarcerated community in the midst of this pandemic, Lord, and let there be peace and safety for them as well, because they will come, many of them will come back to our communities. Father, protect this council, the first responders, Lord, the police officers, EMT workers, firefighters, doctors, nurses. Protect our troops far and near. Father, I pray that you'll guide this council in this meeting today. Let it be fruitful and productive, and be with them throughout the course of this year, and help us, Lord, to see, Lord, victory as we enter into a new year. We thank you and we give you praise with respect to all faith traditions. In Jesus' name, thank God. Amen. God bless you all. Love you all.
Amen.
Peace.
Thank you.
Thank you so
God
much.
bless.
Bishop. It was so good to see you. You're certainly welcome to sit with us if you'd like. At this time, we're going to pledge allegiance, and then we're going to move on with our agenda. You can feel free to leave at your leisure. Thank you again, Bishop.
God bless you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
justice
for all.
for all. Thank you again. Madam Clerk, if you would please amend the attendance report to include Councilor Arroyo, who has joined us. I think we are still expecting Councilor Wu, and she will join when she can. Now on to the first order of business, which is the approval of our minutes. Seeing and hearing no discussion on the matter, the chair moves to approve the minutes from the last meeting as presented. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes. Here.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu. Madam President, the minutes have been approved.
Thank you so much. The minutes of the last meeting stand as approved. We'll move on to communications from His Honor the Mayor, starting with docket 1141.
Docket 1141, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $300,000 in the form of a grant for the FY21 Burn State Justice Assistance JAG grant awarded by the United States Department of Justice, passed through the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, to be administered by the Police Department. The grant will fund Operation Shotstopper, a partnership between the BPD Youth Violence Strike Force and the Mass State Police Gang Unit. The initiative will focus on suppressing gun violence, targeting violent impact players, and patrolling hotspots. The partnership will develop and document intelligence and enhance community trust.
Thank you so much. Docket 1141 will be referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Criminal Justice. We'll move on to docket 1142.
Thank you. Docket 1142, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $235,175 in the form of a grant for the FY20 Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Grant Program awarded by the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs to be administered by the Environment Department. The grant will fund planning for a new waterfront landscape with increased educational access to the harbor at Fort Point Channel and Boston Children's Museum waterfront.
Thank you so much. Docket 1142 will be referred to the Committee on Environment, Resiliency, and Parks. We'll move on to docket 1143.
Thank you. Docket 1143, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $200,000 in the form of a grant for the special initiative awarded by the Bar Fund to be administered by the Mayor's Office. The grant will fund planning and implementation capacity for the Office of Equity.
Thank you so much. The Chair recognizes Councilor Mejia, who is Chair of the Committee on Civil Rights. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a grant of $200,000 that will go towards funding and implementing the Office of Equity in the City of Boston. I know we normally have protocols for grants of this certain value, but we're running out of time in the legislative year, and this grant is important towards creating space for equity in our city. Our office has been focused on issues of equity since we got into office, looking at who has a voice and who doesn't. Having an agency within the city dedicated to advancing issues around equity is a step in the right direction towards becoming an all means all city. I move that we suspend the rules and pass to accept this grant. And thank you for putting it in my committee. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Councilor Mejia seeks suspension of the rules and passage of docket 1143. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Docket 1143, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu. Madam President, docket number 1143 has passed.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to reports of committees, starting with docket 1035.
Docket 1035, the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities, to which was referred on October 7th, 2020, docket number 1035. Message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $961,086.29 in the form of a grant for the FY21 Youth Works, awarded by the Mass Executive Office of Labor and Workforce Development, passed through the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston, to be administered by the Youth Engagement and Employment. Submits a report recommending the order ought to pass.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden, who is chair of the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Strong Women, Families and Communities held a public hearing on Friday, December 4th, and heard testimonies on behalf of the administration from Rashid Cope, Director of the Department of Youth Engagement and Employment, Rashad rather, at Boston Centers for Youth and Families, BCYF, Eduardo Franco, Manager of Youth Programs and Partnerships at Youth Engagement and Employment, and Ms. Terera Lyons, Manager of Youth Employment and Development. The YEE partners with hundreds of community-based and non-profit organizations across the city, partnered to provide a meaningful employment opportunities to thousands of Boston youth aged 15 to 18. This grant would fund Boston's Success Link employment program will support the Boston Success Link employment program for summer of 2020. I recommend that this docket ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket 1035. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Docket 1035, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards.
Yes, yes. Sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn.
He's on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu. Madam President, docket 1035 has passed.
Thank you so much. We'll now move on to docket 0225.
Docket 0225, the Committee on Government Operations, to which is referred on January 15, 2020, docket number 0225, an ordinance to create the Special Commission on Ending Family Homelessness, submits a report recommending the ordinance ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who is chair of our Committee on Government Operations. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We have a very long committee report with a lot of edits. And so ultimately, I'm going to quickly summarize the process to how we got here, and then I will turn it over to the lead sponsor. But the ultimate recommendation is that we would pass this in an amended form. As such, Councilor Asabi George referred to the committee on January 29, 2020, this ordinance that would create a special commission on ending family homelessness. We had a hearing on this on September 14th, and then we had a working session on October 1st. This essentially would create this commission to develop an actionable, measurable plan to end family homelessness in the city of Boston. We are all actually very excited, and I can speak to all of the speakers who came from DND, from Family Aid Boston, from Horizons for Homeless Children, from Sojourner House, from Mosaic Jacobian. We had a Project Hope. All of these organizations and individuals from the city side and from nonprofits, as well as the counselors that attended, were overwhelmingly excited and supportive of Councillor Asabi George's leadership. We discussed objectives of the homelessness. We also had many good suggestions about how we make sure that the homeless individuals are centered in this process, that we're not having such a commission so much about them, but having a commission with them, right? Nothing about them without them. And ultimately, there was such good agreement and such excitement about this process. Now, as I mentioned, this committee report goes into pages of individual amendments and additions. And this is, again, prompted by many of the suggestions from the individuals in the community. Just to summarize very quickly, we wanted to add certain staff. We wanted to make sure that there was some funding. We wanted to make sure that we had confirmed reports to the city council. We wanted to make sure that there was a standard of continuum of care, and that we were all moving, again, towards stipends or some sort of compensation for the individuals who are unstably housed or homeless to be able to participate. All of this is, I could say honestly, exciting and wonderful, and a reflection of Councillor Asabi George's heart and leadership in this matter. If it's okay with Madam President, I would like to turn it over to her to summarize or to add any additional points.
Thank you so much for that thorough committee report. At this time, the chair recognizes Councillor Asabi George, who is the only sponsor of this ordinance. Thank you. Councillor Asabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you to Councillor Edwards for shepherding this ordinance through the Government Ops Committee. After many years of discussion with my Family Shelter Provider Roundtable, I'm so thrilled that today we will be voting on the creation of this special commission to end family homelessness. This commission will gather together the necessary government officials, practitioners on the ground, and families themselves to make policy changes that have real and measurable impact in the lives of our families who do not have housing stability. As I've said many times before, we have approximately 5,000 homeless students in the Boston Public Schools. Every single school in the district has a student who is experiencing homelessness. There are students who do not have safe and stable places to call home. For decades, family homelessness has been ignored and correct this and get the resources in place so that homelessness is, at most, a brief and one-time experience for a family. This ordinance would not be possible. In particular, Christy Staples from United Way, Danielle Ferrier from Heading Home, Kate Baran from Horizons for Homeless Children, Larry Siemens from Family Aid Boston, Mosaic Jacobian from Higher Ground, Christine Dixon from Project Hope, Felicia Smith from the Sojourner House, and all of the providers who have been with us, and those with lived experience who have worked with us on this work every single day. I also would like to thank the mayor and Chief Dillon for creating the special advisor position on family homelessness, and everyone at D&D who has continued to participate in those roundtable discussions. I'd also like to thank our partners at the state level who have worked with us to end family homelessness across the state. I also would like to thank my colleagues who, during these hearings and working sessions, have contributed great ideas and have really worked to form this ordinance that's before you today. So I'm excited to get this passed, and I hope that all of you will vote in the affirmative so we can take the work that's been done to date and formulate a real plan to end family homelessness in the city of Boston. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to get back to the other screen to see if anyone else would like to speak to this. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Councillor Edwards seeks acceptance of this committee report and passage of docket 0225. This is an ordinance, as you've heard, to create a special commission on ending family homelessness. We're going to have a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Docket 0225, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes, enthusiastically.
Okay, recorded. Councilor Braden.
Yes, also enthusiastically.
We like this. Councilor Campbell.
Yes, very enthusiastically. Congratulations, Councilor Sabi George. This is great.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Absolutely, proudly, standing with Councilor Sabi George. Yes, 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 yes.
I can only mark you once, though. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Simply put. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. And Councilor Sabi George obviously was yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes,
Councilor
enthusiastic.
Janey.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia.
Claro que sí. Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0225 has received a unanimous vote.
Yes. Congratulations. This is wonderful. Docket 0225 has been passed in a new draft. Madam Clerk, if you could please amend the attendance report to reflect that Councilor Wu has joined us. This is a great, important day in the City Council. This is where we are voting on all of the work that we've been working so hard on all year. So congratulations certainly to Councilor Asabi George. Next up, we have a couple of dockets from Councilor Edwards. So it's really exciting. Madam Clerk, could we move on to the next docket? It is docket 0851.
Docket 0851, the Committee on Government Operations, to which was referred on July 8th, 2020, document number 0851. In order for an amendment to the Boston City Charter pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 43B, Section 10B, submits a report recommending the order ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who is chair of the Committee on Government Operations. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate this moment that we're in and also the time to discuss this. I want to first summarize very quickly the committee report. And as I'm the sponsor of this as well, I would then like to make the argument and summary of the reasons why I believe this body should vote for this charter amendment to go to the people of Boston. Thank you. Yes. And I apologize. I understand it may take time, but I do think.
Just so that everyone's clear, she's going to present the committee report as chair. And that's just the committee report. And then we're going to hear from her as a sponsor as to why this is important, why she introduced it. Okay? Go ahead, Councilor Edwards.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For the committee report, docket 0851, amendment to the Boston City Charter pursuant to to General Laws, Chapter 43B, Section 10B, was sponsored by myself and referred to the committee on July 8th. The committee held a hearing on August 6th where public comment was taken and a working session on October 8th of this year. This docket is seeking approval of a charter amendment that would, under the provisions of the section of the local legislative body, Section 10B, the local legislative body member may propose a charter amendment through a written request to the city clerk. That is what I've done. This written request to this clerk's office initiates a mandatory timeline, which we are on, by which the council must hold a public hearing. We did. Advise a public hearing in a newspaper. We did, of general circulation, and take final action, which is what I'm asking that we do today. Approval of a referendum on the charter amendment submitted pursuant to this requires a vote of the City Council, constitutional review of the Attorney General, and hereinafter AGO. And should the AGO approve this question, voters in Boston would vote yes or no at the next regular municipal election, provided such election is at least 60 days later than the time the AGO offers its approval. As such, we are on that timeline, and that is what we are going to vote to do today. At the hearing, the committee reviewed process under Section 10B and required amendment timeline and the procedure to have it done by November 2021. The committee discussed making the budget process more equitable and equal in city, having the ability to increase or decrease line items, and participatory budgeting. The committee discussed having an opportunity to review department's process and public accountability. Councilors discussed the limited power that the City Council has in crafting the budget. Councilors also discussed implementing participatory budgeting. The committee heard testimony supporting of the participatory budgeting. The Boston Municipal Research Bureau testified in opposition. At the working session, the committee discussed having legislative flexibility. The committee discussed participatory budgeting again and implementing participatory budgeting. And questions were asked specifically about the impact on the fiscal health of the city. We discussed potential concerns, also not only about the capacity and the ability to originate the budget, but also on the predictability and how that could help or hurt the bond rating of the city. We also discussed proposed changes to the amendment that specifically dealt with the Boston Public Schools and making sure that we were consistent with other provisions of the charter. Based on that information gathered at the hearing and working session, the following changes were made. The creation of a participatory fund, budget fund, while we're giving the mayor and city council equal budgetary authority, the ability to originate is no longer part of this draft. The mayor will maintain the ability to originate and set and cap the amount of money to be spent. In addition, the Boston Public Schools, to make it consistent with Section 75 of the charter, we will not have line item abilities to go into the Boston Public Schools budget. The amount of participatory budgeting will be set at 0.5% starting in fiscal year 2024 and increasing to no less than 1% by 2029. And if or when the collector treasurer declares a fiscal emergency, there will not be a allocation of participatory budgeting. There's a stopgap to assure the fiscal health of the city. This authorizes also the city of Boston, this draft, to create an office of participatory budgeting with external oversight, and its staffing and administrative costs will come from the already separated funds for participatory budgeting that year. Again, sticking within the budget, not adding additional funds. This outlines further and simplifies the back and forth between the city council and the mayor, and it gives the city council the ultimate override to override any budgetary reductions or increases by amendment from the mayor in whole or in part as a final say. This docket is amended in its draft form, and after a much back and forth with many of my colleagues, the final version of this is more accountable and equitable. It is easier to implement. And today I ask that the city council, today's ask of the city council is that this version, having gotten feedback from everybody, that this version ought to pass in the amended draft. That is the committee report. In terms of the actual arguments and any other concerns, because I wanted to address those separately as the lead sponsor, if I may, Madam President.
Yes, please.
We have heard a great deal. And I want to be clear about the transparency and back and forth with myself, with the mayor's individuals. And so right now, and before this moment, there was a back and forth between myself, the legal department, myself and the mayor, myself and IGR, which is Neil, and so therefore also the mayor, specifically about this, with the hope that we could get to a language that we could agree on. I want to be clear to all my colleagues today, this is not the final step for this. So if we pass today, which I hope we will, and I feel we will, the mayor and this body can continue to discuss and can continue to manipulate, mold, and move this toward another place. We are on a deadline, and that is why we're moving it today. The mayor, in his consideration, is not. So we have the opportunity. So I want to be very clear with everybody. Now, I also want to be clear about why this was prompted and why it's important that we step in and lean in to this particular moment. First, what are we doing? Today's vote doesn't change anything in the charter. Today's vote doesn't change next year's budgetary process. Today's vote is saying we're leaning into the people of Boston having more of a say in how their money is spent. That, to me, is part of our job. And while some people believe and have stated we are representatives and we should definitely represent and we don't want to abdicate our role to anybody, I believe we need to add to the definition of our role. It is not just to represent and be a voice, but when possible, to empower people as well, to invite them to the table. to invite them to be part of this process. I think it speaks to the strength, it speaks to our trust and our belief in our constituents. And ultimately, they may not agree that this is the power that they want. They may not. That is okay. But democracy requires us, I believe, today to say, then make your decision. So that is what this does. That is what we will do today. I believe we will have a final version, or a version, excuse me, because again, we're still talking with the mayor. And what we're voting on is for the citizens of Boston to make the ultimate decision. Now, this does change the charter. And the reason why it has to go to the citizens of Boston is because it's a charter change. There was no way in which we could change the charter, I believe, without presenting it responsibly to the people of Boston. So I want to be clear about that. Now, there have been certain back and forth and concerns about sections of it, and I wanted to go ahead and answer that publicly. The biggest concern I've heard is about the fiscal responsibility. It is a natural concern and one prompted naturally by the moment that we are in. Not only a pending teetering recession, but one likely to deepen. And why would you touch anything right now when we are in a precarious moment? I'll remind people to doing that. We're only voting on whether the people just to be one, the mayor will determine how much money we have to spend, and we cannot add to that amount. That is the compromise. If he's going to originate the budget, we don't get to turn around and add in more money. That is not there. So the mayor will set the actual ceiling for how much money there is to be spent. Number two, instead of today's process where the mayor presents to us and we go back to the mayor and we're talking amongst ourselves and then he presents a budget and then we do a perfunctory vote to just vote it down, we're going to get to work publicly. People will watch us add amendments. They'll hold us accountable for the things that we're asking for. And not only that, but I have to present my amendments to all of you. And you would have to vote on whether those amendments become part of the budget. To me, that is not only transparent, that's accountable. If folks in my district would turn around and say, you are not advocating for me, I don't like that, what you're advocating for, and I'm gonna ask that you vote it down or vote it up. But that back and forth happens publicly. And it happens, I think, in the most healthy legislative bodies. And I think that's all we're doing is trying to bring that in line with other legislative bodies. Our budget vote won't just be happening at 12 o'clock and be done by 2 or 3. Our budget vote is going to require us to put in a lot of work, going up and down on amendments, talking to each other, and all of this will be public. I'm actually excited about that. Then what we vote on, instead of a perfunctory, just down vote, we'll go to the mayor. The mayor ultimately will go into it like the governor would and line item, agree, disagree, and increase, decrease, so on and so forth. And then comes back to us. And for us to undo what the mayor did, it requires 2/3 majority. But it ends. It doesn't come down to a maybe we will, maybe we won't. We'll go to a 1/12. It ends. I think that process, that open, transparent negotiation, is something that the people of Boston deserve. $3 billion on the line deserves more than a yes or no. And because the mayor is setting what that cap is, what we have to spend, provided he doesn't override or she doesn't override or they don't override, being gender equitable since we're having a hearing on that, override the money that we have in the bank, we will stay within those confines. So then the other argument goes to, well, how is participatory budgeting going to work? Isn't that fiscally irresponsible, or is that an abdication of our role? Again, I want to remind people, we sent out a report to everybody that there are 17 cities who already do this. The participatory budgeting has not impacted their bond rating. And if anything, it did impact one and it went up at Hartford, Connecticut. Participatory budgeting is not new to the city. We do it now. So it's at the mayor's election. And what we're saying is the people's ability to participate in directing where their money goes should be at their election. So this sets up a process that allows for a small percentage of the budget to be allocated to an office to be created. This will not happen until fiscal year 2024. Why? Because this sets up enabling legislation that we will craft with the community to assure that it's fiscally responsible, that it makes deadlines, it's inclusive, that it deals with social justice, but also the areas in which the money can go to or not go to. We are leaning in and listening to what the community wants. So we will craft that, and they've asked for that time. They're not interested in a rushed process. They're interested in a real process that includes them. When that goes through, and only when that goes through and the office is set up, is when we will have our first election, very likely in annual year 2024, maybe 2025 for participatory budgeting. As in, we're setting this up to expand, to grow, and to be as responsible as possible. But never forget, there is a fail-safe, or there is a check on this. If the CFO of the City of Boston says we are in a financial emergency, we will not have participatory budgeting allocation that year. At the end of the day, today's vote again is to make sure that the people of Boston, who we all heard from in this past budget, we all heard from them. And it's very clear to me, and I think to many of my colleagues, they want in. They want in, they want a bigger impact, they want to be able to talk to, they want to be able to hold accountable. And I believe true accountability can't be just limited to whether I say yes or no, but how much I went in and how many amendments I supported and what kinds of amendments I supported and where did I lead when I should have followed and where I followed where I should have led. That's accountability, that's transparency, that's a modern city government. That is a powerful, responsible legislature. That's who we are. So those are the arguments for it. But let me be clear to my colleagues today. You can hold two narratives if you feel it's necessary. You can honestly hold two narratives and say, this process can allow for, but I don't agree with this budgetary change. You can have two narratives. And I want to emphasize that again. Today's narrative is only about the process that we're in and the final action that we're required to take pursuant to the Constitution. I hope that you will support and vote for that process in empowering the people of Boston. Then it's up to me, advocates and people on the street and grassroots to convince you and the hundreds of thousands of Bostonians to vote for it to actually change the charter. I know I've spoken a great deal to my colleagues individually and today, but I'm very excited about this. And I think it's in direct response to the moment that we're in. I think we should lean in. And I think we open up the table to everyday Bostonians. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And in the spirit of the prior speaker, I just want to say I want to offer some remarks in my capacity as Ways and Means Chair in support of this. And then I would like to introduce a friendly amendment, which the sponsor is aware of and supports, to the floor. But obviously, when I do that, Christine will send it and it will have to be properly before the body, so I won't address it initially. So the first thing that I want to say is that I think that this is an amendment that that really brings two critical issues that have been discussed in the city for decades or even generations about our budgeting process to the fore, and as the sponsor says, brings them to the people of Boston. So one came into sharp relief with our budget process last year, which is the asymmetrical powers of the council in regard to the budget, and the fact that because because of the council's power only to reduce the budget, what ends up happening is a highly ritualized process in which most negotiation and adjustment of the budget happens in a kind of informal way, because formally all that we do, as everyone knows, is reject the budget so that an updated version can be introduced by the mayor, and then as we all experience, there's an up or down vote. And I think we all felt the limitations of that. And I think that, to Councillor Edwards's point, that we're, representatives of people who expect us to represent them in a budget process more robustly than our current tools enable us to do. The second piece is participatory budgeting. It's a question of how to allow our residents of Boston to be more actively and directly involved themselves in how we live together and how we structure our civic life. And I want to say I have, as people know, I was deeply involved in the Community Preservation Act campaign as an advocate, and often talk about that in the context of the need for affordable housing. But I think it's important to know that there is also, what I learned in that campaign is that there's a deep appetite out there for people to feel more directly connected to our government and to feel like it is government for the people, by the people, right? And I think that I think it's important to note that as our country and our city has gotten so much bigger, you end up in a large city like this with absolutely appropriate levels of bureaucracy and complexity to govern a kind of contemporary 21st century city. And those, they can be great for a bunch of levels of efficiency, but they can also make people feel more and more estranged from that sense of governing by the people. And I think that when we do processes like CPA, or we talk here about participatory budgeting, which gives us an opportunity for kind of a broader lens, we're talking about a way to really undergird the legitimacy of what we do here every day, and to make people feel that direct connection. And the fact that, I think there's such a bad concept and narrative out there about our tax dollars, sort of going to them, the government over there. And I think we really need to push back on that and have the sense of, no, like the government is us, we're collectively deciding how we're going to govern together. And taxes are actually part of a really serious, important joint democratic project. So that to me is the philosophical case here. I just want to emphasize that what we're proposing in this amendment here today, what the sponsor's proposing and I'm supporting, is very consistent with lots of things out there. So on the participatory budget side, the proposal that there will be enabling legislation and ordinance, which will have to go through this council, which will go through the mayor, which will be a whole legislative process to figure out like what's reasonable and how it works. That's exactly what we did with the Community Preservation Act, and Councillor Flaherty will remember sort of shepherding that through. And so there's a lot of opportunity to figure out the exact mechanics of everything at that stage, and to do it in a robust, responsible, and democratic way. And the funding mechanism, also the idea of putting the money in a fund, having an office that manages it that's funded out of that, that's all consistent with the way that the Community Preservation Act is currently set up and working inside of the city. So I just want to sort of emphasize for folks that shouldn't feel strange or alien to something that we're doing right now, and I think doing successfully. And then on the side of the powers of the council, what we're really proposing is for the council to have powers that resemble more a standard legislature's powers when it comes to the budget. Whether you're looking up at Congress or the state legislature, or frankly, you look at bodies of selectmen in other cities around Massachusetts, towns around Massachusetts, the ability to amend a budget, to offer amendments, is an important part of I think the legislative power. And the reality is we're actually not taking one of the standard legislative powers, which is to originate a budget, in recognition of exactly that complexity and bureaucracy that I alluded to, and the fact that we know that the mayor's side has a budget office, has a long interdepartmental set of work around the budget, and that it makes more sense for the council to come in at a scrutiny level, but that scrutiny should be something that can go in both directions, right, of increasing and decreasing line items. And within that context, Councillor Edwards has included in her proposal substantial limitations to make sure that we are securing the fiscal health of the city when it comes to things like, the council not being able to increase the overall amount, the fact that there is that ability to press pause on participatory budgeting if we're in a crisis, the slow ramp up of the participatory budgeting in the first place, and a number of other things. So I certainly feel, as the Ways and Means Chair, that this would enable a budget process that would be more genuine in a number of respects and a little bit less of a pantomime from the perspective of the public. And I think that befits us, and that it would be a good power for this council to step into and still allow the mayor a strong leadership role in the budget. And so with all of that said, I would urge colleagues to support this today. I am, as I alluded to at the start, proposing, the one last thing I wanted to say is just to again emphasize Councillor Edwards' point that the question here is about whether we send this matter to the voters, and that there would obviously be a vigorous campaign with, I'm sure, cases made for and against. But to me, there's a strong case for sending it to the voters.
Councilor Bach, before you go on, so I want to make sure that the amendment gets before the body.
We have it, yeah.
Whoever is behind the scenes, I don't know if that's Christine or Michelle.
I think I'm supposed to say the magic words that I am proposing a floor amendment to.
And you have said that, so I wanted to get into the email because you're getting ready to describe what that is.
I don't have it.
Exactly, so that's why I have paused to ask that this amendment be sent. So if we could make sure that everyone who needs to get the amendment gets the amendment. Councilor Bach, please resume and tell us about this amendment and why it's important.
Has it come in?
I've got it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So this is a simple amendment. One thing that I've heard both from folks on the mayor's side and from fiscal folks in the city is just that while the original intent of the legislation in the sponsor's amended committee report was to limit the power of the mayor in responding to, so when the council amended a budget and passed it, the mayor was only going to be able to reduce things and not to increase things. The point that has come to the fore is that sometimes we have situations like this year where the teachers agreed a contract in the midst of the budget process, and so money was added to the budget before the end of the process. And so basically that if the mayor isn't able to do increases, some of those natural amendments, it allows them to make amendments in both directions. And then still the council would have the ultimate power to override those with a 2/3 vote, or obviously not override them. So that's the only change, is to allow the mayor's amendments to also be increases, not only reductions.
Thank you so much. Anything else, Councilor Bach?
Just that I would seek a second and a vote on that amendment prior to the vote on the to amend the chair's amended committee report prior to the vote on the committee report.
Yes, we would vote on the amendment before we would vote on the report. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to the chair of the committee and the sponsor of the legislation. Anyone who would like to speak will have the opportunity, but at this time, I'm going to go back to Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just wanted to reiterate that Councilor Bach and I discussed this amendment. I wholeheartedly support it. I discussed it with advocates in the time that we had. It's a simple, very, very simple fix, and adds the options or the tools in the toolbox of the mayor. I support it.
Wonderful.
It doesn't change anything.
And for, just so that everyone's clear, the discussion at this point is about the amendment. So if
Madam President, would you like me to read the amendment
please
to the public?
Yes, please read it so that all of us have it, and everyone on this Zoom should have it in your email, but please read it.
I'm just going to do it off my phone, so bear with me. Docket number 0851 shall be further amended in the sentence beginning with, the mayor may modify a budget by striking the words reducing or removing, but not increasing, and striking reduction by and adding the word to after the word amendment, and added an S to the word amendment. The amended sentence will say, the mayor may modify a budget approved by the council by returning it to said council with amendments to any of the line items, I guess, provided that a vote of 2/3 of the council shall be sufficient to override the budgetary amendment in whole or in part, or an overall budgetary veto by the mayor.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And just again, to remind folks, any discussion at this point is about the amendment. I know that Councilor Braden wanted to jump in. Is it about the amendment or the overall? If it's the overall, we're going to wait. So right now, discussion is only for the amendment.
Madam President, I was putting my hand up to offer a second to this.
So before we do that, we're going to deal with this first amendment, okay?
Very
So
good.
if you could hold tight. And Councilor Braden, if you have that in writing, I want you to make sure that you have that to Christine.
No, pardon me, Madam Chair, Madam President, not a second amendment, but to second Councillor Bock's
amendment. Thank you, because we do need to have it properly before the body with her offering it in a second. So it is properly before the body. The clerk has read it. That's fine. We're going to vote on the amendment. Braden? Give us just 1 second. Councilor Sabi George, did you?
Madam President, I would like if Councilor Bock, who's offered this amendment, just to, again, briefly explain the impact of this amendment on the matter before us.
Thank you. Councilor Bock?
Sure. It's simply that now so the council sends its amended version of the budget to the mayor, and then the mayor has the chance to send it back with amendments. This is sort of the normal volley that happens. For instance, you see it at the state legislature with the governor. So all that it's letting the mayor do is when he sends it back to us, have made amendments of his own that are both reductions and also increases. And previously, the language in the sponsor's docket only allowed him to make reductions. The problem with that is that sometimes in the intervening time between the introduction of a budget in April and the time we're doing this in June, there will be something material that's changed.
The appointment.
The teacher's contract that got ratified that will require an increase. And so that's why it's important for us to allow that flexibility for the mayor in the response. So that's the thing that it changes. It gives back a greater degree of mayoral freedom in the way that he amends the budget and sends it back to the council. He or she, I should say.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Councilor Sabi George.
Madam Chair, through you to the maker of the amendment, my understanding of what's before us is that we are still with this amendment and with this change, we would still be negotiating a balanced budget. If there were an opportunity for an addition because of some other factor to the budget when it goes back to the mayor, does that then come back to us and then we have an opportunity to then again add amendments to that additional potential add of money to the budget?
So Councilor Bock and then Councilor Edwards. Councilor Bock?
So the way it would work is that the budget comes back to us amended by the mayor, and then we have the opportunity to approve it or override aspects of that with a 2/3 vote. So so basically we can override the mayor's amendments with a 2/3 vote. But it's the same thing in the legislature. The volley doesn't go on forever.
Councilor Edwards, did you want to add to that, or did that satisfy the answer?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we still do not have the ability to add to the budget ourselves. We are still not adding any more to that. The mayor's limits are the mayor's limits, and only he in this is able to add to it, and that's with changing circumstances. We did not want to stop him from being able to adjust to the moment. Federal grant comes in, negotiation happens. He can do that. We cannot.
More discussion on the amendment. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I just want to kind of understand this. So through you to the maker, after we have either approved some budget, this is later in the process after a budget's been approved, or I guess rejected, that as money comes in through a grant or something else, that's what this is referring to?
No.
Go ahead.
Okay, so.
No. So it's when we take the vote in June, right? So the vote that's traditionally right now a ritual rejection of the budget. Instead, it's a vote on the budget, and it's most likely, because we now have the power to actually amend the budget, a case where the council amends the budget and passes an amended budget and sends it to the mayor. Then in Councilor Edwards's proposed charter amendment, the mayor has 7 days to consider what we've sent. And then he sends something back to us with his amendments. The only thing that this is changing is that what he sends back to us with his amendments, he's able to make adjustments in the line items in both directions. So before it was only allowing a reduction, which could create a situation, right, where you're reducing and not able to increase, and then you've got a budget.
Why they can't send them before?
And then it doesn't allow the flexibility of if our revenue numbers are up by that point in June. So that's the idea of the thing. Does that make sense?
So I guess,
if I may,
yeah, go ahead, Councilor
Madam
Edwards.
President, if I may.
Yes, Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
We're talking specifically after we have voted out and done our amendments to the budget. At that point, mayor gets it. The current version says he can only reduce what we've done. That makes no sense. This version, Councilor Bach allows for him to reduce or add what we've done. It ultimately then comes back to us to approve that with 2/3 majority.
Okay, and so if we don't approve it, then our amended version stands.
Exactly.
And just as a question or course of questions, is 2/3 what it already allows, or are we changing it from a simple majority? For instance, a simple majority can pass a budget. If he makes an amendment, sends it back, would this essentially veto that simple majority's amendment? Or in other words, so if we made amendments to the budget, we send it to him, he amends it back, but we only have 7 votes, which is a simple majority to pass, would that allow for his budget to essentially to stay the way that he had presented in the first place?
Correct. If we don't have the 2/3, he would have that. And it's more because we had 2 bites at this apple. We went and amended it already. He goes to it and narrows it down and negotiates with us and gets it to certain points where there might be some contention. Then it comes back to us and we do the 2/3. The goal is to end this, and the goal is to end it with a majority of us. And it also is to make sure that one person can't hold up the entire process.
Okay, I think I get it. Thank you. That was helpful. Thank you, Councilor Edwards.
At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. This is in regards to the amendment. For those who are less educated and less privileged to understand all of this, I want to make sure that the people who are tuning in have a full understanding. And if what I'm hearing this correctly, is that based on my experience with this journey, is that the mayor introduces his budget. We host a series of hearings, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's fighting for things that they want. People knock on our doors asking us and different departments advocating for the things that they want. The mayor then asks us what we think. Then there's these backroom deals that happen. A budget is presented and then we have to vote on it, right? And I feel in my own little...
Absolutely not. Deals.
No. I'm saying there's not backroom deals. I'm just saying like there's things that happen not in public. I'm being honest, at least my experience. Things happen back and forth, and I feel as though the people's voice and what people are fighting for oftentimes gets lost in the conversation, right? And I think if I'm hearing this correctly, this particular amendment will give us an opportunity to have a little bit more say in what the budget needs to reflect before it gets voted on, because I feel as though there was really no
amendment. So the amendment, to be clear, we're talking about the amendment, and the amendment gives the mayor, not the people, the mayor, the ability to increase, not just reduce. So at this time, we're going to continue to discuss the amendment. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? I think your comments are more about the overall legislation.
Well, it's still
we want to hear that as well, but right now we're discussing the amendment.
Yeah, but I think that even the amendment giving him that additional power still feels like there's no room for people's voices, and that's what I'm confused about.
So I don't interpret it that way. I interpret it as giving us all the flexibility we need. Right now, the language says the mayor can only come with reductions. We may find additional money that we want invested somewhere else, housing, education, wherever. We don't want to, through this ordinance, limit the mayor's ability to then make that greater investment. So the amendment that Councilor Bacchus put forth is going to allow that flexibility for reductions or increases. So we want to have those increases. So that's what the amendment does. Any other discussion on the amendment? And did you have any other discussion, Councilor Mejia, on the amendment only, just the amendment? And then we're going to talk about, everyone will have the opportunity to talk about the full ordinance if they want. But right now, we're just talking about the amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment? The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia, you're good, right? Councilor Baker. Councilor Baker, you have the floor. On the amendment only, we're just discussing the amendment.
Thank you. I just think that we're here on 15 different screens talking about amendments to one of the biggest changes to the charter we've seen in over a generation. I honestly, I know the way the vote's going to go. Everybody's a bobblehead on this way and going to move forward. That's great. But we got to be careful about what we're doing here. I think that we're pushing this through and that's all. An amendment to a charter, people don't even understand. I'm looking at everybody's face. They don't understand it. I think this is crazy what we're doing here. Thank you.
And so to be clear, this vote will not change the charter, okay? This vote is not changing the city's charter.
It's working towards changing.
Right, but I want to be just very clear about our process.
This vote is about the charter, Madam Chair.
Councilor Baker, this vote here is about an amendment that would then get put forth before the people of Boston to choose what the amendment want to do.
But the interaction that I'm seeing here on my screen, people confused about this. We're trying to put an amendment through. We're all on screens. This should be happening when we're back together in the council chamber. Just one man's opinion.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Any other discussion on Councilor Bach's amendment? Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be clear, we're voting on the amendment, then we're voting on the actual. Okay, and okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Will we be allowed to comment before we vote on the actual?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
People will have the opportunity. Right now, we're just discussing the amendment. People will have all the opportunity to continue to weigh on the ordinance. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the roll on the amendment, please. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I believe you're muted. Sorry.
Thank you. Unmuted myself 3 times. There I go. Okay. Thank you. An amendment on docket number 0851. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, the amendment proposed by Councilor Bach on docket number 0851 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Now we have the matter before us, which is the actual docket. I know Councilor Mejia had some thoughts about that, so I'm going to go back to Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So I am wholeheartedly I am wholeheartedly, enthusiastically, 100% all about this. What's in front of us here today. I believe it is our restorative justice moment, an opportunity for us to right the wrong, and an opportunity for people to really see democracy in practice. And, you know, I started my job here last year. Everyone told me that our greatest power was the budget. And I didn't even realize what that meant until I started going through the process of trying to navigate the budget process. I learned a lot about politics. I learned a lot about all of the trades offs that we needed to make in terms of, if we voted yes or we voted for no. And, as an at-large city councilor, it was a lot easier for me because I don't have a particular district that I have to deliver for. So I understand and recognize that privilege, but I do know that for me, being put in this place and to represent the people, that I felt at many times powerless. And if this amendment to the charter gives us an opportunity to really represent and create space for the people who are living these realities to really inform our thinking, then this is what we need to do in this moment in time to right the wrong. And so, and I do appreciate your pushback in terms of when I talked about the backroom deals. This is just political speak. I do know that there are a lot of people out in these streets that believe that their best interest is never what is at the table when decisions are being made, right? And so there's a lot of frustration. And even though I'm an elected official, and even though, or even though a lot of these things, at the end of the day, I'm always and will always be an activist, and will always be from these streets, right? And so this is how I present, and this is how I talk, and this is who I am here to fight on behalf of. And I want to bring that sense of energy into the space, because that is what I was hired to do, is to bring their voices into these conversations, because far too long we have been ignored. And so I have a responsibility to do just that. And in the same way that I voted no on the budget, even though I called it the mayor's budget, it's the people's budget. And this is an opportunity for us to really put the people first. And I am so grateful to my sister, Lydia Edwards, Counselor, the Honorable Lydia Edwards. I'm learning all of this formality that y'all are always talking about, because she gets the system. She understands the law. She talks about things from a structural perspective. And I think that our people are better off because we've learned so much from her, well, at least me and everybody who follows us and tunes in to all of the things that she's hosting. And so this is just another opportunity for people to learn and for people to see what happens when they see themselves reflected in democracy. So I just want to congratulate Councilor Edwards and thank her for her continued advocacy on behalf of those who are less savvy in the political space.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'd like to thank the maker, Councilor Edwards, for this. I think this is an important step. I've clearly had some experience around the council before I was on the council. I had a father who was on the council. I had a brother who was on the council. And I remember them going through this budget process as it's currently constructed, as I just went through this budget process, and the limitations of what this budget process is, not just for the council and whether or not the council has a say. It's really a limitation about the advocates and the community groups and the communities that we represent, who come to us so often with nuanced positions on the budget and where they would like to see increases and where they would like to see decreases, and to have to explain to them that what we're allowed to do is essentially reject or approve a budget and not actually touch upon any of those nuances is incredibly frustrating. I've only had to do it once. And so, I think what we're looking at for right now, for getting this to voters, for allowing the city of Boston to ultimately have a say into whether or not this is taken into effect, is great. It's phenomenal. And it's a step in the right direction for the city. So I'd like to thank Councilor Edwards for really taking this on head on and crafting it in the way that she did. And I will say that, in regards to how we're voting on this and whether or not we understand it or not, I feel like I understand it perfectly fine. So thank you, Councilor Edwards, for the breakdown. And I would just mention that we voted on our budget this year through Zoom. And so if it's good enough to approve the budget, I think it's good enough to make sure that we're putting in a charter reform, something that would look towards changing the way that budget that we approved ultimately is put together. And so I look forward to this. I look forward to the debate that will happen over the course of election season as this goes to the voters. And I look forward in voting in support of this. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilor Arroyo. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I really also want to commend Councillor Edwards for facilitating a very robust process which engaged with all of us in the City Council, the administration, members of the public, advocates, to consider this very weighty decision we're taking, like amending the charter. And I think it was a very thorough process. Many people throughout our city feel excluded or have felt excluded from the current budget making process. And I really welcome the concept of participatory, I'm not managing my P's very well today. Participatory budgeting as a positive way to directly and actively engage with residents in order to bring more voices to the table, which, when deciding how public resources will be more equitably allocated to fund city services for that our constituents depend on. Having just gone through my first budget process as a new councillor, and thank you, Councillor Bach, for shepherding us through that process and opening it up in a way that we hadn't seen before, where we could engage with the different departments and discuss things. And now we're gearing up for our next budget process in this spring coming, and while we're still in the middle of a COVID epidemic. I believe we must move the city's appropriation process forward by codifying a more equitable process that intentionally empowers the voices of all Bostonians, both directly through their own voices, as well as through their representatives and district councillors. And I will be voting in support of the charter amendment and look forward to engaging with the residents of my district when it is placed before the voters on the ballot next fall. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Campbell. Councillor Campbell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And of course, thank you to Councillor Edwards. And I'm extremely grateful to her for authoring this legislation, for her leadership, of course, and I proudly support it. Every year since I joined the council, I've had things I've been pushing for on behalf of my district, which is predominantly a district of color, where every inequity you can imagine exists and has sadly been under-resourced for far too long. I, along with my residents, have been advocating again and again for more investment, more capital, but have been deeply disappointed at times because of our inability to make meaningful changes. And that is partly because of our limitations as councilors in this budget process and our unwillingness to give some of our power to the people. I've had this frustration with our limited budgetary authority numerous times, and actually was just writing down some of those moments when it was advocating for the creation of the Youth Development Fund. I wanted more money to go into it. When I voted against the VPS budget, I wanted to see more investments with respect to closing the achievement gap and many other investments. I feel it when we're looking to shift resources to our office's work on resiliency and racial equity, our other frontline departments, ISD, DPW, or our departments, of course, that are doing the work with expanding diversity. None of us ran for office just to be glorified advocates. We ran to deliver and to do so in partnership with the executive office. It is hard to do that with these structural impediments. And if residents ultimately decide, and if they ultimately decide to further empower their councilors, their legislative branch of government in the budget process, this will also empower them, and any current or future mayor should support that. We have an opportunity to give residents a seat at the table, to share our power, and most importantly, to not just acknowledge that those living the problems have the solutions, but to invite them in to co-create policy with us. This has been the foundation of our work in District 4, and it has worked out beautifully. I do this work in partnership with my team. We do it in partnership with our resident leaders on the ground, and there are dozens of them that have been a part of this work for decades. And I think this is a way forward for us to put the question to the voters, to the people, and have them decide if this is the way we should proceed. So again, thank you, Councillor Edwards, for your leadership here. And of course, Madam President, I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councillor Sabi George. Councillor Sabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you to the maker and colleagues who have spent some time in the last day or so talking me through some of what the implications are of today's vote. I would say first and foremost, I wish that the participatory budget piece was separated from this, because that is the easy yes. As much as we can engage voters and residents in the participatory budget process with that designated funding, the more engaged they are. My concerns and challenges with the rest of the charter amendment, and yes, I want the city council to have more power. Yes, I want us to be able to play a much more active role and proactive role in the budgeting process, because we know that's where so much of our work happens. My concern, though, where I'm concerned, though, is how this plays out in practicality. How we will then be debating on the floor in the chamber jobs in one department over jobs in another department. And I worry so much about about that impact on our city, on our city's resources, for sure. And I go into this today with some real concerns. I am relieved that there is an opportunity, should this pass the voters, and I appreciate that it will be presented to the voters. I appreciate the fact that the mayor has the opportunity to increase, should there be some shifts. But I do worry about our city's finances, especially during this time, and especially what's going to happen over potentially a reality. Engaging the voter is important. The participatory budget piece, I think, is invaluable when we think about engaging our residents across the city. I do worry about the reality and the practicality of how this plays out, though, on the financial amendment piece, when we're all working towards and debating and fighting with one another over, although a $3 billion budget, still a small budget. We are still going to be in a place where we are fighting each other over crumbs. And it is all so important. So I struggle with this vote today. And I am really anxious about the dynamic that it will create for this body, and the conflict that is already created by our government structure between our body and the mayor's office, and then the conflict it will now create within our own body. So I continue to contemplate and continue to struggle at this moment with where I will be in this vote, and just want to share that with colleagues because it is such an important piece of the work that we do. And I do want to thank the maker for sure for her diligence and her hard work and her thoughtfulness in pulling this together, because I do think it's an important piece of legislation. I just worry about the impacts that it will have on our body's productivity. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. June was my 10th budget vote, and it was the most difficult. But I ultimately cast a yay vote because there was no alternative that I thought would satisfy the myriad needs that we need as a city. And I stand by that vote and will always stand by that vote. Now, one of the reasons why my vote was yes is because I did not have an alternative. And quite frankly, none of us had an alternative. Whether you voted yes or no on the budget, there was no alternative presented. And that's not a criticism of any individual, but it's a criticism of the way the system currently is. I have heard over the last 24 hours from a number of people whom I respect greatly, people I look up to, who've really expressed some incredibly deep concern about our passing this bill. And I've taken it to heart. I've thought this over. I've talked to so many stakeholders in this. But at the end of the day, I will be voting yes in support of this for one very simple reason, and that's I trust the institution of the Boston City Council, a body that I love, a body that I spend quite a bit of time trying to join, and then a body that I've spent the last decade, I think, being a productive member of, a body that I will also be leaving at the end of this term. I trust this body because more than any other legislative body in perhaps the country, we represent this city. And make no mistake, this can be an incredibly maddening body, a divided body at times, a confounding body at times, but also a body that does come together. A body that, while we may not agree on every issue or certainly many issues, I don't doubt for a second the sincerity of each and every one of you and the people who came before us and the people who will come after us and their desire to make this a great, thriving, strong city. And all of us, I know I certainly did. I first ran to join this body as an at-large member in 2003. And one of the issues that I campaigned on was more of a counterweight with the mayor. And I think all of us have said that no matter how you end up voting on this particular, I don't doubt that we all feel that. I also think that this charter is impactful or potentially cataclysmic, as some would suggest. It actually sets some really defined parameters on how we can be a more active counterweight with the executive, but the bulk of the power, make no mistake, remains in the executive branch. I believe in this body. I believe in this city. As I said, this can be a divided body at times, but at the end of the day, I know that we are resilient, much like the people whom we serve, much like the city that we all love. And empowering this body to play a more active role during these budget deliberations with some key controls in place is the right thing to do and will strengthen this city. So I will be voting yes. I certainly understand the concern that has been raised and I know all of us, and I particularly take great concern in making sure that we are able to maintain our AAA bond rating, to be able to maintain that, particularly in a post-pandemic world, we're able to have the economic engine to continue. But I don't think that this runs at all counter to that. In fact, I think that this will actually strengthen the city's economy for years to come. I appreciate the work by the maker. I appreciate the comments and the thoughtful consideration for all of our colleagues, and we'll be voting yes upon roll call. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor O'Malley. The chair recognizes Councillor Baker. Councillor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to read something from the report I got last night. The sample of cities reviewing is relatively small, so the ability to draw conclusions regarding any relationship between participatory budgeting and municipal bond rating is limited. Bond agencies do not take participatory budget into considerations. You can rest assured that if this change is made, the bond rating bureaus will look at Boston, look at what we've done with our finances over the last, it's not 5 or 10 years, it's the last 35 years that it took us to get our standing at a AAA bond rating. I think if we're saying that this isn't going to affect our bond rating, we're being unrealistic with ourselves. We have people talk about being advocates on this council. We have people that, let's talk about, go back to the budget vote. That was purely a political vote. People were looking to defund the police, and in that no vote, they were voting to defund public works, defund the parks department, defund EMS, and it's that type of person that we have on this body here now. So to go back to what Matt had to say, I don't have that much faith in this body to be able to not be 13 different fiefdoms and destroy the city budget. I'm very, very concerned going into this, and I think that I would like to through the chair ask Councillor Edwards, what is our time frame we're on? Because you had talked about all the great conversations that happened. I got a packet dropped off of me last night, so I wasn't involved in those conversations because I'm probably the only no vote here today. So that concerns me. We have a working session with heavy on advocates, heavy on socialists. We have just the Municipal Research Bureau. We haven't even asked our own finance committee where they are on this. So I think, yeah, that this is a bit of a rush trying to get it done by the end of the day. I would love to be in the chambers debating this, but obviously we can't. So Those are some thoughts. I will be a no on this. I think this will be detrimental to our bond rating. And anybody that, I think you're not being realistically saying that, because they're going to look at the city of Boston holistically. They're going to say, what, they want to change the entire structure on something that's been working. Now, if we go back to the 50s and 60s and 70s, we didn't have any good budgets. We didn't have any good budgets. And it took a way to go down. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Baker. Before I we'll hear from Councilor Wu, and then we're going to go to Councilor Edwards.
Author of this and all of the advocates and activists who have been working for a very long time to make sure that we are clear about what this proposes and the impacts that it will have on every sense of our budget and democracy in the city. What I most appreciate about this proposal is that it sets forth to shatter the false choice that we always have been presented: fiscal responsibility or civic engagement, right? Financial stability or democratic participation. The truth is that we need both. We must have both to be the best city that we can be, to be in the strongest place that we can be. If you look at the state of Boston's economy right now, by certain metrics that the bond rating agencies might look at, things seem strong. And then you dig just a little bit below the surface and you see just how big the gaps are, that in fact we are slowly eroding away our economic potential through inequality, through the racial wealth gap, through disconnection and disempowerment of our residents. So the only way to build back to the economy that we deserve, that we could have, that truly includes everyone, is to truly include everyone in making those decisions. So I just want to note a couple. So first, I just want to say I am fully in support of not just moving this to the ballot and putting it before the people, but then also urging it at that stage to pass, and will be a loud voice in support of passage on the ballot as well. And then finally, I just want us to be honest as a city council that much of this we can already do, right? Not we, but much of this the charter already allows to happen, right? We could have a much fuller participatory budgeting system. We could have a much more transparent and engaging budget process, with the mayor choosing to open it up to more open conversations with the council through year-long conversations and visioning sessions with the public. We do not do that today because we are used to a system of one-sided mayoral control. There's much more that can happen, but this charter amendment is necessary to codify it so it's not just dependent on who is in office and whether he or she wants to make those changes and open it up out of choice. This sets the floor so that we will always know, guaranteed, that the people will have a say and that people will be truly included in the process. And again, that is the only way for Boston to reach our economic potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilor Wu. I'm going to turn it over to Councilor Edwards briefly, and then we're going to move forward with our vote. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wanted to address some of the questions and concerns, and I do appreciate every single one of my colleagues and the struggle to get here and the fact that they are still weighing this. I wanted to first discuss the debate about jobs on the floor. And as Councilor Sabi George said, that is something that weighs heavily on her heart and mind, as it does for all of us. I don't think any one of us didn't hear about jobs during this past budget. That being said, Councilor, I wanted to remind us that without having it on the floor, it happens 100% and totally in the hands of the mayor, without any impact from us. And as Councilor Baker has alluded to several times, when a mayor decides that your department is no longer necessary, with one chop, you are no longer allowed to exist. And that's a hurtful, horrible thing to happen to people. And this allows for the council to respond to that and say, actually, no, we don't agree with that budget amendment or with that elimination of those jobs. So I just want to remind each other, it's about the back and forth, but ultimately it must end. And so, yes, the mayor ultimately may get everything he wants, and that is a possibility of this process. but that it's open, honest, and transparent and accountable to the people of Boston, that I think we should lean into. Again, in terms of there was a question about productivity and the ability to get things done if we're not wrangling back and forth over a budget. I can tell you what's not productive, a back and forth over a 1/12 budget, which is what our system currently allows for if we do not vote for the budget to go forward. So again, emphasizing the current system as it stands right now is not good enough. It is not good enough to the people of Boston, not just us. It is not good enough for them. They have every single right to watch us, to see us, fight for them, and to hold us accountable when we don't. And this process opens that up for them to see us go to the mat, honestly and completely. You will see what I'm going to fight for District 1. Watch me. You're going to see how District 7 comes out. You're going to see how District 2 comes out. You're going to see all that happening and how we support each other in that moment. That's what this does. I wanted to also address Councilor Baker's, and I really appreciate Councilor Baker. He did come to the working session, and my dear friend, and honestly, at this particular moment, Councilor Baker, I appreciate your directness and honestness and your frankness on so many levels, professionally and personally. There's nothing but love for you. Okay. So in terms of your concerns, though, in the report, I agree. It does say it's limited, but in the report, it also notes that where there was an impact on a bond rating, it was Hartford, Connecticut, and their bond rating went up. I agree, Councilor Baker, that the research is limited on this particular issue, but you know what is not? Our timing on the ability to come up with a participatory budgeting process that accounts for those concerns. This amendment literally says, back to you, City Councilor, you better come up with the process, enable this process. And we, like we did in this amendment, literally have the CFO could cancel participatory budgeting that year if there's a fiscal emergency. That's right now. We could also come up with other safeguards to work with the mayor's office to make sure that we do not get ahead of our skis on this. I do want you to understand, I am trying to address that. I understand it may not
be on a board. They should be invited, and that's my issue. The working session was heavy socialist. There was Pam there. Yes, I am using the word socialist. Yeah. Pam was there from the Research Bureau. That was it. We had 15 people speaking in favor, and one person towards the end saying, we should be concerned about this. That's not balanced. That's not transparent. And everybody talks about balance and transparency, and we're not. I don't think that this is being transparent. FinCom, they deal with our budget every single year. They know it inside and out, not even asked to be on a panel. So that's so I would ask, can we get their opinion? Matt Cahill, what does you and your group FinCom that's been dealing with our budget for probably 30 years. The can't think of who you are, Maureen. The
clerk.
What's your role?
City clerk. City clerk.
Sorry, I'm a little hopped up.
I'm just a has-been.
So I mean, how long has FinCom been in overseeing our budgets? And I think what Councilor Sabi had to say, we should really be looking. 13 fiefdoms fighting here now.
So if I may just quickly respond, and then I want to be very clear. All of the opinions from the fiscal, both sides, socialist, capitalist, libertarian, whatever their opinions are, those opinions are allowed to stay and maintain, and they can absolutely oppose this when it goes forward. The FinCom and the financial decisions of those individuals do not impact I believe, our decision today, which is, does this move forward in the process or not? That is all that is before us. And so they will make a wonderful, let me just finish, Councilor Baker.
Yep.
They can absolutely make the argument, you are following the Constitution of Massachusetts, you have followed that process, it is going forward to us, and make the biggest campaign about why this makes no financial concern, why they shouldn't be a part of this. I would not go to FinCom or the Municipal Research Bureau for their help in drafting a charter amendment for my colleagues to consider, because the question before my colleagues is whether the people of Boston should vote on this or not. Those who are opposed to this, then they will be opposed to this. That's okay.
I really disagree with
so at this time, I think we've had a lot of discussion. I think answers have been provided, and it's time that this council, this body, take action on this docket. This is one step in a long process, but there'll be lots of other steps for lots of other engagement, and I encourage all of it. I want everyone at the table to voice their opinion, to shape it. If they want to lobby campaigns for it and make sure it passes the ballot question, if they want to lobby campaigns against it so they can defeat it, this is one step in that process. I want to thank all of my colleagues for a very thoughtful discussion. This is a big potential change, but this does not change the charter. It just gets one step in the process to put it before the voters. I think it's very powerful. I think it's a game changer. I think it's important that we allow for more voices at the table. Lots of you had mentioned, I'm a big believer, not only determines what is served, and so we do need to set a table that I am very excited to ask our clerk, our city clerk, Madam Clerk, to call the roll. This is one step in the process. There are lots of other steps. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? We are discussing docket 0851. 0851.
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 0851 as amended.
Yes.
As amended. Okay. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
No.
Councilor Baker, no. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor, excuse me. Councilor Edwards.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
No.
Councilor Flaherty, no. Councilor Flynn.
No.
Councilor Flynn, no. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, the docket number 0851 as amended received 10 votes in favor and 3 votes in opposition, and it has passed.
Thank you so much. And because this was regarding our charter, it needed at least 9 votes. It has 10 votes, a supermajority. So that has passed in a new draft. We will now move on to docket 0232. Madam Clerk.
Docket 0232, the Committee on Government Operations, to which is referred on January 15, 2020, docket number 0232, in order for a hearing regarding a text amendment for the Boston zoning code relative to affirmatively furthering fair housing, submits a report recommending the order ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who is chair on the Committee of Government Operations. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And now, after a spirited debate, I think it's a celebratory moment, actually, for all of us on the council. I think I want to first of all thank the advocates of the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Task Force, and I want to thank Councilor Bach as well, a dear sister and friend who has dedicated much of her prior life to this. And so when she came on, I think it was the jet fuel that we needed to get this done. So I want to thank you, Councilor Bach, personally. I'm going to quickly summarize what we're getting done today and what the mayor has committed to absolutely support. And then I look forward to, I think we're going to go get, well, I'm not going to say we're going to get, we'll celebrate another time. Anyway, sorry. So back to the amendment before us. This is an amendment to our zoning code. And what we have noticed I introduced this initially in 2018 and then reintroduced this in 2019, and then reintroduced this in January 2020. We had working sessions on this on February 27th, April 22nd, June 19th, July 14th, and October 8th of this year. What that means is that we knew the historical significance of what we were doing. We knew that this was going to change right away how we build Boston, how we see Boston. And what this does is say that when it comes to zoning, we're going to have an equitable analysis. What it says is we need to acknowledge the past and what the city and planners have and have not done to harm our communities. They have a role to play. Developers have a role to play. And for far too long, we've accepted that their role was really to just build and then hopefully trickle down equity to folks if they can afford to be in the building or not. And instead, we're taking that moment and saying the equity happens in the planning, because that's when the intentionality happens, in the planning. Who do you see living here? How do you see the overall growth of this community? Whose health is going to be impacted by the decisions that you make? Who's going to have access to jobs? All of those questions are part of what we now call the amendment to affirmatively further fair housing. This amendment requires that we take meaningful actions to remove obstacles to opportunities. Not only did we adopt this amendment and further it in the local level, we did so in direct response to President Trump's declaration that he finds that this amendment and this process is horrible, hurts the suburbs, hurts poverty values, and in the worst dog whistle, dog bark that covered up racism, the city of Boston responded, not here. Matter of fact, we're going to learn and we're going to do better here. Now, we have not always had this as our guide point in zoning because, well, you can look at the Seaport. Taking the understanding that you can build it and then they'll come resulted in many of us not being welcome, not being able to afford, and not actually seeing a neighborhood in the end. So not only did we decide that we're going to take a standard to affirmatively further fair housing in planning, but we're going to have a goal of affirmatively integrated communities. And I'm so proud of that definition. And I'm so proud that that is part of our process. So today we're voting on the actual amendment language. I'm proud, and if it's okay with Madam Chair, I'll likely turn over to Councilor Brock to explain some of the wonderful back and forth we've had on the implementation documents. Because it wasn't enough for us to simply say, here's some flowery language, have fun. We really want to invite developers into the fold. And you do that by telling them what the standards are and how they can get there. We have assessment tools. We ask them a series of questions. What did you buy? Who lived there? How much rents are there? What do you intend to put in? Who do you expect to be able to afford to be there? What are you doing for IDP? What are you doing beyond that? We also give them reports. You, developer A, B, C, have bought in a community that is a historically exclusive area. You, developer A, B, C, D, have bought in a area that is displacement prone. Because we're not going to let them escape and say, I only bought in 2020, so why do I have to worry about the issues that started in the 1980s or 70s? When you buy it all, the past, the present, and the future. Because your buildings are permanent. So with all of that, we hold a mirror up, we ask them real questions, and then we give them a whole list of ways in which they can help to heal a community. This has been vetted by NIOP, which is a developer organization. And when they Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this time, the chair recognizes Councillor Bach. Councillor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Edwards. I can't quite figure out how to fix the metaphor, but I don't know. I think there was a heck of a lot of jet fuel behind this from you and your office before I arrived on the council. And it has been incredibly fulfilling to me, having been at the BHA when the Housing Authority started its affirmatively furthering fair housing process and was then thwarted in that by HUD in the council, and see what we can do to affirm duty and responsibility, moral and legal, upon ourselves as a city to affirmatively further fair housing, which really means reversing decades of discrimination, and specifically the way in which zoning has been used as a tool for racial discrimination since its invention in this country a century ago. And that's why I think it's so poignant and so important that we're putting this codification of our commitment to this in the zoning code. I think that's a really important reversal of the tide. And speaking of 2017 and when I was at the Housing Authority, we had an amazing general counsel, Wilbur Commodore. He's one of those bureaucrats who you won't have heard of. He's not a political figure, trailblazing Black lawyer, though, who had come up through the Housing Authority for 34 years. And he was in charge of running this process for the BHA. And I was in a room when he looked up and said, you know, for this to be really serious, the city would need to make some kind of commitment in zoning. Immediately the question was, could we as the BHA even propose that? Because technically it's not the BHA's side of the house. And I saw Wilbur kind of write that idea down in kernel. And then it has in so many ways and through the work of so many people come to fruition in this proposal for a vote today. And I just think I think it's really important because we talk a lot about the many small decisions and independent actors who have taken actions that over time have added up to institutional racism in this country, the forces that have caused segregation, right? And we live in a very segregated city today. I think it's important to also call out like just all of the many people who make those little gestures moment to moment towards a better city and a better country. And I think this is a case of a lot of those snowballing. I'm really grateful for the partnership of the administration in this. Councillor Edwards referenced the fact that in addition to the language we're voting on today, there are implementation docs that will come before the BPDA board. And implementation is so important. You know, something that's in the law is great and critical, but it's a dead letter if it's not implemented on the ground. And to be implemented, it needs to have a clear process, and it needs to be predictable and understandable so that every developer who comes into the city of Boston to do a project knows what they're facing. And we've, in so many times before, talked about the need to have our zoning procedures made more straightforward so that people know what they're getting into in all cases. And there's no opportunity for kind of arbitrage. And I think what's great about this is that instead of just kind of saying, oh, this is something we want you to consider in this neighborhood because you happen to be surrounded by abutters who care about affordable housing, or you happen to be adjacent to a group that cares about displacement, what this is asking is, in the same way that our city has a desperate need right now to contain carbon, to tackle climate change, and we ask everybody who's building in the city of Boston to look at our green building standards, to meet with the committee, to make proposals about how they're going to contribute to that collective need for us to bring carbon emissions down. In the same way, it says the city of Boston has a collective duty to affirmatively further fair housing. And we want a more integrated city, a more just city, and we're asking every project to contribute to that and be part of how we build that more just city together. And I think that that is at the heart of what zoning, when it describes sort of the public welfare, is meant to do. And it's a novel way of thinking, maybe in the same way that when people first suggested doing green building standards, people said, oh, no, that doesn't belong in zoning. And now we take it for granted because it's so central to the public welfare. And I think I've been really gratified by just the enormous amount of work that a lot of folks whose names won't be mentioned here today, and BPDA, in the BPDA research team, at DND, at Fair Housing, in the mayor's office, over at BHA. There's been a lot of people who have put a lot of good faith work into how we can not just say, okay, here's the context you're stepping into when you develop, but hey, here's some helpful tools that you could use to be part of being the solution to this problem. And ask all of us to take that upon ourselves. So in the category of names to mention, I do want to mention my policy director, Emily Brown, who's put an enormous amount of work
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Oversight and information sharing.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who is chair of the Committee on Government Operations. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President Janey. We had a robust hearing and ultimately had a robust recent working session on this proposed ordinance. At this point, per the suggestions of the co-sponsors, I will say we were very happy to have the administration come to the working session, which ended up being more of a hearing where we heard a lot of their concerns. I do want to thank John Towell, Sam DePina, Neva Coakley-Grice, Mark Lacine, Chris Osgood, David Eagles, and David Leonard and Nayeli Rodriguez for coming to really break down the concerns of the administration. A special thanks, I think, to Chris Osgood and Nayeli for really literally pointing down to the sections of the concerns that they have. And we did receive, and I want to thank the ACLU, Emiliano and Cade for their really breakdown and also section suggestions. I think they came with almost 15 different amendments. So what that means is we have a robust conversation ahead of us. But if it's okay with you, with the Madam President, I would like to keep this in committee. But before we conclude remarks, I think the co-sponsors, I'd like to turn over to the co-sponsors of this proposed legislation.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Checking for my co-sponsors here, checking to see if Councilor Wu and
The chair, especially, I know this has been such a tight, packed end of the year, and I think it was a huge step forward and a big. We made a lot of progress in having it, so that this will pave the way for smooth progress in early 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councilor Wu. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Not just the chair of Government Ops, Councilor Edwards, for having a hearing that I thought was incredibly productive, but also for our advocates who have really pushed hard on this, and I look forward to moving on this in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just add, as a sponsor of this docket as well, that I am encouraged by the conversation that it took a long time to have the conversation, but we did have the administration with us for the working session that ended up being a hearing. And I'm encouraged that now that the conversation is happening, that we're moving in the right direction. Obviously, we plan to refile this in the coming year. But at this time, docket 0684 will remain in the committee, and we will move on to docket 1005.
Docket 1005, order for hearing regarding a Boston Centennial Commission to mark the 250th anniversary of 1776 through the inclusive historic preservation and commemoration.
Thank you so much. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor Baker, who is chair of the Committee on Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Special Events. Councilor Baker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At first, I'd like to thank Councilor Bach for coming up with this. I think she's the only person that can say the name correctly. Centennial is a 250-year anniversary of the Revolution. We had a very packed hearing, and also I want to thank Councilor Block for finishing up the last part of the hearing. I had to leave. I think we tried to do a little much. So we talked about the board, Rev 2.0, I think is what it is, that will kind of be the main group that's planning initiatives during this time. We spoke a lot about trying to get more into the neighborhoods, more talking about the stories of different neighborhoods and different people, trying to be more inclusive as we move forward. And then there was also a piece where we were talking about some landmark issues that are happening, in the discussion became very much about preservation and how do we strengthen those tools. And I would just make a light suggestion to the main sponsor that maybe we bifurcate those two, we separate those out, and we talk about Rev 2.0, and we talk about what we want to do in the land with the Landmarks Commission, and maybe see how we can move those along that way. But I thought it was a good hearing it. All in all, it was, I don't know if I'd call it a feel-good hearing, but whenever you're talking about people getting together and celebrating cultures, whatever the cultures are, it's a good discussion. And as far as a landmark stuff, that was a little bit wonky there, but I think that if we if we take it out of there and we move that down, maybe talking with Councilor Bach, maybe we file a separate order for hearing on that and dig into it a little deeper, but I'll leave that up to her discretion. And at this point, I would like to turn it over to Councilor Bach, who was the main sponsor, and keep it in committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Baker.
Not only through 2026, but actually to 2030 and the 400th birthday of the city. And so, this was 50 years ago, this was a moment for historic preservation tools as well. It was the creation of the Landmarks Commission. And so I think there's that opportunity again, and we heard that quite clearly in the hearing, that there's some real work that's needed with our Landmarks Commission, with the ability to have kind of community conservation districts for when it comes to Article 85 and the way that we handle that in zoning. There's a bunch of work to do. However, to the committee chair's point, I think that in the new year, we will definitely be separating some of those things out and digging in on some of the separate fronts. But what I really appreciated was the administration showing up with so much expertise from the city archives, the library. We had the obviously landmarks itself, the environment department, which houses the sort of historic preservation work of the city, and then tourism and special events, and thinking about the whole economic development aspect of this and how to really support an industry, both the hospitality and tourism industry, and also the world of our historic treasures that has been really financially hit by this COVID crisis. So I really appreciated all the councilors who came, the members of the public who spoke, the many topics we dug into, and I look forward to filing further legislation on this in the new year. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Docket 1005 will remain in the Committee of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Special Events. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to read dockets 1075 and 1076 together, please.
Thank you. Docket 1075, order for hearing regarding a review of curriculum standards and resources in the Boston Public Schools. And docket number 1076, order for hearing regarding the implementation of an ethnic studies curriculum in the Boston Public Schools.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Sabi George, who is chair of our Committee on Education. Councilor Sabi George, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. On Monday evening, I held an Education Committee hearing to review the BPS curriculum standards and the creation of an ethnic studies program. We heard from several members of the Boston Public Schools administration, including Andrea Zayas, BPS Chief Academic Officer, Jill Carter, Assistant Superintendent of BPS Office of Health and Wellness, Christine Landry, BPS Assistant Superintendent of Academics and Professional Learning, Ethan D'Albont Burns, Superintendent of Special Education, Dr. Sylvia Romero Johnson, Assistant Superintendent of the Boston Public Schools Office of English Learners, and Shakira Walker Ford, BPS Director of Teacher Development. We were also joined by Johnny McGinnis, Political Director for the Boston Teachers Union, Katie Lee, BPS teacher and member of the Ethnic Studies Now BTU Committee, and Shanae Polino, BPS teacher and member of the Ethnic Studies Now BTU Committee. I'd like to thank Council President Janey for co-sponsoring the Ethnic Studies docket with me and for her thoughtful questions during the hearing. I'd also like to thank Councils Braden, Flynn, Bach, Arroyo, Mejia, and Wu for participating. As I said during the hearing, I filed these dockets to give us an opportunity to talk openly about what's working with our curriculum district-wide and what we could be doing better. We all want a robust and well-rounded education throughout their schooling, K-12, and provide opportunities to develop their life skills, including, but especially, their ability to understand who they are as individuals, as members of communities, and what it means to live in this complex and diverse world. It's also really important that our students understand each other's stories. Monday's discussion was only the beginning. I am certain that we will continue this work as part of our budget process. A really important piece of what we do as a city and the work that happens in them, especially as it pertains to the curriculum and how it's designed and how it's rolled out and how it's offered across the district, is critically important to our students' academic achievement as well as well-being. Thank you, Madam President. You're muted, Madam President, you're muted.
Thank you. Dockets 1075 and 1076 will remain in the Committee of Education. We will move on to dockets 1000 and 1033. Madam Clerk, if you could read those together.
Certainly. Docket 1000, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $280,070 in the form of a grant for the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness, known as MVP, Program Action Grant, awarded by the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs. It would be administered by the Environment Department. The grant will fund a 2-year heat resilience planning study for the City of Boston. And docket number 1033, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to participate in the Massachusetts Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, known as the PACE Massachusetts. This order authorized the city to enter into a municipal assessment and assignment agreement with the Mass Development, thereby allowing building owners in Boston to participate in this statewide financing program.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, we held the docket on 2 hearings, docket 1000 as well as docket 1033. And all my time on this body, I've never had a docket 1000, so that was great to see. And it was even better to see what an important grant it is for. I'm going to talk about that. 1000 first, followed by 1033, and then we'll vote separately. Obviously, support both. And I'm very grateful to colleagues, Councilors Braden, Bach, Asaibi George, Flaherty, and Flynn for their participation in these really important hearings. Docket number 1000 is an order authorizing the city to accept and expend the amount of $280,070 in the form of a grant for the MVP program, which is Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program. And the grant will fund a 2-year heat resilience planning study for the city. Now, when I often talk about climate, I try not to talk about it in some esoteric way, but some real world examples. And it is readily understandable as we look at heat and heat waves. When I was my daughter's age, there was an average of 5 days of the year that had a 90-degree plus day. So about you typically growing up in Boston, and some of my colleagues will shake their heads. Heat wave was somewhat rare. There'd usually be 1 or 2 heat waves of the summer. So again, there'd be 5 90-plus degree days in 1980. In 2020, this year, we had, I think, 14 or 15 90-degree days. If we do nothing, by the time my daughter is my age, we could have 50 to 60 90-degree days per summer. Think about that. Every single day of the summer could be part of a heat wave or close to it. What we consider Boston's climate would be much more in line with what Washington, D.C.'s climate is currently, which is a lot, more south, 500 miles southern. So this is it's a relatively modest grant, but it's an important grant to look at strategies that we can implement to both make Boston a cooler city, literally and figuratively. And this could be planting more trees has to be part of it. This could be looking at different colored roofs. This could be looking at getting used to white asphalt as opposed to black asphalt, which would reflect heat in a better way. So these are just looking at some strategies that we can implement at the neighborhood level. Not only trees, although that's a crucial part of it, but also looking at other porous surfaces that would help with heat retention, as we've seen in specifically, I believe, in East Boston, Charlestown, Councilor Edwards' district. We've seen some of that. So I'm hoping that we can pass and accept this grant. It'll go into effect. There's already a terrific addition to Chris Cook's team that's going to help oversee this and work with all of us. I did ask at the hearing if we could have maybe an informal check-in in a couple months in the new year when we have some better strategies in place, because I have no doubt that all of us, particularly we district councilors, would have some good ideas on ways to address heat deserts and other aspects. And then secondly, docket 1033 is would authorize the city to participate in the Mass Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, or PACE Massachusetts. We certainly love acronyms in the environmentalist world. PACE is developed by Mass Development, and it enables low-cost, long-term funding for energy improvements in existing commercial, industrial, and multifamily buildings with 5 or more units. PACE loans are repaid via a voluntary better assessment placed on property tax bills. So this is a little bit different than what we've seen in years past, but this basically allows for access to capital through the banks partnering with the cities, which is why we are voting on it today. Minimum amount financeable is about $250,000, or is $250,000, and maximum amount is the projected energy savings. So we need to first take action on this to allow some of our large scale residential, 5 units or more, commercial, industrial as well, to begin the retrofitting, to begin making some needed energy improvements. As we've seen, both of these dovetail nicely in the efforts that we care very strongly about and are absolutely needed for a coastal city like Boston to take action, as we've already seen some detrimental impacts of climate. So I'm asking for voting favorably on both of these dockets. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much. We're going to take these dockets separately. So Councilor O'Malley seeks, who is chair of our Committee on Environment, Resiliency, and Parks, seeks passage of docket 1000. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Docket 1000, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Oh, wait. I'm
goodness.
Okay, y'all gonna have to stop with that. Every time, I know I only won by 1 vote, but I still am here.
Do you know what the problem is? My pad, when I'm holding it, I'm sorry. Oh my God, second time.
Everyone's
I'm out.
I see y'all.
You have Councilor
Mejia. Thank you, Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1000 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much. Docket 1000 is passed. We'll move on to docket 1033.
Thank you. Docket 1033, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley. O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilor Flynn, yes. Madam President, docket number 1033 has received a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Docket 1033 has passed. Could you please read docket 0894?
Certainly. Docket 0894, order for hearing regarding increasing public housing in the city of Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Edwards, who is chair of our Committee on Housing and Community Development. Councilor Edwards, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. This matter was originally sponsored by Councilor Bach. We had, I think, a wonderful hearing actually discussing how we can increase public housing, the options really in the city of Boston, and that as a city, we need to take that as a moral obligation to make sure that this city maintains its commitment that everyone is welcome here, regardless of their income level. Over the years, BHA has carried out plenty of renovations and redevelopments and subsidy conversions to shore up our public housing portfolio. We discussed how that has continued and how we are moving towards a public-private partnership from the stewardship of the late, great Billy McGonigal and helping us to maintain. We've continued that. We further discussed how the lead sponsor, Councilor Bach, was part of this conversation while she was at BHA and is so happy to invite BHA back to be part of this conversation as she is a city councilor. The funny thing, I wouldn't say it, the irony being, my policy director is now in her former position, and he was testifying to me at the city council hearing. So that made me cry a little bit, not because I'm sad about the fact that he's gone, but more because I'm proud of the growth that I see in him. And I feel that way about all of my staff members. Thank you to all of them for everything. But honestly, it was a robust, great conversation. We were discussing the fair cloth limit and how and what financial resources we can gather as a city to make sure we meet that federal obligation. We are behind in our production of public housing, about 2,500 units. So with setting that goal, setting timelines to that goal, and making sure that we plug in funding for that goal, including arguing for funding that is pending at the State House, such as linkage and transfer fee, we think that we can come up with a pathway forward to make sure we meet those goals. So I'm going to turn it, if it's okay with Madam President. For now, I'd like to keep it in committee and allow for it so that we can have continued conversation. Madam President.
Thank you so much. Ooh, the docket 0894 will remain in the Committee of Housing and Community Development. Well, now I'm going to ask you, Madam Clerk, if you could please read the next. Councilor Bach, did you want to speak?
Oh, no, it's fine. Councilor Edwards had suggested I might speak briefly on the docket.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I apologize. Councilor Bach, would you like to say a few words?
I'll be very brief. I'll just say it was a great hearing. I think that we have such a great opportunity in Boston. I first learned about the fair cloth limits, which is a limit on how many public housing units any given authority across the country can have. When, again, I was working for the Housing Authority. And in most parts of the country, that prevents people from building new public housing units. But in Boston, as Councilor Edwards said, we're actually 2,500 under the limit. And so I'm really excited about the work we started to do with BHA and D&D to look at ways to create those new units and just the variety of ways we could create them. So there's building new public housing on public land. There's thinking about our acquisition program where we could help acquire, buildings with a lot of tenants who are at risk of displacement when they're building flips. And instead, if it could get acquired, and then this subsidy could help us keep really low income families in those units. They could help us get lower income families into tax credit, something that we struggle to do as a city. There's an opportunity and like it's a very versatile subsidy that doesn't give us enough money per public housing unit, but there's a recent innovation called RAD that basically makes it so that it's more viable. So I'm really excited about this. I think, as Councilor Edwards alluded to, a plan forward is going to involve also figuring out how we mobilize capital resources and how we get more funds at the state, but it's not all dependent on that. It's a mix of things. And so it was a great hearing and looking forward to further work in the new year. So thank you, Madam President. And thank you today to Councilor Edwards, who I've been so privileged to go after on a number of occasions.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now move on. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask if you could read three dockets together. They're 0735, 0736, and 0737. Please.
Certainly. Docket 0735, message in order for the confirmation of the reappointment of Rebecca Gutman as a member of the Boston Public Health Commission's Board of Health for a term expiring January 15, 2023. Docket number 0736, message in order for the confirmation of the reappointment of Manny Lopes as a member of the Boston Public Health Commission's Board of Health for a term expiring January 15, 2023. And docket number 0737, message in order for the confirmation of the appointment of Joel Valdez as a member of the Boston Public Health Commission's Board of Health for a term expiring January 15th, 2022.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Councilor Arroyo, who is chair of the Committee on Public Health. Councilor Arroyo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee held a hearing on Tuesday, November 8th, 2020 regarding the reappointments of Rebecca Gutman and Manny Lopes, who are both currently on the board. Manny Lopes is the chair. And the new appointment of Guale Valdez as members of the Boston Public Health Commission's Board of Health. Ms. Gutman was unable to attend the hearing, but did send a letter. And I believe we provided her resume, as well as the resumes of both Manny Lopes and Mr. Valdez, who is the president of the Mattapan Community Health Center. There's six positions on this board. Rebecca Gutman and Manny Lopes are both already on the board. Rebecca Gutman, I believe, is the union, the labor chair member on the board, labor member of the board, and Manny Lopes is a community health center representative. We also have another community health center representative spot, which is what Mr. Valdez is up for. We also discussed, and I would like to thank Councilors Flynn and Councilor Sabi George for being present, and Councilor Mejia as well. The committee discussed various issues, including the diversity of the board currently, language accessibility and interpretation, the significance of youth voice and representation, and ensuring that the Boston Public Health Commission staff mirrors the residents of the city linguistically and culturally. As chair of the Committee on Public Health, I recommend moving the listed dockets from the committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. And at this time, my recommendation to the council is that dockets 0735 through 737 ought to pass. And both Ms. Gutman and Mr. Lopes should be reappointed, and Mr. Valdez should be appointed. Thank you.
Just to be clear, you're recommending that all three dockets pass?
Yes. So 0735, 0736, 0737.
Wonderful. And we're going to vote on these separately. Councilor Flynn, would you like to speak? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councilor Arroyo. If I may speak very briefly, Madam President.
Yes.
It was a very good hearing we had. And what impressed me most about the people before us was their commitment to language access as it relates to public health access. And they all agreed that, we need to continue to work together to make sure that we have the right interpreters, we have the right translators, the right cultural sensitivity. But they're doing an excellent job on language access issues, but there's more work to be done. So I just wanted to highlight that and acknowledge the great work Councilor Arroyo did on a very robust hearing. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Not seeing any other discussion, we will move now for votes. We're going to vote on these dockets separately. We will start with docket 0735. Councilor Arroyo seeks passage of all three dockets. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll on the first docket.
Docket 0735 for confirmation. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 0735 has been confirmed unanimously.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to docket 0736 with a roll call vote.
Thank you. Docket 0736 for confirmation, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell. Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number
Hey, Dan, can I
07,
call you back in 2 minutes?
docket
I'm just
073,
finishing up my weekly meeting. I'll call you back.
docket 0736 has been unanimously confirmed.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to docket 0737.
Docket 0737 for confirmation. Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell. Counselor Campbell. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn. Counselor Flynn.
On mute. Counselor Flynn, you're on mute.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. And Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Madam President, docket number 0737 has been confirmed unanimously.
Thank you so much. All three dockets have passed. We will now move on to motions, orders, and resolutions. At this time in our legislative cycle, it's very light, so everyone gets a gold star. Thank you so much. There was a resolution that couldn't be avoided because of the dates. And we will have Madam Clerk, if you could please read docket 1144 into the record.
Thank you. Docket 1144, Counselor Flaherty offered the following resolution recognizing the week of December 7th through the 13th, 2020 as Computer Science Education Week.
Thank you so much. The chair recognizes Counselor Flaherty. Counselor Flaherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks to my colleagues as well for their indulgence. Computer science is a foundational science in our digital age, underpinning informational technology sector in our economy and transforming all industries, creating new fields of commerce, driving innovation and bolstering productivity in established economic sectors. And Computer Science Education Week is a week devoted to highlighting the importance of providing students, particularly those who are underrepresented in the field of computer science, the chance to participate in high quality computer science activities at all educational levels, and the role that computer science will play in the creation of jobs and impacts on the labor market for years to come. This week, in part, was selected as Computer Science Week in honor of the late Grace Murray Hopper, who was a Navy Rear Admiral and one of the first women in the field of computer science, whose birthday is actually today, December 9th, 1902. Grace was a pioneer in the field, responsible for engineering new programming languages and standards for computer science, which laid the foundation for many advancements in computer science. Across the Commonwealth and in our city, there's a great work being done by our Boston Public School teachers and educators, nonprofits, and business leaders to remove barriers to computer science courses and curriculum, as well as to equitably increase access to this growing field. One of the nonprofits is Digital Ready, and it was founded and led by Dr. Sarah Cherry Rice, who I've introduced all of you guys to as a co-chair in launching Boston Year 13. And she launched a computer science course with respect to the Boston Public School students in partnership with United Way and Microsoft in order to expand access to computer science curriculum. And in the first cohort, students hail from 11 different Boston Public high schools. So great work to Sarah and her team over at Digital Ready. And I'm just asking today that we suspend and adopt this resolution, and we recommit ourselves to working with our Boston Public Schools, educators and nonprofit, business leaders, and other policymakers to remove barriers to high quality computer science classes at all educational levels for all of our students. And thank you once again, and looking forward for suspension and adoption. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Not seeing any discussion, or I'm going to now ask people who want to add their names to this resolution. Show of physical hands. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Edwards, Councilor Baker, Councilor Braden, Councilor George, Councilor Bach, Councilor Arroyo, Councilor Wu, Councilor Campbell, Councilor Mejia. Please also add the chair. Councilor Flaherty seeks suspension of our rules.
Docket 1144 for adopted resolution. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Sorry, yes.
That's okay. Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1144 has been unanimously adopted.
Thank you so much. We will now move on to personnel orders, and there are several, so we'll try to move quickly through those. Madam Clerk, could you please read docket 1145? In fact, if you could read all of the dockets.
All of them, I think
that would be the best.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
That sounds great. Docket number 1145, Councilor Janey for Councilor Baker. Docket number 1146, Councilor Janey for Councilor Baker. Docket number 1147, Councilor Janey for Councilor Asabi George. Docket number 1148, Councilor Janey for docket number 1149. Following order. 1150, Councilor Janey offer the following order for the appointments. Docket 1151, Councilor Janey for Councilor Edwards. Docket 1152, Councilor Janey for Councilor Edwards. Docket number 1153, Councilor Janey offer the following order for appointments. Docket 1154, Councilor Janey offer the following order for appointments.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. The chair seeks suspension of the rules and passage of all of these personnel order dockets. We're going to take each one separately and vote separately. Madam Clerk, we will start with docket 1145.
Thank you. Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards. Councilor Edwards.
You're on mute.
The other Edwards, right? Sorry, yes. I'm sorry.
You're probably exhausted. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket 1145 has been passed unanimously.
Thank you. We'll keep moving.
Docket 1146, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, I think that was a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1146 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1147, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yeah.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Madam President, docket number 1147 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1148, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor
Yes.
Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Edwards. Yes. Counselor Asabi George. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1148 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1149, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1149 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1150, excuse me, Counselor Arroyo.
Yes.
Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Baker, yes. Counselor Bach.
Yes.
Counselor Bach, yes. Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Counselor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1150 has passed unanimously. Docket 1151, Counselor Arroyo. Counselor Arroyo, yes. Counselor Baker.
Yes.
Counselor Braden.
Yes.
Counselor Braden, yes. Counselor Campbell.
Yes.
Counselor Campbell, yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Counselor Edwards, yes. Counselor Asabi George.
Yes.
Counselor Asabi George, yes. Counselor Flaherty.
Yes.
Counselor Flaherty, yes. Counselor Flynn.
Yes.
Counselor Flynn, yes. Counselor Janey.
Yes.
Counselor Janey, yes. Counselor Mejia.
Yes.
Counselor Mejia, yes. Counselor O'Malley.
Yes.
Counselor O'Malley, yes. And Counselor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1151 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1152, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1152 has passed unanimously. Docket number 1153, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards. Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1153 has passed unanimously.
Last one.
Did well. Docket number 1154, Councilor Arroyo.
Yes.
Councilor Arroyo, yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Sabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Sabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1154 has passed unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving right along. Councilor Wu, I see your blue hand up. Are you good?
Madam President, I didn't know at what point in the meeting, but I was a little late, so wanted to motion for reconsideration, if possible, to be recorded in the affirmative for two votes that took place at the beginning of the meeting. It was dockets 1143 and 1035, please.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
1143 and 1035?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Wonderful. So recorded.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Moving right along, no late files, which is a great thing. Does anyone want to remove something from the green sheets? I believe we do, yes. The chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley, but before you get going, Councilor O'Malley, at this point, I just want you to direct us where we should go. We need to have the clerk read the docket. We need to make sure once people know what pages are going to, that the email is sent. So if you could just give us some direction, Councilor O'Malley, I will call upon you again at the appropriate time.
Certainly, Madam President. Thank you. I'd like to invite all colleagues to turn to page 8 of 25 of the green sheets, and I'd like to put before the body docket 1117. Again, on page 8 of 25 of the green sheets, docket 1117.
Thank you. And so while that email is being sent so that you have the docket in front of you, I'm going to ask our clerk to read the docket. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. On page 8 of 25 of the green sheets, in the Committee on Environment, Resiliency, and Parks, docket number 1117, sponsored by the Mayor. A message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend a parkland acquisition and renovation for communities known as the PARK Grant Program, awarded by the Massachusetts Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs Division of the Conservation services in the amount not to exceed $400,000 to be administered by the Boston Parks and Recreation Department. The grant will fund the renovation of the Mission Hill Playground on Mission Hill. This was filed in committee on December 2nd, 2020.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just to make sure we're crossing all of our T's and dotting our I's, would you mind polling the committee on parks, on environment, resiliency?
Just 1 minute.
Oh, I'm so sorry to catch you off guard.
I should have remembered that. Okay. On the committee on parks and resiliency.
Yes, environment, resiliency, and parks.
Oh, it is right here. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. Councilor Wu. Wu, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. And Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Madam President, the Committee on Environment, Resiliency, and Parks voted unanimously to bring this matter before the body.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. At this time, the chair recognizes Councilor O'Malley, who is chair of the Committee on Environment, Resiliency, and Parks. Councilor O'Malley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 1117 is an accept and expend for Parkland acquisition and renovations for communities, PARC grant, which will benefit the renovation of a playground in Mission Hill in District 8, something I know that Councillor Bach was instrumental in seeing being brought to fruition. Given the fact that we just received this last week, we did try to add this to our two other dockets. Yesterday's hearing, of course, we couldn't because it wouldn't have been posted with enough time. But given the fact that this is a $400,000 grant, which is going to complement a significant investment, about a $2.5 million investment that's already been made through this project, largely through Councillor Bach's leadership, and I believe Councillor Zakim before that. This will help make what's going to be a fantastic playground for the youth of Mission Hill even better, and this added buffer is going to, quite frankly, ensure that there will be a baseball field that was omitted from this project despite incredible support from the community. So this is actually a very, very good story. Those of you who know me know that I am very hesitant to pull something that's greater than six figures for a vote before a hearing. But given the fact that this has been such a vetted and universally beloved project, and it's only going to make that project better, while we will continue to have the robust community process, which began last month in earnest, and there's at least 2 or 3 more meetings to engage with residents on the design. But this will include even more amenities to the youth of Mission Hill. Wanted to again thank Councillor Bach for her leadership in this, and ask all colleagues that we're able to pull this and vote and authorize this money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor O'Malley. The chair recognizes Councilor Bach. Councilor Bach, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to strongly support the chairman in pulling this from the green sheets. As alluded to, the Mission Hill Playground is a beloved resource in Mission Hill. It is at the heart of the neighborhood. It lies between the Basilica, which we get Mission Hill's name from, and the library and the Tobin School and the Tobin Community Center. I mean, it's just, you know, Mission Main on one side, Mission Grammar School. Everybody uses this playground. It is like a common resource in a deep way. It actually has 3 levels. An upper level along Tremont Street, which is where you will meet anyone you were trying to run into in Mission Hill, this playground level, and then the ball fields. And as Councilor O'Malley alluded to, well, we have a significant investment in the city budget in this. That money was really tagged for those first 2 levels. And yet the ball field has seen a lot of use. It has a lot of wear. It's actually got a side of it that's kind of where folks are from the housing. Plan for the Tobin School when we're able to have school in person. So I think we really need investment in it, and we got so fortunate that the state came through with this $400,000 grant. So that the planning process be able to formally on the table, and I think it's going to be really responsive to the demands and desires of the Mission Hill community, that this money that's tagged for the field be in the mix too. So I would urge colleagues to vote for this today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing any other discussion. Councilor O'Malley seeks passage of docket 1117. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilor Arroyo. Oh, I'm sorry, on docket 1117.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Councilor Baker, yes. Councilor Bach.
Yes.
Councilor Bach, yes. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Campbell.
Yes.
Councilor Campbell, yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Councilor Edwards, yes. Councilor Asabi George.
Yes.
Councilor Asabi George, yes. Councilor Flaherty.
Yes.
Councilor Flaherty, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Janey.
Yes.
Councilor Janey, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor O'Malley.
Yes.
Councilor O'Malley, yes. And Councilor Wu.
Yes.
Councilor Wu, yes. Madam President, docket number 1117.
The Boston Jewish community peace and light during this holiday season. I do personally love that Hanukkah is here just before Christmas, as it creates a little bit of an on-ramp to Christmas, which I celebrate, and just look forward to peace and light and hopeful for the new year. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Any other announcements? Not seeing any blue hands. I also want to wish everyone a happy and healthy Hanukkah. I had the honor of celebrating Hanukkah 2 years ago in Israel, and it was a very powerful, just very important, sentimental celebration for me. And I got to celebrate that with Councilor Campbell and Councilor Siomo, I believe, on the council. So thank you for that. We certainly wish everyone. And Councilor Flynn, yes. How could I forget you, Councilor Flynn? Because you wouldn't come out to the restaurants with us. That's why. But I do want to wish everyone a happy and healthy Hanukkah. You know, this is a very difficult time still in our city. And as we gather to celebrate, important to limit your gathering only to your household. Make sure that if there's someone dropping off food, that people are using the face coverings and certainly doing social distancing. So important as we go into the holiday season here that we remember we are still in a pandemic. We're in the second surge. It is flu season, and we need to make sure we're doing everything that we can to keep ourselves and our loved ones safe. So thank you for that. We will now move on to our memorials to close out our meeting. For Councilor Baker, Johnny Antonelli, and Dominic Alessi. For Councilor Flaherty, Richard Woods. For Councilors Flaherty and Flynn, Jack Cross. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. The chair moves that when the council adjourns today, it does so in memory of the aforementioned individuals. We are scheduled to meet again on Wednesday, December 16th at 12 noon. This will be our last city council meeting of our legislative year. For the safety of the general public and all those involved, this meeting will be held virtually and posted online. Viewers can watch the council meeting live by going to YouTube or by visiting boston.gov/city-council-TV. Again, that's boston.gov/city-council-TV. At this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn today's council meeting, or seeing no objections to adjourning. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to get us started. As colleagues appear, I'll call them out. So for the record, my name is Ricardo Arroyo, Boston City Councilor for District 5. I'm the chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Public Health. I'm joined by my colleague Ed Flynn today. Councilor Ed Flynn. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed at boston.gov City Council TV. It will be rebroadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and Verizon Fios Channel 964. We will take public testimony at the end of the hearing. If you wish to testify via video conference, please email Shane Pack at boston.gov to sign up. When you are called, please state your name and affiliation and residence, and limit your comments to no more than 2 minutes to ensure that all comments can be heard. You may also submit written testimony by emailing the ccc.health@boston.gov. Today's hearing is on docket number 735, a message in order for the confirmation of the reappointments of Rebecca Gutman as a member of the Boston Public Health Commission's Board of Health for a term expiring January 15th, 2023. Docket 736, a message in order for the confirmation of the reappointments of Manny Lopes as a member of the Boston Public Health Commission Board of Health for a term expiring on January 15th, 2023. A message in order for the confirmation of the appointments of Guale Valdez as a member of the Boston Public Health Commission's Board of Health for a term expiring on Manny Lopes and Guale Valdez are both here today. Rebecca Gutman was unable to attend but did submit a letter and is a reappointment. So we have her resume and her letter, and I'll make sure that all the counselors have that. And so as we begin, I'd like to note, thank you, Councilor Flynn, for being here and present. I'm going to allow Councilor Flynn, if you're okay with that, Manny Lopez, just to state what the Boston Public Health Commission Board of Health does for folks that are listening. What are the seats that are being filled? And then I'm going to go to opening statements from you, Councilor Flynn, you, Manny Lopez, and you as well, Mr. Valdez. Does that work for everybody?
It does.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So Manny, if you could just give folks that are watching this sort of overview about what the Boston Public Health Commission's Board of Health does.
Sure. First, thank you, Chairman Arroyo and Councilor Flynn, and it's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. The Boston Public Health Commission serves as Boston's Board of Health. So we oversee policies related to the health of the city, servicing under Mayor Walsh. We provide amendments as well as oversee, from a board perspective, we oversee the strategy and the overall operations of the Boston Public Health Commission. The commission members are made up of community leaders from the community who have an interest in serving as leaders within the commission to help us build our strategy and, of course, give the resources needed for the staff at the Boston Public Health Commission, the resources they need to execute on that strategy.
Thank you. That's perfect. Very well done. Very brief. It's just, what are the seats that are being filled here today? Obviously, you're a reappointment, Mr. Lopes. Ms. Gutman is a reappointment. And am I pronouncing that correctly? Is it Gutman or Gutman?
It's Gutman.
Okay. And then Mr. Valdez, I believe, is the only new appointment. And so just what are those specific seats that are being filled?
That's correct. So Mrs. Gutman has served on the commission now for a couple of years. So it's her reappointment. She currently is a member or serves as a leader within SEIU, which is a healthcare union located here in Boston, in Massachusetts, servicing many of the members who work in healthcare. Mr. Valdez is a leader at Mattapan Community. Away from him, I'll let him do that, but he's been a leader in healthcare for a long time in the Boston area, and we're excited about his appointment to the commission, and he will be serving in one of the seats that were vacated by a former community health center leader. So that's a seat dedicated to community health centers. That was part of the statute that created the Boston Public Health Commission.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And now I think we can go directly into just openings for folks that are here, I want to note that Councilor Mejia is joining us. And just for those watching, basically, there's 2 reappointments happening. Just but Mr. Lopes, you're the chair, I believe, of the board. Yes, thank you. And then the addition of Mr. Valdez, who I know because Mattapan is in my district, and he's done an excellent job running the community health center in Mattapan. And so I'm now going to give our 2 counselors a chance to speak on this, but this is a hearing to hear from 2 reappointments, one who's not present for other reasons, and then a new appointment, Mr. Valdez, to the Boston Public Health Commission board. And so with that, Councilor Flynn, if you have anything to say, now's the time. And then obviously I'll let people have questions after Mr. Valdez and Mr. Lopes have spoken.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had an opportunity to review the resumes and the letter from Ms. Cookman and from Mr. Valdez and for Mr. Lopes as well. But I'm very familiar with Mr. Valdez and Mr. Lopes, their long time commitment to public health in our city, especially helping communities of color, low-income residents, our immigrant neighbors. So I know we have 2 outstanding leaders as well. So all 3 of them, and looking forward to the Q&A. But I just want to say thank you to all 3 of them for working so hard in support of so many people in need of a voice on public health. And Boston's lucky and fortunate to have leaders like you. So I just want to acknowledge you and your professional work that you're doing across our city and helping so many people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm muted, like this isn't my 80th Zoom meeting. Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Mejia, if you have an opening statement.
No, just thank you so much for hosting this. I'm here to listen and learn. Mattapan Community Health Center is near and dear to my heart. I don't live too far from there. And I know Sharon, who is, I'm blanking on her last name, so I feel incredibly embarrassed. I just dropped the name and I can't even remember her last name. But I know Sharon, that's how I know her as. She has been part of a community health center since a good friend of mine, Carla Walker, worked there many, many, many years ago. And we did a lot of work around teen health prevention education. And so really excited to see you and be here. And Manny Lopes, I started off my career in public health in '93 when HIV and AIDS and violence was at all-time height. And before the commission was established, worked with Bradley Cohn, who heads up your HIV and AIDS public health division. So at least I'm dropping some names that I remember in that day. So really happy to be here and to participate in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. And I just want to say, I don't expect none of these to give anybody who might have a question for either of you the opportunity to ask that question. But also, I think from a forward-facing standpoint, it's important, especially in the times that we're in now, for the community to know what the Boston Public Health Commission is and what they do and what the board specifically does. And I believe both of you are, and you can speak to this, the community health center representatives on the board, but just the makeup of what this board looks like, what the board does, your interest in joining this board or continuing to be a part of this board as it is for you, Mr. Lopes. And I think we could probably then do a quick round of questions if there are any, and if not, release you because I know you're both incredibly busy. And so with that, Mr. Lopes, followed by Mr. Valdez, if you would like to make your statements or anything else you would like to say. Thank you.
Okay, great. Again, thank you, Chairperson Arroyo and the members of the community committee.
And so with that, Mr. Lopes, followed by Mr. Valdez, if you would like to make your statements or anything else you would like to say. Thank you.
Okay, Great. Again, thank you, Chairperson Arroyo and the members of the committee. I want to start by giving you a little bit more of a background about me, and then go into what we've accomplished really as a commission, particularly over the last couple of years, and then of course most recently with the pandemic. So as many of you know, I've devoted my career to increasing healthcare access for vulnerable and underserved patient populations and improving health outcomes for our communities that are disproportionately burdened by negative and social determinants of health. As you already know, I currently serve as president and CEO of East Boston Neighborhood Health Center. And with 1,300 employees and nearly 120,000 patients, East Boston Neighborhood Health Center is one of the largest community health centers in the country. Quality and low cost and no cost care is what drives our mission. And very similar to Mattapan Community Health Center, we strive to make sure that everyone could come in and get care regardless of their ability to pay, language that they speak, or insurance or employment status. Throughout my service on the Board of Health, I've had the opportunity to provide strategic leadership and guidance to the Boston Public Health Commission staff, and I've worked in partnership with city staff to put forth several budgets that have made key investments and innovations to protect and preserve the health of Boston's most vulnerable populations. Under our enabling statute, and I'm proud of the policy work that we've done as a board to protect youth and communities of color from lifelong nicotine addiction through amendments we adopted in 2015 to raise the tobacco and nicotine purchasing age to 21. In 2019, we restricted the sale of flavored nicotine delivery products, including menthol cigarettes. And I'm proud to say both of these amendments were ultimately adopted at the state level. I'm confident that these protections will prevent nicotine initiation among Boston's youth, encourage existing smokers to quit, and advance Mayor Walsh's Imagine Boston 2030 goal of reducing disparities in premature mortality between Boston's neighborhood. I'm also proud to work with Mayor Walsh's to implement Mayor Walsh's executive order declaring racism a public health crisis. This declaration challenges us to build on years of work to address health inequities while sharpening our focus on understanding and addressing the role that racism plays in driving adverse health outcomes for our residents of color. So before I close, I just want to say how much I value the work that I do today at the Commission. I value the work of Mayor Walsh and Chief Marty Martinez and many of the talented and dedicated staff at the Health Commission, as well as agencies across city government, including the City Council, which have really ensured that we have robust and coordinated response to this horrible pandemic, and especially in hard-hit communities like East Boston, Mattapan, Roxbury, and Dorchester, which are primarily communities of color. And I know that these efforts and this partnership are saving lives, and we will help lay the foundation for a just and equitable recovery. And thank you, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lopes. Mr. Valdez.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Arroyo and Councilor Flynn and Councilor Mejia. Thank you for your kind words. My name is Wally Valdez, and I'm a resident of the South End, and I work in Manhattan. I'm honored that Mayor Walsh has appointed me to serve on the Board of Health, Boston Board of Health, and I just want to share a little bit about my background. I joined Mattapan Community Health Center in 2010 as the Chief Financial Officer. When I started, it was with the purpose of coming up with financing for a new building. We were working out of a building that didn't identify us, but it had its challenges. And in that role, we were able to come up with the financing, and we have been in our current location for 8 years. I've been the CEO now for 3 years. I'm accountable for all aspects of the health center, and I report directly to the board of directors. And I've been asked what my vision is. What my vision is for the health center, what my vision is for Mattapan. And I've responded to that with a very simple, with a very powerful message. And that is, and I do this at every orientation for every new employee that we have, and also to our existing employees. I'm never going to ask you what our mission statement is. What I would ask you to do is to remember 2 words from that mission statement. And the key words are improve and exception. And if you remember those 2 words, then it defines who we are. That is a true understanding of our mission statement, not just simply reciting words. Every question, every problem that's brought to me, the question I'm going to ask is, how does this improve the well-being of our patients? And how are we going to do this in an exceptional way? Those are the questions I've asked. And we've made great strides in the last 3 years with the progress that we've made and how we deliver care. I have a very, very diverse background. I have an undergraduate in accounting. I have an MBA with concentration in healthcare administration, and I've worked for a broad range of organizations. And what this experience has given me, it has given me a sense of idealism, but also the practicality that comes with that. And the best example I can give you that is where we're currently located. When I started at Mattapan, there were offers that were made that Mattapan should just build a 2-story, really simple building. That we were coming out of a building that had its deficiencies, was working out of a double-wide construction trailer, and a 2-story new building would be good for Mattapan. And they were right. But we had a vision and we had a dream that the residents of Mattapan deserved the best. That the residents of Mattapan deserved to come into a structure that everyone could be proud of. The city supported that dream. The state supported that dream. Federal government supported that dream through some very generous grants, and our donors supported that dream. It was a sense of idealism with the practicality of how we funded this endeavor. And that's what my experience has given me, is I get to be idealistic, and we get to do this in a very practical way, because at the end of the day, we need to keep our doors open. Now, I also believe that Mattapan deserves a voice. Mattapan needs to be heard wherever possible. And as a result of that, I'm a member of several boards. I'm on the board of the Massachusetts League of Community Health Centers, Boston Accountable Care Organization. And what this has allowed us to do is to speak for the residents of Mattapan, to speak for our patients. And as a nation and as a city, we face a crisis of racism and a public health emergency, and which are confounded by the social determinants of health. And nowhere is that reality more true and more present than in the community that I serve every single day, which is Mattapan. What I'd like to point out is, for example, 34% of our patients are served in the language, best served in the language of English. Every health center in the city, every hospital in the city faces this challenging language barrier. So when I speak for our patients in Mattapan, where English is not their first language, it's for every patient in the city of Boston. And my hope is that in addition to sharing the perspective of a CEO at a community health center, I can do this on a broader level. I tell our staff, I ask our staff to make a difference every day. Make a difference in one patient's life. And if you do that every day, those differences start adding to each other. So I appreciate the opportunity to make a difference. I am humbled by this opportunity, and I believe that we need to be constantly searching for opportunities to deal with racism, to deal with our public health challenges, and to take care of our patients. Thank you. Thank you again. And I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. And we've been joined by Councilor. Just to sum up sort of what you may have missed, I believe we've had an opening really about what the Boston Public Health Commission does. Rebecca Gutman's not here. She's a reappointment, but she did send a letter and we have her resume. Mr. Lopes is here. He's the chair of the Boston Public Health Commission board. He's a reappointment, and the only new appointment is Mr. Valdez, who's the head over at the Mattapan Community Health Center. And I'm just gonna give you sort of my questions for both of you, and then go down the line by order of arrival. And this should be pretty quick. One thing I'll say, because it was brought up, Mr. Lopes, is the racism as a public health crisis was something I took on when I first actually came in March And the reason I was able to do that was because the Boston Public Health Commission had already done a lot of this labor. They'd already done all of the data analysis. They've already made many of these conclusions. So it wasn't so much that I had to do like some deep investigation to figure out racism as a public health crisis was a viable and the right thing to do. I was able to do it because the Boston Public Health Commission had already set the groundwork for that, had already set the foundation for that, and was already trying to do work in that field. And I wanted to make sure I gave voice to what they were doing. And so I see the Boston Public Health Commission as one of Boston's treasures, really, and something that is really helpful to the work that we do. And so I'm glad to hear you speak to that. And I'll just say one of the things that I'm happy about with who's here today is the representation that we're seeing present here. And so just as a question for the public, for the counselors, how many folks, Mr. Lopes, are on the Boston Public Health Commission board?
There are 6 members of the board.
And do you know what the racial and gender breakdown of that is?
Yeah, we pay close attention to that, so we're intentional in making sure that the commission represents the city. So we have myself, and I identify as Black, Cape Verdean. My parents originating from Cape Verde, and I identify myself as Black. We have Philly LaBaptiste. She identifies herself as, I believe, Black as well. And we have the commission was created as part of the merger with Boston City Hospital and University Hospital, not to go down a history path, but that meant we had a permanent seat for the CEO of Boston Medical Center, which was, again, the creation of Boston City Hospital, the city hospital, and a private entity, University Hospital, which was owned and run by BU Medical Center. On the commission, and that's held today by Kate Walsh, and, a woman, white woman. And then we have Commissioner Gutman that we already mentioned in her reappointment. I believe she identifies as white woman. And then we have John Fernandez, who's the president and CEO of Mass Eye and Ear. And my apologies, I'm not sure how he identifies himself. So
no, of course.
Misrepresent that. And then trying to remember one more. Myself, and we hope that Mr. Valdez will be joining us, and I'll let him state how he represents himself. And then I'm forgetting one more commissioner, a woman who I believe represents, who's also white.
And so I put you on the spot a little bit with trying to go down the line. So, okay. For me, I think the work of East Boston Health Center, just, you may not know this, my father receives his care there. And so, obviously, I don't know if there's a better compliment to be paid there, but that's an indication, I think, of the quality of the care and the trust that we place in East Boston Health Center and under your leadership. And so, I'm very familiar with you, sir. And so there's not many questions there. And similarly for you, Mr. Valdez, I know we're really proud of the Mattapan Health Center. And I think if I have any question, the one question that I would have for you is, you spoke a little bit about your vision for Mattapan. And I guess my question, once you're on the Boston Public Health Commission, it has Boston in the name, and it might not be too different of a vision, but what is your vision moving forward for health in the city of Boston? How do you hope to have this role, to use this role to advocate for? What are the things that are sort of your top priorities?
One of the top priorities, and so many other things fall under this, are access. It is about promoting access, and it's access for everyone. Access regardless of age, access regardless, there are transportation issues, for example. Access regardless of the ability to pay. One of the things that we've done, and we do this through, for example, innovation. We were very fortunate to receive a very large grant through the FCC. We decided to go on our own. There's some risk involved in that, but we're paid to take very calculated risk. We have 6,000 Bluetooth devices. We're going to place those devices in Mattapan because I feel residents of Mattapan deserve the same access that our more affluent neighbors have. And we're looking to share best practices with the rest of the city. The entire city, every person who right now is challenged with coming into the health center. And after we get past this pandemic, and I am an optimist, also a realist, we will get through this pandemic. We're not going to go back to the way things were with 100% office visits. How much easier would it be for an individual that we can monitor daily with the use of technology? And that technology should be rolled out throughout the entire city. It shouldn't be reserved just for one neighborhood. But if we can monitor consistently through them, and we can use this technology with a patient in Mattapan, why can't we do that with a patient in Roxbury? Why can't we do that with a patient throughout the city? And then there's funding available for that. And one of the things, we work very closely with Boston Public Health Commission. We're very fortunate to receive some key grants from the commission. And we're very appreciative of those. The other thing is for example, we're involved in a neighborhood trauma team. And when an incidence of trauma happens, we respond to that. We send out our own teams. We offer counseling to those that have been impacted. This cycle of violence also has to stop. And we're on the front lines of that. So is East Boston. So is every other health center in the city. But to answer your question, access and everything that is involved with that access, and access to the use of technology, and access by addressing the social determinants of health.
Thank you. That's perfect. That's good for me to know. I intend to, frankly, vote for all of you. So there's not really I don't think anybody here is like on the fence. For myself, I'm certainly not. And so the order just for folks to make a question or a statement. Councillor Flynn, Councillor Mejia, followed by Councillor Assabi-George. So Councillor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. And again, thank you to to Mr. Valdez and Mr. Lopes that are here and for their service. The question I have maybe to both of you is one issue that I probably spent more time on over the last 3 years than any other issue is language access. And I know you both do tremendous work on public health issues in the immigrant community. I have 4 women in my office that are immigrants, and they speak various languages, Cantonese, Mandarin, and Spanish. I couldn't do my job without my staff because they're able to communicate with my constituents. Can you just generally talk about the importance of language access as it relates to public health and what we can do better or what we can improve to make sure that non-English speaking residents have the same level of services, health services as English speaking residents? And again, just want to say thank you for your work, and I look forward to supporting all 3 of you, but I would be interested in hearing your comments. And my final point is, Mr. Lopes, I know you merged with the South End Community Health Center. I think that's a tremendous, it's going to be tremendous for the neighborhood in the South End. So I want to welcome you in your team to the South End. You'll do exceptional work in the South End, just like you have done in East Boston. So I want to say thank you. And maybe both of you, if you'd like to speak on the importance of language access.
Sure. Mr. Valdez doesn't mind, I can go first.
Please do.
I think to address the needs of the city, it begins with first making sure that our staff represent the community we serve. So I'm proud to say that 50% of our staff come from the community, which means that they not only speak the language, but they know the culture. So as we know, just speaking the language is important, but it's also understanding the culture. So for us at East Boston, we have a very large, we're very blessed to have a very large interpreting services department that provides on-site or today virtual interpretations as well as translation skills. And again, these are individuals who come from the community. Second to that, I think it's important for us to be aware that it also has to be put in the right grade level. So as we know, a large portion of our population have a high school diploma or less, and making sure that it's at an appropriate language level for individuals that we're serving. So I think we need to take multiple lenses when we're looking at providing services in languages that our patients or our communities are best served in. And for us, that's 75% of our patient population prefer to receive their care in a language other than English. And I think it's an important part of our job. And I think from a public health perspective, I know the commission has done quite a bit of work to make sure that all materials are translated in the multiple languages that our city speaks. And I think they've done a great job at doing that.
I would answer this in two perspectives. First perspective is we were asked to participate in a study. And the first question I asked was, what languages are you offering the surveys in the study? And they said English and Spanish. And we said, but the majority of our patients speak Haitian Creole and feel more comfortable in Haitian Creole. But we're not going to be able to do that. We just eliminated it. And my response was, it wasn't harsh, it was very respectful, but I said, you're asking our community what they need, yet you're eliminating it. And I said, we want to participate, but please come back to us in languages that are appropriate for our community. But we have individuals on staff. We also use translators. It's better to have that kind of face-to-face contact. But an area that we would like to see some changes or some start now, because it's going to take a couple of years for this to unfold, is we cannot find, and we have been looking for 2 years, for a therapist who speaks Haitian Creole. Lend themselves that well to a 30 to 45 minute therapist visit. We have approached schools. We've offered internships. If we could find a student who speaks Haitian Creole, we will do everything we can to support them to get them to come to us. We should start addressing the pipeline that's generating therapists and encourage more individuals who speak languages other than English to become therapists. And we do that by supporting these programs, by having financial incentives for these programs. We can offer translation services for dental. We can offer translation services for medical. It's much, much more challenging to do it in a, like I said, a 30 to 45 minute therapy session. And that's where we have one of our biggest challenges.
No, thank you. Thank you both for your answers. I appreciate it. Councilor Roy, I have no further questions, and thank you to the panelists.
And I'll just say, Mr. Valdez, we should touch base on the Haitian Creole therapist issue, because I think one of the things that I know is near and dear to my heart personally, that we have representation in therapy. Perspective in a lens, whether it's gender or race or immigrant construct, to a person who understands that. And so that those are all very important things. And so we should touch base off this about that. Councilor Mejia.
Yes. So the person's name is Sharon Callender.
Callender, yes. Still with us.
She's still with you. Yes, and she's the Director of Community and Family Engagement.
Yes.
Which is why I remember her, because I did a lot. That's the space that I operated in. It was family and community engagement, and how important it is to have family. The commission, young people, and what if any opportunities exist to have youth voice and representation in that space. And when I representation for me, having grown up in a life of poverty, and class and level of education is also just as equally as important in terms of representation, but that's not something that we normally talk about when we think about filling quotas. We always just go into the race situation. So I'm curious, as the chair of the commission, What are you thinking about in terms of ensuring that when we look at representation, we're going on beyond the racial makeup?
From a board perspective, I think it's something that I would love to see. What the staff I'm very appreciative of, and I can't remember, it's a youth advisory group board that comes and visits the commission. It was a very controversial that, at least I'll say, tobacco color in underserved communities.